Chapter 1 100% Mythological Compatibility. The Rebirth of Goddess Luo? I stared at my phone's nearly flooded local trending newsfeed, all about the awakened Beastmasters. Messages like this year's Beastmaster awakening ceremony concluded perfectly yesterday. Heaven bless humanity. Heaven blessed as city. A total of 2,480 Beastmasters awakened this year, including 121 chosen ones, and after over a decade, Daz City welcomes another SSS grade Beastmaster talent, the chosen maiden, Luoanfei, the Daz City student who awakened with SSS grade Beastmaster talent while contracting a dominant species bloodline beast companion. I couldn't help but glance at the girl sitting beside me, Luoanfei herself. The girl was exceptionally beautiful. Her natural looks could easily outshine so-called celebrities, with skin as fair as jade peeking out from her clothes. She was just too aloof, like an iceberg, radiating an unapproachable chill that kept strangers at bay. I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Who'd have thought this Ice Queen would awaken an SSS-ranked beast taming talent, blessed with a heavenly beast companion, to become a chosen beastmaster? Compared to her, I, a transmigrator, feel utterly incompetent. That's right, I'm a transmigrator, and what's more, I was born into this high martial arts world of beast taming. When my talent awakened yesterday, I broke through the prenatal amnesia and remembered everything about my past life on Earth. But here I am, just an ordinary transmigrator with a mediocre B-grade beast taming talent, while that local guy Big Icicle awakened with an SSS grade talent. If not for my system letting me know I'm the cheat protagonist, I'd almost suspect Luoanfei stole my cheat. Fortunately, I have a system. When I recalled my previous life yesterday, the system appeared alongside it. I looked towards the nearby area. We were in the rest zone of a large venue. The spacious hall was filled with long, three-tiered display cases, each holding differently colored beast eggs the size of basketballs. As my gaze swept over them, words visible only to me emerged above each beast egg: myth compatibility 1%, myth compatibility 2%, myth compatibility 5.6%. The system hadn't activated yet. To unlock it, I needed to complete an activation task: contract a beast egg with a myth compatibility of over 50%. The higher the compatibility, the more valuable the beginner's gift package would be. I looked around, and the highest myth compatibility is only 5.6%. Seems like I'll have to check other areas. I turned to Luoanfei and asked, "How are you feeling? Has the dizziness gotten any better?" Half an hour ago, she suddenly felt unwell, so we've been staying in this rest area for quite some time. This is the Royal Beast Paradise Egg Selection Pavilion, designed for apprentice beast tamers who awakened their talents and opened their beast spaces just yesterday to select their first beast eggs and form contracts with their initial companions. Luoanfei was a heaven-chosen beastmaster, originally not required to come here to pick an egg, but her mother had coaxed and pushed her into coming, saying she'd share her good fortune with me so I could choose a fine egg. Apprentice beastmasters are divided into chosen beastmasters and ordinary beastmasters. Luoanfei is a chosen beastmaster. Typically, when awakening their talent to open a beast space, a chosen beastmaster's space naturally contains a fated beast companion. This companion perfectly matches the beastmaster's talents in every aspect, possesses top-tier bloodline potential, and has innate full affinity, never turning on its master. Ordinary beastmasters, on the other hand, awaken to an empty beast space and must contract with a beast companion in the real world. Whether the companion aligns with their talents is purely a matter of luck, and both affinity and rapport must be cultivated from scratch. I am an ordinary beastmaster, which is why I'm here to pick a beast egg as my fated companion. At my question, Luoanfei nodded expressionlessly, though internally, she was utterly shaken. No one knew that half an hour ago, she had reopened her eyes and been reborn. In her previous life, she had been one of humanity's top-tier powerhouses, revered as the goddess Luo, only to be ambushed and killed by 5 rival warriors of other races at her level. Her beast companions had all died trying to save her, and in the end, she self-destructed to take the enemies with her. Never did she imagine that upon reopening her eyes, she would return to her teenage years, just as she was embarking on the path of a beastmaster. I stretched lazily and stood up, saying, "Alright, let's continue picking out beast eggs." Luoanfei nodded coldly. Having just been reborn back into her youthful days, she felt somewhat unfamiliar with me. It took her a moment of dredging through 2 lifetimes of memories before she remembered who I was, the kid next door. We had grown up in the same small town, and after moving to Days City for junior high, we even ended up living in the same neighborhood. In her previous life, the beast companion I hatched had been utterly unremarkable, and later we attended different beastmaster universities. The only news she ever heard about me afterward was from her mother, that my entire family had perished in a beast tide. Her mother had grieved over it for a long time. This time around, she was determined to change the fate of my family. She remembered someone had acquired a beast companion with elite-level bloodline potential here. In her past life, she had accompanied me to select an egg, and after much deliberation, someone obtaining an elite species-level tamed beast egg had caused quite a stir. That egg had a distinct feature, a red crack-like pattern, as if it had been damaged. Soon, she noticed a tamed beast egg with red crack-like markings not far away and said, "How about this one? I think it looks good." I glanced at the tamed beast egg, and before my eyes appeared a virtual interface only I could see, displaying myth compatibility, 50%. I was stunned on the spot. I had personally examined at least 200 spirit beast eggs along the way, with the highest mythological compatibility barely reaching 10%. Yet this big ice block casually pointed one out with 50%, meeting the system's activation requirement. Combined with her awakening an SSS-level spirit beast talent and possessing a dominant tier-chosen beast companion, I strongly suspected she had some sort of insanely good luck cheat. I rubbed my chin. The higher the compatibility, the more precious the novice gift package would be. This 50% was just scraping by, not what I wanted. So I said, let's take another look. Keep this as a backup option. Luo Anfei nodded without another word. She felt she'd given me the opportunity, and if I didn't appreciate it, that was no longer her concern. We continued walking through the venue selecting eggs when suddenly, a voice sounded a few meters away. "Classmate Luo, what a coincidence, you're here too. I'm here with a friend to pick out a royal beast egg." It was Li Rui, a student from the neighboring class and also a chosen beast master, who had awakened an S-grade royal beast possession talent and the rebirth seed bloodline potential. There was bad blood between us. He wanted to pursue Luo Anfei, but since she had no friends at school, he approached me for her contact information upon learning I was her childhood friend. I refused on the spot, saying even if I had it, I wouldn't give it to him, and told him to ask her himself. After repeated conflicts, we developed a feud. Li Rui theatrically flicked his bangs and said to Luo Anfei, "Classmate Luo Anfei, I hope I can stand at the summit with you one day." The result was completely ignored by Luo Anfei, whose attitude clearly conveyed, "Who do you think you are?" I couldn't help but laugh out loud. This guy used to never dare speak to Luo Anfei, just a typical overconfident man with some self-awareness. Now that he's awakened an S-grade talent and obtained a beast companion with potential for transcendent bloodline, he suddenly thinks he's hot stuff. Li Rui, flushing with anger, glared at me and said, "Isn't this Lu Chen? What are you doing here?" "Alright, you're not a chosen beast master, just an ordinary guy who awakened a mediocre B-grade beast master talent. Are you here today to pick a beast companion? Need me to help you choose a beast egg?" I watched as Li Rui stepped aside and pointed at an exceptionally ugly beast egg nearby, sneering, "This ugly little thing seems perfect for you." This egg had a pale white exterior with grayish-brown patches on its shell, looking like an oversized chicken egg smeared with droppings. No one would ever choose it. I glanced at it instinctively, and a message flashed in my mind. Mythological compatibility 100%. I was stunned. Full mythological compatibility right off the bat? Did this beast egg come with cheats? I hurried over to pick it up and said to Luo Anfei, "Come on, let's go register it." Li Rui looked stunned, never expecting me to actually make that choice. As we headed toward the registration desk, he followed along. The registration line was long, and Luo Anfei's striking beauty drew countless glances. Though she'd trended locally, there were no accompanying photos, so nobody knew she was the Luo Anfei who'd awakened an SSS tier beast taming talent. When a classmate later revealed her identity, the surrounding gasps became so pronounced I swore the venue's air conditioning couldn't keep up with the collective shock. The staff member asked, "Are you sure you want to choose this beast egg? Once confirmed, it cannot be changed. To prevent reselling of beast eggs, you must complete the registration and form the contract right here in person." I answered firmly, "Confirmed." After pressing my fingerprint and signing, the egg officially became mine. Then the staff member said, "Please perform the contract ceremony here. This is the beast pet detection device, which can assess the approximate bloodline potential and species name of the newborn beast pet." I bit my index finger, letting blood drip onto the beast egg while connecting with the beast space in my mind, initiating the beast pet contract. As the blood drips down, I somehow felt a bloodline connection established between me and the royal beast egg. Just then, I noticed some movement from Luo Anfei's side. Turns out, she had acquired a system called the comparison module, which required her to compare herself in terms of strength, beast companions, and other aspects with someone familiar. Winning these comparisons would earn her rewards and points. Yet, to my surprise, the first person she chose to compare herself against was me, with the initial showdown scheduled 40 days later, on the very day the college entrance exams ended. When she glanced at my royal beast egg, she assessed it as merely a common-grade beast companion at best and was convinced I stood no chance of defeating her in the comparison. Feeling the bloodline connection with the beast egg, I excitedly said to the system, "I've awakened my talent now that the beginner's mission is complete. Time to hand over the newbie gift pack." When the system prompted activation, it mentioned losing some insignificant low-level template. My heart clenched, worrying this might be a defective system. But then the system began distributing the newbie gift pack and detected that my first beast pet had a mythical compatibility rate of 100%. It congratulated me on obtaining a god-tier talent and asked if I wanted to merge. Upon learning that God tier ranked above SSS class, followed by Saint class and Divine class, I exclaimed holy shit, in excitement, completely shedding my earlier concerns. Without hesitation, I chose to merge. The system asked if I wanted to conceal anomalies during integration. I couldn't care less and responded directly, hell no. If I can't show off before others, what's the point of life? With a deafening boom, the anomaly manifested behind me, an expanse of starry sky where starlight condensed into stairsteps. A blurred figure strode toward the supreme throne at the top, its eyes seemingly encompassing billions of stars. The crowd gasped. Someone shouted, talent evolution. According to textbooks, the probability of talent evolution was only 0.01 per thousand, typically upgrading from B rank to S rank at most. Yet, the anomaly I displayed was only seen in SSS-Rank talents. I instantly became the center of attention in the venue, sending everyone into an uproar. Li Rui turned green with envy, his eyes bloodshot with jealousy. After the vision faded, the royal beast egg began to crack with a splintering sound. As everyone watched eagerly, the shell shattered to reveal a small monkey carved entirely from rock. The beast companion testing device displayed, name, Little Rock Monkey, level, infant stage, bloodline, common species. A common bloodline? The beast companion that evolved my talent to SSS grade actually has just a common bloodline? This left everyone utterly bewildered. I noticed Luo Anfei glance at my beast companion, the little rock monkey, and shake her head. I thought to myself that she probably considered the little rock monkey to lack any competitive edge. If the little rock monkey had initially possessed a ruler class bloodline, there might have been a 0.000000001% chance of it surpassing her in comparison, since the gap between beastmasters isn't too significant in the early stages. But clearly, that possibility doesn't exist now. However, she seemed somewhat surprised and even thought I had decent luck, because she knew of a secret evolutionary sequence. The little rock monkey could evolve twice to become a ruler-tier golden-eyed explosive ape, and she planned to bestow this knowledge upon me when the time was right. While staying aware of the commotion outside, I checked the system information. The little rock monkey is currently in its infancy with a common bloodline, but the system shows its apotheosis path ends at Chaos Demon Ape Mythic bloodline, with current progress at 0.01%. It's estimated to require 15 bloodline advancements. This Chaos Demon Ape is no ordinary creature. In the myths of its past life, it was one of the 3,000 primordial deities on the same level as Pangu. The 4 legendary monkeys, the stone monkey Sun Wukong, the red-buttocked horse monkey, the long-armed ape monkey, and the six-eared macaque, were manifestations born from the disintegration of the Chaos Demon Ape after its death. The Divine Ascension Stairway is a god-tier talent granted to me by the system. As long as it's my contracted beast, I can evolve it to the pinnacle of divinity, a mythic sequence visible only to me. At that moment, Li Rui noticed the ordinary bloodline of my little rock monkey and gloated with schadenfreude. I told him not to be so hasty, as all beasts in their infancy undergo unstable fluctuations. He mocked me, asking if my common bloodline rock monkey could possibly evolve into a dominant species within a month. I replied, what if it does? He said we'd see. The staff at the Beast Taming Paradise reported my case, where my contracted beast pet underwent a talent evolution from B grade to SSS grade, along with how I also contracted an ordinary-blooded little rock monkey. When the news reached the Education Bureau leaders of Days City, they were stunned. The combination of an ordinary-blooded beast and a B-grade evolution into SSS-grade talent was completely unexpected. In the principal's office at the Beast Taming High School, after confirming that my talent leaned toward the auxiliary class, the principal decided to report it to the national education system. By the time I stepped out of the principal's office, news of my talent evolving to SSS grade had already spread throughout the entire high school. I was even personally escorted back to school by the principal and high-ranking Education Bureau officials. Luo Anfei disliked crowds, so she left the Beast Taming Paradise when it got too busy. After testing me with the school's aptitude scanner, it was confirmed that I had awakened an SSS-ranked beast taming talent, yet Little Rock Monkey truly possessed ordinary lineage potential. This situation truly shocked the principal and the senior officials from the Education Bureau. Talent and beast companions complement each other. Those with S rank or higher talents typically have chosen beast companions, whose bloodline is guaranteed to be at least high grade. For someone like me with an SSS rank talent to have an ordinary bloodline Little Rock Monkey as a destined beast companion is unprecedented. Such circumstances would even make the SSS rank talent seem discounted. In the end, the school encouraged me by awarding me a 500,000 yuan scholarship and even exempted me from attending classes for the last 40 days before the college entrance exams. All beast companions have an infancy period of 1 month. During this time, new beast masters must feed their companions, build relationships with them, and establish emotional bonds to enhance their synergy. After passing through the infancy stage, the beast pet's attributes and information will stabilize, and careful nurturing can even enhance its bloodline. When I got home, the last rays of the sun were nearly gone, and my Aunt Xiao still hadn't returned. In the kitchen, a chubby wooden puppet called the Magic Mirror Puppet was bustling about, round and plump yet surprisingly agile. I greeted it, and it looked up with a silly grin before continuing to cook. This magic mirror puppet was sent by my grandmother to take care of me because she worried my Aunt Xiao wouldn't be able to manage it. While it lacked compatibilities, it excelled at household chores. I instinctively used the eyes of divinity bestowed by the divine ascension to check its information. Holy moly, it's actually a lower overlord, upper monarch. Attributes, psyche type and abyss type. Bloodline, upper monarch species. Plus, it possesses a whole arsenal of skills. However, it once suffered severe injuries, damaging its fundamental essence and causing its rank to plummet. My jaw practically hit the floor. Just what kind of background does Granny have? A monarch-level mirror puppet had been cooking meals for me for 18 years. Back in my room, I took a moment to steady my breathing. Could this shock possibly top activating the system earlier? Just then, the system notified me of an achievement unlocked, becoming a Beastmaster, gaining a lifelong beast companion. The reward, Beastmaster Bloodline. Now drawing a suitable bloodline for Little Rock Ape. Then congratulations to me for obtaining the bloodline Shu Yan, totem species. This Shu Yan is a mythical existence, an extraordinary creature from the classic of mountains and seas, a divine beast of the ape family. What's more, the evolutionary sequence of the little rock monkey into chaos demon ape includes Shu Yan, and a totem species bloodline can surpass even a monarch species. I summoned the little rock monkey. Its size only reached my knees, and it tilted its head with a puzzled chirp. I patted its head and asked if it wanted to grow stronger. It responded with a serious expression. I pressed my finger to its forehead, letting it witness my ability, then silently called upon the system to fuse the Zhuyan bloodline. In an instant, the little rock monkey felt a terrifying force enter its body, then lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. I recalled it back into the beast taming space. Half an hour later, the room door suddenly opened, and a sneaky head peeked through the crack. It was a glamorous older sister. Her features were beautiful, her makeup flawless, and the teardrop mole at the corner of her eye gave her a striking yet bewitching charm. I swept a glance around the room. My aunt peeked at the trash can and said, "There's no evidence of any traditional handcrafting activities here. What were you doing in your room all this time?" I was long accustomed to my aunt's slightly wild way of speaking. After all, we often bantered back and forth, and our age difference was only about 8 or 9 years. I immediately snapped back. "Why don't you check if you're missing any small items in your laundry basket?" My aunt scoffed. "You? I'd break your legs." Then she added, "Why have you locked yourself in your room after choosing your lifebound beast? Are you unhappy with your selection? Just becoming a Beastmaster already puts you above many others. You don't know how lucky you are. Unlike me who has no Beastmaster talent at all. If I could awaken even D-grade Beastmaster potential and contract a low-grade bloodline beast, I'd be completely satisfied." I knew that low-grade referred to creatures without any bloodline talents, barely stronger than ordinary animals, and not even counted in the beast bloodline classification system. I guess Auntie thought I was locked in my room because I'd been discouraged by choosing an ordinary beast pet, feeling low in morale, so she said those words to comfort me. I squinted and said, "Ha, Lu Yuron, that's all you're good for. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? My talent is SSS grade, and my beast pet's bloodline is of the overlord kind." To avoid scaring her, I toned it down and said the totem level bloodline potential was just the overlord kind. The next second, Auntie placed her icy little hand on my forehead. "Oh no, you've lost it, gotten delusional from the shock. Your grandma will kill me, need to call the hospital right away." "I'm serious, damn it," I said speechlessly, then opened my phone to show my bank balance, the 500,000 yuan scholarship from the school quietly sitting there. A few minutes later, my aunt immediately changed her tune, cooing in an exaggerated squeaky voice, Come, dear nephew, here's some ginseng chicken soup. It'll nourish your body. Remember how I took care of you through thick and thin? Don't forget to look after your auntie in the future." Her voice gave me goosebumps. "Cut it out," I said. "I prefer your unruly self." I picked up the bowl and took a sip of soup, then remembered the main topic. That magic mirror puppet, why do I feel like it's incredibly powerful? My aunt set down her soup spoon, her eyes showing surprise. I said excitedly, "My evolved beast taming talent gives me a vague sense of it. Could it be that Grandma is some secretly overpowered beast tamer in hiding? Is our family actually insanely legendary? Do we have billions waiting to be inherited in the shadows?" My aunt chuckled. "I asked your grandma the same thing 10 years ago. I'll respond with her exact words." Then she cleared her throat and mimicked Grandma's tone. "You wish. Neither your grandma nor I are beast masters. As for the enchanted mirror puppet, it was your mother's beast companion." I asked in confusion, "But didn't my parents die? I thought when a beastmaster dies, their beast companion won't perish immediately, but their soul slowly dissipates, leaving just a few years to live? The enchanted mirror puppet has lasted at least 18 years, hasn't it?" My aunt replied, "How would I know? I'm not a beastmaster anyway. My parents died early, and I never saw them since childhood. I've always wondered why my mother possessed such formidable beast companions. After a deep conversation with my aunt about my parents, I returned to my room, but the doubts in my heart remained unresolved. My aunt didn't know much about my mother either. I don't have much feeling for my parents, they're too unfamiliar, with not a single memory of them in my mind. However, the mirror puppet has taken care of me for 18 years and has long become family in my heart. I'll find a chance to help it recover from its injuries someday, though for now, the materials needed for its recovery are things I've never even heard of. I sat cross-legged and began meditating according to the basic meditation manual. Beastmasters need cultivation to commune with heaven and earth, enhance spiritual power, expand their beastmaster space, and increase spiritual sensitivity. Beast companions can recover from injuries while staying in the beastmaster space, where I also transform the energy of heaven and earth into a form suitable for their absorption. Only after upgrading the beastmaster space can one contract a second beast companion. Several hours later, I suddenly opened my eyes. Little rock monkey had awakened. A summoning circle appeared, and a figure emerged. The little rock monkey now looked completely transformed. Its golden eyes gleamed, its fur had taken on a stone-gray hue, and a flame mark adorned its forehead. Its thick tail now resembled tempered steel, while its legs were crimson with flame-like cloud patterns encircling its ankles. Having grown from knee-height to roughly my waist level, around 1.3 m, its entire stature had undergone a dramatic change. I checked its information. Wow, it's now called the Rockwary Monkey. Its rank is lower awakening tier, with rock and fire attributes. Its bloodline is lower monarch species, but its current strength isn't sufficient to fully merge with the Zhuyan bloodline. The fusion progress is at 40%, and complete fusion will elevate it to totem species. Affinity is at 100. It also has two bloodline talents, form shift and indestructible body. The end goal of its divine ascent is the mythic species, Chaos Demon Ape, with current progress at 50%, estimated to require 4 bloodline advancements. So strong. After merging with the Zhuyan bloodline, it directly passed its juvenile stage and entered the awakening tier. Only after a beast passes its juvenile stage can its specific bloodline rank, attributes, and bloodline talents be sensed. The number of bloodline advancements needed to evolve into the Chaos Demon Ape has been reduced from 15 to 4, and it now possesses 2 bloodline talents. I patted the Rockwary monkey's little head and asked, "Right? Can you feel how much stronger you've become?" Its eyes turned starry, nodding eagerly while looking at me with admiration, as if to say its trainer was amazing. Just a tap of my finger made it stronger. I nodded with satisfaction. Successfully showing off to monkeys, check. During the first month of the infancy stage, except for naturally blessed beastmasters whose pets inherit max intimacy from birth, all other aspiring beastmasters must build a good relationship with their pets, raising affection and teamwork. Every year, there are cases where novice beastmasters' pets refuse to fight, ignore commands, or slack off on training. But with just one move, fusing the bloodline of the Scarlet Ape, I earned the Stone Ape's worship, boosting intimacy straight to 100. The Stone Ape grabbed my index finger and pressed it against its forehead, signaling, not enough, still needs to get stronger. I said to it, "You're still too weak now. If you level up further, your body won't be able to handle it. Focus on cultivating properly." It responded to me with a look of unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in Luo Wanfei's room at the other end of the neighborhood, a dazzling blue light erupted as icy energy permeated the air, causing the room temperature to drop several degrees. Before her stood her lifebound beast companion, the crystal frost fox, its body pure white with ice blue fur on all 4 paws, as if wearing 4 tiny blue mittens. In her previous life, this crystal frost fox had been the world-shaking apocalyptic ice phoenix fox that commanded awe across the starry skies. Luo Wanfei asked, "How do you feel, crystal fox?" The fox let out a soft mew, prompting a faint smile to curl at Luo Wanfei's lips as she cradled the creature in her arms. According to the feedback from their contract, she could sense the crystal fox's growth accelerating. This was a formula she had acquired in her past life, a potion primarily crafted from ice stone and mint crystal, supplemented with grass-type materials, capable of shortening the infancy period of ice affinity beast companions. Combined with her innate ability to enhance the bloodline of such companions, in this life, the crystal fox would need only 7 days to pass through its infancy stage, a full 23 days earlier than in her previous life. As for the comparison set to take place 40 days later, she hadn't given me a single thought. Once the crystal fox completes its infancy period in 7 days, it can officially begin training. As a beast companion with a monarch-class bloodline, upon completing its infancy, it would immediately step into the awakening stage. Under Luo Wanfei's guidance, its growth would progress with remarkable speed. Yet I can only follow the established rules. It would take 30 days just for the little rock ape to pass through its infancy. A common bloodline creature needs time to reach the awakening stage, and by then, the frost crystal fox would have long left it far behind by who knows how many tiers. Such is the gap imposed by bloodline. Some even possess pure dragon bloodline, reaching the transcendent tier directly after their juvenile stage. 40 days passed in the blink of an eye. On June 6th, the weather was clear and slightly hot as I walked along the road in Days City. Since this morning, all citizens have been speaking in hushed tones, and cars on the road drive slowly with no honking, for today is the National College Entrance Examination Day. In this world, the students who take the college entrance exam will become heroes protecting humanity, warriors who battle against magical beasts and evil spirits. I couldn't help but sigh. Just like in my previous life, the dates June 6th, 7th, and 8th were auspicious, their sounds echoing get admitted, marking the start of the National College Entrance Exams. During the National College Entrance Exams, students from all schools are shuffled and randomly assigned to exam venues. My admission ticket showed that my assigned exam location was the 7th Beast Taming High School in Days City. The college entrance exam lasts for a total of 3 days, with the first day dedicated to academic subjects. Even for Beastmasters, cultural knowledge is examined in this world, accounting for 10% of the overall college entrance exam score. After all, the nation cultivates Beastmasters, not reckless illiterates. The performance in academic subjects reflects, to some extent, one's learning ability, reasoning skills, self-discipline, and other qualities. My academic performance was average, but adequate. On June 6th, the cultural subjects exams concluded successfully. The next day, June 7th, the second exam was Beastmaster Ability Assessment and Familiar Comprehensive Evaluation. The venue had changed to Days City's Beastmaster Sports Stadium. After passing security checks at the entrance, I entered the stadium. The interior was partitioned with steel plates into different sections, each an enclosed examination area invisible from outside. I reached my assigned station at row 43, seat 96. Inside were 2 examiners and 4 surveillance cameras. One examiner verified my identity, Lu Chen. Seeing my name, he looked slightly surprised. I guessed he was probably thinking, so this is the student who underwent an extremely rare talent evolution, advancing from grade B to SSS. Sit down and put on the helmet, the examiner said. Staring at the electric chair-like seat before me, I felt a little nervous, but still obediently sat down. My hands were clamped to the armrests, and then I felt a needle prick in my palms. At that moment, an electronic voice announced, "No banned substances detected in the blood sample." Beginning psychic energy assessment. Numbers kept rising on the side display. The psychic energy value started at 50, then soared past 70, 100, 150, 200. The examiner watched intently. In previous years' college entrance exams for Beastmaster University, the admission threshold was 500. Who knew how high my SSS grade talent would reach? A few minutes later, the screen froze abruptly at 1900. The 2 examiners' jaws dropped wide open, their faces filled with disbelief. The admission cutoff for top-tier beast taming academies was only 800. How could this be 1900? They suspected the machine malfunctioned. They ran the test again, but the result remained 1900. The 2 examiners exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with awe. This was the might of an SSS tier talent. Yet to their eyes, my bonded beast's bloodline potential appeared merely ordinary. Examinee, please summon your bonded beast for its ability assessment. Next to it stood a massive machine, resembling a weighing scale enlarged over tenfold, and energy detector capable of comprehensively evaluating a beast companion's height, weight, developmental stage, level, and more. Understood. I connected with my taming space, and a summoning array materialized on the ground. After completing the exam, I left the testing site. Only later did I learn that the 2 examiners at the site had been staring blankly at their screens, their pupils trembling in shock, exclaiming, "A monster has appeared." As for Luo Anfei, though her face remained frosty upon seeing her test results, a hint of joy flickered in her heart. Her mental energy value reached 1580, a full 400 points higher than in her previous life, breaking the century-old record for mental energy in Jiangbei province. Her ice crystal fox had also more than doubled in strength compared to her past life, though it was still somewhat regrettable. Due to insufficient resources and funds, the fox had only reached the upper awakening tier. Otherwise, she could have nurtured it to the lower transcendent tier. In her past life, she had been the top scorer in Days City and ranked 2nd in Jiangbei province's college entrance exams. This time, she was certain the provincial top scorer title would be hers. Yet she understood clearly that being the top scorer of a remote province meant little. At elite Beastmaster academies, talents from backwater provinces would pale in comparison to those scions with inherited family legacies. She walked out of the examination hall door and accidentally bumped into me. I greeted her, "Good afternoon." She gave a cold nod in response. Then came the annoying voice of Li Rui again. "Student Luo, what a coincidence. We're in the same examination hall." Li Rui emerged from the hall and provocatively said, "Oh, isn't this Lu Chen? A month has passed, and all the beast pets have passed their infancy. I wonder how your test went." My psychic energy value is 800, and my beast pet evaluation score reached 80 points, which already meets the admission line for top-tier beast tamer academies. What about you? As someone with an SSS tier talent, surely you won't end up failing the exams, will you? I calmly replied, "Nothing special, just a mental energy value of 1,900, full marks for summoned beast assessment." Li Rui curled his lips in disdain, thinking I was full of hot air, while Luo Anfei also furrowed her brows, her impression of me plummeting straight down. After returning home, Li Rui discovered that his opponent in the practical exam wasn't me but found out my adversary was Yu Haiyang from number 1 high school. This Yu Haiyang had awakened an SS-tier beast taming talent, with bloodline potential marking his bonded beast as commander class. Li Rui was convinced I stood no chance this time. Meanwhile, Luo Anfei stroked the ice crystal fox in her arms, her eyes gleaming with confidence. She felt that with just one more day, the college entrance exams would be completely over. Tomorrow would mark the official beginning of her ascent to greatness. The moon rabbit descended as the golden crow rose, heralding a new day. June 8th dawned bright, with pleasant temperatures and a gentle breeze. It was the third day of the college entrance exams, and the subject for the day was the practical combat test. Chapter 6, The Combat Exam, Night King. Whoa, my little Kuan chicken. What if I haven't reached the awakening stage yet? There's not enough time. I feel like I could break through in just 2.5 more days. Don't panic, mine too. No need to be discouraged. Most of us are unranked, our beast companions' bloodlines are just too weak. That's right. With only 40 days total, it takes 30 for the infancy phase alone. The remaining 10 days simply aren't enough to cultivate them to the awakening tier. Damn it, mine actually reached the awakening tier, but my Gale Wolf refuses to obey commands. The moment it emerges, it just wrecks the house, utterly obsessed with destruction. When I shout at it once, it howls back 10 times at me. My Baba sheep is the same, ask it to fight and it'll give you a nope all day long. By the power of the heavens, I hope my opponent is a total noob. Days City Beast Battle Sports Center. Examinees filed into the arena and took their seats in the waiting area of the spectator stands. They chattered among themselves as waves of dismayed groans rose and fell. Among them, there was a stunning figure who became the center of attention in the entire venue. Aloof and cold, she sat on a chair in the waiting area, yet even her unflatteringly sporty outfit couldn't conceal her radiance. Her snow-white skin shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. Within a 10-meter radius, no one dared to sit beside her. Her presence was overwhelming, making everyone else feel utterly inadequate. During this time, some overconfident guy tried to sit beside her but turned back halfway when met with her expressionless gaze. By the way, I wonder how Luo Anfei's beast companion is coming along with its development. With its overlord-class bloodline, it'll reach the awakened tier directly after passing the infant stage. At the very least, it'll be lower-tier awakened. An SSS-grade talent paired with an overlord-class beast companion, it might even reach mid-tier awakened already. I envy you, an SSS-tier beast taming talent. Luo Anfei sat quietly on her chair, gazing at the grounds below where the entire sports field had been divided into 10 battle zones, each measuring 100 by 100 meters. Familiar scenes, familiar sensations. In her previous life, this was where she first made her name, but in this life, she would become even stronger. What's more, comparison countdown, 1 hour 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Staring at the virtual interface visible only to herself. The corner of her mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile, just over an hour until the initial comparison begins. By then, through overwhelming Luchen in comparison and acquiring vast resources, she would establish a virtuous cycle, rising 10 or 100 times faster than in her previous life. Who's that guy? Everyone saw a figure walk straight to Luo Anfei's side and sit down, yet surprisingly, she didn't shoo him away. Lu Chen, Luo Anfei's childhood sweetheart, someone who recognized him explained. Of course, you might have heard another title of his, the second SSS-grade beast taming talent awakener. Holy shit, he's actually one of those rare lucky bastards who had a talent evolution? Hiss. I wonder how his beast companion is developing. Pfft, just some guy who stepped in dog shit and got lucky. I was there when his talent evolved, his beast companion's just a common bloodline little rock monkey. Exactly. I'm in Lu Chen's class. This guy's academic performance was always below average in our cohort. That SSS tier talent was pure dumb luck. That little rock monkey is trash. My beast companion is a rock monkey too, worthless creature, dumb as a brick, still not even reached tier 1. The speaker wore an expression of jealousy. Despite both having rock monkeys, why did the others evolve from a B-grade talent to an SSS-grade talent? I bet his rock monkey is just like mine. I have an A-grade talent, and his is just a B-grade talent disguised as SSS grade. Heck, my rock monkey might even be stronger than his. He listened to the chatter around him. Li Rui was also present, deliberately raising his voice to say, those of you from other schools might not know yet, but Lu Chen personally stated yesterday that his psychic energy value reached 1900. We should congratulate Lu Chen, the previous record holder for Jiangbei province's college entrance exams had a psychic energy value of 1550. He shattered the all-time top scorer record in Jiangbei province. At the same time, let's congratulate Lu Chen for saying his ordinary bloodline pebble monkey achieved a perfect score. He emphasized the words ordinary bloodline with particular weight. Splash! The entire venue erupted in uproar. What kind of outrageous joke was this? Dae's city belongs to Jiangbei province, whose college entrance examination record holder bears the title Night King, a candidate from over a decade ago who also possessed SSS tier beast taming talent. He stands among humanity's elite as one of the monarch tier beast tamers. The lone beast master from Jiangbei province's previous generation who managed to squeeze into the king's list. Even such a prominent figure only scored 1550 in the national college entrance exam back then. Lu Chen with 1900 mental energy value? A common type rock monkey achieving full marks? What kind of cosmic joke is this? Absolutely nobody would believe this. Trusting him is like trusting me saying I'm Qin Shi Huang. In an instant, Lu Chen became the target of public criticism. Then I'd like to see how amazing you'll be in the practical exam. 1900 spiritual energy value, impressive. Just like you, I've spent tens of thousands on my little stone ape, but couldn't even reach the awakening stage in 10 days. Let's see how you managed to get full marks for your beast pet. Sarcastic remarks came one after another. Luo Anfei remained expressionless. This was the consequence of showing off and caring too much about face. Yet this experience was a tempering for him as well. Only by enduring such a beating and suffering such a blow could he truly change. No wonder some of my classmates have been looking at me like clowns ever since I walked in. Nowadays, no one even believes the truth when you tell it. A sigh reached my ears. Luo Anfei. She glanced at Lu Chen. Even now, he was still clinging to his pride. Wouldn't the practical exam soon expose his true abilities? He was so stubborn. After all, they had known each other for years. She added, in the practical exam, winning or losing isn't what matters. What's important is demonstrating the synergy between the beast companion and their master. A beast companion's complete obedience to its beast master's commands is a true reflection of the deep, unspoken understanding and intimacy they share. As long as you can make the beast companion fully obey commands during battles, unfavorable situations, injuries, or when facing stronger opponents, even losing isn't a big issue. You can psych up the little rock monkey before battle, or use food as bait to boost its fighting spirit. Lu Chen was stunned. Damn, this was the first time he'd heard the icy block say so much to him at once. Motivate the beast pet? He sensed within his beastmaster space the rock-loathing monkey performing frenzied sit-ups, its eyes blazing with combat fervor. Probably doesn't need motivation anymore. He feared that with any more encouragement, it might just beat the opponent's pet to death later. Thud! A bell-like clear sound resonated through the skies above the battle stadium. Everyone felt their spirits lift. Lu Chen looked up. An odd creature had somehow appeared floating above the battlefield. The body is a gong, with slender limbs and hands holding a large mallet. The sound it produces comes from striking its own body. Through divine eyes, it obtains information about its opponent. Inspiration Gong, a steel-type beast pet, elite tier. Tapping the body can produce sonic wave attacks while simultaneously energizing the spirit. At the same time, below, invigilators had already entered the 10 combat arenas. A voice came through the broadcast. College Entrance Exam Day 3, Practical Combat Test officially begins. All examinees displayed on the large screen, please enter the arena for combat examinations. Above the combat arena, holographic displays showed rows of examinee portraits, each accompanied by their examinee ID numbers. In his contracted beast space, he could feel his impatient rock-disgusted monkey straining against its restraints. A confident smile curled at the corners of his lips. Not to worry, soon enough we'd show them the fruits of our month-long cultivation. Sunlight spilled across the steps of the preparation area, forming a trapezoidal pattern. This very instant, Lu Chen stood at the very apex of these steps. Luo Anfei glanced sideways at his confident smile, finding it rather strange. Where did this guy get all this confidence? Yet she found herself infected by it too. Nodding slightly, she lifted her delicate chin, her heart swelling with ambition. The starry seas and the path to fame lie beneath my feet, with all living beings serving as my stepping stones. She shot a glance at Lu Chen. Well, the first stepping stone would be you. The comparison would begin soon. Get ready to spill the gold, old-timer. Chapter 7 Luo Anfei, seriously? You think I lack the confidence to win this matchup? Damn dumb rookie bird, get down here. The enemy's over there. Hurry up and crawl out of my pants already. Water spouting turtle, where are you squirting water? Rock ox, stop your mooing already. Hey, you dumb sheep, he muttered. Why are you bleeding back at that bull? Just fight it already. The corner of Lu Chen's mouth twitched. This scene is just too chaotic. Is this what they call a case of the blind leading the blind? There was this damn Gale wolf, the moment it was let loose, got hit just once by the opponent, started howling pitifully, then scrambled in sheer panic straight into its master's clothes. There were water element beast pets that would spray water at their own masters. Most of them were beast pets that hadn't yet stepped into the awakened stage, and the majority didn't listen to their beast masters. These are all non-chosen beast masters who failed to establish a good relationship with their beast companions during the infancy stage, neglecting their proper upbringing. Chosen beast companions, however, naturally share remarkable synergy and would never encounter such situations. The exam duration is set at 5 minutes per session. These individuals simply waited until the time ran out before being politely escorted off the stage. Of course, there are exceptions. Shadow Leopard, use sharp claws to end this battle. At Battle Arena number 5, a pitch-black leopard resembling a shadow emerged from its opponent's own shadow. With a single swipe of its claws, it instantly ended the fight, knocking out the opposing beast. Finally, someone worth watching. In the private boxes on the upper level of the battle stadium, principals from various schools, high-ranking education bureau officials, and invigilators from the previous day's exam were watching the battle below through the glass. The principal of second high school said, "This is from our school, namely Wentao. He has an S-tier beastmaster talent, a netherworld leopard with refined lineage." Xia Haiqiang, the director of the education bureau, nodded and remarked, "Impressive. If the scores from the exams 2 days ago were high enough, admission to a top-tier university should be guaranteed." Yet that wasn't what they were concerned about. Their focus was on that girl with the SSS tier talent. The minutes and seconds ticked by. When it was Li Rui's turn to take the field exam, it went reasonably well. His beast companion somewhat obeyed his commands, successfully defeated the opponent. He walked back with his nose practically in the air, even flashing Lu Chen a deliberately provocative look across the distance. Examinee number 1314 Luo Anfei and examinee number 087 Zhang Yayu, please proceed to battlefield number 3. In an instant, everyone sat up straight. The main event was about to begin. This was the battle countless people had been waiting for. An SSS tier Beastmaster talent, a bloodline of supreme dominance, vs. SS class Beastmaster talent, Commander Species bloodline. Also the two most eye-catching female classmates in the entire Days City. To put it in more juvenile terms, you could call them the first sister and second sister. Luo Anfei must be the sure winner, right? After all, both her talent and beast companion far surpass her opponents. Not necessarily. Goddess Luo Anfei's talent is of the auxiliary type, while classmate Zhang Yayu's is of the enhancement type. Moreover, I heard that classmate Zhang Yayu's beast companion originally had the bloodline of a superior commander species, but during its juvenile stage, it was fed a large amount of precious resources. After the juvenile period, its bloodline improved and became a lower dominator species. Holy crap, that's insane. Lu Chen cheered her on. You can do it. Luo Anfei nodded and proceeded along the examination corridor to battlefield number 3. This time, I absolutely cannot lose, Zhang Yayu said earnestly to Luo Anfei. All these years, she had constantly been compared with her rival, yet in every joint exam, her ranking always fell just one spot below the others. Even with awakened talents and a chosen beast companion, they were still one tier beneath their opponent. Their family was famous for its wealth in Days City. They'd been born with a silver spoon from day one. How could they possibly be inferior? She was absolutely confident her beast companion would utterly crush the competition. Oh, well, give it your best shot. Luo Anfei spoke with icy detachment. The two separated before the battlefield, each taking their position at opposite ends. Please summon your beast companions now. The proctor serving as referee announced the rules from the sidelines. Zhang Yayu was the first to summon her beast companion. The creature emerging from the summoning circle was a majestic yet fearsome being, standing 2 meters tall. Its body resembled a lion's, covered in flowing, bluish-green fur, but it bore the head of an eagle. The most striking feature was the pair of wings protruding from its back. Name, Wind Spirit Griffin. Strength, mid-tier awakening stage. Attribute, Wind Element. Bloodline Lesser Overlord Species. Racial Talent Intimidation. Skills Bite, Wind Claw. To think it's actually a descendant of the inferior Overlord species, with a growth rank of intermediate awakening stage, and such a massive size at that. Generally speaking, for low-tier beastmasters in equal-level confrontations where neither side has type advantage, the larger the size, the greater the advantage. The opponent is a griffin, while Big Ice Lump is a fox. A lion pouncing on a fox, isn't that just bullying? Scanning the information revealed by the eyes of divinity, Lu Chen felt a bit worried whether Big Ice Lump could handle it. Coincidentally, Luo Anfei had also summoned the Frost Crystal Fox. He used the eyes of the divine to examine the Ice Crystal Fox. At the same time, an announcement came over the broadcast. Candidates with exam numbers 0520 Lucan and 0777 Haiyang, please proceed to examination hall number 8 for the practical test. Instantly, those focused on the field situation snapped back to attention. Lusen was about to enter the arena. With a mental energy value of 1900, the presumptive top pick, looking forward to seeing how you and Little Rock Monkey perform. Just try not to get completely obliterated, Li Rui sneered sarcastically. We'll finally see just how strong someone who surpassed the Night King's mental energy value really is. Same as Stoneape. I genuinely have no idea how this trash beast pet Stoneape could ever score full marks. Guess I'll have to rely on you to show me the way. Lu Chen paid no attention to these sarcastic remarks. His gaze swept past the Ice Crystal Fox, its detailed information emerging clearly in his eyes. He relaxed. There was no way to lose. Not bad at all, you icy block. Truly the goddess of cheats. Even with my system, I was this close to being overtaken by you. With a light chuckle, Lu Chen turned and walked into the examination exit passage. Ice Crystal Fox, upper rank awakening tier. Stormwing Griffin, mid-rank awakening tier. The combat screen displayed the rank tiers of both beast pets. This caused another wave of commotion. Holy shit, high awakening tier? Combat exam, begin, the referee announced the start of the match. Zhang Yayu was also momentarily stunned. Upper tier awakening stage. Had she fallen behind again in terms of level? Taking a deep breath, she adjusted her mindset. No big deal. In battles between low-level beast masters, especially at the awakening stage, the physically larger side usually held the advantage. Those who haven't stepped into the transcendent tier cannot use release-type skills, so it doesn't matter even if wind is countered by ice. Moreover, her talent is an SS-grade talent energy amplification. It can enhance the attribute skills of beast companions and temporarily raise their level by one minor rank. Under her talent, the Wind Griffin also possesses combat power equivalent to the upper awakened tier. I'm bound to win. Luo Anfei, it's time for you to lose for once, Zhang Yayu declared confidently. Luo Anfei gazed at her opponent with unperturbed eyes. In their past life, Zhang Yayu's Storm Griffin had evolved from Commander-grade bloodline to Overlord-grade bloodline. Awakened the bloodline talent, Deterrence. It truly caused her significant distress. Their battle remained deadlocked until the timer expired, ultimately ending in a draw. This lifetime? If I can't finish you in one move, I'll concede defeat. Wind Spirit Griffin, Terrifying Roar. Talent, Terrifying Presence. A common bloodline ability among commanding class species and above, typically found in large carnivorous beast companions of ferocious nature. It utilizes sheer intimidating aura to frighten, capable of inducing a state of panic in creatures weaker than itself. Even creatures of equal level will be affected, temporarily stunned by the overwhelming presence. Staring at the Ice Crystal Fox frozen in place, Zhang Yayu confidently smiled. Wind Spirit Griffin, finish this battle. Wind Claw. It leapt into the air, pouncing toward the Ice Crystal Fox with wind energy swirling around its claws. Indeed, it's time to end this battle, Luo Anfei said calmly. Frost Fox, Freezing Breath. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the Frostfang Fox swayed its tail, opened its jaws, summoning a convergence of ice elemental energy before unleashing a blast of frigid wind backwards. The air abruptly turned icy cold. The battlefield was covered in a thick layer of frost. The attacking Storm Griffin froze solid into an ice chunk, hard as rock. Battle concluded. Instant kill. Zhang Yayu's pupils dilated in disbelief. Your Frost Crystal Fox can use projection-type moves that only transcendent rank beasts should possess. She stared at the frozen battlefield. The entire hall erupted in uproar. The awakening stage merely involves awakening one's elemental energy affinity, with its application techniques being gathering, flowing, releasing, condensing. Awakened tier beast companions typically only master gathering. Gather the elements together and attach them to a part of the body to form a skill. For example, gathering wind elemental energy onto the claws forms a low-level skill, Wind Claws. Condensing the elements and then releasing them, this type of long-range attack skill requires the combined ability to gather and release the elements. Only transcendent tier beast companions can master such complex elemental control. The Frostfox actually possessed combat power beyond the transcendent tier despite only being at the upper awakening stage. Is this the might of an SSS grade talent? This nurturing ability is simply invincible. The top scorer in this year's Jiangbei Province College entrance exams will undoubtedly be our Luan Fei from Days City. The principal and high-ranking Education Bureau officials were elated. I wonder how the other SSS grade talent holder is doing. Someone suddenly interjected. I remember his name was Lu Chen. Hey, he's also taking the exam, isn't he an exam room 8? Don't get your hopes up too high. After all, his situation is special. Not only was he not blessed with a divine beast companion, but his current pet is just a common bloodline little rock monkey. That's a perfect chance to see just how big the gap is between ordinary SSS tier talents and the chosen ones. Little did they know, in the corner of the private room, two people exchanged a glance, their eyes flashing with excitement. Damn, aside from the two of them, today others are finally going to be shocked too. Lu Chen a weakling? Just wait till their mouths get slapped shut later. Just imagining these superiors getting their faces slapped later, they couldn't help but want to laugh. If Lu Chen were here, he'd recognize these two. They were precisely the proctors in charge of yesterday's Beast Master Ability Assessment and Beast Companion Comprehensive Evaluation. All invigilating teachers had signed confidentiality agreements bound by the Supreme Tier Skill Word Pact. None of them could disclose Lu Chen's heaven-defying test scores from yesterday. It's starting. The battle between Lu Chen and Yu Haiyang is about to begin. Yu Haiyang also possesses an SS-level talent, with a Supreme Commander class beast companion, the Blast Steel Gorilla. Let's see how Lu Chen dies. TCH, 1900 spiritual energy value, with a common class pebble monkey? This poser's about to show his true colors. Battlefield number 8. Night King is my idol. You insulted Night King, pretending to be cool is one thing, but actually lying about having 1900 spiritual energy value? Yu Haiyang stared at Lu Chen with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Your little rock monkey scored full marks in the Beast Companion exam? My Blast Gorilla only got a 95. I'll show you the vast difference between an ordinary ape beast and a Commander Class 1. Yu Haiyang shouted loudly, "Come forth, Steel Gorilla." A massive creature appeared before him. It appeared as a massive gorilla, 2 meters tall, with muscles seemingly forged from cast iron. Its particularly prominent, bulging chest resembled 2 enormous steel plates, gleaming with a metallic sheen. With a thunderous roar, it hammered its fists against its chest, producing the clanging sound of steel striking steel. Boom! Steel Gorilla, mid-tier awakened rank. So strong. The overwhelming aura made many spectators outside the arena pale momentarily, only to flush with excitement soon after. They could vividly imagine Lu Chen's impending fate. Quickly send out your little rock ape. Let my ironback gorilla smash its rocky head with steel fists. Luo Anfei shook her head slightly. The metallic steel gorilla possesses astonishing strength and formidable defenses, standing over 2 meters tall with its massive frame. The little rock ape, also a primate species, was practically just a tiny baby. Moreover, the rock-type rock ape was weak against the steel-type boom steel ape. Those iron fists could shatter boulders with a single strike. Lu Chen stood no chance of victory whatsoever. Ding! Countdown ended. First comparison is about to begin. Suddenly, the icy voice in her mind sent shivers through her body. Finally, the comparison begins, soon to yield a massive haul of resources. Comparison will be conducted across comprehensive dimensions including Beastmaster rank, Beast Companion level, bloodline purity, combat capability. First comparison grants host the privilege of delay. If lacking confidence in victory, host may choose to postpone the comparison date. Me? Lack confidence in winning? What an outrageous joke. What qualifications does an ordinary person like Lu Chen have? Commencing comparison between. The moment he uttered the word comparison, the surrounding area erupted in uproar. What kind of beast is this? Wasn't his beast supposed to be a rock monkey? This doesn't look like a rock monkey at all. A mutated rock monkey? Doesn't matter if it's mutated or not, it can't change the fact that it's still a common bloodline creature. Exactly. Either way, it's going to get beaten to a pulp by Yu Haiyang. Wait. Suddenly, someone's voice turned utterly terrified. Look at its level. Luo Anfei raised her head to look. Unknown beast pet, mid-level transcendent tier. Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei? Luo Anfei. Chapter 8, The Revelation of Lu Chen's Strength, Instant Kill, and Luo Anfei's Bewilderment. Unknown beast pet suspected mutant of small rock ape, mid-tier transcendent rank. The icy words appeared on the battle screen. The venue fell into an eerie silence. It wasn't broken until quite some time later. Li Rui stood up and questioned, impossible. It must be the beast pet detector malfunctioning. Mid-level transcendent rank? Don't joke with me. Exactly. The instrument must be broken. A common bloodline stone monkey, no matter how it mutates, could at most become a high-tier bloodline. You scared me to death. I was just saying how could it possibly be mid-tier transcendent rank? Even Luo Anfei is only at upper-tier awakening rank. These terrifying stats, I've never even heard of such a thing before. Not even in the imperial capital's major beast-taming provinces do such monstrous existences appear. Confronted with something beyond their understanding, people's first reaction is often skepticism. Even the group of principals and high-level education bureau officials in the private room thought the same. After exchanging glances, they concluded, the testing equipment must be broken. Luo Anfei also let out a sigh of relief. The testing device malfunctioned, right? Indeed, how could it possibly be mid-tier transcendent rank? She could only manage to cultivate her frostfox to upper-tier awakened rank herself. On the field. Shit, you scared me. I thought you were really a mid-level transcendent. Yu Haiyang cursed under his breath. Steel Gorilla, smash its rocky head with your iron fists. The steel ape let out a low roar and kicked off forcefully. Thump thump thump. Like an out-of-control truck barreling straight toward the detest rock ape, it raised a fist the size of a millstone. Steel-type energy enveloped the fist, giving it a metallic sheen. The comparison of their sizes made the rock ape look like a malnourished dwarf. Another examinee with a small rock pet said, see, this is what small rock apes are like, pure trash, so scared they freeze up. Mine did the same when I went up earlier. Even a mutated small rock ape is still garbage. He'll be sent flying like a punching bag any second now. Thud. The steel gorilla's iron fist came crashing down on the stone-disgusted monkey as expected. But there was no scene of the opponent being blasted away. Facing the swiftly charging iron fist, the little rock monkey merely stretched out its palm with ease, effortlessly halting the opponent's punch without taking a single step back. The stark contrast between the two burly men and the tiny infant was so striking it made everyone's eyes bulge in disbelief. The examinee, whose beast companion was also a small rock monkey, emitted hoarse, choking sounds like a strangled drake, unable to utter a single word. Dwarf, is it? Liu Ken said coolly. Qitian. Qitian was the name he'd given to the rock-disliking monkey, carrying the same hopes as the stone monkey who shattered the heavenly palace, a legend carved into the hearts of all Yanhuang people. GG. With a low roar, the little monkey suddenly grew in size, transforming into a 5-meter behemoth covered in rock, its appearance both awe-inspiring and fearsome. The ironclad gorilla before it now seemed like a dwarf in comparison. End this fight. The rock-bane monkey clenched its fist tightly, earth-type energy continuously surging within its grasp. Rock-like substances continuously condensed on its fist, even the rocky surface covering its body seemed to have a mind of its own, gathering toward its right arm and fist. In moments, its entire fist transformed into a massive rocky fist measuring 2 meters across. Boom! Like a cannonball, the steel gorilla was sent flying. Everywhere it passed, the stone floor was plowed into a trench, until finally, with a resounding thud, it crashed into the arena wall, embedding itself in a deep crater. The impact left a web of dense cracked spiderwebbing outward from the point of impact. It's not over yet. The little monkey extended its hand, palm aimed at the unconscious gorilla's steel. Before its palm, countless rocks gathered, forming a several-meter-long sharp stone spike. The referee snapped out of his daze and hurriedly announced, "The opponent has already lost consciousness." Hearing this, the stone spikes before the disgusted rock monkey vanished. It glanced at the opposing beast master. Swinging its massive rocky fist, it smashed violently onto the battle platform. With a tremendous explosion, the entire arena shook. The platform shattered, stone fragments scattering in all directions as a fissure stretched all the way to Yu Haiyang's feet. The latter was so frightened that he collapsed onto the ground, his face turning pale before his head tilted to the side, knocked out cold by sheer terror. Disgusted rock monkey curled his lips disdainfully and gave a cold snort through his nostrils. How dare trash like this mock our master? They couldn't even force this monkey to reveal his true combat form. Monkey here could take down 100 of these worthless weaklings single-handed. Its body had shrunk back to its previous compact size. Liu Chen turned and left the arena with it. The entire venue was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Every eye was locked onto that composed figure, pupils dilated in shock as inner turmoil raged like towering waves. Looking at the battle arena, now reduced to a shattered pit with gaping craters. Then gazing at the combat screen displaying mid-level transcendent rank. All doubts had completely dissipated. Inside the private booth, the school principals, invigilators, and high-ranking education bureau officials stood frozen in shock. A mid-level transcendent rank was nothing special. Even the weakest person present was an elite-ranked beast master. The crux of the matter was, this was still a third-year high school student. By conservative estimates, he had only possessed his beast companion for 40 days. Is this even human? He's already broken Jiangbei province's record, a teacher muttered in disbelief. Without a doubt, this is the transcendent tier. Has mastered the combined utilization of plural elemental energies. The principal of First High School and several education bureau officials who had previously met Liu Chen felt as though they were in a dream. They had previously lamented that someone who awakened in SSS grade talent only had a beast companion of ordinary bloodline. In the corner, the two invigilators who supervised Liu Chen yesterday were also shocked, even though they already knew yesterday that he was a mid-level transcendent. But this combat strength was simply too terrifying. After the initial shock, everyone felt an electric current surge from the soles of their feet straight to the crowns of their heads. Uncontainable excitement welled up from their hearts, faces flushing red. I feel, our day's city is going to make a name for itself this year. Return to the preparation area. Wherever Liu Chen passed, no one dared to meet his gaze. Liu God is insane. No one knew who shouted it first. The entire preparation area erupted with cries of God Liu is amazing, with countless gazes fixed on him in sheer awe. During the college entrance exams, having a beast companion at mid-level transcendent rank was utterly unprecedented. Any more objections? Liu Chen looked toward Li Rui, who was trembling like a quail. Dad Liu, I was wrong. With a thud, the other party fell to their knees. Regardless of whether someone with such accomplishments would grow into someone they couldn't afford to offend in the future. Just the potential they demonstrated now would make them a coveted treasure and honored guest in any faction. A nobody like them only needed this person to say a word, and countless others would be eager to curry favor by crushing them before this rising star even fully emerged. Liu Ken, I damn well don't have a son like you. Is the little rock monkey still weak? He turned and asked another candidate whose bonded beast was also a little rock monkey. Although Qitian was no longer a little rock monkey, that didn't stop him from showing off. His face turned beet red, wishing he could dig a hole and disappear into the ground. He returned to his seat and plopped down right beside Luo Anfei, gazing at Luo Anfei's slightly parted lips as she remained frozen in shock. So, how about it, pretty strong, huh? Chapter 9, A Humiliation Beyond Compare, Unleashing System Privileges. Luo Anfei concealed the bewilderment and shock in her eyes, returning to her composed demeanor, passable, just average. Through gritted teeth, she commanded inwardly, "System, delay the comparison." Ding! Delay successful. Next comparison, in 1 month. The mighty and invincible Luotian of the starry skies, upon being compared to a mere fallen star like Lucan from her past life, actually chose to retreat, chose to delay the confrontation. This is utterly humiliating. But what in the world is going on here? This never happened in the previous life. The frost crystal fox shortened its juvenile period and awakened to the upper-tier awakened stage through its own cultivation. It has mastered the combined elemental energy applications of gather and release, possessing combat power equivalent to the lower-tier transcendent stage. What's up with this little rock monkey? How did it already reach the mid-tier transcendent stage? The skill application just now clearly demonstrated mastery over the combined use of 4 elemental energies: gather, flow, release, and condense. Could she not know about Looting's family background? It's not like he had any rare resources to squander either. A tiny head is filled with big question marks. Lucan watched as Luo Anfei tilted her head slightly, her gaze distant and unfocused. Her left hand absent-mindedly twirled a lock of her hair. He couldn't help but laugh inwardly. As childhood friends who grew up together, they didn't communicate much in daily life. But he knew all her little habits. The big ice cube, despite her cold and aloof appearance, actually hides some subtle airheadness. Whenever puzzled by something, she slightly tilts her head with her eyes losing focus. Whenever curiosity or interest is piqued by something, she would twirl the loose strands of her hair around her index finger. "I'll see how long you can hold it in." After a long while, Luo Anfei lightly bit her pearly teeth and asked with feigned nonchalance, "How did you do it?" "I can't take it anymore." Lu Chen suppressed his smile. Of course, he couldn't admit he was a cheater. He'd already prepared his fabricated explanation. He shrugged with a bear-like gesture. "I don't know either. My Beastmaster talent allows me to awaken the hidden bloodline in beast companions. My little rock monkey has a concealed bloodline within it. In just a few days, it passed through its infancy, activated its hidden bloodline, and mutated into a rock-disdaining ape, a lower-tier monarch-grade bloodline. Surviving the juvenile period grants immediate upper-tier awakened strength." The doubts in her heart were resolved. Luo Anfei suddenly understood, so that was how it was. Could Lu Chen's SSS-level beast-taming talent awaken the hidden bloodline of spirit beasts? Who would have thought that his ordinary little rock monkey possessed a latent bloodline? After its awakening, it evolved from a common species to a monarch species, surpassing even her ice crystal fox in bloodline strength. This explains why Lu Chen's rare talent evolution makes perfect sense. A small rock monkey with hidden bloodline potential, and an evolved SSS-tier beast-taming talent capable of awakening dormant bloodlines in tamed beasts. It was a mutual journey towards each other. Humph, what a pair of lucky fellows. But it's just that, merely an SSS-level talent that can awaken the hidden bloodline of beast pets, nothing more than a lower-tier monarch lineage. Not bad, really quite ordinary. Her eyes sparkled brilliantly as she slightly raised her chin. After all, her talent was of the sacred tier, the Phoenix Force. It can revive a beast companion, elevating their bloodline tier. Even more remarkably, it can bestow them with Phoenix bloodline. You must understand, the Phoenix is a creature of legend. In her previous life, her frost crystal fox was cultivated into the pure-blooded Phoenix descendant, the world-erupting Ice Phoenix Fox. Compared to this, Lu Chen's talent merely awakens dormant bloodlines within beast companions, utterly useless if the creature possesses no hidden lineage. He himself could bestow evolutionary bloodlines upon beast companions, granting them the legendary Phoenix bloodline. The frost crystal fox has leveled up to the transcendent tier and can now undergo its first nirvana, at which point it will also possess a monarch-grade bloodline. What could he possibly compare to me? Her heart settled completely, and she regained her composed demeanor once more. You got lucky this time, but next month when we crush them in the benchmarking, we'll reap a huge bounty of system resource rewards. Immerse translate. The practical exam continues to proceed in an orderly manner, with a freak like Lucan around. The subsequent matches had a few standout performers, but none caused significant waves. After all, with a freakish prodigy like Lu Chen setting the standard, even Luo Anfei could only serve as a supporting greenleaf. How could they possibly compare? At 3 in the afternoon, the concluding bell reverberated through the venue. The 3-day college entrance examination had drawn to a close, with all subjects now completed. All subject scores must be reported to Jiangbei Province within 3 days, and the national college entrance exam results will be collectively announced several days later. Numerous examinees began exiting the venue one after another. Suddenly, a group descended from the VIP viewing boxes, their aged faces creased into chrysanthemum-like smiles, swarming enthusiastically toward Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. Well done, classmates Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. Young hero, I am Wang Hengze, Director of the Day City Education Bureau. Student Lu Chen has truly brought great honor to our Day City, and of course, student Luo Anfei is also outstanding. You two students are truly a blessing to our great city of days. Do you still remember me? I'm the director of the Beast Paradise. I was also there when your talent evolved last time. Many examinees wore faces brimming with envy. As for jealousy, when the gap is so immense that you can only look up in awe, you won't even feel the slightest envy. Exchanged some pleasantries. Lu Chen and Luo Anfei left the examination hall amidst a chorus of farewells. Take care, student Lu Chen, and student in Luofei retrieved his phone from the storage locker. Road God, if you thrive don't forget me. Bro Road, truly the back row by the window is the king's domain. Free tomorrow? Let's hang out before we go our separate ways. Road darling, my kitty can do backflips. Come visit when you're free. I knew Road God was special. No wonder you awakened your latent talent. Damn that idiot Li Rue spreading rumors about you. Looking at the string of social media messages. Whoa, this girl Mana is something else. One female classmate directly sent photos of herself in revealing outfits, wearing sheer black stockings, inviting him to come to her place sometime to tutor her and help train her pet beasts. Lu Ken couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is reality for you. When you're at your lowest, the world around you is full of malice, but when you succeed, everyone around you becomes kind. Luo Anfei didn't feel much about it, she was used to it. In her past life, these so-called classmates and peers wouldn't even have qualified to meet her in person. I have matters to attend to, Luo Anfei said as she walked away without hesitation. Oh, alright. Luo Chen shrugged and set off alone on his way home. At the entrance to the examination hall, parents eagerly waiting to feast with their kids after the exams gradually dispersed in small groups, each now reunited with their child. Most of them had beast companions by their sides. There was the flare hound, covered entirely in fiery red fur, resembling a large dog. And then there was the armored elephant calf, clad in armor from tail to trunk. There was also the frost serpent, whose every sneeze left patches of icy shards across the ground. Most parents possessed beast-taming talents. Most people's parents are ordinary. After all, there's something called heredity. If both parents are beast masters, the probability of awakening the talent to become one is much higher compared to having ordinary parents. At the same time, ding! From the distance came the prolonged chime of a bell. Across the street from the practical examination grounds where Lu Chen and his peers were taking their tests, stood the examination halls for ordinary college entrance examinees. These were ordinary students who had not awakened any beast-taming talents, possessed no beast-taming space, and could never become beast masters. Their only path was the standardized academic exams, destined for supporting roles in the future. Outside the security railings, waiting parents were all ordinary people too. Ordinary liberal arts students filed out one after another after finishing their exams. They looked across the street at students accompanied by beast companions, recognizing that some of them had been their classmates just a month ago. Even after more than a month had passed, they still struggled to come to terms with it. A road at dusk cuts across two examination halls, dividing the world in half as well. Lu Chen felt a twinge of melancholy. Luckily, I've got cheats. Hey, classmate, take a look. Still worrying about not being able to become a beast tamer? I have a method that can allow people who haven't awakened their beast-taming talent to still become beast masters. A flyer was thrust into Lu Chen's hand. The Universal Beast-Taming Training Organization aims to uplift all, enabling everyone to soar like dragons and become beast tamers. If you'd like to know more, you can visit this location for details. Key point, it's not just about owning an exotic beast, but truly forming a contract with your bonded companion. Lu Chen, Multitudes Beast Taming and Cultivation Institution? What a corny name. Every year after the college entrance exams, there are quite a few similar organizations preying on students. They target the unwillingness to accept defeat and hopeful mentality of ordinary liberal arts students post-exams, taking advantage to scam money from them. Perhaps they assumed he had no beast-taming talent since he wasn't accompanied by a spirit beast. He shook his head, walked a few steps, and tossed it into a nearby trash bin. Turning someone with no beast-taming talent into a beast master? What a colossal joke. Without the aptitude for beast taming, one cannot forge a beast contracting space. And without this space, becoming a beast master is impossible. This is the iron law. Can you spend a fortune to buy a beast pet and tame it like an ordinary pet? Yes, but this doesn't count as being a beast master. A beast master and their beast companion share a symbiotic relationship. A beast master's talent can enhance their beasts, accelerating their evolution and making them stronger. The beast's power will feed back to the beast master, enabling the master to learn beast controlling skills. Beastmasters must fight against magical creatures and ferocious beasts. This is no child's play. Even if a non-beast master were to unexpectedly tame a dominator-level beast, go fight monsters and savage beasts, and even the residual aftershocks of battle alone could kill you. Moreover, encountering speed-type beasts while defenseless without being a beast master would mean instant decapitation for you. Only a fool would fall for it. That's what they say. But the world never lacks fools. Just like in past lives when someone claimed to be Qin Shi Huang trapped in his imperial mausoleum, needing 10k seed money and promising lavish rewards, even conferring the title of great general upon release, yet people still fell for it screaming. This world is naturally no exception. Chenin was one of them, greasy-haired, grime-faced, his body reeking as if he'd rolled through a dumpster, carrying an overwhelming stench. He clutched the flyer in his hand like a drowning man grasping his last straw, the sheer force reopening the long-healed wounds on his palm. An orphan dreaming of becoming a beast tamer? Kneel down and eat shit. Ha ha ha, a brat raised without parents. What's that flyer in your hand? A mud-legged nobody wanting to become a beast tamer? The lowborn will always be the lowborn. The words of the bully echoed in his ears. Stumbling along, he arrived at the address on the flyer. As he pushed open the door, the evening sunlight rushed in eagerly. Really, can it really make me a beast tamer? He stared intently at the man in the suit behind the desk. What can you offer? Life, body, everything, all of mine, whatever you need. Chenin roared like a wild beast, as if trapped in desperate straits. The man in the suit stood up, light and shadow intertwining as his silhouette expanded, encroaching upon the brightness. The shifting shadows on the wall resembled a horde of snarling, clawed demons. You could almost feel something writhing in the shadows. Deal. Chapter 10, The Big Blowout, the system's unparalleled rewards. He hastily finished dinner at a nearby restaurant. Lu Chen returned home to an empty house. His aunt, Lu Yurong, had left on a business trip half a month earlier due to work requirements. The company she worked for was engaged in the preservation of ancient cultural relics. A rather ordinary archaeological site had been discovered in a neighboring city. The place I was sent to on business had recently been the site where a group of mentally unstable church fanatics had been eradicated. For her safety, Lu Ken suggested she bring along the mirror puppet as well. By the way, I haven't claimed the system rewards yet. Daily tasks, mental strength meditation, completed, elemental training with beast companions, completed, physical training, completed, rewards available to claim. Special mission, shatter all doubts about your capabilities, deliver a crushing rebuttal, and astonish the entire audience, completed, rewards available to claim. Daily missions, as the name suggests, no further explanation needed. Special mission, a trigger-type task, triggered today when being publicly mocked by the group. Harvest time has arrived, one by one, first claim your daily mission rewards. Congratulations host for completing the daily mission, receiving basic rewards, primary mystery box. After accumulating 40 days of daily mission completions, next milestone 100 days, receive additional reward element enhancement crystal. Basic mystery box can open one basic mystery box, with a high probability of obtaining average items. Element enhancement crystal can improve any elemental mastery proficiency of beast pets. Open the mystery box. Congratulations, host has obtained the Advanced Beast Companion Skill Book Flame Vortex. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. Excellent, both the Elemental Enhancement Crystals and the Advanced Fire Skill Book Flame Vortex are perfect for Qitian. He summoned Qitian forth. Are you ready, Qitian? The little monkey trembled all over, its face brimming with excitement. At last. Are you going to activate my cheat mode again, Beastmaster? Lu Ken silently recited in his heart. Use Element Enhancement Crystal, boost fire attribute. Ku. Feeling the changes within its body, it sensed its flames evolving, gaining even deeper comprehension of fire elemental energies. The little monkey stared at Lu Ken in shock. This was my Beastmaster? How terrifying. Name, Anti-Stone Monkey. Level, Mid-Tier Transcendent. Attributes, Rock Type, Fire Type. Bloodline Lesser Monarch Species, insufficient strength for complete fusion with Zhuyan Bloodline, current fusion progress 44%. Complete fusion will achieve Totem Species status. Bloodline Talents Form Morphing, Indestructible Body. Elemental Control Fire, Proficient Mastery, Earth, Proficient. Ability Stone Claws, Low, Fiery Fangs, Low, Blazing Fist, Low, Flame Jet, Medium, Earth Spikes, Medium. After 40 days of nurturing, Qitian's attribute panel had become exceptionally impressive. Unfortunately, the skill books couldn't instantly grant Qitian mastery of skills. Teaching and learning were still required. Next came claiming the rewards for the special mission. The claim reward text behind the special mission looked entirely different from the claim reward for daily missions. The fonts of the former were all shimmering with golden light. He fiercely clicked the reward collection button, which was radiating golden light. Congratulations, host, for completing the special mission. As this is the first completion, a nascent form of transcendent divine spirituality, primordial lord, will be condensed for you. The moment the system's mechanically monotone voice fell, Lu Ken felt the world before his eyes transform. He found himself beneath a starry sky ablaze with celestial brilliance. A celestial stairway stretched toward the heavens, entirely woven from starlight of varying hues. Each step was composed of an entire constellation's worth of stars. Amidst the endless starlight, Lu Chun transformed into an indescribable figure, seated upon a throne at the apex of the towering steps. His sleeves were vast and ethereal, seemingly merging with the misty, starry river like clouds, creating a sight of utmost fantasy. Lu Chen's mind reeled in shock. Wasn't this the vision that appeared during his talent awakening? Had he truly become that supreme existence seated upon the throne? Subconsciously, he lowered his gaze to examine his own body, ethereal, divine, supreme, beyond words, beyond definition, too glorious to behold directly. Buzz. Lu Chen felt that with a single thought, he could command the stars to exhale their radiant power. He decided to give it a try. Each step was condensed from an entire starscape. The first step was white, the second step was red. At this moment, on the ascension stairway, all the celestial stars except those on the first step dimmed and fell silent. He discovered only the stars of the first step responded to his call, as white starlight condensed and drifted toward him. Yet these stellar powers didn't merge with his supreme physical form. Instead, they used this body as a conduit, opening a channel to be absorbed by his consciousness and reality. In an instant, Lu Chen vaguely sensed that in reality, his scattered mental energies were being reshaped, tinged with white starlight. He felt somewhat exhausted. Before his eyes blurred, Lu Chen found himself back in reality once more, flipping through the fragments of knowledge stored in his mind. The corners of his lips curled upward, harder to suppress than an AK's recoil. Invincible. Spiritual essence, full name, the foundation of one's soul and life. The power unique to beast masters. This time, he directly condensed the transcendent divine spirituality, the primordial sovereign. Effect, immune to all corruption, unshakable mental fortitude, indestructible before gods, eternal spirituality, immune to curses, scrying, and all negative effects. He can enter the primordial sovereign state at any time, channeling starlight to enhance his own spirituality. At this moment, his spiritual energy was only partially condensed, remaining mostly colorless and translucent. When all the spiritual energy transforms into white starlight, one achieves the initial breakthrough. Simultaneously, spiritual energy is intrinsically connected to the beast taming space. As spiritual energy advances, so too does the beast taming space progress. He should be able to contract his second beast companion soon. All system rewards have been claimed. The only thing left is the advanced fire-type skill Blazing Vortex. The college entrance exam results won't be released for a few more days. The practice of Blazing Vortex requires a large space. Maybe I should make a trip back to my hometown. It's been a while since I visited Grandma. Daze City is a third-tier city, the most common type in the Great Xia Kingdom. It lacks sufficient beast-taming resources, and the Beast Tamer Association here holds the lowest rank. Yunnan Township is a suburban district under the jurisdiction of Daze City, abundant in cloud eucalyptus trees. Eucalyptus leaves are one of the evolution materials for the grass-type beast companion Kolaru, requiring the consumption of 1 ton of eucalyptus leaves to evolve. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. At this moment, his spiritual energy was continuously drawing upon the stellar power from the primordial space. Primordial space was the name he had given to that starry expanse which possessed the ascension stairway. Lu Chen opened his eyes, his gaze profound and unfathomable. His spiritual body was now more than half filled with starlit mist. His beast-taming space had expanded and strengthened, and what should have been pitch-black skies within now sparkled with scattered starlight. A voice came from below the loft. "Ah Chen, dinner's ready. Coming. Lu Chen went downstairs to meet a sprightly little old lady with jet-black hair streaked with silver. Granny Lu Yingying. He had already been back in Yunnan village for 2 days. Staring at the empty dining table, he blinked his eyes. "Grandma, where's the food?" Today, Zhou Longfu from the village is hosting a college admission banquet for his son and invited the whole village to celebrate together. Oh, Zhou Longfu was a local businessman who ran a pet logistics company in Guangzhou City, the capital of Jiangbei province. The college entrance exam results haven't even been released yet, so why are we already having a graduation banquet? We arrived at the banquet venue. From a distance, you could already hear a chorus of flattering voices. Many villagers were gathered around a middle-aged man with a prominent belly, accompanied by a young man wearing an arrogant expression. Zhou Longfu's son was named Zhou Kai. Lu Qing and his grandmother found an empty table and sat down. The dishes were served quickly and turned out to be quite good. "Thank you all for honoring us with your presence at Xiao Kai's college celebration banquet. Xiao Kai here has been studying in Guangzhou City, the provincial capital, since childhood. I brought him back to meet his uncles and elders, and to pay respects to our ancestors too, so the forebears in our ancestral hall may know Xiao Kai has brought honor to our family. Based on his grades, barring any surprises, he should be able to get into a top-tier beast taming academy, and might even catch the eye of the big 4 elite institutions." Zhou Longfu, holding a glass of wine and chatting away, soon made his way to the banquet table where Lu Ken and his grandmother were seated. "Aunt Lu, long time no see. You still look as spry and youthful as ever. And this must be little Chen, all grown up now. I believe he's in his final year of high school this year? Has he awakened his beast-taming talent yet? I've awakened. That's great. You just finished the college entrance exam. How do you think you scored? Just okay. Just okay? Then you'll probably only qualify for third-rate beast-taming academies. You should learn from Joe Kai. Let me tell you, the educational resources and teaching methods in the provincial capital Guangzhou City are completely different. Have Joe Kai share his experience with you. It'll still be useful even after you enroll. And besides, building a good relationship with you both means Xiao Kai is practically guaranteed to get into a top-tier beast-taming academy. They'll become valuable connections for you in the future. Feeling pleased about showing off in front of his peers, Joe Kai took out his phone, scanned my QR code to add me. It's only because our ancestors were from the same village, anyone else wouldn't even have the qualification or opportunity to add me. Who knows, maybe I'll become the most influential contact in your friends list someday. Ha! Lu Chen was speechless, but still took out his phone to scan and add him as a friend. Joe Kai tilted his head up. That Lu Chen, right? If you have any questions about raising beast pets, just ask me anytime. Wait till the college entrance exam results come out, and we'll see which beast taming academy you can get into. He patted his chest. Apply for universities in the same city as mine. If we're in the same city, I'll have your back from now on. Kid, did you see your big brother Kai here? You should learn from him in the future. You too, Guzzi, always running around the mountains barest every day. That Joe Kai kid, he dared to peek at me bathing when he was little. I always knew that boy was destined for greatness. Listening to the praises from everyone around, he felt like downing an icy cola on the hottest summer day. So damn satisfying. He had already visited all the major relatives' homes in the city these past 2 days and heard those words repeated countless times. Yet he never grew tired of them, especially when it came from relatives who once looked down on him, now showering him with praise. The feeling was downright exhilarating. Was this what they called the wheel of fortune turning? Joe Kai, the infamous underachiever, whom everyone used to loathe, even his own father had repeatedly lamented, I should have left you on the wall. Who would have thought he'd awaken an S-tier beast-taming talent? With scores like his, getting into a top-tier beast-taming academy was a breeze. At last, he became the model child that others talked about. Even his father boasted to his mother every day, I told you that was the right time. Finishing it that hour could bring forth a dragon, and you still said I was too quick. He added Lu Ken to the Nobody Friends group in his contacts. Grandma, I'm done eating. I'm going for a walk in the back hills. Lu Ken made an excuse to slip away. The results are about to be released. Aren't you waiting for your college entrance exam scores? Joe Kai asked. No. Joe Kai smacked his lips, accepting it as it was. In his view, Lu Chen was probably afraid of seeing his own results get utterly crushed later. Young people, too much pride. What a pity, without a comparison, there's no way to highlight how awesome I am. Come on, uncles, aunties, let's keep eating while we wait for the college entrance exam results to be released. Lu Cheng made his way to the open field behind the village. Come out now, Shi Tian. He released the yin-yen monkey. You've been back for 2 days now. Time to start practicing the advanced skill Blazing Vortex. Click. These past couple of days were rare moments of relaxation for him. At home, he merely completed his daily tasks and devoted himself to the practice of visualization techniques. Blazing Vortex. Advanced fire element skill requires the prerequisite of mastering all 3 elemental manipulation techniques, gather, release, and flow, at the profound level. That won't be a problem. Currently, Shi Tian's fire element mastery has reached the profound level. Having profound level fire element mastery already signifies that all 4 fundamental elemental manipulation techniques have been perfected to the profound tier. Lu Chen explained the skill characteristics and casting methods of Blazing Vortex to the Stone Ape in great detail. The Flaming Vortex is an advanced version of the intermediate skill Flame Jet. Think carefully about how it feels when you use the flamethrower, but don't release the flames. Instead, keep gathering energy until you can't hold it any longer. The moment you finally release it, integrate the technique of flow into the burst. Chi Tian seemed lost in thought. A long moment passed. Fire elemental energy surged through its body, continuously gathering and condensing within its mouth as its cheeks grew increasingly puffed. Boom! The air grew scorching and blistering. Flames spewed from its mouth, countless tongues of fire swirling into a massive vortex of flames that swept toward the distance. Wherever it passed, the ground turned scorched black. Blades of grass caught in the vortex instantly reduced to drifting ash. Success! As expected of the rock aversion monkey with the bloodline of Zhu Yan, mastering the technique in a single attempt. Suddenly, he sensed a feeling of spatial dissonance and incongruity. Holy shit, where is this? Lucen suddenly looked around. In the blink of an eye, the world had changed, and the once normal vegetation around him had turned pitch black. The entire world's palette turned to muted shades of gray, saturated with an uncomfortable atmosphere. Countless whispers murmured incessantly in my ears, warping my very sanity. No, it can't be that did I fucking transmigrate again? Chapter 11 Taboo, a single drop of blood pollutes? The top scholar? looking at the unfamiliar surroundings. Lu Chen opened his mouth slightly. Wait, this situation doesn't seem like time travel. He recalled the knowledge points about hidden realms from his textbooks. Have I been pulled into a hidden realm? Hidden realm, full name Spacetime Hidden Realm. A space independent of the world, with its own self-contained ecosystem. Sometimes it suddenly intersects with the spatial boundary of the main world. Some even become firmly attached to the main world, forming stable passageways. Eventually, the spatial barriers are absorbed by the main world, and the secret realm completely merges into Blue Star. The textbook's coverage of secret realms is only this much. After all, beast taming talents can only awaken in the 12th grade, and most people don't even know if they can become beast masters. Textbooks naturally won't cover much about it. The Beast Taming Academy will teach you about spirit beasts. Suddenly, the murmurs in my ears kept whispering, like some bewitching melody. His mind was in turmoil, and suddenly the world before his eyes changed. He discovered he was in a monochrome, silent world. In this world appeared an enormous moon. The blood-red moon hung high in the sea of consciousness, with a patch of shadow at its center where a rusted iron sword was embedded. What's going on? This state feels somewhat similar to entering the Tai-Shur space. Suddenly, the shadow twitched. Lu Ken shuddered instantly. That was no ordinary shadow, but a pupil. This is no moon, but an eyeball. Countless tiny tentacles writhed around the eyeball's periphery. Blood cascaded down through wounds torn by the rusted sword, this crimson waterfall standing stark against the monochrome world's grayscale. He found himself forced to contemplate this grotesque ocular vision, to etch it deeply into his soul, into the beast-taming space. Lu Chen felt an illusion, as though his very soul was twisting, his flesh chaotically multiplying. He even sensed the skin and muscles of his face and forehead writhing, as if something were forcing its way out from within. And it was at this very moment an eerie world emerged, filled with endless starlight, as the primordial space abruptly manifested. The starlit figure that resembled him stretched out a massive hand entirely formed of starlight, reaching across dimensions. The index finger and thumb came together. Squish! Like crushing a tiny insect, the crimson eyeball was pinched to pieces. Consciousness returned to reality once more. The murmurs in his ears had vanished. Lu Chen. Was this what they called psychic corruption? He recalled the effects of his supreme divine-level spirituality, primordial lord, immunity to mental pollution, an unshakable spirit impervious to even divine corruption, eternal spiritual existence, and complete resistance to curses, peeping, and all negative effects. At first, he thought immunity to mental pollution meant he could resist hypnosis and suggestion skills from psychic-type magical beasts. Now it appears that wasn't the case. He gazed at this secret realm. Just what was going on with this place? Growl! As rustling sounds emerged around them, Shi Tian immediately shielded Lu Chen behind him, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. The rustling grew nearer. Before Lu Chen appeared creatures resembling African hyenas, their bodies entwined with coiled vines. They bared their teeth, with sharp fangs exposed and disgusting saliva dripping. Vine hounds, what attribute? But something's wrong with their condition. Lu Chen observed these vine hounds, their bodies undergoing grotesque deformations, their faces sprouting disorderly clusters of red eyes. Some had even grown countless small flesh balls that coalesced into grotesque masses. Their eyes held no spark of reason, only the twisted, savage urge to destroy everything before them. Name, Vine Hound, mutated, soul corrupted. Rank, lower transcendent tier. Attribute, wood type. Description, originally an extraordinary creature living in the secret realm, but not long ago it brushed past an indescribable spatial existence, and a drop of blood fell into the realm. Under the ecological radiation from a higher order, the secret realm's ecology changed. The creatures' bodies mutated, their souls polluted and twisted, transforming into demonic creatures. The core of the aberration is the leader of the vine-bound hounds, the iron-bone vine wolf. Defeating the mutated core can destroy the abyss. Lu Chen's heart tightened. These are demonic creatures. According to textbook descriptions, demonic creatures are humanity's greatest enemies, but no one ever mentioned normal transcendent beings could be corrupted by radiation into demonic creatures. What in the world were those eerie eyeballs? How powerful must it be? How terrifying is that? The life radiation from just a single drop of blood could cause such horrific changes in a secret realm. Would a proper creation twist other creatures into such monstrosities? Lu Chen felt as if he had stumbled upon some hidden secrets, aspects of the world ordinary people never get to witness in their daily lives. That eerie bead reminded him of a term from his past life on Earth, the indescribable evil gods. Could it be that all the monsters in this world were created this way? He shuddered at the thought. Thankfully, he was immune to the corruption, and the little monkey, bound to him by a soul contract, shared this immunity. Ding! Mission triggered. Kill the steelbone vine wolf and destroy the abyss realm. Mission triggered? Facing the mutated monsters that were pouncing in already upon them, cold light flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. Shitian, kill them all. Peep. At the same time, at the village entrance, a business vehicle came to a stop. Principal Xia Haiqiang of number 1 high school in Days City and Wang Hengze, director of the Education Bureau, stepped out of the car. The rear compartment door opened. First to catch the eye was a pair of strikingly eye-catching long legs, straight, pale, and without an ounce of excess fat. A poised woman emerged, with delicate features, dewy eyes adorned by a teardrop mole at the corner, revealing her tall, curvaceous silhouette as she stepped out. She surveyed her surroundings with curiosity. A village under a third-tier city's jurisdiction? Nothing like this existed in the ancient capital she knew. This is Lu Chen's hometown. I sent him a message yesterday and found out he returned 2 days ago, Xia Haiqiang said to Wang Hengze, his tone carrying a hint of awkwardness. This girl came from one of the 4 premier academies, the Stellar Beastmaster Academy. No wonder they couldn't help but feel uneasy. Days City was merely a third-tier city, and both of them were only at the rebirth stage as Beastmasters. The person before me represents none other than the Stellar Dominion Beastmaster Academy, one of the 4 premier Beastmaster institutions. The 4 elite academies. Cradles of the strong, countless high-ranking Beastmasters have emerged from these 4 pinnacle institutions. The Beastmaster Association of Great Xia was founded by these 4 supreme academies. The 4 top-tier Royal Beast Academies don't even appear on the college application forms. There's simply no way to apply through regular channels. They operate strictly by invitation only. Each year, only 1 or 2 students from remote provinces might receive an admission letter from one of these elite institutions. This year, across the entire Jiangbei province, only 2 individuals received admission invitations. 1 from Days City, and 1 from the provincial capital, Guangzhou City. The one from Guangzhou City received just a single invitation from a top-tier institution. This one from Days City received invitations from 4 top universities simultaneously. Luo Anfei, 2nd place in the Jiangbei Provincial College Entrance Examination. The top scorer, Lu Chen, didn't receive any invitations from prestigious institutions. Honestly, we're not lying, Lu Chen's mental energy level is truly 1900, and his beast companion is at the mid-tier transcendent rank. The 2 of them felt somewhat frustrated. They had assumed Lu Chen's results would cause a frenzy and make him nationally renowned overnight. But to their utter astonishment, precisely because his achievements were too unimaginably exceptional, they were questioned by the 4 major academies and education bureaus of various first-tier cities. Not a single top-tier institution has issued an admission invitation letter. Fortunately, Xingyu Academy sent representatives to personally assess Lu Chen's abilities. If there's no cheating or mistakes, they'll clear his name and officially enroll him. Let me test you in person and we'll know immediately, said Su Mayer. At the village entrance, elderly women were gossiping away. Xia Haiqiang stepped forward and asked, "Hello, ma'am, we're enrollment officers from the Beast Taming Academy. Could you tell us the way to the enrollment officer from the Beast Taming Academy? I'll take you there, they're still having their meal." An elderly woman stood up. "We were just talking about that boy earlier. He was such a mischief maker as a kid, always sneaking around to peek at widows bathing. Who'd have thought he'd grow up to achieve such great things?" Soon, led by the auntie, they arrived at the open-air square where the banquet was being held. "Io, Longfu, someone from some Beast Taming Academy's admissions office is looking for you," the auntie shouted from afar. Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai were taken aback. What the hell? The college entrance exam results hadn't even been released yet. What the hell is this about an admissions officer from the Beast Taming Academy showing up at my door? There's no need for admissions officers to make house calls like this. The college entrance exam results are out, can't we just fill out our applications normally? Zhou Longfu's first thought was that it must be a scam, but that didn't make sense either. Weren't the principal of number 1 high school and the head of the education bureau walking right in front? While his mind was still puzzled, he suddenly heard his son jolting like he'd been electrocuted. Dad. LL, look at the emblem on that woman's chest behind you. Zhou Longfu focused his gaze and received the same electric shock. That's the emblem of Star Dominion Beastmaster Academy, one of the 4 supreme institutions. Tremor Scale Beastmaster Academy, Eternal Departure Beastmaster Academy, Abyssal Gale Beastmaster Academy, Star Dominion Beastmaster Academy. The 4 top-tier institutions that aren't listed in the college entrance exam application forms. The only way to enter these schools is by receiving their personal invitation. And now, even enrollment officers from these elite institutions have come. Doesn't this mean my son might actually attend one of these prestigious schools? Father and son stood there with their mouths agape, utterly stunned by the colossal surprise. Zhou Kai was so exhilarated he nearly fainted. Wait, did I really perform that well? I was just bluffing about catching the attention of a top-tier institution, but did my big talk actually come true? Hello, I represent Stellaris Academy, Su Mayer introduced herself. Everyone around them was completely dumbfounded. In the countryside villages, when had they ever seen such a beautiful girl before? Her demeanor clearly indicated she was from a big city. Even Zhou Longfu and Zhou Kai, who had always prided themselves on having seen the world in the provincial capital, couldn't take their eyes off her. Gasp, was this what a top-tier university was like? Was this what a first-tier city was like? Were all the girls here this stunning? Zhou Longfu snapped back to reality. Hello, teacher, hello, please, have a seat. I never expected my son could actually get into a top-tier university. Zhou Kai said with excitement, I accept the invitation. Thank you Xingyu Beast Taming Academy for this opportunity. I promise to work hard after enrolling. Su Meyer narrowed her eyes, sizing up the young man before her, disappointment flickering in her gaze. His spiritual energy value was approximately 900, far from the 1900 benchmark. Having come all this way for nothing, she turned to leave. Sorry about that, are you Lu Chen's father? Xia Haiqiang, the principal of number 1 high school, was baffled. Wasn't Lu Chen supposed to have been orphaned since childhood? How could he have a father? He turned to Zhou Kai with confusion. And who are you? Zhou Longfu and his son froze momentarily. Weren't you here looking for my son? We're looking for Lu Chen. Zhou Kai's voice rose in pitch. Who? We're here to see Lu Chen, he's the top scorer in the college entrance exams from Jiangbei province. Chapter 12 from Small Fry Big Shot Legend. Zhou Longfu and his son Zhou Kai stood petrified on the spot. Lu Chen, the top scorer in the northern Jiangbei province college entrance exams? Zhou Kai's jaw dropped. Lu Chen, the kid from moments ago, was the Jiangbei province's Gaokao champion? Was this some kind of dream? Didn't he say he only scored average and could barely get into a third-rate beast taming academy? The stark contrast in identities made his head spin, leaving him feeling slightly unreal. He pinched himself. Ow, that hurts, must not be dreaming. Remembering how shamelessly boastful he'd been in front of the other person moments ago, his face turned scarlet in an instant. He felt like a clown. Top scholar. In the remote countryside, people weren't very familiar with the 4 top beast taming academies, but when it came to the top scholar, they understood completely. The scene erupted in commotion. Aunt Lu, your Lu Ken is the top scholar. We've got a top scholar from Yunnan Township. This must be our ancestors' grave smoking with good fortune. They say top scholars can make heaps of money in the future. Not just making money, this shows Lu Chen's beast taming talent is extraordinary. He's going to become an incredibly powerful beast master in the future. Zhou Kai regained his composure. What did these ignorant bumpkins know? They'd never even left Dae's city their entire lives. Making money? That's just a side benefit. 8 out of 10 of the world's strongest warriors come from the 4 great academies. As long as they don't meet an untimely demise, students from the 4 great academies are guaranteed to achieve at least the level of a 3-star beast master, also known as the Metamorphosis tier beast master. And those are just the average students. For the geniuses, their minimum guarantee is the Tyrant tier beast master, or what's referred to as a 5-star beast master. For such individuals, money? They'd never need to earn it themselves. Countless people would scheme day and night just to shower them with riches. Silently, he opened his phone and found Lu Chen newly added in the side characters group of his contacts list. You have moved your friend to the Big Shot group. Lu Chen's grandmother, Lu Yingying, was also stunned. A couple of days ago, when Lu Chen returned, he did mention that he was probably the top scholar. She didn't take it seriously. The little rascal had never been honest since childhood, so she just brushed it off as a joke. Who would have thought it was actually true? Top Beast Taming Academy? She sighed softly in her heart, so she was taking this path after all. Ah Chen, he went to the back mountain. Suddenly, Wang Hengze, the director of the Education Bureau, felt his phone vibrate as he answered the call. Director Wang, are you in Yunnan Township? Yunnan Township has detected fluctuations from the Abyss Realm. An Abyss Realm is descending. Seal off the surrounding area to prevent anyone from being corrupted by its power. The type is a micro-abyss, and the strength limit of the monsters inside is elite tier. The detailed coordinates for the fine map have been sent to you. The Beast Control Security Agency personnel will arrive shortly. Wang Hengze checked the map, and the coordinates pointed to a nearby mountain. He quickly asked, where is the back mountain? A villager pointed and said, that mountain right there is the one. Wang Hengze's expression drastically changed as he whispered to Xia Haiqiang and Su Meyer, this is bad. A mini-abyss realm has manifested there. I hope Luo Chen hasn't been dragged into it. Upon hearing this, Su Meyer didn't hesitate for a second. She summoned her beast companion, mounted it in one smooth motion, and galloped toward the back mountains. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengze hurried after her, leaving behind a crowd of bewildered onlookers. Zhou Longfu sighed, isn't this too hasty? Is this how sought after the top scholar is these days? Zhou Kai wore a solemn expression, having moved close enough to overhear their conversation. Abyssal realm? This term was one he had heard from a senior student just 2 days prior, after finishing his college entrance exams and estimating his scores could qualify him for a top-tier university. It was said to resemble mystic realms, but with horrifying cognitive contamination inside. The archenemy of mankind, the demonic creatures, are closely related to the abyss. I'll go take a look too. Zhou Kai dropped those words and ran after them. Immersive translate. Boom. A whirlwind of dust and pebbles. A giant ape several meters tall, its body covered in stone, was sent flying and crashed heavily onto the ground. Chitan, the stone rock ape who had activated his bloodline talent morphing, now had his rocky carapace battered and pitted, clinging to him like tattered clothing. Lu Qing turned his gaze to the steel-bone vine wolf standing atop the massive boulder, the corruption core of this abyssal realm. Wood element, 5 meters in size. Its body is wrapped in layers of vines that can extend to attack enemies. However, these plant-like vines are covered with fleshy balls of proliferating tissue. Originally, the steel vine wolftail would bloom and bear fruit at the end of its tail with the changing seasons. Vine fruit. It is a resource capable of purifying the energy of wood element beast pets. Now, the fruit within the bud at the tail of the steel vine wolf has also transformed into an eyeball. Strength, mid-level elite tier. Description, the core source of mutation pollution. A mid-ranking elite tier's strength, while Chi-Tian is only at mid-ranking transcendent tier, spanning an entire major tier gap. This will indeed be somewhat challenging to handle. His tone carried exasperation, yet his face wore the smile of certain victory. Chi-Tian, taken enough damage yet? Roar. Chi-Tian nodded. It possesses 2 bloodline talents. Bloodline talent 1, form transformation. When used, Chi-Tian transforms into a giant ape form. The stronger he is, the larger his size becomes. Bloodline talent 2, indestructible diamond body. Granting Chi-Tian extraordinary defensive capabilities in his normal state, this talent transforms into rocky armor covering his body when entering the giant ape form. Possessing immense damage absorption capacity, it converts endured damage into stored energy. When the rocky armor shatters completely, the accumulated energy feeds back into his body, unleashing its full force within. With a faint smile, Liu Ken asks, "Did you think shattering Chi-Tian's rocky armor meant victory was assured?" Sorry to disappoint, but at this stage, only you are worthy of witnessing Chi-Tian's true form. Chi-Tian, activate bloodline talent Golden Vajra indestructibility, second stage. Chi-Tian stood up, letting out a low roar as its hard rocky shell crumbled into powder, revealing its naturally grayish fur. At that moment, its aura surged continuously, veins pulsing visibly beneath the skin of its arms. The flame patterns on its forehead erupted with a roar, transforming into a blazing fire. A single spark can start a prairie fire, flames spreading from the forehead. The flames swept from head to tail, and wherever they passed, the gray fur shed away, transforming into golden red fur. At last, the flames converged at the tip of the tail, transforming into an inextinguishable blaze that kindled and burned fiercely at its very end. Lower elite tier. Chi-Tian's eyes blazed like flames. Roar! With a furious howl, his foot stomped down, bursting forth a flame beneath his soles. The ground shattered, creating propulsion. Moving at incredible speed, he appeared before the steel-bone vine wolf in an instant, so fast that his opponent couldn't react at all. Swish, swish, swish. Countless vines burst from the steel-bone vine wolf's body like writhing tentacles, cracking the air as they all coiled toward Chi-Tian, aiming to crush him. Boom! Every pore on Chi-Tian's body unleashed scorching flames, engulfing him in a massive fireball. Fire inherently suppresses wood, and the grasping vines were completely incinerated. Chi-Tian clenched his fist, pulling his right arm back like drawing a bowstring. Clearly visible beneath his skin, his veins turned crimson as fire energy coalesced into his fist. His iron pot-sized fist seemed to grasp a crimson sun, blisteringly hot and terrifying. Charging complete. The fist plunged straight through the chest, emerging from the back. The steel vine wolf's torso got punctured clean through, its pierced portions beginning to dissolve. The opponent's vitality was astonishing, with vines still standing upright like tentacles, swaying as they sought to attack Chi-Tian. Chi-Tian threaded them onto his arm and lifted them to his own height. He opened his mouth, with dense fire elemental energy gathering before it. In the haphazardly grown eyes on the steel-bone vine wolf's face, a fierce pillar of fire was reflected. A streak of fire shot across the sky, piercing the heavens. Bang! A headless wolf carcass was impaled on an arm. With its brain gone, those tentacle vines also entered a state of sage-like tranquility, drooping limply. A serpent with wings sprouting from its back, its scales shimmering in a rainbow of colors under sunlight, descended from the sky. Windwing soaring serpent, how about it? Su Meyer inquired. The windwing serpent shook its head. Under infrared thermal detection, no other human life signatures were detected. Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hongzhe's hearts instantly sank to the depths. Lu Chen's phone call couldn't get through, showing it was out of service area. No one could be found in the back mountain either. Most likely, they got dragged into the abyssal zone. Can't we go in? Xia Haiqiang asked unwillingly, staring at the boundary ahead. It was strikingly apparent, the space there clashed with its surroundings. Even the color palette seemed out of sync with the environment. The spatial rupture hasn't stabilized, no ingress possible. It'll take at least 2 hours to settle. Xia Haiqiang was frantic with worry. 2 hours is too long. Based on the energy level readings, there are elite tier monsters inside. Lu Chen's beast companion is only at mid-level transcendent tier. Su Meyer glanced at the two of them, no hope left. most likely already corrupted and distorted. Without condensed spirituality, with a weak and defenseless soul, staying there for 2 hours. Forget about being torn apart by elite-tier monsters. Even if he survived, his soul would already be corrupted and twisted. Unless he can resolve the pollution core, which is most likely an elite-tier magical creature. Even if you're not lying, his beast companion is only mid-tier transcendent class. Do you really think it's possible for him to defeat that thing? The survival rate is less than 0.01%. Before the words could even be finished, her beautiful eyes stared ahead in astonishment, her cherry-like lips slightly parted. The space before her shattered like soap bubbles. They saw the ground densely covered with demonic creature corpses. Most striking was the headless wolf corpse the size of a small hill. Even in death, one could faintly sense the lingering aura of its elite-tier power. Amidst mountains of corpses and rivers of blood, a young man stood tall with a small monkey by his side. He raised his head, his deep eyes combined with the sea of corpses beneath his feet. It seemed as though he hadn't slaughtered elites, but sovereign-tier beings instead. Even Su Mayar, who slaughtered elite ranks as easily as slaughtering dogs, couldn't help but shudder slightly. Chapter 13, Shi Tian's Evolution. Yan Yan, Solar Flame. Zhou Kai was panting heavily as he finally ran up the mountain. He too saw the mountains of demon corpses littered everywhere, especially the towering pile beside Lu Chen. His jaw dropped wide open once more, pupils losing all focus. After what felt like an eternity, he awoke as if from a dream, his trembling hands pulling out his phone. Creating new friend category, God. You have successfully moved friend Lu Ken from the big shots category to the God category. Grandma's house. The spirit hasn't been corrupted either. Su Mayar looked at Lu Chen as if he were some kind of monster. It had already been over half an hour since they'd returned from the back mountain. They have thoroughly examined both Lu Chen's spirit and body multiple times, finding no signs of soul corruption. Without refining his spiritual essence or entering the abyssal realm, his psyche remains completely unaffected. With only mid-level transcendent tier strength, he single-handedly cleared a miniature abyssal realm and destroyed an elite-tier corruption core. Had this happened to someone from a noble lineage, it would have been understandable. After all, those aristocratic families controlled the best resources in education, learning about beast taming from childhood and squandering countless rare resources along the way. But all this happened in a third-tier city. It happened to an ordinary student, just 40 days ago, before he awakened his beast-taming talent. This left her utterly shocked. Genius. A peerless genius. There's no doubt his college entrance exam scores were completely genuine. Her face bloomed with a breathtaking smile as she leaned forward, hands braced on the sofa, and said cheerfully, being able to slay a mid-tier elite magical creature means we don't even need to verify the authenticity of your test results. Lu Ken maintained eye contact, though his gaze involuntarily flickered downward for a moment. I was instantly struck with awe. Hiss, white lace, her child's future cafeteria is so big and white. This isn't even noticeable through clothes. Verify my grades? Xia Haiqiang slapped his forehead. I completely forgot to introduce you. Lu Chen, this is Su Mayar, the representative from Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy. He recounted every detail of the matter meticulously. Soon, Lu Ken learned the whole story. I see, so you're questioning whether the college entrance exam results were fabricated. It's alright, I'll clear your name. You'll probably receive admission letters from the 4 top academies very soon. Su Mayar leaned closer, her breath as faint as an orchid's fragrance. At the same time, I also represent the Starry Sky Academy and formally inviting you to join the Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. Her eyes, glistening with dew-like moisture, gazed at Lu Ken with anticipation, tender and pitiable, like a captivating little enchantress. Though her voice sounded perfectly ordinary, it somehow sent shivers through the bones of bystanders Xia Haiqiang and Wang Hengza. They even wanted to answer for Lu Chen. I choose Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy. Alright, I choose to join Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy, Lu Chen replied. Other Beast Taming Academies suspected errors in his college entrance exam scores, not even sending him admission letters. They didn't even bother to verify the authenticity of his results. Only Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy specifically sent someone to review his records, and after confirming their validity, personally invited him to join their institution. Isn't it obvious which Beast Taming Academy to choose? Su Mayar looked at Lu Chen, whose eyes were clear and focused. She was shocked inwardly. Was he completely unaffected by her charm? A rookie beast tamer, just starting out. How is this possible? Beyond shock, there was an inexplicable glint in her eyes. She took a deep breath, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts. Don't be hasty. Let me explain first. Among the 4 elite institutions, our Stellaris Academy has ranked last in recent years. The strongest is Quakescale Academy, followed by Everblaze Academy, Abyssal Haven Academy, with our Stellaris Academy coming in last. Lu Ken didn't hesitate. Stellaris Academy it is. Which university he attended didn't make much difference to him, let alone its ranking. No other reason. He had cheats. Wherever you use hacks is still hacking. I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Su Mayar said with a beaming smile. Welcome to join us, little junior. Junior, you're a student too? That's right. Just call me senior, I'm 2 years ahead of you. Come on, let's add each other as Yusin friends. Yusin, a social media app similar to WeChat. They exchanged contact information. This made Xia Haichang and Wang Hengze, who were standing nearby, sigh in amazement. Was this the privilege of genius? Throughout the journey here, Su Meier hadn't spared them so much as a glance. Her identity was equally intimidating. The president of the Jiangbei Province Beast Taming Association had personally called, giving strict orders and repeatedly reminding them to take good care of Su Meier. Lu Chen recalled an important matter and asked, "What exactly was that secret realm I accidentally entered today?" Su Meier replied, "Normally, you'd only learn about these things after enrolling in the academy. But telling you now shouldn't pose any problems." Su Meier gently stroked the small snake in her arms and murmured, "Windwing soaring serpent, soundless barrier." Polluted secret realms are called abyssal realms. They're either something referred to as taboo, or related to the existence of taboo, formed by the radiation of their power. This radiation isn't something they actively cause. Not actively caused by them? It's like when you walk normally down the road and accidentally crush an anthill, killing a few insignificant ants unnoticed. You must have studied world history in textbooks, right? Lu Ken nodded, recalling the knowledge from his textbooks. Thousands of years ago, the world had no supernormal phenomena. There weren't so many creatures capable of wielding extraordinary power, nor were there any beast masters. It's just an ordinary world. Thousands of years ago, a great transformation occurred across the lands of Blue Star. The entire territory of Blue Star expanded countless times, with all living creatures experiencing bloodline leaps in evolution. In this world, everything, whether living or inanimate, could awaken spirituality. Mountains, clouds, thunder and lightning all could develop sentience and step through the gateway to transcendence. Blue Star officially transitioned from an era without supernatural powers into the age of the extraordinary. After over a century of initial chaos, humanity, once at the bottom of the food chain, discovered the ability to awaken beast taming talents, opening their own taming space, contracting spiritually attuned species, stepping into the extraordinary, and becoming beast tamers. From that moment, beast tamers ascended onto the stage of history. Su Meier continued to explain, the academic conjecture is that Blue Star may have collided with another higher dimensional world. Or perhaps, Blue Star has strayed into a cluster of shattered world fragments. That high-dimensional world was in a state of fragmentation. Blue Star is like a magnet, endlessly drawing in the fractured fragments of that other world. Otherwise, it's hard to explain why the area of Blue Planet keeps expanding. His tone grew grave. They are the forbidden existences of that world. There's even a conjecture that the world was destroyed by them. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed slightly. So this was the cause of Blue Star's great upheaval. He continued asking, then why don't we ordinary people know about the abyss at all? Under the radiation of the forbidden existence's power, all life will mutate, minds become distorted, flesh grows uncontrollably, turning into monsters. Our human enemies, the monsters, came into existence just like this. The abyss is filled with forbidden radiation, teeming with all kinds of bizarre contamination. He paused, then continued, the more stable your mind and mental state, the longer you can endure, and the higher your chances of survival. This situation is like seeing a ghost in front of you, whether I tell you it's a person pretending to be one, or tell you it's a real ghost. Which one brings you greater peace of mind? That being said, Lucian understood, it's just a say and value. If ordinary people accidentally strayed into the abyss and learned the truth, they would immediately fall into a state of panic. The specifics will be systematically taught when you attend the academy. Let me send you an encyclopedia of beastmasters. I still need to hurry back to the academy, so I'll take my leave now. The windwing serpent in her arms flapped its tiny wings and took flight, rapidly growing in size as it rode the wind within the courtyard. An invisible oppressive aura filled the courtyard. It transformed into a colossal creature over 10 meters in length. Little Junior, remember to come find me if you need anything when you get to Xingyu Academy. Just drop my name, I'll have your back. Oh, and your results weren't just the top score in Jiangbei Province. Today they're releasing the National College Entrance Exam rankings by province. Tomorrow they'll announce the nationwide rankings. You might want to keep your hopes up a bit. Su Meier playfully winked before soaring upwards, vanishing into the sky. Hiss. Xia Haichang and Wang Hengze exchanged glances, knowing that Lu Chen's achievements would be terrifying even in a first-tier city. Could it be? Their pupils constricted. If this were true, it would be no less than a seismic shock across the entire Great Xia. No wonder the 4 great academies suspected cheating, and the Starry Sky Academy even sent someone specifically to investigate. Lu Chen wasn't particularly concerned about his own score. Upper rank molting stage. This senior seems quite formidable, and this apparently isn't even her primary beast companion. Then we'll take our leave as well. We still need to deliver the admission letters from the 4 great academies to classmate Luo Anfei. Xia Haichang and Wang Hengze also bid farewell and left. After battling in the abyss for so long, his clothes were filthy. After seeing the two off, Lu Ken took a shower, rubbed his hands together. It was time for the prize draw. System, claim the mission reward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the Abyss Realm mission. Obtained the unique treasure Essence of the Sun. Essence of the Sun, unique treasure. When bestowed upon a beast companion, it grants fire-type beasts flame attributes related to the sun. A mystical treasure with special properties. Heard of it for the first time. Lu Ken immediately opened the Encyclopedia of Beast Tamers sent to him by Su Mayer. He found the entry on mystical treasures with special properties. Mystical treasure with special properties, something superior to elemental treasures, extremely rare, born under harsh conditions. It can bestow special traits upon beast companions, causing slight physical alterations after use, also referred to as minor evolution. Warning, never fuse a secret treasure that doesn't match your beast pet's characteristics, or you'll ruin your companion. Each beast pet can undergo one fusion per growth stage. That is, after initial form fusion, the next must wait until after evolution. Is fusing characteristic treasures also called minor evolution? Chapter 14, The Ancient Beast Tamer's Egg from the Ultra-Ancient Era. Summon Chi Tian. Ugh, Chi Tian weakly greeted someone. The second stage of Indestructible Diamond unleashed power beyond his current rank, causing severe damage to his body. After using it, he would remain in a lethargic state for an entire day. You're going to grow stronger again, Chi Tian. Swallow it. Lu Ken flipped his hand, and an amber appeared in his palm. Encased within the amber was a cluster of flames. The fire glowed with golden hues intertwined with dazzling orange-red, sprinkled with radiant golden dawnlight. The outer ring of flames appeared white in color. It seemed as though it was condensed from the most intense, purest essence of flames between heaven and earth. The instant they laid eyes on this thing, Yen Yenho felt all the fire within his body compressed to its absolute limit, trembling violently within him as if he had encountered the supreme monarch of all flames. At the same time, its gaze remained fixed, filled with immense longing. This object held a deadly attraction for it. Every cell in its body was active, yearning desperately. Eat it. Let's see what kind of traits I'll gain. Chi Tian couldn't wait any longer and swallowed it. The amber-like substance melted instantly upon entering his mouth. In an instant, golden radiance enveloped Chi Tian's entire body. No one could perceive the slightest change occurring within. Chi Tian felt as though a blazing sun burned within him, transforming every cell in his body, particularly his flames, which underwent metamorphosis both internally and externally. Half a minute later, the light dissipated, revealing Chi Tian's figure once more. His appearance had undergone noticeable changes. First, his stature had grown yet again, now reaching out to Lu Chen's chest. The transformation of his fur was equally striking. Originally stone gray in color, its fur roots are now gray, gradually transitioning to a sunlight golden orange hue, with a tuft of unruly hair on its head that fades from red to white. A flame burns at the end of its tail, sparkling with golden embers within the fire, radiating sunlight-like brilliance. The overall impression has become even more mystical, truly worthy of being called a characteristic treasure with minor evolution properties. Lu Qing was curious about what traits Chi Tian had obtained. Name: Stone-Hating Monkey. Level: Mid-Tier Transcendent. Attributes: Rock type, Fire type. Traits: Solar Flame, newly added. Bloodline: Lower Monarch Species, Middle Monarch Species. Fusion progress 44% 50%. Bloodline talents: Form Shift, Indestructible Body. Elemental Control: Fire, Mastery, Rock, Proficiency. Skills: Basic skills: Stone Claw, Flame Fong, Flame Punch. Intermediate skills: Flame Jet, Rock Spikes. Advanced skill: Flame Vortex. Is the characteristic Solar Flame? The Solar Flame? Sounds badass as hell. Woo! Chi Tian gazed at his own hands in disbelief, sensing tremendous power surging through his body. Moreover, the side effects of indestructibility have been cured. Beastmaster, I feel incredibly powerful right now. Let's go test how the skills have changed. Half an hour later, the deserted vacant lot of the village. The scorched black earth had dissolved, with molten lava rapidly clawing across the ground. Extremely hard granite melted like candle wax. Lu Qing nodded in satisfaction. The flame's temperature grew even higher, now bearing the attributes of solar fire, making it naturally effective against abyssal entities. Water could scarcely extinguish it, even with elemental control of equal tier. Moreover, it carried a searing negative effect, scorching through bone and marrow. Lu Ken returned to his grandmother's house. A typical rural one-story house, with a fenced-in yard outside. In the courtyard stood an old eucalyptus tree. The lush foliage formed a massive green canopy, casting shade over most of the courtyard. Lu Chen stepped into the courtyard. There sat Grandma enjoying the cool under the cloud pine tree, her chin resting in her palm as she stared vacantly into the distance, her thoughts clearly wandering far away. The sound of the door opening snapped him out of his thoughts. Ah, Chen is back? As expected of my grandson, the top scholar indeed. She looked up with a smile and said, I heard from Lu Yorong that you've realized the magic mirror puppet isn't ordinary? Lu Chen nodded. By the way, Grandma, my mother, and the magic mirror doll. The words were left unfinished. I didn't get to see her one last time either, Grandma said. She was just an E-level talented beast master. I don't know why she was so powerful. All these years she kept saying she was working away from home. Liu Ken. Even you, a blood-soaked demon mirror puppet, came to me holding you in swaddling clothes. This is what she left for you, placed right in your swaddle. Grandmother produced an oval-shaped stone the size of an infant's head. Along with this, she left a letter stating that if your beast-taming talent proved exceptional, this item could be given to you. She pointed at the oval stone in her hand. But if your talent falls short, just discard this thing anywhere you please. That night, it's truly impervious to fire and water. Not even Qi Tian's Yangyan flames could affect it. Liu Ken fiddled with the stone in his room, even going so far as to strike it with a heavy hammer, but it remained completely unmoved. What the hell is this thing? At his wit's end and completely clueless, Liu Chen tossed it aside. He began his nightly cultivation routine, started channeling starlight to enhance his spiritual energy. After today's abyss incident, his regard for the primordial space had reached its peak, unfazed by mental corruption. Meanwhile, the starlight giant on the long steps promptly crushed that forbidden phantom with a splat. Absolute fucking beast. He arrived at the primordial space. In an instant, he sensed something unusual. A drop of fresh blood floated beside the starlight colossus. The divine eye provided information. A single drop of forbidden kin's blood can serve as special evolutionary material for certain beast companions. Liu Ken? Could this be the very source that polluted the secret realm into an abyssal domain? And it's actually an evolution material? Why are you bringing home every random thing? But we can't just recklessly discard it either. Liu Chen had no choice but to condense a vessel from starlight and place it inside. Then began drawing down the starlight. Wait a second? He sensed there was something else besides himself absorbing the starlight. Beside him, an oval-shaped stone had appeared at some unknown moment, simultaneously drawing in the power of the stars. Liu Ken? How did this stone get in here? As it inhaled and exhaled the starlight, Liu Chen's divine eyes underwent a transformation, revealing information about it. Mysterious egg, fossilized state. Description: an egg containing a beast spirit, now fossilized before the embryo could even form. Though it has turned to stone and become stillborn, it retains one last trace of vitality, a stubborn, clinging life force. Is this thing really a beast spirit egg? Mom left me an egg? It's already dead. What am I supposed to do with this damn stone egg? That's what they say. Liu Chen's eyes were filled with gravity. This egg was clearly extraordinary. Never mind that this spirit beast egg could actually follow him into the Taisher dimension. Even the fact that it had already turned to fossil was remarkable enough. This dates back tens of millions of years ago, doesn't it? After all these millions of years, there's still a trace of vitality remaining? What level of transcendent creature could have left behind this egg? Or rather, if this thing were to hatch, what kind of creature would emerge? Why would Mother leave this thing to him? Doubts flooded his mind one after another. Chapter 15, Luo Onfei's Gains, National Rankings announced. College entrance exam results for each province have been released. The minimum admission scores for every beast taming academy have been announced, with the application portal now open. All senior high school students first checked their results. Dad, my score reached the admission line for second-tier universities. Wu, Xiaofeng, I won't be able to attend the same university as you. Although my overall performance wasn't ideal at Aben High School, I managed to meet the admission criteria for first-tier universities. In every city, there are those who rejoice and those who mourn. Students in Jiangbei province finished checking their scores. Then, they pulled up the provincial Gaokao rankings. Liu Ken, Luo Onfei, Li Xiuren. For classmates in Days City, gazing at the name topping the provincial rankings, there was no surprise, only a sense of inevitability. Both the top scholar and the second-ranked examinee of Jiangbei province hail from Days City. This made all the senior high school examinees in Days City share the glory, giving them bragging rights for the future. I competed alongside the top scorer in the same round. Among the senior high school student circles in Days City, intense discussions began to unfold. Damn it, why is the National College Entrance Exam ranking list only being announced tomorrow? Because there are subtle differences in the exams across each province, they need to adjust the scores for each region before they can finalize the national rankings. I see, so what rankings do God Lu and Goddess Luo hold nationally? It's hard to say. We don't know the calculation formula for national rankings, but in previous years, the top scorer from our Jiangbei province ranked around 1000th on the National College Entrance Examination list, and that includes the bonus points given for being in a remote area. Holy shit, the gap is that big? For major beast-taming provinces and those Tier 1 cities, the gap between us and them is wider than heaven itself. I heard from my distant relative that in first-tier cities, spending $1 million can determine whether you'll become a beastmaster as early as elementary to middle school transition. They start separating students into beastmaster classes and regular classes in middle school, and I heard the teachers are all professional beastmasters. The college entrance exam record holder of Jiangbei province, Night God, was originally ranked middle among 600 students. Everyone fell silent, the gap was indeed vast. But I bet Road God can make it into the top 100. Damn, even Road God barely made the top 100? How freakishly strong must the national champion be? That's beyond anything we can imagine. Humph. Staring at the ranking list and the name that had effortlessly overshadowed her own, Luo Anfei wrinkled her delicate nose, letting out a soft huff of annoyance. Then, her confident expression returned. To surpass me even once in your lifetime is an accomplishment you can be proud of. You won't get another chance. In just a few short days, I've already left you far behind. A smile curled at the corners of her lips. That instant, her eyes resembled the finest crystalline glass, frosted with what seemed like snowflakes clinging even to her lashes. Deep and luminous with indigo, one could glimpse an entire snow-white world reflected in their depths. In the ice and snow world, there exists a colossal avian creature, massive enough to blot out the sun, its entire body composed of gleaming ice. When it spreads its wings, it darkens the sky. These past few days, she had been away to retrieve the great opportunity she had obtained in her past life. An essence condensation method derived from one of the 3 legendary divine birds, the frozen profound phoenix. It can condense the legendary frost phoenix essence, possessing the characteristic of rebirth. Even if one's spirit is tainted by taboo, the contamination can be avoided through nirvana. In her past life, her abilities during her time at the academy were utterly unremarkable, placing her in the middle ranks. After graduating from the academy, she ventured out to gain experience, only to fall into a nameless cliff. Beneath it lay a small ancient ruin. It was a relic from antiquity, dedicated to a creature revered as one of the 3 divine avians of the ancient era, the Frost Profound Phoenix. She obtained this spiritual essence condensation method. Only then did she begin her meteoric rise on the path of the Luo goddess. Unfortunately, the spiritual essence condensation method requires capturing a wisp of the mystic Frost Phoenix's divine aura to perform the condensation. After receiving the legacy, the sculpture of the mystic Frost Phoenix within those ruins crumbled into dust and vanished. Moreover, the gains from this trip didn't stop there. She looked at the Frost Crystal Fox in her arms. We can begin now, Frost Crystal Fox. You've stepped into the transcendent rank for 2 days, and your realm has already stabilized. Mew mew. With the memories and foresight from her past life, after obtaining the spirit cohesion method, she went to a neighboring city to scoop up another trait treasure. Unmelting ice, trait treasure, grants a beast companion ice-related traits upon use. She began integrating traits into the Frost Crystal Fox. An ice-blue radiance enveloped the Frost Crystal Fox. The air in the room grew frigid, frost forming on the windows. Half a minute later, the figure of the Frost Crystal Fox revealed itself, its fur now entirely ice-blue, with an extra tail growing behind its rear, its eyes taking on a bluish-white hue, and its pupils resembling frozen crystals. Name, Frost Crystal Fox. Rank, lower extraordinary tier. Attribute, ice. Characteristics, frost control. Luo Anfei tilted her chin up, gazing at the name that had overshadowed her own. The gap between us has already begun to widen, and it will only grow larger, until finally you won't even see the shadow of my back to look up to. To crush me once in my humble beginnings shall become your pride when I stand above the 9 heavens, ruling the starry skies alone. The Ice Phoenix spirit that can ward off mental corruption. Top tier, and perfectly compatible with beast pets, secret treasure. These are things beyond your wildest imagination. What will you use to defeat me next time? Achoo achoo. Still studying the ancient beast egg in his room, he sneezed several times in a row. Who's thinking about me? The next day, after countless pleas for its appearance, at 10 a.m., amid the anticipation of countless people, the National College Entrance Exam rankings were finally released. The national champion scholar must be me. I'm invincible. You all can try whatever you want. The top scholar title will definitely be mine. The top scholars from other beast-taming provinces and first-tier cities can't compare to me. Who else could be the national champion if not me? Many who believed they were qualified to compete for the title of National College Entrance Exam Champion confidently clicked open the rankings with self-assured expressions. Luke Hen? Who's this? Das City. Old Xia, how's it going? I'm looking. Luo Anfei is ranked 188th nationally. Xia Haichan's voice trembled as he spoke, while Wang Hengze clenched his fist fiercely and exclaimed excitedly, "We've already broken Night King's record. Where is Luke Hen? Not even 100-150, not even 50-100. Damn, that means making it into the top 50. Wang Hengze exclaimed excitedly, "How many, old Xia? Speak up, why are you going mute? Not in the top 50. Gasp, could it be in the top 30? Education Bureau Director Wang Hengze looked at the petrified Xia Haichan, shoved him aside with an elbow, and glanced at the screen. For a moment, he nearly forgot to breathe. Both men froze like statues. After what felt like an eternity, they finally exchanged glances, no excitement, no joy, just emptiness in their eyes. Their emotional thresholds had been breached beyond limits, leaving them utterly expressionless. Is this just too incredible? Yesterday, Su Mayer mentioned we could look forward to the National College Entrance Exam rankings. Their estimate was that Lu Chen had broken into the top 100. Even when boldly speculating, they only dared to guess he might reach the top 50. The national top scorer in the college entrance exam? This was something even daydreams wouldn't dare imagine. It took them quite a while to come to their senses. Then they slapped their thighs hard and exclaimed excitedly, "We're famous. Our Days City is going to be famous. We've nurtured a national Gaokao top scorer who beat out those big beast-taming provinces and first-tier cities." Zhou Kai stared at the name at the very top of the list and gasped, "Holy shit, as expected of the god. Not just the top scorer of Jianbei province, this is the national champion." He opened his phone. He glanced at the trending topics flooding his screen and immediately flushed with anger. Idiots. A bunch of fucking idiots. Chapter 16, Nationwide Trending, School Begins. Mechanical Creations. Hashtag National Unified College Entrance Exam Results officially released. Hashtag shocking. This year's national top scorer actually comes from Days City, a remote municipality under Jiangbei province. Hashtag this marks the first time in Gaokao history that a student from a non-tier 1 city has achieved the top score. Hashtag Beastmaster expert Yu Beicheng has this to say: the educational resources between Tier 3 and Tier 1 cities are simply incomparable. In Tier 1 cities, students are divided into Beastmaster classes and regular classes as early as the transition from elementary to middle school. In primary cities, one can spend $1 million to test for beast-taming talent as early as age 12. If such talent is detected, the individual is guaranteed to awaken their beast-taming abilities by age 18 and become a Beastmaster. They began tempering their spirits from middle school, preparing for the future condensation of spirituality, studying beast-taming knowledge. The school even provided specially captured, docile wild pet beasts for students to practice combat. Even the teachers are professional beastmasters. These advantages are simply non-existent in second or third-tier cities. In second and third-tier cities, the teachers are ordinary educators teaching basic knowledge. Students only discover who possesses the talent to become beastmasters a month before the college entrance exams in their final year of high school, without even having studied beastmaster knowledge beforehand. Given such a glaring disparity, how could students from third-tier cities possibly surpass those from top-tier cities? Instantly, this post set the internet ablaze. So that's who Lu Ken is. Turns out he's from a third-tier small town? Cheating. It's absolutely cheating. Heard through the grapevine, I heard this top scorer's psychic energy measurement was 1900. 1900? Are you joking? Let me share some data. In last year's national college entrance exams, fewer than 120 students from all third-tier cities nationwide had spiritual energy values exceeding 1,000. With nearly 100 third-tier cities across the country, you're telling me someone has 1900 spiritual energy? 1900? Fake. Definitely cheating. It's true. I'm from the same city as him. His beast companion is at mid-level transcendent tier. I won't allow you to speak like this about him. Today I witnessed with my own eyes, he killed an elite-tier magical creature. During this time, some people also spoke up for Lu Chen, mostly high school graduates from Days City. They debated fiercely with everyone, presenting clear and logical arguments. But as a trending topic surged to the top of the rankings, their voices were drowned out. Quick, look! Someone interviewed Jinlin Academy, Changli Academy, and Sanyou Academy. The three major institutes stated they were aware the results might involve cheating, so they hadn't issued enrollment invitations. Video: the top universities revered as holy sites by countless examinees have stepped in, making everyone feel like they have powerful backing, finally finding their pillar of support. This also completely confirms that the National College Entrance Exam champion cheated. Trolls are celebrating wildly online. Even though Days City released footage of Lu Ken taking the exam, no one took it seriously. It was dismissed as cheating. After all, in this era of beast taming, illusions and similar tricks are all too common. Even mechanical-type beast companions can generate fake videos. How could a small third-tier city possibly compare to the authority of the three top-tier academies? The controversy escalated further online. Soon after, the Stellaris Beast Taming Academy also issued a statement. The results are accurate and confirmed. The student has already been admitted to our Stellaris Beast Taming Academy. Faced with netizens seeing red, this was undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. Inviting cheaters to enroll? Impressive. No wonder Star Dominion Beastmaster Academy has been consistently overshadowed by the other three great academies all these years. There's definitely a reason for it. The other three top academies also chimed in with sarcastic remarks. Congratulations on your school producing the National Gaokao top scorer, but our academy doesn't recognize this national ranking list. Under their joint endorsement. Apart from Xingyu Academy, all other institutions removed Lu Chen's name, elevating the original second-place candidate in the National College Entrance Exams to the top scholar. This decision was met with widespread applause. Lu Chen slept until he woke naturally. He didn't really take the online news seriously, but what slightly puzzled him was, Was this world's beast-taming college entrance exam too childish? Why didn't other academies even send anyone to verify his results? Only Stellaris Beast-Taming Academy had dispatched someone to test his performance. And what authority does a mere school have to outright revoke his academic results? Not long after, he received a phone call from Principal Xia Haiqiang. During the call, he also gritted his teeth in helpless fury. He hadn't understood before why only Stellar Beasts Academy had come to verify Luchen's results either. The translation preserves emotional intensity through phrases like outright revoke, gritted his teeth in helpless fury, and the implied injustice through only Stellar Beasts Academy. Proper nouns like names and the academy are kept in their original form with contextual translation where appropriate. Later, he asked an acquaintance to inquire with a senior official at the Ministry of Education and finally got his answer. He told Lu Chen, for ordinary college entrance exams, admissions and score thresholds are managed by the Ministry of Education. But the Beastmaster's exam is handled differently. All matters regarding student recruitment, admission, and score requirements for the Beast Taming Academies are managed by the Beast Taming Academies Joint Committee, composed of the 4 top-tier and first-class academies, which functions similarly to a decision-making body like the Ministry of Education. So, they genuinely had the authority to revoke Luchen's results. As for why they immediately concluded that Luchen's results were achieved through cheating, this was because the college entrance exam rankings are calculated using the hypothetical method. National rankings differ from provincial rankings, involving Tier 1 cities, Tier 2 cities, Tier 3 cities. The disparity between these tiers is enormous. Students from Tier 1 cities can undergo testing to determine if they possess beast-taming talents as early as middle school. Starting from junior high school, students are divided into Beastmaster classes and regular classes. The school keeps docile supernatural creatures in captivity for them to practice battles, temper their spirits, and prepare for the future condensation of spiritual energy. National rankings. Only the top 3 students from third-tier cities are included in the national rankings and receive preferential treatment in college entrance exam results. For second and third-tier cities, the assumed calculation method is implemented, where data from the college entrance exams is processed through supercomputer projections, using the average score of candidates from first-tier cities as the benchmark line. Then, based on your college entrance examination results, the Superbrain AI conducts simulation projections. Assuming you studied in a first-tier city and received the same education, it determines what national ranking you could achieve. Students from second and third-tier cities making the list does not represent their actual academic capabilities. For example, a student ranking 500th from a second or third-tier city doesn't mean their actual ability places them as the 500th best among all freshmen nationally. Rather, it indicates that if they had received education in a first-tier city with their innate abilities, they could rank around 500th nationally. What this represents is potential. If ranked purely by current ability, very few students from third-tier cities could break into the top 10,000. National College Entrance Examination Rankings, also known as the Hidden Dragon List. However, the top 100 national rankings are different. Those ranked beyond the top 100 represent potential, while those within the top 100 represent true strength. The computer compiles national examination data, simulating battles based on reported beast companion information, Beastmaster's spiritual power, and actual combat strength from various regions, ultimately ranking the top 100 candidates. Liu Kan ranks first. This signifies not only does he possess the highest potential, but his current combat strength also makes him the undisputed champion of this year's National College Entrance Examination for Beastmasters. Every student in the top 100 comes from either wealthy or noble families, with parents who are all high-ranking Beastmasters. From early childhood, they were taught hands-on, undergoing medicinal baths to enhance their physical constitution. After becoming a Beastmaster, attribute treasures and growth resources flowed endlessly, consumed without restraint. Under these circumstances, among third-tier cities, since the inception of the Beastmaster College entrance exams, the highest ranking achieved in the top 100 has only reached 50th place. He didn't even make the top 40 before. Yet, a common family background, a B-grade talent, an ordinary little rock monkey, surpassed numerous elite descendants and bureaucrat heirs to claim first place. To make matters worse, the parents of these elite descendants and bureaucrat heirs hold significant positions themselves. Then the rival Starry Sky Academy had the audacity to extend an invitation for Liu Chen to join them. All these various factors combined have led to the current situation. Liu Chen, however, remained completely unfazed. Even if no academy would accept him, does it matter? Why bother explaining to a cheater? Cyberbullying? Just a slight breeze and frost. Yet it's enough to reveal. This world, despite being a modern civilized society, still operates on the fundamental principle where might makes right, where the strong possess certain power over the weak. At the same time, overwhelming skepticism. It also illustrates the inherent notions of this world. The impoverished struggle to rise. Just don't come crying to me later. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Liberal arts students get summer vacation. There's no such thing as summer break for beast taming department students. 7 days after the Gokao results were released marked the beginning of the academic year for the major beast tamer academies. In Jiangbei province, only the provincial capital Guangzhou city had an airport. Guangzhou Airport. A stunning figure drew countless gazes as she walked through the terminal. Her flawless face seemed touched by an angel, her skin as fair as frost and snow. Even the simplicity of her everyday outfit only enhanced her breathtaking beauty. It's a shame she comes across as so cold, frosty and aloof, with those emotionless eyes that make people hesitate to approach. Walking beside Luo Anfei, Lu Chun endured countless hostile glares along the way. If looks could kill, he would have died 1,000 deaths by now. Countless people glared at the man beside the icy beauty with gritted teeth, while also finding him somewhat familiar. Lu Chun sighed, the charm of this giant ice block remained as strong as ever. How come you also chose Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy? Lu Chun teased, you're not doing this because you saw me being bullied by the other 3 major academies and deliberately picked the same school as me, are you? Lu Chen received a scoff in response, along with an icy death glare devoid of any expression. Naturally, there was no way she would choose Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy just to attend the same academy as Lu Chen. There was a reason for choosing Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy. Having lived a second life, she was determined to seize all the opportunities, hidden treasures, and evolutionary sequences she had missed in her previous lifetime. The detours taken in her past life would never be repeated in this one. The reason she chose Xingyu Beast Taming Academy was simple, it held exactly what she needed. Luggage in hand, she boarded the plane. This world doesn't even require security checks. Damn it, aren't they afraid of terrorists blowing up planes? They really don't care about safety at all. Well, this is a world of extraordinary beastmasters. Guess they really don't need security checks when beastmasters are basically walking human bombs themselves. This was no ordinary aircraft from a previous life, the entire plane was suffused with a cyberpunk sci-fi metallic aesthetic. Its pale golden body resembled a falcon spreading its wings, with layers of progressive protrusions lining the aircraft's wings. The aircraft is preparing for takeoff. Cabin doors will close shortly. Destination, the ancient capital. All passengers, please fasten your seatbelts. Releasing beast companions on board is strictly prohibited. On the plane, most of the passengers were young faces, all prospective university students heading to study in the ancient capital. The ancient capital, one of the 5 main cities of Great Xia's golden age. Saying main city might be confusing, its former name was actually domain. Eastern domain, southern domain, western domain, northern domain, and central domain. The 5 domains of Great Xia. In ancient times, the capital was responsible for governing the entire eastern domain. The capital city is also a first-tier city, except that people prefer to call the ancient capital by its title of main city to distinguish its uniqueness from other first-tier cities. Stellar Beastmaster Academy is located in this ancient capital. Its population numbers in the tens of millions. As the airplane took off, the ground began shrinking ever smaller. Soon, the entire city shrank in our view, its buildings now as small as toy blocks. ZZZZZZT. Suddenly, countless lightning sparks flickered across the aircraft wings, gathering continuously within the engines. Then came the explosive release. An intense G-force pushed against his back as the aircraft tore through the sky, the sonic boom shattering the cloud layers. Lu Chen? Holy shit, did the plane just use a skill? If I'm not mistaken, that was the intermediate thunder element skill, Thunder Flash. Many people on the plane were also exclaiming in surprise. Someone explained, this is the Thunder Falcon Type 1 aircraft. Your first time flying, right? A masterpiece from the engineers, a fusion of beast taming and machinery. Lu Chen suddenly understood. Mechanic. They also belong to the Beastmasters, but they command not beasts, but mechanical creations. He had only ever heard of it from textbooks. I haven't seen it in real life either. They say there is a city called the City of Machines, home to all manner of mechanics. Many extraordinary devices in life are created through the craftsmanship of mechanics. Soon, the plane left the urban clusters behind. Below, an endless expanse of lush green forest stretched across the boundless land, their dense canopies layered like verdant waves. Looking further into the distance, the forest terrain abruptly ended, replaced by various formations of rocks and rolling hills. Faintly, numerous savage beasts could be seen lurking about. As the area of Blue Star continues to expand, the cities of Great Xia are scattered like stars across the human territory, with vast distances separating each province. The roads were blocked, making it difficult to cross provincial borders. The airfare is outrageously expensive. Except for beast tamers, most ordinary people never leave the province they live in their entire lives. Fortunately, the savage beasts living within human territories are relatively docile. The truly vicious beasts all dwell beyond the borders of human civilization. The monotonous scenery soon became tiresome. Lu Ken closed his eyes for a brief rest. He had no idea how much time had passed. he felt a dull ache in his shoulder, accompanied by an odd chill. Turning his head, there was a perfect profile. The ice block had somehow fallen asleep against his shoulder without him noticing. Asleep was fine, but drooling too? The plane will soon arrive at the ancient capital. All passengers, please prepare for disembarkation. The radio happened to play just then. Lucan noticed the girl on his shoulder wake up, her long, slightly curled lashes fluttered only to fall back asleep immediately, shifting positions as she turned her head toward the aisle side. Lucan! She woke up. She definitely woke up. Half a minute later, Luo Anfei awoke, sitting upright in her seat with an expressionless gaze fixed straight ahead. Lu Chen pointed at the water stain on his own shoulder. Luo Anfei turned her head slightly, speaking coolly and clearly, air conditioner drip? Lu Chen. Damn it, the AC is dripping. This isn't AC drip, it's clearly meeting the other person's murderously icy gaze. Not AC drip, it's my new clothes. Mechanic made, comes with a water spraying feature. Oh, marvelous. The plane descended, unveiling a magnificent city before Luzhan and his companions. The sky was a boundless expanse of azure blue. Rows upon rows of buildings radiated outward from the city center, ring after ring, interconnected by a crisscrossing network of roads stretching so far that even from the air, one couldn't see where the city ended. The plane descended slowly. The ancient capital is here. Immersive translate. Chapter 17, He is Lu Chen. Thousands gathered to watch. The ancient capital. Once the main city of the eastern region. Vast in area, besides the urban district of the ancient capital, there are also some satellite cities in the vicinity that depend on it. Golden Spike City is one of the ancient capital's satellite cities, a food-producing city that cultivates large quantities of grain crops. A remote village, a small courtyard of a self-built farmhouse. Son, you're back? Seeing her runaway son appear outside the gate, Zhao Shanglan's weary face lit up with joy. Ever since our son failed to become a beastmaster, he's been completely crushed. Damn kid, where have you been running off to? So what if you can't be a beastmaster? There's nothing wrong with being an ordinary person. I've already become a beastmaster. Zhao Shanglan and her husband exchanged glances, worry flashing in their eyes. How could someone without beastmaster talent become a beastmaster? Could he have lost his grip on reality? It's all because I'm useless that my son's childhood dream of becoming a beast tamer has been shattered. Zhao Shanglan suppressed the stinging in her nose and said, alright, you've become a beast tamer. Mom, Dad, you're the only ones left in the village. Won't you join us too? Looking at their son's hollow eyes, they had sensed something was off earlier. His voice sounded strained, as if he hadn't spoken for a long time. Son, what's wrong? Don't scare us like this. You little rascal, what's with all this nonsense talk? Zhao Shanglan's husband was quick to temper, raising his hand to give the boy a sharp rap on the head. Zhao Shanglan let out a terrified scream. Her husband stared blankly at his own hand. It had sunk into their son's skull. His son's half-face hung limply by the side of his neck like a deflated balloon, devoid of any flesh or blood. The other half of his face remained expressionless, his eyes still hollow and lifeless. Through their son's shriveled skull, they also saw that outside the door, the villagers had all gathered on the road in front of their house. Pair after pair of hollow eyes stared fixedly at them. A gust of wind blew past. Their bodies seemed to have nothing left but skin, the skin on their faces rippling like waves. The wind grew stronger, until eventually their feet left the ground, their withered husks swaying in the air like clothing made of human skin. Strangely, they weren't blown away by the wind, as if tethered by invisible threads. The scene resembled a field of Taro Bozu dolls dancing in a fierce wind. The ancient capital's airport was impossibly vast. This was his first time leaving Days City in this lifetime. The airport covers an extremely vast area. Through the transparent glass, the sharp-eyed Lu Chang could even make out some colossal objects in the far distance. They resembled war fortresses, but with massive thrusters, and they could fly. Though possessing memories from 2 lifetimes, Gudu was more prosperous than any city from his previous life. Even the airport terminal was filled with various colorful, semi-transparent floating screens. Instantly, he felt the disparity between a third-tier city and a first-tier one. Despite having lived 2 lives, he still gaped around like Granny Lu visiting the Grand View Garden, looking left and right in wonder. New students registration this way? After collecting my luggage and exiting the baggage claim area, I immediately noticed the conspicuous directional signs floating in the air. Each sign was marked with distinct arrows. Following the arrowed signs forward, the previously chaotic crowd of all ages suddenly thinned into a sea of youthful faces. These were all. Lucan once again felt countless envious gazes upon him. The big ice block once more became the striking center of attention in the crowd. Adolescent hearts are always restless. Numerous people felt their hearts flutter, believing they'd fallen in love. Of course, most lacked the courage and didn't dare strike up a conversation with the aloof Ice Queen. Yet the world is never short of self-important people. Especially when they noticed Lu Chen and Luo Wanfei didn't seem to be in a romantic relationship. As they neared the destination marked by the sign, someone finally couldn't hold back anymore. Miss, may I ask which university you're from? My name is Li Yaobin. I've been to the ancient capital many times. Would you like to exchange contact info? Seeing the aloof beauty didn't even glance at him, Li Yaobin wasn't bothered. He turned to Lu Chen and asked, "Where are you from, buddy?" Lu Chen answered honestly, "A tier 3 small city." Li Yaobin grew even more arrogant. Coming from a tier 2 city himself, he thought this mere student from a tier 3 city probably only had what it took to attend a third-rate college. The end of the signpost. The vast square was divided into distinct sections. Each section had parked vehicles. Li Yaobin, acting like an old acquaintance, pointed at the parked buses, remarking, "These buses belong to second and third tier schools, packed with dozens of people per vehicle. I'm from a first-tier institution. There's a luxury business vehicle." When he finished speaking, this man named Li Yaobin tilted his chin upward, radiating unmistakable pride, much like a peacock flaunting its plumage. "Come ride in our institution's vehicle, I'll have the driver take you. See those cars over in that area? Those are the pickup vehicles from Star Dominion Beastmaster Academy, the top-tier institution." It was an area quite distant from second-rate and third-rate academies. It seemed more like the second-rate and first-rate academies didn't dare to get too close to each other, so they kept themselves far apart. The vehicles parked there brimmed with sci-fi metallic aesthetics, each boasting unique designs. Those are the orientation vehicles of Stellar Dominion Beast Academy, mechanical marvels, exorbitantly priced, capable of flight, and able to automatically transform between car and flying motorcycle modes. I ranked 5th in our province's college entrance exams, just a hair's breadth away from getting into Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy, he said with a smug face, as if narrowly missing admission to Starry Sky Academy was something worth bragging about for the rest of his life. "Alright, enough talk. We're probably among the last batches, let's take our top-tier academy's transport," he said to Lu Chen. "You should thank the lovely lady beside you. It's only by her grace that you get to ride in top-tier academy transportation with me. Hey, classmate, where are you headed?" Luo Anfei walked away without a word. "Sorry, we'd rather take our academy's welcome vehicle." He hurried after them, but something felt off. He suddenly stopped in his tracks, eyes gradually widening in disbelief. He saw the pair heading straight for Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy's welcome vehicle. They moved against the flow like solitary rebels, the only two walking toward the elite Beastmaster Academy's reception area. Countless people stopped in their tracks to look at the two of them. "No way. This has to be showing off, right?" Li Yaobin couldn't believe it. In his mind, he had envisioned the other party being shamefully driven away and forced to take the bus instead. Yet, that scene never materialized. Swish! The vehicle took off and soared into the sky, leaving only Li Yaobin standing there dumbfounded. Destination has been set automatically, estimated arrival in 15 minutes. Lu Chen sat in the passenger seat. The driver's seat was empty, with only the echoing sound of electronic synthesis. This was actually a self-driving car. And it could even switch to motorcycle mode. Though you couldn't choose the destination, you could twist the throttle yourself to control the speed. Excited, Lu Chen was utterly thrilled. Motorcycles? What guy doesn't like motorcycles? Today he was going to transform into Ghost Flame Youth Chen. Motorcycle mode requires fewer than 2 passengers, with rear passengers seated behind the front passenger seat. "Can I switch to motorcycle mode?" Lu Chen asked Luo Anfei. Her reply was succinct, "Whatever. Switch to motorcycle mode." Click, click, clack. The sound of gears turning continuously echoed as the entire vehicle transformed in an instant. Just like a transformer, its sleek black and red exterior exuded fierce dominance, with flight thrusters at the rear. A circular electromagnetic force field appeared around, resisting the wind resistance. "Let's go." Lu Chen fiercely twisted the throttle, the G-force pressing him back as the rear rocket thrusters ejected a long, dazzling flame trail. 30 minutes later, destination reached. Because he'd had such a blast, he deliberately slowed down, taking more time than planned. The motorcycle streaked down from the sky and landed on the ground. A perfect emergency stop with a sharp tail whip. Due to inertia, Luo Anfei unexpectedly crashed into Lu Chen's back. Lu Chen immediately felt the sensation of touch and pressure on his back as 2 soft mounds forcefully collided with him. He could even clearly sense the deformation of those soft mounds as they were flattened against him. Suddenly, he also felt the air behind him suddenly turn icy, noticing the somewhat hostile gaze from the big ice block. Lu Chen chuckled awkwardly, my bad, got too excited. At the same time, he was secretly astonished. Who would have thought the big ice block could be so huge and soft? Before the two of them stood a magnificent and grand campus gate. Lu Chen felt a pang of alarm. Just now, looking down at Star Dominion Beast Taming Academy from the sky, the entire academy is about the size of Great Marsh City. Road God, you're finally here. A voice rang out, and Lu Chen saw Zhou Kai running excitedly toward him. They had added each other as friends before because they were from the same village and usually kept in touch. Zhou Kai applied to a top-tier university in the ancient capital. Or, as he grandiosely put it, to be closer to the road god and bask in the divine aura. What a typical Chinibyu move. Is this your wife? Joe Kai blurted out reflexively. Instantly, his entire body shivered as the air turned frigid, making his hair stand on end. This is Lauren Fei. Oh, so this is the second-ranked scholar from Jiangbei province. I never imagined she'd be so stunning. Indeed, only someone like her could possibly be worthy of a deity. How did you end up here? I arrived a couple of days ago and spent some time touring the ancient capital. This place is a top-tier university, you know. He gestured around with his chin. Just like all these people, I came specially to gaze in awe at the awesomeness of this prestigious institution. Of course, their main objective still has to do with you. Does this concern me? They're curious whether you'll actually come to Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy, he said excitedly. Someone even started a betting pool. I put heavy stakes on you coming. Lu Chen? So they're all here to watch a monkey show, huh? Then why the hell'd you shout my name so loud? Sure enough, suddenly someone pointed at Lu Chen and exclaimed, "Look, Lu Chen is here." In an instant, all eyes focused on him. Chapter 18, all yours. Bring it on. Countless eyes scrutinized him as the venue buzzed with noise and restless murmurs rising from every corner. Among the whispers were frequent mentions of cheater, fake top scholar, how dare he show up, shameless bastard, he really came, handsome face, such disgraceful audacity, and similar phrases. He even caught other remarks like, damn it, how does a cheating scumbag like this get a girlfriend, and one so stunning at that? Lu Ken? Luo Anfei? At the freshman registration office, there were also new students from the Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy checking in, all hailing from third-tier cities. 2 days prior had been the registration day for students with first-tier city household registration. Yesterday was the registration day for students with household registration in second-tier cities. Today is the registration day for students from third-tier cities. They frowned at the dust on the road, their gazes filled with disdain or contempt, some even bordered on disgust. They struggled to get into a top-tier university from a third-tier city. Lu Ken got here by cheating, which was nothing short of an insult to them, but that was as far as it went. No one stepped forward to rage against heaven and earth, shouting, "You trash, cheater, watch me teach you a lesson." After all, there was no deep-seated hatred. Only a fool would go out of their way to offend someone directly. The world isn't just about fighting and killing. Who would go around making enemies for no reason? That would be downright idiotic, unless there were interests at stake. And among this group of people, there happened to be someone whose interests clashed with Lu Chen's. Lu Chen, Luo Anfei. A figure strode toward Lu Chen and his companion with aggressive momentum, brimming with anger. Li Shoren, how dare you yell at God Lu here? Zhou Kai immediately took offense. Get lost, you trash who lost in 3 moves. Li Shoren had a burly physique, yet his features carried a certain effeminacy, with his hair styled in shoulder-length dreadlocks. Zhou Kai's opponent in the Gaokao practical exam was none other than Li Shoren. In just 3 rounds, he was rendered powerless by his opponent's beast companion. Li Shoren had always been first in everything since childhood. Even after awakening his talents and becoming a beast tamer, his performance in every subject of the Gaokao left all others far behind. When I received the admission letter from the Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy, he had already assumed he was the top scholar of Jiangbei province, popping the champagne halfway through. I never expected him to rank 3rd in Jiangbei province and 600th nationwide. The person pressing down on him was from a remote city in Jiangbei province. One ranked 1st nationally, the other at 188th, both shattered the highest historical records of Jiangbei province. Li Shoren glared fiercely at Lu Chen. Even after being boycotted by national academies and expelled from all rankings, you still have the audacity to show up? His gaze shifted to Luo Anfei. Faced with this goddess-like figure, he felt no admiration for her flawless beauty. Instead, he accused, and Yu Day's city is nothing but a cheating hub. If Lu Chen cheated, your achievements Luo Anfei must be fraudulent too. The true top scholar of Jiangbei province is me. You two are nothing but despicable cheaters. One ranked 1st in the country, the other ranked 188th, what a colossal joke. He glared fiercely at the two of them. Do you dare to fight me? Let me see what level the so-called national number 1 and 188th are really at. The onlookers all wore expressions of eager anticipation. This was going to be entertaining. Luo Anfei paid no heed. Why would the exalted Luo goddess care about mere ants? Yet in her past life, this Li Shoren had indeed been the top scholar of Jiangbei province. Too bad, in this life, you met me. He cast a glance at Lu Ken. Oh, and this lucky bastard too. Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders. I wouldn't dare, I concede defeat. It's yours, all yours, the top honors are yours. Cheating trash at least knows his place. Li Shoren snorted coldly before walking away, satisfied. Bro Lu, you. Zhou Kai felt somewhat distressed. He knew exactly how formidable Lu Chen was. Beating Li Shoren would have been like disciplining a child. What's the point? No benefits, just turning into a circus act for others to gawk at. That's a classic self-justification trap. He says I'm not the national best, and now I have to prove it myself? Tomorrow if you say I'm small, should I drop my pants and scare you to death? Zhou Kai suddenly saw the light. Gods truly are gods, enlightenment strikes indeed. Upon hearing this, Luo Wanfei found herself somewhat unexpectedly impressed. The attitude was admirable, though the phrasing was rather crude. Little did they know, the reason Lu Chen ignored the other party was primarily that it didn't trigger a system task. No benefits in fighting? Then isn't it just a wasted effort? Had a system task been triggered, even if it asked him to bully kids in kindergarten or pick on elderly folks in nursing homes, he'd have gone skipping along without hesitation. Having bid farewell to Zhou Kai, the two walked through the school gates. Once past the entrance, they first encountered a straight avenue wide enough for 8 horses to gallop side by side, lined on both sides with exotic flowers and rare trees. Only upon reaching the end of this road could one truly be said to have entered the institution. At the end, the clamor could be heard from afar. Boom! Explosions sounded ahead, drawing a crowd. In the open space, 2 beastmasters were engaged in a pet battle. One of them was familiar to Lu Chen. It was Li Shoren. His beast companion was a toxic stinger swamp frog, an upright large toad with 4 webbed feet in an unhealthy deep purple hue, as if poisoned. His opponent was an earth golem. High-rank awakening stage versus high-rank awakening stage. Both were of the same level. A few seconds later, the earth golem used clay to trap the venomous marsh frog's legs, then opened its mouth to spew a mud bomb. Boom 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 boom. The venomous marsh frog was blasted away, severely wounded. Li Shoren's face changed dramatically. Little frog. Lu Chen thought they could trade blows on equal footing. But unexpectedly, Li Shoren lost in just over 10 seconds. They weren't even in the same league. It was like 2 people of equal weight, one an average person, the other a champion fighter, engaging in no-holds-barred combat where the former could be instantly demolished by the latter. Just this level, and you call yourselves the provincial champions? Right now, not a single one of you can beat me, and I'm merely ranked 300th in the ancient capital's college entrance exams. The puppet master of the earth golem was exceedingly arrogant. A bunch of trash, a bunch of bumpkins. What kind of lowlifes dare to show their faces at our beast-taming academy? How dare a bunch of people who just awakened their beast-taming abilities 40 days ago and took the college entrance exams get into the same university as us? We spent millions to learn in advance that we could awaken the beast-taming talent. Starting from middle school, we studied beast-taming knowledge and trained for battles. 6 years of hard work. Do you think you can surpass us in just 40 days? A remote province, a third-tier city, with preferential college entrance exam rankings. Your so-called top scorer would get crushed to pulp if they took the exam in our ancient capital. Second-tier cities are just barely acceptable, but third-tier cities shouldn't even be considered for academy admissions. Especially you, Jiangbei province, right? Useless. Couldn't even withstand a single strike from my beast companion. It's your Jiangbei province that made us the laughingstock of all national academies. I still don't understand how your province deceived our institution into recognizing some nobody from a third-tier city as the national college entrance examination top scorer. He crossed his arms and said, "There are 5 of us. Pick anyone you want to fight. If you win, you can pass." The crowd from the remote provinces ground their teeth in fury. Being slaughtered like prey at the gate was nothing short of humiliation. At the same time, their hearts trembled with shock. The gap between themselves and students from top-tier cities was this vast. The strategic coordination of beast companions and seamless skill transitions existed on entirely different levels. Even the highest-ranked examinees in their group, those who had topped the national college entrance exams, had been utterly crushed in defeat. There were 5 people blocking the path, all of them local students from the ancient capital. Luo Anfei's expression remained unchanged as she walked straight forward. Instantly, one of them brightened up. What a gorgeous beauty! I never thought a third-tier city would have someone like this. Be my girlfriend, and I'll let you in. Tonight, let me. Before he could finish, a pristine white figure flashed past. The other's mouth was frozen shut by thick ice. The earth golem wanted to avenge its master, but it dared not move. Because all around it, sharp ice spears were pointed directly at its body. If it dares to make any move, it could instantly be turned into a sieve. Lu Chen gazed at the dramatically transformed ice crystal fox. Attribute, frost control. Holy crap, the ice crystal fox has attributes too? That ice block is quite fierce. Could someone really have luck-powered hacks this overpowered? Without a system, Shi Tian relied entirely on it to gain his traits. Without it, he wouldn't even know what traits were. Ding, mission activated, defeat the obstacle ahead. Leave it to me. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Only a fool would pass up such a profitable opportunity. He walked out and looked at the 5 people opposite him. I'm in a hurry, so why don't you all come at me together? The man whose mouth had just been frozen barely managed to shatter the ice. Blaring furiously at Luo Anfei, he spat, "Don't get cocky. That was just a slip-up." Earth Golem, mud bomb. The Earth Golem puffed up its cheeks, preparing to unleash its mud bomb directly at the frost crystal fox. Lu Chen said lightly, "Didn't I say your opponent was me?" As his words fell, the earthen puppet was sent flying backward. A strange and divine ape's powerful 5 fingers covered its face completely. Fingers interlocked tightly, the earth puppet's face was distorted by the grip, its puffed-up cheeks pressed flat and flushed crimson with suffocation. The earth puppet struggled to break free but found its opponent unmoving no matter how hard it strained. A tremendous force flipped it over. Thud! The ground trembled. The back of the earth golem's head slammed into the ground, instantly fracturing the earth beneath it. Flat on the ground with its head smashed into the dirt by Qitian, the creature immediately fell silent and lost all combat capability. It wouldn't die merely faint, as these beast companions possessed remarkable vitality. Even if nearly dying, it's no problem. The medical department of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy is extremely badass. The scene fell dead silent. Though the description seems lengthy, it all happened in the blink of an eye. The freshman from a remote province felt dizzy looking at the unconscious earth puppets. The earth puppet that none of them could handle was instantly defeated by Lu Chen, whom they believed had cheated his way into Starhaven Academy. Luo Anfei's cherry lips parted slightly in shock. Can someone explain why his little monkey has transformed its appearance yet again? This isn't the time for evolution yet. There's only one possibility left. The opponent must have assimilated a trait treasure. Traits are hailed as minor evolutions, causing certain changes in appearance. She was dumbfounded. She had gone through tremendous effort, relying solely on memories from her past life, to stumble upon and acquire that single trait treasure. What gives him the right? Chapter 19 Beam Clash? Since ancient times, the right side loses in beam battles. Earth Golem. The Earth Golem's Beastmaster finally snapped out of it. The remaining 4 blocking the entrance also snapped out of their daze, shouting angrily, "How dare you!" At the same time, they berated the Earth Puppet's Beastmaster. "What's wrong with you? How could you lose to a trash Beastmaster from a third-tier city?" Having just recalled the Earth Puppet into his beast space, his face flushed red as he stammered, "I was originally going to deal with that beauty's beast pet, but who knew this punk's beast pet would suddenly jump out?" As if finding an excuse for his failure, he emphasized, "Exactly. It's this kid who lacks martial virtue, sneak attacking. Then step aside and watch us teach him a lesson. Come forth, Firefeather Sparrow. Come forth, Man-Eating Bloom. Come forth, Spoutertle. Come forth, Thunder Beast." The 4 released their spirit beasts, glaring hostilely at Lucan. "Kid, so you like sneak attacks without martial virtue, huh? Pick your opponent." They eyed the handsome appearance of the discussed rock monkey and snorted coldly. The monkey's looks were indeed somewhat dashing, resembling a variant of the rock monkey. "Handsome looks don't matter. Bloodline potential is what truly counts. I told you to come at me together," Lu Chen whispered. A first-tier city is truly deserving of its name. Even 4 beast companions are all lower-tier transcendent-level existences. But what is there to fear? "Bah, you think you're worthy of all of us joining forces to take you down?" The bespectacled man sneered disdainfully. "Firefeather Sparrow, flame feather arrows." With a flick of its wings, the fire-feathered sparrow sent a flaming feather hurtling towards Qitian like a razor-sharp blade. Summoning type skills? That's an intermediate skill. This fire-winged sparrow is transcendent tier? The students from the third-tier city nearby were shocked as they looked at the 4 beast companions across from them. Could it be that all these beast companions were transcendent tier existences? Was the Earth Golem they had just challenged the weakest one among them? They felt their martial conviction crumbling. Even the weakest opponents in a tier 1 city were beyond their capabilities? Where's the monkey? Glasses Guy exclaimed in shock. The attack missed its mark. The fire feather arrow lodged itself into the ground, but there was no trace of their target. Fire Feather Sparrow was also scanning the area for any sign of the opponent. "Behind you, behind you, behind you," it heard its master's frantic voice. It quickly flapped its wings and dodged to the side. A fiery fist grazed past its body. Thud! Qitian missed, his punch landing on the ground and leaving a small crater in the earth. What kind of insane speed and strength is this? The spectacled guy stared wide-eyed while also feeling relieved that the firefinch had managed to dodge. Suddenly, the firefinch that had been soaring through the sky landed on the ground, letting out pain chirps from its beak. The firefinch's right wing had all its feathers burned away, exposing a bare wing that resembled a chicken's, even emitting the aroma of roasted flesh. What kind of flames are these? The spectacled guy was shocked. The firefinch was fire attributed too, with innate flame resistance, yet just a glancing touch from the opponent's fire had nearly cooked it through. An inexplicable dread rose in his heart, making him consider retreat. But he forced himself to save face. Since you insist we attack together, we'll grant your wish. Everyone, let's go." After speaking, he whispered to his companion behind him, "This mark is tough, don't mess this up." The group exchanged glances and immediately ordered their beast companions to attack. Fire Feather Sparrow, Spark Blaze. Man-Eating Bloom, Spore Pollen. Water Turtle, Swift Torrent. Thunder Beast, Arc Surge. The man-eating flower was a terrifying grass-type beast with sinister maw-like appendages, its vine-like branches piercing the ground around its body to stabilize itself. It whipped its stems and leaves, sending a dense cloud of spore-laden pollen scattering toward Chitian. The fire sparks from the fire feather finch followed closely behind. Both arrived before Chitian simultaneously, making contact, sparks kneading pollen. In an instant, accompanied by a violent explosion. Boom! A small mushroom cloud erupted from the ground, filling the scene with thick, violent smoke. Flammable dust capable of causing a dust explosion. The water-spitting turtle opened its mouth and shot out a jet of water, the intermediate-tier water element skill, rapid flow. Close on its heels came the thunder beast's electric arcs. The water conducted electricity, with arcs of lightning merging into the fast-flowing current, sending writhing tendrils of electricity crawling across the entire water column's surface. The electrified water pillar blasted into the dust cloud, exploding on impact. The intense heat from the aqueous detonation instantly vaporized the water, leaving thick smoke and swirling debris hanging in the air. This spectacle left Li Shoren and his fellow students from a third-tier city utterly dumbstruck. Skills? Could they really be combined like this? They were all astonished, experiencing for the first time a direct and profound realization of the gap between them, one that truly seemed as insurmountable as an impassable chasm. They murmured in despair, could any magical beast withstand this situation? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. Indeed, those who had been training in combat since middle school were different from the opponents he'd faced during the college entrance exams. Both sides could cleverly utilize the characteristics of their skills, executing seamless combo attacks that created a synergistic effect where 1 + 1 greater than 2. Gazing at the smoke-shrouded land, the four of them swaggered, mouths full of utterly mockery. Is this what people from backwater places are like? Their combat experience is downright pitiful. They don't even command their beasts to dodge, just standing there dumbly eating all our skills. Or perhaps there's no need to dodge? Hearing this, the four slapped their thighs and doubled over with laughter, nearly toppling over. Ever heard of the smoke without injury rule? The bespectacled man was about to sneer when his smile froze at the corners of his lips, his throat seemingly choked by an invisible force. Out of the smoke emerged a strikingly handsome ape. Chitian lifted his hand to brush off non-existent dust from his hairy shoulder, letting out a derisive snort through his nose. The laughter of the group abruptly ceased. Gazing at Chitian, who remained unscathed, they exclaimed in disbelief, how is this possible? Their combined attack, even a defensive-focused upper-tier transcendent would be forced to their knees if hit directly. Freshmen from third-tier cities nearby, who had assumed certain defeat, were wide-eyed with shock. To emerge completely unharmed from the combined intermediate-tier spells of 4 transcendent-level beasts, was this guy even human? I see, your pet must have learned the skill dig, which is how it dodged the attack. Carnivorous blooms, roots spreading far and wide. The ground beneath the stone-fed monkey cracked open, and 2 vines instantly wrapped around Chitian's legs. This time, let's see how you dig your way out of this. Thunder Beast, Lightning Arc, Fire Feather Sparrow, Flamethrower, Man-Eater Flower, Leaf Blade, Spout Turtle, Swift Torrent. This time, they all unleashed projectile energy attacks. Energy Beam Clash? Have you guys ever heard of one rule? Since ancient times, the right side always loses in beam clashes. Liu Ken commanded, Chitian, let's use flamethrowers too. The ape of loathing opened its maw and spewed forth a torrent of flames. Holy shit, that's enormous, and so thick, someone nearby exclaimed in shock. The hate rock monkey's flame jet spanned several meters in diameter, scorching the air as waves of heat rolled outward, causing everyone's hair tips to curl slightly. Compared side by side, the blazing feathered sparrow's fire jet seemed pitifully thin and short. The blazing feathered sparrow's beastmaster stood stunned. Just what level of fire element mastery was this? Shaking himself alert, he retorted, so what if your elemental mastery is strong? You've only got 1 flame attack, we have 4 energy strikes coming your way. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Yen Yenho's fiery pillars split into 4, like a stream of urine forking. Each one met the opponent's energy attacks head-on. Bang! Annihilation! Their energy attacks melted and vanished upon contact with the flames, with even rapid water streams making no exception. The 4 fiery beams, their momentum undiminished, struck the 4 beast companions squarely. A chorus of pained cries rang out. The 4 beasts were sent flying and crashed to the ground, their eyes rolling in circles as they lost consciousness. Can I pass now? Students from first-tier cities are nothing special after all. Starting beast-taming studies in junior high? Not as impressive as I thought. A long while passed, then another long while. Only then did the freshman from a third-tier city snap out of his daze, staring with awe at Liu Chen's retreating figure, his mind completely overwhelmed by turbulent waves of astonishment. 1v4, no, 1v5 effortlessly defeated opponents who could have crushed them. Someone stared blankly at Li Shoren and mumbled, "You've got some guts." You actually pointed at his nose and cursed at him earlier. Li Shoren's Adam's apple convulsed as he swallowed hard with difficulty. His lips parted, but not a single word came out. Ranked first in the national college entrance exam, still debatable, but the top scholar of Jiangbei province, the strongest among new students outside Tier 1 cities, that fact left no room for doubt. Who is he? The bespectacled guy and his companions gasped in horror. How could such a monster exist in a third-tier city? Their scalps were tingling with fear. Moreover, his beast companion wasn't some delicate greenhouse flower like those country bumpkins before them. It had clearly seen real combat. That monkey had absolutely experienced life-or-death battles. He's Liu Ken. Li Xiaoren and others' words made Glasses Guy and his companions instantly open their mouths wide enough to nearly fit a fist, their pupils dilating. Is this guy really Liu Chen, the one who cheated on the national college entrance exams and was expelled by all universities across the country? Chapter 20, Su Meier Revisited, Two Deputy Headmasters. Luo Anfei's eyes held a trace of solemnity. Perception, novice, skilled, mastery, perfection, true intent, origin. This was the hierarchy of elemental control. It represented the degree of mastery over a particular elemental force. Most beast companions at the awakening stage possess only a perceptive level of elemental control mastery. Similarly, the majority of transcendent stage creatures only reach beginner level. Those who achieve proficient elemental control during the transcendent stage are already exceptional talents among their peers across various academies. Yet this noxious rock ape of Liu Chen's has reached a mastery level in elemental control. Moreover, his proficiency with the flamethrower skill had reached such a high level that he could wield it as naturally as his own arm. She was momentarily stunned. Acquiring a precious treasure of such extraordinary properties could only be described as sheer dumb luck. Mastery level elemental control. There's also skill proficiency, which seems somewhat unreasonable. There are no shortcuts for these two things. Even with her guidance, the Ice Crystal Fox has only just reached the advanced level of elemental control. Could it be due to the lower-tier monarch bloodline of the stone-weary monkey? Indeed, it's only natural for the offspring of a monarch-class breed to grow a tad faster than an upper-tier overlord-class frost crystal fox. She took a deep breath, letting out a heavy sigh, her gaze turning serious. I underestimated him a bit. I never thought my rebirth would lead him down a completely different path. Now, Liu Ken is also among the ranks of geniuses. But so what? Genius is merely the threshold to meet me, and prodigies exist to be crushed. In just another day or two, under the subtle influence of my talent, the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline will also advance to become a royal-class beast. After that, once my spiritual essence successfully condenses, I can use the Ice Phoenix's spiritual essence to unlock the wondrous applications of my talent. Then, we can begin evolving the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline toward that of a phoenix. What does he have to surpass me? One's luck can't stay good forever. Luo Anfei nodded smugly. Liu Chen had indeed given her some slight pressure this time. Just the tiniest bit though. Easy to surpass any time. Next comparison, total domination. The advantage is ours. Looking at Luo Anfei, who remained silent with a somewhat dazed expression in her eyes. Listen certainly knew what was going on. She must have been shocked by his little monkey again. He smirked inwardly. Big ice block. I admit your strength is formidable. Even I could only obtain the unique treasure from the system, yet you somehow managed to acquire it from who knows where. What a shame. Too bad you ran into this cheater, me. Genius? Before a cheater, all you can do is eat dust. Welcome to the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. I'll be your senior guiding you through the enrollment process, came a gentle and pleasant voice. Before the person arrived, the familiar voice reached them first. Su Meier approached with light footsteps, a smile on her face. She wore a white shirt paired with a black skirt, with thigh-high black stockings that extended upward, disappearing into mysterious territory, further accentuating her slender, shapely legs. The fitted white shirt perfectly outlined her figure, generously proportioned yet approachable. So beautiful. Li Xiaoren and the other freshmen from third-tier cities who caught up were staring at Su Meier, whose gentle demeanor and beauty rivaled even Luo Anfei's, their hearts pounding wildly. Luo Anfei was pretty, no doubt, but too aloof. This senior sister before them was different, perfectly matching their ideal of a partner, warm, gentle, intelligent, with every gesture radiating irresistible charm. Even some of the female students couldn't help glancing a few extra times. The senior truly slays both men and women alike. Welcome, Junior Luo Anfei, she greeted with a warm smile. Luo Anfei nodded slightly, her expression impassive. She hadn't heard of this Su Meier in her previous life, hardly worth noticing. Su Meier blinked her eyes at Liu Chen. We finally meet again, Junior Liu Chen. Luo Anfei's gaze, which had just withdrawn, turned back again. These two know each other. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable emotion inside, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Maybe it's just the exhaustion from the long journey, she thought to herself. Li Xiaoren and the others watched as Su Meier walked ahead, chatting and laughing with Luo Chen and Luo Anfei. It truly seemed like love had taken hold. What a gentle senior. They were eagerly looking forward to the senior coming over to speak to them in such a soft voice. She's looking over. The beautiful senior is looking over. Someone even slicked back their hair in a showy manner, ready to greet the lovely senior. The next moment, they saw the adorable smile on her face vanish instantly as she glanced at them, her expression turning blank and even impatient. Why are you so slow? Hurry up and keep up. Crack! It was as if they could hear the sound of their hearts breaking. Looking up again, the beautiful senior sister was all gentle smiles as she continuously pointed out the campus buildings and facilities to Lu Chen and Luo Wenfei. Tears streamed down their hearts. So smiles do fade away, don't they? Su Meier led Lu Chen inside. On the way, she also explained where they currently were. Xingyu Beastmaster University covers an area no smaller than a small city, divided into various distinct zones. The area they were in now was the newcomers zone, colloquially known as the preschool education zone. This made Lu Chen's face darken with frustration. Preschool education? Isn't this supposed to be an institute of higher learning, a university? Now we've got preschool education zones too? What's next? Kindergarten prep classes for me? None of you have even solidified your spiritual energies yet. As far as the entire beast tamer system is concerned, isn't this preschool education? Su Meier blinked her eyes innocently as she said this. Awakening the beast taming talent in senior year and contracting a beast companion only signifies your potential to become a beast master. It doesn't mean you've already stepped through the gates of being a beast master. The reason a beast master's dimension can accelerate a beast companion's growth lies in spiritual essence. Accelerating growth, healing injuries, and restoring mental energy all consume the beast master's spiritual essence. A beast master who has not condensed spiritual essence can at most accommodate extraordinary tier beast companions in their beast space. No condensed spiritual essence, beast companion at awakening stage unranked beast master. No condensed spiritual essence, beast companion at extraordinary tier 1-star beast master. Both of the above are considered amateur beast masters, not a professional beast master. By condensing spiritual energy, the beast master gains their own extraordinary power, spiritual power. For 2-star beast masters, their spiritual energy is white, and their beast companions are at the elite tier. For 3-star beast masters, their spiritual energy is crimson, and their beast companions reach the reborn tier. A 4-star beastmaster's spiritual energy manifests as green, with their beast companions at the commander rank. By the way, you'll face no shortage of troubles ahead. The academy has enrolled you despite immense pressure, becoming the target of widespread mockery. Students from first-tier cities are naturally arrogant to begin with, looking down on those from remote cities, let alone someone like you, ranked nationally as number 1. You guys get extra points in the college entrance exams for being from 2nd or 3rd-tier cities, making your rankings inflated. Candidates from first-tier cities are arrogant and conceited. They were certain you wouldn't dare show up. Now that you've come, countless people will probably want to pick fights with you. She paused and said, moreover, after you trended online, the entire school opposed admitting you. It was Deputy Head Qin Yanran who exercised the head's authority to decide and signed off on your enrollment. The headmaster has been absent from the academy for the past 3 years, with the 2 deputy heads overseeing all affairs during this period. Qin Yanran is only one of the deputy mansion heads, the other is called Zhang Qiliang. Both of them are strong candidates for the next mansion head. The conflict between them is quite intense. Su Meier shrugged, so you get it, right? The other side will constantly suppress you, fan the flames, and escalate the conflict between you and the students from first-tier cities. Their ultimate goal is to drive you out of the academy to undermine Deputy Head Qin. Lu Chen understood this was nothing more than him being branded with the label of Vice Manor Head Qin. Deputy Zhang's suppression of himself was tantamount to suppressing his political rivals. To trample oneself to death is to trample Vice Palace Mistress Qin Yanran to death. As long as one's own strength is insufficient, it can be exploited to great effect, used to smear the opponent. Lu Can had a headache. Nothing was more annoying than trouble, unless it could trigger a mission. But why did Vice Principal Qin go against all odds to recruit me? Because I told her to. She's my sister. Su Meier tilted her chin up proudly, as if waiting to be praised. Holy crap! Rich lady, feed me. One surname Qin, the other Su. Could they be from a divorced family? Received the freshman handbook and dormitory keys, then handed over the luggage to the university staff. They would help move the luggage to the dormitory. Soon, under Su Meier's guidance, they arrived at an enormous building that covered an extensive area. It had a round dome at the top while the lower structure was perfectly square. The front plaza was paved with gray stone, and the entrance pillars were so massive it would take 10 people linking arms to encircle one. Numerous students were streaming in and out. These are all students who registered in the past 2 days, some with first-tier city household registration and others with second-tier city household registration. Register them into the system. Chapter 21, Dominator's Aura, I'll drain it dry. Go register at the entrance. Step inside. What greets your eyes is a massive circular plaza, where countless iron doors stand flush against each other in a continuous ring, forming an enormous circle. Above each iron door glows an illuminated plaque. Those glowing red display occupied while the green ones show vacant. 1 room per person. Lu Can casually pushed open one of the iron doors and entered. Cramped, barely wide enough for 3 people to walk abreast, the space beyond the iron door wasn't a room but a narrow passageway. A passageway enclosed by walls on all sides, up, down, left, and right. The corridor stretches forward from beneath my feet, with markings on the ground indicating distances from 1m to 50m, apparently the length of this passage. At the end lies an exit, where light filters through. Beyond the exit, he saw a colossal statue resembling a white tiger, bathed in an unearthly radiance. Standing over 12 meters tall, its massive and agile frame concealed explosive power in every inch of muscle. A pair of wings sprouted from its back, and even while motionless, it loomed like an insurmountable mountain. Most of the body was engulfed in a hazy thick fog. Damn it! Just a statue, yet it made Luchen's hair stand on end. Roar! A tiger's roar exploded beside his ears. Suddenly, a crushing pressure emerged from the opposite end of the tunnel. In an instant, Lucan felt himself enveloped in a peculiar field saturated with mental oppression. Is this the aura of supremacy, the hallmark of a supreme rank practitioner, the aura of supremacy? But, it seems, I don't really feel anything special? Students are requested to absorb spiritual energy, compress spiritual energy, and condense spiritual energy under the mental pressure of the aura of supremacy. The spirit condensation method is posted behind the door. A mechanical voice echoed through the corridor. I see. Lu Chen glanced at the method for condensing spiritual essence. It was quite simple. Spiritual particles exist between heaven and earth, just like elements, yet only Beastmasters can absorb them. The Beastmaster draws in spiritual particles from the surroundings, using mental power as the grinding wheel and the taming space as the filter. Draw it into your body and condense its spiritual essence. When a Beastmaster possesses the beast taming space, they inherently carry colorless spiritual essence. However, it's extremely difficult to perceive and remains scattered deep within the body. First, you must sense the colorless spiritual essence within your body and gather it together, initiating a qualitative transformation. By utilizing the Overlord's aura, you can perceive the spiritual essence. Then, following the method of spiritual condensation, begin absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. This stage is also called visualization. When all spiritual energy transforms from colorless to white, it is considered successful. He's somewhat disdainful. This is too crude. It's completely incomparable to his own primordial sovereign spirituality. The spiritual energy he absorbed wasn't mundane spiritual particles from the external world. Instead, it came from the celestial spiritual particles within the primordial space. Oh, my primordial sovereign spirit is of a god-tier level? Well then, that settles it. However, condensing spirit energy does consume mental strength. In the Taisher space each day, he could at most channel about 10 minutes of starlight to condense spirit energy, and after each session, he'd be completely drained. It felt like pulling several all-nighters in a row. At the end of the corridor, the transparent glass door slid open. A thin mist drifted into the passageway. Taking a breath of this mist, Lucan felt his spirits lift. His eyes brightened. Could this substance actually restore mental energy? The further I go, does this spirit-replenishing mist grow thicker? The school is forcing students to adapt to pressure and keep moving forward. He strode forward with swift steps. He wondered how far he could progress down the corridor. Half a minute later, Lu Chen turned his head to look back at the passageway, then shifted his gaze to the white tiger statue now looming before him. He found himself emerging from the passageway. He scratched his head and said, "Isn't it true that the deeper we go into the passage and the closer we get to the statue, the stronger the oppressive aura of the Overlord becomes? There's been no change along the way." Wait, that's not true. All the corridors form a giant ring, with this white tiger statue at its center. He peered down the other passageways. The enhanced vision granted by the eyes of the deity allowed him to pierce through the mist. In the other passageways, most people struggled with every step, breaking into a sweat and trembling as they advanced. Only a very few managed to reach the middle section. They all sat cross-legged, harnessing the oppressive pressure to temper their spirits and refine their condensed spirituality. So it seems, the effect of my primordial lord spirit can actually make me immune to this kind of mental domain aura? That's kinda god tier. The mist here is so dense that fine water droplets have condensed in the air. All the mist spews from the white tiger statue's mouth, as if it had ingested dry ice. I hope my spiritual energy can successfully coalesce in one go. He sat down cross-legged. The dense stellar spiritual energy was drawn into reality, using consciousness as the millstone and the beast taming space as the filter. His mental energy was also rapidly depleting. But as the external mist was drawn into his body, his spiritual energy instantly replenished. Thus, gradually, a small vortex formed around him, continuously absorbing the surrounding haze. Time passed minute by minute. Lu Chen's need to devour the mist grew increasingly urgent. The vortex grew larger, drawing in the surrounding mist like a whirlpool. In the corridor, groups of students were baffled. Why has the spiritual mist thinned out? It begins with those who are within the 1 to 5 meter range. Behind is a range of 6 to 15 meters. The next stage was 20 meters beyond. Finally, everyone noticed the faint mist had completely vanished from the corridor. All the mist had gathered in the circular space where the white tiger statue stood, refusing to seep back in. What the hell is going on? Damn it, I just started. Did it glitch? Such bewildered voices kept echoing through the tunnels one after another. One of the passageways. Luo Anfei sat cross-legged at the 40-meter mark, exhaling a turbid breath. Truly worthy of being an academy, what she achieved in just 1 hour surpassed 7 days' worth of results elsewhere. One more day, and she could completely consolidate the Ice Phoenix's spiritual essence. A trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. Why was the spiritual mist growing thinner? Glancing towards the passageway outside, she suddenly noticed the spiritual mist before her had noticeably thinned. Luo Anfei's eyes widened slightly. A faint figure could be glimpsed sitting cross-legged beneath the white tiger statue, but just as one tried to discern it clearly, the surrounding mist filled the void. The circular space where the white tiger statue stood was once again shrouded in mist. It must have been my imagination. She could only make it to the 35-meter mark. How could anyone possibly withstand the oppressive force and walk beyond that? Lu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, within which stars rose and fell. The entire figure was sharp and unbridled, with spirit radiating outward, as if sparks could fly from an empty room. A tremendous transformation was taking place within him. Chapter 22 With mortal flesh, rival the divine. Illusory and colorless spirituality. Completely transformed into pure white, dotted with twinkling starlight. A mighty surge of spiritual power instantly flooded through every limb and vein, continuously scouring his body. Everywhere it passed, muscles, skin, and mental strength were all reinforced. Both his physical constitution and spiritual essence were undergoing transformation. After circulating through his entire body, the spiritual energy finally converged. Transforming into a torrent of spirituality, it erupted with a thunderous boom. The previously sealed beast-taming space was burst open by his white spiritual energy. The spiritual energy coalesced into a starry mist-like passage, one end connected to Lugen's soul, the other to the beast-taming space. A silver river hung upside down in the sky, scattering glimmering starlight. The beast-taming space was undergoing transformations. The intensity and scale have both been enhanced. Beast-taming space, level up. At the same time, primordial space. The original divine ascent staircase. Previously, apart from the first step, all other steps remained dim and lifeless. Each step represents an entire starfield. Now, the second step has also begun to glow, emitting a crimson starlight. It seems transforming white spirituality into crimson spirituality is the direction for the next stage of advancement. Lu Kan looked around. There was still plenty of spiritual mist remaining. Can't let it go to waste. To avoid detection, he retreated back to the entrance of his tunnel. Crimson starlight coalesced, drifting towards him, bridging into reality. Several minutes later, Lu Kan appeared utterly drained. Absorbing the crimson stellar spirituality consumed several times more mental energy than before. The spirituality showed no change at all, while the mist was completely drained by him. The spiritual mist holds little significance for him now. Why has the mist completely vanished? What the hell? Why did the fog suddenly disappear? Listening to the sounds coming from other passageways. Time to bail. As the instigator of it all, he quickly made his escape. Soon, the gatekeeper in person in charge, Old Man Sheen, hearing the commotion inside, came to check. He scratched his head. I could have sworn I just added some ethereal marrow. How did it run out so fast today? New student dormitory area. Never expected my dorm to be a standalone villa with a front yard. An open concept living room. Just returned to the dorm. Lu Chen heard Chi Tian calling him from within beast taming space. Summon the other party. Chirp. It looked somewhat anxious, flusteredly pointing to its own embrace. Egg? The beast egg left to him by his mother was truly marvelous. It could actually be stored within his beast space. By now, it was no longer just a lump of stone. Instead, it had become smooth and pristine white. Mysterious egg. Description: originating from the ultra-ancient era, this biological egg fossilized due to a catastrophic celestial upheaval. By absorbing high-tier stellar energy and relying on its own capabilities, it achieved the miracle of reversing death into life. However, since the embryo petrified before fully forming, its growth was interrupted, leaving it deficient in primordial power. It can only hatch by devouring forces related to taboos. The divine eyes revealed this information. Lu Kan also noticed that after condensing the white spiritual energy, the probing ability of the God's Eye had likewise strengthened. The information revealed through probing had become much more detailed. Absorb enough stellar spiritual energy and, with one's own capabilities, achieve the transformation of death into life? That's quite a lot to take in. And it actually needs to absorb taboo-related power to hatch? Taboos are all related to evil gods. This is so eerie. Could there be a fledgling evil god inside? You said this thing moves? The heavenly chick nodded like a pecking bird, which was utterly terrifying. The beast taming space had leveled up, and it had been peacefully sleeping inside. Then it opened its eyes to find an egg wriggling right in front of it. So frightened it punched the thing. Lu Chen told the heavenly chick to place the egg on the ground. He touched the mysterious egg. The creature writhed coyly on the ground for a moment, as if savoring Lu Chen's caress, then leaped directly into his arms. It kept nuzzling against his cheek. It was practically behaving like a puppy, making him wonder if the creature inside might actually be some dog-like being? A suspected evil deity-side canine. Could it possibly be Cerberus? But that doesn't seem right either. He remembers the real Cerberus being an abyssal creature, the final evolved form of a nether hound. With a turn of his hand, Lu Chen enveloped a drop of crimson blood with spiritual energy and suspended it above his palm. Earlier in the abyssal realm, he had exterminated that bizarre eyeball. The drop of blood that appeared in the primordial space. Instantly, the mysterious egg emanated a sense of intense craving. Eat it! As the blood droplet fell onto its shell, a small whirlpool resembling a black hole emerged instantly, swallowing it whole. Plop! The mysterious egg tilted its head and toppled onto the ground. Ah, youth, how wonderful to sleep right after eating. Grow up quickly. He placed it aside, eagerly anticipating what might hatch from it. Now, with the concentration of white spiritual energy and the advancement of his beast taming space, he was finally able to contract with a second beast companion. Just waiting for this mysterious egg to hatch, Lu Chen started browsing the school's forum according to the freshman handbook. It also includes answers to various questions. Half an hour later, inside the villa, a sharp whistling sound tore through the air as compressed atmosphere detonated. A miniature whirlwind erupted within the enclosed space. Lu Chen took a deep breath and retracted his fist, the muscles beneath his skin hardening like steel. Even a boxing champion from his past life probably couldn't withstand a single punch from him now. No wonder they say those who haven't condensed their spiritual essence aren't considered true professional beast masters, merely amateurs. The difference between them is like night and day. Not to mention, this is just the byproduct of spiritual condensation. The reason spiritual essence is so important is that once condensed, different grades of spiritual essence serve different purposes. Beast taming skills. Solidification. You can select one skill from your beast companion to solidify it, allowing the beastmaster to activate the skill using spiritual energy, thereby enabling the beastmaster to use the skill as well. Beastmasters are never a weak profession. They possess their own abilities, otherwise, they would have long been decimated when facing ferocious beasts or demons. But Lu Chen discovered his beast taming ability was different. It wasn't permanent bonding, but rather, free assembly. He could freely utilize any skills from his beast companions, as long as his spiritual energy could sustain the consumption. Flame Fist. Lu Chen extended his hand, and with a whoosh, a burst of flames enveloped his fist, yet he felt no searing heat. He could even place his other hand on it without any harm. Stone Spikes. The flames vanished, leaving only a rocky spike condensed before his palm. All my beast companions can grow into mythical existences under my nurturing. Wouldn't that allow me, a mere mortal, to rival the gods when the time comes? No, by then I ought to be the Lord of Gods himself. He clenched his fist so hard that flames burst to life in his palm, only to be snuffed out moments later, as if grasping the scepter of the gods, like a big child with a novel toy. Lu Chen didn't stop until he had squandered every last ounce of his spiritual energy, still reluctantly yearning for more. He collapsed onto the sofa. By the way, there's still a system reward I haven't claimed yet. Today's punishment has turned into rewards for defeating those who stood in my way. System, claim my reward. Ding, congratulations host on obtaining one intermediate mystery box. Pursing his lips. An intermediate blind box? Pretty lame. Looks like the rewards are distributed based on task difficulty after all. Open the blind box. Congratulations, host, you've obtained element upgrade crystals, can upgrade element levels below master tier by 1 rank. Better than nothing. Name stone-hating monkey. Level up or extraordinary tier. Attributes rock type, fire type. Ability solar flame, new. Bloodline mid-tier monarch species, Zhu Yen bloodline fusion progress 56%. Bloodline talents form shift, indestructible diamond body. Elemental mastery level fire, proficient 50%, earth, skilled 80%. Skills flame jet, intermediate, mastery 1%, stone spikes, intermediate, advanced 85%, fireball cannon, intermediate, advanced 50%, flame vortex, advanced, beginner's insight 98%, explosive flare, beginner's insight 40%. Evolution sequence. The basic skills panel is no longer displayed. That hardly counts as a skill. Because it was nothing more than attaching elements to his body, Shi Tian now looked down on basic skills with every move he made. Ha! Lu Chen saw the percentage numbers behind element control level and skill. Since condensed spirituality allowed divine eyes to perceive information more meticulously and comprehensively, that's actually great news. Skills also have mastery levels, something he just learned about on the campus forum. They're divided into novice, proficient, master, perfection, transcendent. Take for example, a novice level flame jet spell. The skill's wind up is a bit long, and the flames lack density, resulting in energy dissipation during projection. A perfected flame projection. Qi can cast it instantaneously and shape the skill at will. For instance, controlling the fire pillars to branch mid-flight to strike multiple enemies. The workout area of the villa. There are exercise equipment for pet beasts. Qi was training like crazy, trying to make his innate ability, Indestructible Diamond, even tougher. Clang, clang, he hammered at his body with dumbbells. The Beastmaster has been continuously strengthening its abilities. It feels that if it doesn't put in the effort, these gains won't sit right with its conscience. Qi, chirp. It set down the dumbbell in its hand and looked at the Beastmaster with confusion. Let me enhance your mastery of the Geo element a bit. The Beastmaster's warm, large hand gently stroked its forehead. In an instant, it felt the rocky energy within its body growing increasingly active, its understanding of the elemental stone deepening. It's getting stronger again. Sigma, Sigma. With unwavering determination on its face, today, practice until dawn. Otherwise, I wouldn't feel at ease wielding this power. Watching Qi silently adding weights to himself, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. His skill proficiency was increasing remarkably fast. Aside from the bloodline boost from Qi Zhuyan heritage, it was largely due to his relentless effort. A seasoned overachiever, that one. Every day during rest time in the beast taming space, I contemplate how to make the skills flow more smoothly. The phone rang. It was my Aunt Lu Yurong calling. Due to work requirements, she wasn't allowed to bring her phone in during working hours. Is the business trip over? Connected. But the words from the other end made his expression change abruptly. Help me. Chapter 23, Relics and Ruins, Preparing Evolution Materials. Upon hearing the cries for help from the other party, Lu Can's expression drastically changed, his eyes brimming with terrifying killing intent. Spiritual energy surged from his body, causing his robes and hair to flutter without any wind. In his past life, he had been an orphan. In this lifetime, I finally experienced what it feels like to have family. Family is his untouchable weakness. Help! My nephew isn't just the top scholar in Jianbei province, he's the National College Entrance Exam champion. At least Starry Sky Beastmaster Academy has good taste and recognizes how amazing my nephew is. What garbage are those other academies, daring to unilaterally cancel your admission? Nephew, if you prosper, do not forget me. The boiling murderous intent vanished without a trace. Indeed, what accidents could happen with the mirror puppet around? Lu Chen rolled his eyes wildly. Can you stop dragging out your words? When you cried save me, I was already about to tell Grandma to start the feast. Over there, snarling with fury, she snapped, you little brat, all you ever think about is feasting at your aunt's funeral, huh? Can't wait for me to drop dead, is that it? Don't think being the top scorer makes you special. Believe it or not, I'll call my bestie over to beat you up. Bestie? You mean that friend you made back in the archaeology department at Liberal Arts College? Lu Yorong had previously studied archaeology at a regular university. She made a wonderful best friend there. Given her sharp tongue, the fact that she's praised her best friend numerous times in front of Lu Can proves this friend must be genuinely impressive. Even her current job was arranged by that best friend, a true iron rice bowl, working for an ancient ruins preservation company under the Beast Taming Association. In other words, archaeology. The two worlds merged as the Blue Star continued to expand its territory. Ancient ruins from the other world emerged in some areas, requiring excavation to facilitate research into that world's history. Her close friend probably came from a rather powerful family, yet lacked any beast-taming talents, remaining just an ordinary person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have ended up studying archaeology alongside Lu Yorong at some run-of-the-mill university. Exactly. Beautiful, isn't it? It can blind your dog eyes, rivaling your childhood sweetheart, even surpassing them in charm. Compared to that big ice block, it really is beautiful. Then let her come. What do I have to fear from a mere mortal? When she arrives, I'll make her my captive bride, tie her up and take her 100 times a day. Damn it, just wait. I'll screenshot the chat and send it to her right away. The two chatted for a while. The other person had already finished the business trip and was now on the way back to Day City. Most of the time he listened to her venting about how exhausting the job was, utterly backbreaking, dealing with nothing but crumbling stones from ancient ruins. At the end of the conversation, she said, by the way, the magic mirror doll is gone. It told me it was going to find you. It came on its own? I don't know. After I finished work, it said something to me and then left. It shouldn't be a major issue, after all, the magic mirror puppet is a supreme tier existence. Besides, it was the perfect opportunity to ask about his mother and the mysterious egg. As his mother's beast companion, surely the other party would know more? Alright, I'm home now, exhausted. Time for a shower in bed. We chatted casually for a while. The two then ended the call. Das City. The road allowed Rong to return home, dusty and travel-worn. Having spent a month in the ancient ruins, he carried the earthy scent of soil with him. Moreover, those ruins had been excavated by a group of fanatical church members who knows what they were up to inside. It was all sorts of foul things, causing great trouble for their work. This ancient monument was once glorious, but due to the arrival of a forbidden follower, the entire clan was wiped out. They successfully sealed the evil god's follower away. Unfortunately, it's not an ancient monument but rather an ancient site. Nothing more can be excavated. Though differing by just one character between site and monument, there's a world of difference between them. Ruins are just ordinary archaeological sites without any supernatural powers. Many things have weathered and vanished over time. Relics possess supernatural powers and are a type of special mystical realm. Entering the bathroom, undressing, revealing a delicate and breathtaking figure that quickens the pulse under the hot water's flow. The skin glows pinkishly fair and tenderly flushed. Her hair dripped with glistening water droplets, her fair face blurred in the misty vapor. Yet she remained unaware. On the back of her collarbone, a pristine crescent moon pattern flashed briefly before vanishing. Days City, in the shadowy depths of the sewers. Maddened roars echoed through the tunnels. He shall awaken from slumber. Just one final step remains. Flesh, screams, and wails shall bring him delight. Stellar Dominion Beast Taming Academy. Dormitory area. With Lu Yuron safe, Lu Chen could finally relax. Yet again, he found himself mired in worries. He had already condensed white spiritual energy, allowing his beast taming space to level up, now capable of supporting his beast companion's evolution to the elite tier. To ascend to the elite tier, 3 conditions must be met. 1. The elemental control level must reach mastery. 2. The racial bloodline potential of beast companions must attain elite grade. 3. The elemental energy of the beast companion needs to accumulate to its peak. The first 2 conditions posed no pressure for Qi Tian, as they had long been met. Since the third condition had not been fulfilled, his strength remained stuck at the upper transcendent rank. Fortunately, the third method was the easiest to solve. It only required feeding the beast companion high-energy food or potions. Lu Chen was browsing the campus online store, which offered home delivery services and specialized in products related to beast masters and their companion beasts. Rhino meat, $1,000 per pound. Baba sheep milk, $1,000 per liter. Magma fruit, $120,000 each. Fire vine fruit, $100,000 per piece. Fire spirit marrow, $200,000 per 10 ml. Damn, a type of plant. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. No wonder these things weren't sold in Days City. They were simply unaffordable. These were just items suitable for transcendent tier use. Imagine the cost for higher-level beast companions. Wouldn't that bankrupt you? After browsing around, he finally found something called nutrient supplements suitable for the Rockaverse monkey. Universal Energy Nutrient Supplement. It can accelerate the growth of beast pets, purify them, and increase their internal energy value. Price, 11,000 per bottle. It can be purchased with academic credits. 10,000 yuan equals 10 credits, and purchasing with credits gives a 20% discount, which means you only need 8 credits. I checked my academic credits, where each enrolled student receives a 1,000 credit entrance reward. This is equivalent to the institution generously giving every new student 1 million yuan for free. Such generosity is truly remarkable. It makes me furious just thinking about it. His academic results were questioned nationwide, with accusations of fraud sparking widespread skepticism. The Jiangbei province and Days City did not award him a scholarship. It was actually Principal Xia Haiqiang and Education Bureau Chief Wang Hengze who personally dipped into their own pockets, pooling together 500,000 yuan for him. The scholarship he received for awakening the SSS tier beast taming talent was tucked under his grandmother's pillow before he left. Money. It's impossible to predict how much money Qi Tian will need to accumulate enough energy to advance. Promoted to the elite tier. Time to start gathering evolution materials again. His divine-level beast taming talent enables his spirit beasts to embark on an evolutionary path called the mythic sequence. Even the cleverest housewife cannot cook without rice. The mythological evolution sequence also requires evolutionary materials. The evolution materials aren't specified as requiring any particular items. It only states, when a beast pet reaches the upper elite tier and devours a large quantity of thunder attribute treasures, a brand new bloodline ascension will be unlocked, and the beast pet shall evolve. It seems the next bloodline I'll acquire is related to lightning. Damn it! A massive amount of lightning attribute treasures. The moment massive amount comes up, you know Qi Tian's evolution isn't something small fortunes can handle. I better start gathering thunder element materials now with purpose. No wonder people say magical beasts are gold-digging creatures. Need to find a way to make money. Continued browsing through the campus forum. The fraudster Lu Chen has already been admitted to Xingyu Academy, with an utterly detestable demeanor. What's more, at noon today he brazenly declared that all students from first-tier cities are trash. A post marked with a flame icon caught his eye. Lu Chen? He clicked to view it and found it was indeed meant to stir up hatred against him. The post vividly described how arrogant he was, defeating several students blocking the gate through sneak attacks. Damn, this reads exactly like some brainless villain from a trashy novel. What's with the flipped nostrils and arrogant eyes, swaggering through the school gates announcing the national top scholar's arrival, men scram, women kneel and beg to serve his bed? The post instantly soared to the top of the campus forum. Thousands replied, with every student boiling over with rage. Countless people vowed to challenge Lu Chen, threatening to beat him on sight until he's driven out of the academy. Cheaters and country bumpkins dare to be so arrogant. Lu Chen. This must be the trouble Su Mayer mentioned. Having become the target of public criticism, it seems there's no way to avoid it. Better to take the initiative than to remain passive, enduring wave after wave of malice. Better to strike first. He rubbed his chin, pondering. Most students at Xingyu Academy came from first-tier cities. All privileged elites, they must be quite wealthy, right? He quickly posted. I'm Lu Chen, new to Xingyu Academy, and rather disappointed. Today's roadblocks were all just pathetic weaklings. Is there anyone a bit stronger out there? I only ask for one defeat. I hereby set up a challenge ring, inviting all freshmen from first-tier cities to duel. Dare you accept? The post instantly went viral again. Damn, just as arrogant as described in the post. What a frog in a well who's never seen the world. How dare you actually show your face at our academy? Ranked first in the nation? Are you even worthy? You truly have the nerve to come. Good God, how dare you, a country bumpkin. I'll take you on with one hand tied behind my back. You think I can beat you like beating my own son? When I barely lift a finger, it's already beyond your reach. You don't actually think your achievements are real, do you? You're not actually believing your own hype now? The crowd erupted in fury, unanimously swearing to crush Lu Chen. Lu Chen edited his post again. There are too many of you, and I'm just one person. To set a threshold, anyone who wants to challenge me must pay a 10,000 yuan challenge fee. So we don't get every Tom, Dick, and Harry coming at me. I only deal with the elite. As esteemed city dwellers, surely you wouldn't lack even 10,000? Could it be? Could it really be? Surely nobody here can't scrape together 10,000 bucks? 10 grand? That's just pocket change for my breakfast. It's not even enough for a single tree fruit for my beast companion. Battle Square, come if you dare. This road's national top scorer crushing first-tier cities invincible Chen awaits you. Chapter 24, challenging all freshmen, setting up the arena. This post instantly set the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy ablaze. The entire freshman district immediately erupted in uproar. Holy shit, that insane? Challenge all the freshmen? I'm going wait till I fuck him up. A student expelled from the National College entrance exam dares to be this arrogant? I heard he's a relative of Vice Director Qin. It was Vice Director Qin who insisted on recruiting him. A backdoor entry insect like you should stay hidden. Why jump out to court death? Those who gain admission to Stellar Beast Taming Academy are all exceptional talents, the nation's elite students. Lu Chen's first place ranking in the national exams was obviously obtained through cheating, that's an indisputable fact. Can anyone tolerate being taunted like this by a cheater? Viewed from the sky, it is extraordinarily magnificent. People emerged from every dormitory area, heading toward the battle square. The administration building, a luxurious office. Assistant Pan Ga to Deputy Chief Zhang looked utterly baffled. The post stirring up trouble for Lu Chen was his handiwork. He stared at the 5 people below and asked, "Are you sure you edited those posts properly? Honestly, it feels like you guys underplayed it." These 5 were the very ones who had been overpowered by Lu Chen single-handedly at noon. Their eyes were filled with confusion. I dunno, he wasn't this brazen during the day. But it's good news for us. The assistant sneered, "Humph, Deputy Governor Qin claims his national #1 ranking is well-deserved. A country bumpkin from a third-tier city, whose achievements are known worldwide to be fake. Yet Qin Yanran, that dim-witted bimbo with nothing but big breasts, actually disregarded everyone's opposition and abused her vice principal's privilege to forcibly recruit him. The whole school has been criticizing her, eagerly waiting to see her make a fool of herself. I was afraid Lu Chen might choose to play dead when faced with our mudslinging. If he played dead, we'd have no way to deal with him. Never expected him to jump out and challenge everyone on his own. They're just waiting for Lu Chen to lose now. As soon as he loses, Deputy Principal Zhang can make his move. By then, it will be Qin Yanran's major work blunder, tarnishing the institution's reputation. Vice Head Zhang would then be able to convene an all-college meeting to vote on removing Qin Yanran from her position. Drive her and Lu Can out of the academy together. Deserves to be the national #1, huh? Today, I'm going to slap Qin Yanran's face to pieces. Historically, no one from a non-tier 1 city has ever made it into the national top 100. Giggle. The sound of silvery laughter echoed. I never expected my junior to be this interesting. Beside Su Mayer stood a poised and intelligent elegant lady. Qin Yanran, one of the deputy heads of the Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy. At this moment, she respectfully addressed Su Mayer, saying, "Miss, I feel, he seems unreliable. How could anyone in this world resist your spiritual charm? Moreover, according to the divination, you should." Foreshadowing in Chapter 13. Su Mayer slightly raised her eyelids, Are you teaching me how to do things? No, I don't dare. Xin Yanran lowered her head. But they're urging us fiercely. We were supposed to set out this month. Don't bother, we don't need them anymore. He is the one I've chosen. I don't believe in fate, murmured Su Mayer, her pupils having somehow transformed into pink heart shapes. Even as a woman, Xin Yanran found herself utterly captivated, completely under his spell at this moment. To give everything for it, even one's heart and soul. The spiritual energy uncontrollably spilled out, light and shadow swirling as several tails coalesced behind. Hurry and grow up already. Newborn District Battle Plaza. There, he's there. The crowd surged forward like a dark tide, seething with rage, each person seemingly itching to tear Lu Chen to pieces. I'll do it. I'm the top scholar from Donghuang province. What's the fuss about a top scorer from a second-tier province? Me first. I ranked in the top 100 of the Gaokao in the first-tier city of Fallen Moon. Who the hell do you think you are? Top 100 doesn't mean shit. Bring it on if you dare. Bring it on. You think I'm scared of you? Lu Chun. Students from first-tier cities look down on those from second-tier cities. Students from second-tier cities look down on those from third-tier cities. A classic hierarchy of disdain. Watching them nearly come to blows with each other. Lu Chen hastily coughed twice. Ahem, well, how about paying first? We'll determine who fights me based on the order of payment. So eager to get owned by us? How about another round of fun? If you lose, you call the winner daddy. If we lose, we'll call you daddy instead. Ha ha ha. This is perfect. Let's each take a turn challenging the cheat. That way, we'll all be his dad, and he'll end up with 2,000 fathers. This doesn't seem quite right. Lu Chen showed a troubled expression. Wouldn't that mean he'd have over 2,000 sons? Scared now? Shaken out? The crowd below jeered with mocking laughter. The nation's top player, aren't you awesome enough? Alright, come on then. Sons delivered straight to his doorstep, might as well take what's offered for free. He pulled out a large folded payment QR code from his pocket and held it high above his head. He had printed it on the way here. Everyone took out their phones to scan the code. Lu Chen's phone kept buzzing with notifications. Yusin Payment received 10,000 yuan. Yusin Payment received 10,000 yuan. Watching his secret stash grow, he was grinning from ear to ear. Almost 2 million poured in instantly. Damn, these people are rolling in cash. The group payment QR code generates a ranking based on the chronological order of transfers. Damn, my connection froze. Shit, I transferred the money instantly. How am I ranked 50th? People are complaining about how slow it is to send money. Talk about being spoiled for choice. An excited voice rang out among the crowd. I'm first. Damn, it's that bastard Lu Shangwei. What shitty luck. Hails from the first-tier city Springbrook. Lu Shangwei leaped aboard, his face beaming with smug satisfaction yet tinged with a sneer. You know what? Nationwide rankings only consider the top 3 students from third-tier cities, and they get preferential treatment in college entrance exams. The conversion formula is the Wisdom Brain Assumption Method, recorded by the Mechanical Wisdom Brain as the top 3 college entrance exam scores from third-tier cities. Assuming you received the same level of education as we do in first-tier cities, what standards could you ultimately achieve? Under this brain simulation projection, most provincial top scorers from third-tier cities rank around 1,000th nationally. The top 100 in the National College Entrance Examination are ranked based on overall performance. Lu Shangwei sneered, the top 100 nationwide represents the strongest 100 individuals of the new generation in the country. The intelligence system will select the top 100 examinees nationwide, based on their Beast Companion stats, Beast Master's mental strength, and actual combat power, to conduct simulated battles and ultimately rank the top 100. You, someone from a remote province and some obscure town, reaching the summit? You're insulting this sacred honor. He reveled in smug satisfaction. This country bumpkin surely didn't understand how national rankings were calculated, did he? Oh, I know. Lu Chen had already heard about it from Principal Xia Haicheng back in high school. Lu Shangwei was stunned. How could this country bumpkin know? Didn't that make what he just said sound utterly stupid? He sneered coldly. Fine, let me show you the gap between us. A giant praying mantis, its entire body green, reared up on its hind legs, its forelimbs as sharp as scythes. A whip-like tail dangled behind its rump, ending in a sharp poisonous stinger. Insect type, high-ranked commander species, approaching mid-level transcendent tier. Lu Chen similarly summoned the rock-weary monkey. Lu Chen's voice rang out. Next one. Lu Shangwei, what the hell are you talking about? Look at your beast pet. Lu Shangwei's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. His venom-blade mantis had somehow been buried underground, with only its head sticking out. The surrounding earth kept compressing its body until it fainted. Mastery-level rock-type elemental control allows the rock ape to manipulate the surrounding rocky terrain. Lu Shangwei, immersive translate. P.S. Some people might be confused about the administrative level classification, so let me clarify. First-tier cities cover vast areas, similar to municipalities directly under the central government or special administrative regions, like Beijing, Shanghai, Chongqing, and Shenzhen. A single city's GDP might surpass several inland provinces combined. First-tier cities boast the strongest infrastructure, economy, development level, and comprehensive strength. Below first-tier cities are second-tier provinces, where most subordinate cities are second-tier, though provincial capitals rank just below those 10 first-tier cities and are dubbed quasi-first-tier cities. These are referred to as beastmaster provinces. The remaining are third-tier provinces, where the subordinate cities are all third-tier cities, with only the provincial capital possibly being a second-tier city. The protagonist hailed from Jiangbei province, a remote backwater among remote regions, ranking at the very bottom even among third-tier provinces. Its provincial capital, Guangzhou City, barely qualified as a quasi-second-tier city. Chapter 25, Stunned Deputy Dean Zhang, The Dual Challenge. Administration Building. The Office. You'll soon be able to drop the deputy prefix and be officially addressed as Chief Zhang, Academic Dean Wu Rui fawned ingratiatingly. More than half the faculty members already support you. Ioyo, Xiao Wu, nonsense. You're really getting me into trouble here. I never said anything about becoming chief, Zhang Qiliang replied with a stern expression, though the corners of his mouth were stretching ear to ear with barely suppressed glee. Who knows what our chief is thinking? He's stationed on the frontline battlefield yet parachuting in some completely inexperienced Qin Yanran as deputy chief. I wonder if there's some shady deal going on. Wu Rui began to murmur about the Manor Lord. Humph, just an old fossil. He's gone to the front line but still won't step down and let me take over as Manor Lord. The old fossil is retiring this year, the Manor Lord position will definitely be mine. Zhang Qiliang sneered inwardly. He'd long resented the Manor Lord for hogging the position, not only blocking his own advancement but even parachuting in Qin Yanran specifically to keep him in check. Now he just had to wait for news from his assistant, Pan Jie. Once he returns to report that Liu Ken has lost, he will proceed directly to the battle plaza and drive Liu Ken out of the academy on the spot. Convene an emergency meeting of all senior academy officials immediately, citing Qin Yanran's arbitrary actions that have tarnished the academy's reputation, and strip her of her position as deputy headmaster. Then, leveraging the merits of setting things right, he will ascend to the seat of the headmaster. The office door swung open. Assistant Pan Jie walked in. Dean Wu Rui's eyes lit up. Ha, as expected of trash, defeated so quickly? And this is supposed to be the undisputed number one? I thought there might be some actual skill involved. It seems trash from third-tier cities will always remain trash. Let's go to the battle area and watch how I humiliate him thoroughly, Zhang Qiliang said with a smile. Wu Rui continued, Pan Jie, tell me in detail, just how pathetic did he look when he lost? No, didn't lose. Pan Ga's eyes were dazed, they're all calling him dad now. Zhang Qiliang? Wu Rui. Did you get your head squeezed in a door? Speak clearly. Pan Ga's face showed shock, almost all were instantly defeated. Later, Lu Chun challenged several at once and still won effortlessly. Zhang Qiliang and Wu Rui were dumbfounded. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Did you fucking drink fake liquor? Battle square. In the arena, a pitch-black energy beam and a fiery beam collided at the center. One was the Shadow Wave, an intermediate Abyss-type skill, while the other was Flame Jet, an intermediate Fire-type skill. There exists no attribute advantage between the two parties. Logically speaking, the clash of energy techniques tests who has greater endurance and whose elemental mastery is more advanced. Boom! Two energy attacks collided with each other. Yet, there was no so-called stalemate where both sides struggled against each other. One-sided. The shadowy ripple was instantly thrust back upon collision. With a final loud bang, flames surged and billowed as smoke swirled. A Pokemon was sent flying backward from the smoke, crashing to the ground, its eyes spinning in dizzy circles, clearly unable to continue the battle. The opponent snapped out of his daze, took a deep breath, and, quite sporting in defeat, managed to utter, Lu Daddy. Next, Liu Ken announced. A hushed silence enveloped the surroundings, transforming the previously noisy battle square into what felt like a library. Stunned expressions filled everyone's eyes. Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th on the national top 100 list, had fallen defeated in under 3 minutes. This was after Liu Chen had already endured over 10 consecutive challengers in a relentless battle. Watching Liu Chen standing calmly in the arena, with the indomitable rock ape showing no signs of fatigue throughout the entire ordeal, the spectators stood dumbfounded. Liu Chen's strength had earned their genuine respect. There were even lively girls in the audience shouting, Lu Daddy, come to my room tonight, I'll call you Dad. Was Liu Chen really cheating to get the national number 1 ranking? Someone murmured in disbelief. Beating Jiang Yixing, who's nationally ranked 100, shows he has some skill, but doesn't necessarily prove he's truly number 1 nationwide. The gap between top 100 players can be quite significant. Right, even with ability, that doesn't automatically make him the national champion. The arena buzzed with discussion as everyone began talking at once. Even if he weren't nationally ranked first, with his strength, he could easily choose any of the 4 top-tier academies. What does that matter? What we're questioning is his claim to being number 1 nationally. The top 100 in the Gaokao rankings are all about practical combat ability according to the newly compiled national admissions list. Our school's Zhuoxiangyu ranks 2nd nationally, and reportedly achieved spiritual condensation right after the exams. His beast companion must already be stepping into elite tier by now. Zhuoxiangyu's family background isn't simple either. His father's a dominator tier beastmaster. With such paternal instruction, his combat skills are maxed out. Achieving spiritual condensation post-Gaokao means his beast companion is probably nearing elite tier now. Rumor has it he's already mastered an advanced skill. Unless he can defeat Zhuoxiangyu, no one will question his title as the national champion. Initially, Lu Chen was ranked 1st nationally, Chuiyu 2nd, and Zhuoxiangyu 3rd. Later, Lu Chen's results were collectively disputed, and apart from Xingyu Academy, other schools re-ranked the national top 100. Chuiyu took 1st place, Zhuoxiangyu 2nd, and Lu Chen was removed from the list. Everyone nodded in agreement. It made perfect sense. Zhuoxiangyu manifested spiritual energy right after the college entrance exams, with his first beast companion half a step into the elite tier. Yet in the initial rankings, he could only secure 3rd place. The top spot went to Lu Chen. There's no way Lu Chen could possibly be a match for him. No one else coming? Just so you know, entry fees are non-refundable, Lu Chen said, sounding like a complete miser. Still nobody stepped forward. Nobody enjoys getting humiliated in front of a crowd, especially when losing means having to call the winner daddy. Suddenly, a fierce uproar erupted from the crowd. Zhuoxiangyu is here. Holy shit, it's Lu Chen, the undisputed number 1 recognized by Xingyu Beast Taming Academy. The nationally reformed 2nd-ranked prodigy, Zhuoxiangyu, resisted by institutions across the nation. They're about to clash. So intense. Zhuoxiangyu's complexion carried a cold pallor, that sickly white tone of someone chronically deprived of sunlight. The crowd automatically parted wherever he passed. Lu Chen slightly lifted his chin. Coming? I just happened to be passing by, Zhuoxiangyu said indifferently. Your skills are decent, sure, but just decent. Nationally ranked 70th level talent. He added coolly, still 10,000 kilometers short of 1st place. His expression darkened. The Starcrest Academy had acknowledged Lu Chen's achievements. Thus, Legends ranking still placed him ahead. He glanced at Yen Yen Monkey. Your beast companion's stamina is likely insufficient to please mine. Wait for the freshman tournament. I'll let you witness the gap between us then. I hope you can satisfy me. Give me a worthwhile challenge. He turned his back and walked away with his hands clasped behind him, leaving behind only an aura of arrogance. Damn, someone's really putting on an act. Lu Chen was speechless. Shi Tian hadn't even expended any real energy. At most, it was just a warm-up. He had his own advantages, yet the other guy dared to show off in front of him. Can you endure this? Lu Chen tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing at the sky. Fine then. I'll just thrash you again in the freshman championship. I'll make you understand why I was the national champion while you were merely 3rd in the initial nationwide top 100 rankings. Whoosh! The entire venue erupted in commotion. Bravo! Roaring at Zhuoxiangyu, that's sheer audacity. Zhuoxiangyu froze mid-movement, then burst into exasperated laughter. Fine, I hear you've got wagers going, we'll do the same. Winner takes the title of daddy. Agreed. After that, no one dared challenge Lu Chen. Before exiting, he tossed out a final remark, no refunds. Paying challengers are welcome anytime. With that, he left the combat zone. That night, the campus forum was buzzing with excitement. Lu Chen's strength had been proven. He was qualified to enter the Stellar Beastmaster Academy. However, the crowd was far more concerned about Lu Chen versus Zhuoxiangyu. Zhuoxiangyu challenges Lu Chen, vowing to witness the strength of a nationally top-ranked fighter in the freshman tournament. Once ranked number 1, vs. currently ranked 2nd on the chart. Full of gimmicks and hype. They're all eagerly awaiting the start of the freshman competition. Can't the freshman competition start earlier? It's still half a month away. That's too long. Can we start earlier? Should we email the academy and jointly suggest moving up the freshman tournament? Just as many freshmen were preparing to collectively petition the academy to advance the freshman tournament date, a notice was pinned at the top of the campus forum. Vice Dean Zhang Qiliang has decided that this year's freshman competition will be held ahead of schedule, officially commencing in 3 days. Instantly, all freshmen erupted with excitement. Chapter 26, The Trial Gate. Cards on the table, withdrawal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. What's going on with Stellaris Beast Master Academy? Why did they move up the freshman competition this year? Damn it! Previous years held it 2 weeks after enrollment. How come this year's freshman competition starts just 3 days after enrollment? There's no choice about it. The Stellar Dominion Beastmaster Academy is a top-tier institution. All other academies in the ancient capital have to follow its orders. Outskirts of the ancient capital. A military training ground. A sea of heads crowded together. All the freshmen from every academy in the ancient city are gathered here. Freshman Tournament. Full name: Ancient City Freshman Exchange Competition. Organized by Xingyu Academy in collaboration with third-rate, second-rate, and first-rate academies throughout the ancient city. According to rumors, the reason the freshman tournament was moved up has something to do with Zhuo Xiangyu challenging Lu Chen. Lu Chen? That cheating dumbass? Bullshit. He's already been disqualified. Zhuo Xiangyu ranks second nationwide. Why would he challenge a cheater? Does that cheating hillbilly even deserve it? Your so-called rumors must have come straight from the sewer. Honestly, that Lu Chen's got skin thicker than a rock-type spirit beast. Even after being blacklisted like this, he still has the nerve to show up. Amidst the clamorous doubts around him, Jokai felt like the only sober man among a crowd of drunks. What do these people know? They're about to witness the road god's power. He exclaimed excitedly, "We're about to see the road god's greatness. Prepare to welcome the advent of a god, you foolish students." Suddenly, another group of people entered the training grounds from outside. They're here, the team from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy has arrived. The noisy scene fell silent. Today's protagonists had arrived. The rookie exchange tournament was always Xingyu Beastmaster Academy's stage to shine. Thud. With a dull thud, all the fresh recruits assembled as the heavy gates of the training camp grounds closed shut. Lu Cheng surveyed the training grounds. It resembled something akin to an ancient Roman Colosseum. His attention was drawn to an enormous steel gate at the far end, spanning over 10 meters in length and several meters in height. Strangely, it wasn't connected to any walls but stood alone on the vast earth. Luo Anfei's ice-blue eyes lingered on the steel gate for a long while. The trial gate. An artificially created pseudo-secret realm. In the previous life, the freshman competition of the Changli Monster Taming Academy also involved entering the trial gate. It seems every top-tier academy follows roughly the same pattern. Then the preliminary should be identical too, right? Here we go. A playful smile crossed her face. She wondered if Lu Ken would make a complete fool of himself. Lu Chen frowned slightly, sensing something amiss, an indescribable feeling. The next instant, without any warning, his vision blurred. A nauseatingly thick stench of blood flooded his nostrils as howls and screams tangled in his ears. Vision returned to normal. This is where the Colosseum-like arena had vanished. He stood in the midst of a battlefield, surrounded by a chaotic blend of blood and fire, the scorched earth stretching endlessly before him. Broken walls littered the ground, corpses piled as far as the eye could see. Blaze tiger, unleash purgatory. Hundred-eyed centipede, poison mist. Kill. We must stop the abyss from spreading. The Beastmasters commanded their animal companions, locked in ceaseless battle. The enemies were bizarre demonic creatures, fearless in the face of death, each monstrous being grotesque in its own twisted form. At the very least, its aesthetic was completely contrary to human sensibilities. Looking into the distance, the sky was pitch black as a dark mass swept across the heavens and earth. But upon closer inspection, this was no ordinary dark cloud. It was a blackened chunk of flesh, covered in jellyfish-like tentacles. Countless creatures were gnawing at its body. After feeding, their bodies underwent grotesque transformations before dropping to the ground one by one, charging fearlessly toward the Beastmasters. Ah! Listen saw a Beastmaster beside him. His companion beast had been slain by the demons, and he himself fell to the claws of another monster. His organs were torn out, his limbs shattered. Lucen realized he couldn't move, or rather, this body wasn't his own. But Lu Chen didn't panic. This was an illusory world. It must be some kind of beast pet's ability. His spiritual energy could fortify the mind like an impregnable fortress, yet the power of this skill just now sought to rewrite and obscure his perception. The outcome was his spiritual immunity to Taisher's sovereign's power. Without immunity, his altered perception would make him accept the world before his eyes as real. Just like a dreamer immersed in their dream, who never questions the illusory nature of the dream world. Screams rose incessantly as the Beastmaster's defenses began to crumble. Before him appeared a demonic creature, its form resembling a gigantic insect, yet its body twisted like a pretzel, grotesquely disfigured. Its wings were tattered and broken, yet it flew with an eerie, unnatural grace. It moved with blinding speed, its fluttering wings releasing razor-sharp gusts of wind. Finally, it lunged toward Lu Ken, its sharp mandibles beneath its abdomen shredding and devouring him. Pain. Excruciating, heart-rending pain. Though Lu Chen knew this was an illusion, he could clearly feel the countless tiny mouthparts gnawing at his body before death. Utterly real. As his consciousness returned, he found himself back on the Colosseum grounds. Ah, no, no, help, go away, don't come any closer. Piercing screams rose one after another, the scene resembling a slaughterhouse. Some people even roll on the ground. Clearly, others had experienced the same ordeal as Lu Chen. Returning to reality, some were so frightened their faces turned deathly pale, gasping for breath as they frantically checked their bodies. Some collapsed onto the ground in terror, with water stains and orange-yellow liquid spreading across their trousers. As the adrenaline faded, physical discomfort came crashing down upon them. Ugh, ugh. Quite a few people ran to the ditch on the side to vomit. They gasped heavily, as if waking from a nightmare. Lucen turned his head to look at Luo Anfei, then at the ever-composed and aloof Ice Queen. Her unchanging demeanor surprised him. I'm immune to mental-level hypnosis and illusions because of the primordial Lord's spirit. I knew it was fake from the very beginning. Even this giant ice block isn't affected? Truly an emotionless ice block, not even afraid of death or demons. Little did they know. Luo Anfei gazed at Lu Chen, who remained unaffected, with surprise. She had summoned the spiritual essence of the Ice Phoenix, allowing her to maintain clear consciousness at all times. Thus, she was immune to the illusions. How could Lu Chen also remain untouched? Did he feel no fear of the battlefield? It seems he was born to be a beastmaster. There was movement on the podium, though no one noticed when several figures had appeared. They were the principals of various prestigious academies from the ancient capital. That's Vice Principal Zhang Qiliang. That person next to us is so beautiful, she's our deputy prefect Qin Yanran, said to be the most beautiful deputy prefect. Do you still dream of becoming professional beastmasters? The speaker was a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, dressed in military uniform but with a maimed body. His piercing eyes swept across the crowd like an eagle's. This is your first lesson upon entering the academy. Beastmasters must battle demons and fight savage beasts. The burly man's eyes flashed with menace. Aside from those from first-tier cities, many of you come from second- and third-tier cities, oblivious to the origins of demonic creatures. Today I can tell you about the origin of the monsters. The burly man then spoke about the birth of the monstrous creatures, the abyss, and the existence of taboos. All these students have been informed. In an instant, it caused a massive shock, leaving everyone feeling as if their worldview had been shattered. That illusion just now took place 100 years ago, when a large abyssal realm appeared in a second-tier city for some unknown reason. The consequence? That second-tier city vanished from the human world. The Beastmaster Association suffered heavy casualties before they finally eliminated the source. All students of the academy who wish to become professional beastmasters must deal with magical creatures. His gaze turned sharp. Just like the hallucinations you just experienced, people die. Never mind other things for now. The upcoming freshman competition will require interacting with magical creatures. Many students turned pale. The freshman competition requires dealing with magical beasts. Recalling the previous scenes, their faces turned deathly pale, a far cry from their earlier high-spirited demeanor. I used to be a warrior in the beast taming corps. My right hand and left leg were lost in battles against magical beasts. Not even healing skills could restore them. The uniformed man forcefully pointed at his own heart. Ask yourself, are you truly prepared to deal with magical beasts? Now, I'm giving you a chance. Withdraw from the freshman competition and switch to being a logistics beastmaster. But as a logistics beastmaster, the state won't provide any cultivation resources, including the free academic points issued by the academy every month. The burly man flashed a terrifying grin. No need to feel ashamed, follow your heart. Life is more important than anything. All you need to do is leave the beast fighting arena. Many people on the scene appeared tempted. Young people always care about saving face, none wanted to be the first to flee like a coward. All academy graduates must complete a 1-year internship and service in the Beastmaster Corps. This is your only chance to transfer to the logistics division as Beastmasters. If you desert on the battlefield, execution awaits. Your lives are your own, don't regret dying. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. At these words, rustling sounds immediately arose as some turned to leave. With my D-rank talent, I'm destined for mediocrity anyway. Forget it. Better start earning money early. Me too. People began to leave one after another. However, most were from third-rate or second-rate institutions. Only a handful came from first-rate schools. The top-tier Beast Taming Academy, Starry Sky Academy, didn't have a single one. Luo Anfei watched calmly. This was a selection process. The illusion amplified humanity's most primal fears. Those with weak resolve who couldn't face magical creatures directly were easily corrupted. On the podium, Zhang Qiliang kept staring at the contingent from Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, disappointment flickering in his eyes. If only Lu Chen would choose to withdraw as well. Then he could publicly humiliate Qin Yanran before the entire ancient capital's academic circles. But that's not a big deal. Qin Yanran had openly boasted before the entire academy that Lu Chen's national first-place ranking was well-deserved. Wait until she sees him get crushed by Zhuo Xiangyu, then we can mock her to her face. Several minutes later, all the students who chose to withdraw left the arena. The burly soldier in uniform stepped back. Zhang Qiliang stepped forward, cleared his throat, and began. Although the freshman competition involves dealing with magical creatures, there will be no casualties, rest assured. Now I officially declare. The ancient city's newborn competition officially begins. Chapter 27, the newborn competition begins, the fallen form. As the words fell, the heavy steel gate standing alone in the clearing suddenly swung open. Exceptionally peculiar. The gate stood wide open, yet the view beyond remained unseen. Then, everyone received a bracelet with a crystal stone embedded in it. At first, some people held it in their hands to toy with. It wasn't until they heard an academy instructor say, "This is a life-saving bracelet. Be sure to keep it safe. When faced with lethal danger, it will automatically block attacks for you and teleport you out." Upon hearing this, those who had been indifferent hurriedly put it on their wrists with solemn care, handling it so delicately as if afraid of damaging it. The safety measures were now fully prepared. The originally ordinary gate began to twist, then transformed into a crimson energy black hole. Students from various academies entered in an orderly queue. The steel gate was massive, capable of accommodating hundreds simultaneously. Countless freshmen from different academies filed inside, stepping through the steel gate as their figures were swallowed whole, vanishing without a trace. The person ahead vanished the moment they stepped inside. Not long after, it was Lu Chen and his group's turn to enter. "You'll see the gap between us." Zhuo Xiangyu threw down a challenge at Lu Chen before stepping through the trial gate. The other students at the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy also got excited. It's finally about to begin. Lu Chen's strength was indeed impressive, but they lost and ended up calling the opponent Daddy. This had left those who suffered defeat feeling frustrated for several days. Now it's time for Zhuo Xiangyu to crush Lu Chen and reclaim the dignity for first-tier cities. Luo Anfei's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. "The privilege of comparing and crushing belongs to me alone. Who do you think you are? How dare you mock me to my face?" However, Lu Chen was indeed no match for his opponent. There lies an entirely different realm between having condensed spirituality and not having done so. Based on her understanding of the trial gate, Lu Chen's final results could never surpass those of his opponent. She glanced at Lu Chen and thought to herself, "How dare you mock my benchmark? Let me crush you." She was confident because her Ice Phoenix spirit had also successfully coalesced. The freshman tournament would be her stage. What's a mere Zhuo Xiangyu, anyway? He can only be called a genius, not a true prodigy. A true genius doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. The National College Entrance Examination has always been exclusively for the general populace. Immersive translation. Lu Chen stepped through the steel gate, and the moment he entered, he felt as if he had passed through a thin membrane. A sense of spatial displacement followed in rapid succession. "This feels quite similar to that time I mistakenly plunged into the abyss. After a brief dizzying moment of blindness, when I came to my senses again." He surveyed his surroundings. It was an unfamiliar space with a dim color palette. The floor bore a sickly gray hue, strewn with withered branches and decaying leaves. An uneasy atmosphere permeated the air, punctuated occasionally by mournful howls resembling wind rushing through narrow spaces. In this eerie environment, the mournful wails resembling vengeful spirits sent shivers down one's spine. The space was small, its entirety visible at a glance. Apart from myself, there was no one else. It seems upon entering, each person is placed in an isolated space? The mechanical synthesized voice reverberated through the space. Trial gate, 10 levels in total. Current level, first. New recruits, please defeat the enemy before you to advance to the next level. The instant the electronic synthesized voice fell, several streaks of white light flashed. 5 figures appeared, with long ears and powerful hind legs. Rabbits. A rabbit standing half as tall as a man, its face twisted and ferocious. Its snow-white fur fell like dead leaves, leaving only a few stray hairs dangling on its forehead, exposing its emaciated frame almost as if someone had brutally skinned it alive. Its once fleshy body had already rotted away, revealing bones protruding through the decayed flesh in places. Beneath those stark white bones, one could see their skeletal structure no longer supported by muscle or tissue. Between the bones and flesh, eerie slender tendrils grew densely. Name, Rotten Corpse Rabbit. Strength, Lower Awakening Tier. Description, a corrupted form of the explosive-toothed rabbit, mutated by forbidden ecological influences. Bloodthirsty, devoid of intelligence, it devours everything in sight and possesses terrifying reproductive capabilities. What a complete lack of cuteness, Lu Chun grumbled. As for fear, there's nothing to be afraid of here. At the same time, the system's voice popped up as well. Quest triggered, break through the trial gate. Finally, another quest triggered. The rotting corpse rabbit charged with a furious roar. A summoning circle materialized beside him, summoning his beast companion, the stone-discussed ape. Bunnies aren't cute at all, let's roast them all into braised rabbit heads. Forget it, Qi Tian, let me have some fun with these small fries. You just watch my back. He wanted to know what level of demonic creatures he could handle with his current strength. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several fireballs blasted forth. Like grenades exploding, they easily dispatched the newly awakened magical creatures. All were blown to smithereens. Piece of cake. I kicked the rabbit head that had landed before me flying away. A shimmering gate of light materialized before him. Please proceed to the second level. Lu Chen stepped through. On the second level waited 4 mid-rank awakened rotting hair corpses, their frames noticeably more robust than those from the first floor. They hadn't regained their bearings yet. Suddenly, several razor-sharp stone spikes burst forth from the ground, piercing through their hearts. The light gate reappeared. Easy. Lu Chen clapped his hands. Please proceed to the third floor. Still undead rabbits, 3 in number, upper tier awakening level strength. Each floor's demonic creatures are one small level stronger than those on the previous floor. This time it was slightly more challenging. Lu Chen used 2 skills to finally take his opponent down. The light gate coalesced. Please proceed to the 4th floor. The next level should be the strength of the transcendent rank. He stepped inside the Colosseum. The representatives from all academies fixed their gazes intently on the trial gate. The portal of the trial gate had now transformed into a luminous screen, displaying a pyramid pattern. It consisted of exactly 10 layers. Within it, dense clusters of multicolored light dots shimmered. Occasional flashes of light turned blood red, signaling that their life-saving bracelets had been activated. Whoosh! Flickers of light appeared intermittently before the trial gate as figures were teleported out. All were students who had failed the challenge. Ah, I died on the 2nd floor. Me too. This is so hard. I reached the 3rd floor, 3 upper tier awakened monsters. How am I supposed to fight that? I could have beaten them, but I messed up. Most of these teleported individuals were students from 2nd-rate and 3rd-rate academies. On the podium, a teacher from a top-tier institution lamented, most students from elite schools have already reached the 4th level, and none have failed and been teleported out yet. The dots representing 3rd-rate and 2nd-rate institutions were all concentrated on the 2nd level. The glowing dots representing elite academies struggled on the 3rd level. As time passed, batch after batch of people were teleported out, and students from elite academies began appearing among them. Elite academy students started falling in large numbers on the 4th level. A small number struggled into the 5th level. It's too hard, dealing with 2 lower-tier transcendent-level magical beasts at the same time in the 4th level, a student wailed. Before long, apart from the top-tier institutions, all other students were eliminated. Only the purple light points representing the top-tier academies remained lit throughout the entire pyramid. Every year at Starry Sky Academy's solo show, not a single one gets eliminated, and students from Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy are guaranteed to reach at least the 6th floor, sighed a representative from another academy sincerely. Top-tier academies gather elites, while even the best from first-rate academies can only make it to the 5th floor at most. Zhang Qiliang remarked, well, this year might be different. Maybe someone from our academy will get eliminated on the 5th floor soon. He snorted coldly and shot a glance at Qin Yanran. Don't forget, thanks to our esteemed Vice Principal Qin Yanran, our academy recruited the nation's top-ranked student this year. He's ranked 1st in the nation, utterly arrogant. He even taunted Zhuo Xiangyu, boasting he'd crush him in the freshman tournament. With these words spoken, the representatives from various schools present were astounded. Zhuo Xiangyu, ranked 2nd on the newly compiled national top 100 list, his strength was beyond doubt. They naturally knew who that so-called nation's top-ranked was referring to. How dare he flaunt it so shamelessly? Zhang Qiliang then added with a sarcastic tone, I just wonder how far this undoubtedly well-deserved top rank, as confidently asserted by Deputy Palace Master Qin Yanran, can actually go. Qin Yanran remained expressionless. Just keep your eyes wide open and watch. Zhang Qiliang continued, Lu Chen and Zhuo Xiangyu made a bet, the loser has to call the winner dad. How about we make a bet too? Qin Yanran retorted sharply, you're too old, I don't need a son like you. Who said anything about that kind of bet? Zhang Qiliang snapped angrily. The loser surrenders their deputy mansion lord authority. Fine. Qin Yanran didn't care either way. She'd only been assigned to this place for her young mistress's sake in the first place. She gazed at the specks of light upon the trial gate. Her eyes were deep and shadowed. Young mistress looks down even on those from bloodline clans. If you can't even compare to a mere unified entrance exam candidate like Zhuo Xiangyu, then you're nothing but trash. Even if you're the one Miss has chosen, I'll take her back by force. If she refuses, then I'll kill you first. Chapter 28, Zhang Qiliang's mockery. Has Lu Chen been eliminated? Rotting corpse rabbits, the lowest class of demonic corrupted creatures, are also the most numerous monsters on the front lines. Their reproductive capacity is too strong. Fortunately, the upper limit of this species only reaches elite rank at most. Their racial strength is low and they lack intelligence. Beastmasters can easily defeat such creatures at the same level. Time passes. Only the students from Xingyu Beast Taming Academy remain inside the trial gate. All other academy students have been teleported out. Total annihilation. Only the students from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy were competing inside. Slowly, gaps began to emerge among the students of Xingyu Beastmaster Academy as well. Most people stalled at the 5th level, corresponding to mid-tier transcendent rank. A small portion of people stopped at the 6th level, corresponding to the upper transcendent rank. Why is there one light point from Xingyu Beastmaster Academy staying on the 4th level and another on the 3rd level? The 3rd level is upper awakened rank, while the 4th is lower transcendent rank. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. This couldn't be right. The colors of these two luminous points were both purple, coming from students of the Starry Skybeast Master Academy. The fourth floor of the trial gate. The air froze solid. Luo Anfei's body was wreathed in frost, and before her, two lower-tier transcendent rank rotting corpse rabbits had been frozen into icy lumps. With just a light touch, it fell to the ground, shattering into countless pieces. She wiped her forehead. The fourth layer is my limit. After all, the Ice Phoenix's essence leans more toward support. The only advantage is that I can freely use any Ice-type Phoenix techniques. Spiritual energy consumption is too high. Now it's up to you, Crystal Frost Fox. Yes, she had already condensed the White Ice Phoenix spirit. Previously, she had been fighting the decaying corpse rabbits using only solidified ice skills, without relying on her beast companion's abilities. She stepped through the luminous gate before her and entered the fifth level. Trial space, third level. Zhuo Xiangyu sat gasping for breath on the ground, yet his face radiated a triumphant smile. Relying solely on his skill of condensing white spiritual solidification, he had fought his way straight to the third level. Most top-tier academies couldn't even clear the third trial even with their spiritual beasts. Who else could match this? He rested for a while. Now it's time to officially start the challenge. Let them witness what true speeding through levels looks like. Zhuo Xiangyu stood up and stepped through the light gate. Outside world. Just as everyone was still puzzled. Suddenly, two light dots leaped several floors in an instant. Quick, look at those two light dots. They're moving so fast. One went from the third floor to the sixth in a blink. He went straight from the fourth floor to the sixth floor. Someone exclaimed in shock. This meant he had annihilated all enemies on both floors in an extremely short time span. Could there be a bug? Of course it's a bug. How could this thing have a bug? What's going on? The earlier levels were so slow, and now they're clearing them all at once. There's only one possibility. We all know that after condensing spiritual essence, one can choose to solidify a beast companion skill. Someone muttered in disbelief. These two, they'd been fighting through the previous stages using only solidified skills, without ever summoning their beast companions to battle. Silence. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had fought tooth and nail, with most collapsing at the third or fourth level. These two actually reached the third and fourth levels entirely on their own? As they were discussing, two glowing dots leaped from the sixth level to the seventh in quick succession. Holy shit, the sixth floor has been cleared too. They've reached the seventh floor. Are these two even human? The seventh floor should correspond to lower elite tier combat strength, right? Lower elite tier shouldn't be this easy to break through, should it? 1 minute later. They were utterly stunned. Two glowing dots had entered the eighth layer one after another, the domain of mid-tier elite monsters. Even accounting for their ability to fight above their level, wasn't their clearance speed a bit too fast? These are supposed to be lower-tier elite monsters. At the VIP platform, Zhang Qilian was puzzled too. Undoubtedly, one of the light spots was Zhuo Xiangyu. But who was the other light spot? His face darkened as a certain possibility occurred to him. Could it be Lu Chen? No way. He inquired of the burly military uniformed man not far away, speaking in a friendly tone. Commander Zhao, each bracelet should correspond to a specific person, right? Could you help me check who these two light dots belong to? The other man nodded. After checking, one is Zhuo Xiangyu, the other is called Luo Anfei. Luo Anfei? He knew of her on the campus forum. She was hailed as the freshman campus belle, incredibly beautiful, though her personality was famously aloof. She hailed from the same hometown as Lu Chen. No one expected her abilities to be this formidable too, and from the looks of it, she had already condensed spiritual essence as well. He heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it wasn't Lu Ken. After Luo Anfei and Zhuo Xiangyu entered the eighth floor, they too reached a stalemate, no longer finishing battles as swiftly as they had initially. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the Starry Skybeast Taming Academy, a large cluster of dots in the sixth layer abruptly turned red. They triggered their life-saving bracelets and were instantly eliminated, each one being teleported out. Ah, damn it, why is it so disgusting? It actually self-destructs. I'm gonna puke. I got killed by its self-destruction. Disgusting. When near death, those things self-destruct. The light spots on the sixth level were either eliminated or advanced to the seventh level. Only a solitary light spot remained on the sixth level. His name is Lu Chen, the burly man in military uniform said. Ha ha ha. Zhang Qiliang burst into laughter. TSK, looks like he's about to fail and come out any moment now. First in the entire nation, yet eliminated at the sixth level. Is that it? The third-ranked Zhuo Xiangyu has already reached the eighth level. The trial gate. The sixth level space. Boom! Bursts of flame erupted one after another. Amidst the smoke and dust, the enormous rotten zombie rabbit, its legs blown off and body battered to pieces, came scrambling out. The whole body had mostly rotted away, leaving only a few bones dangling with revolting lumps of flesh. Its exposed heart pulsed crimson red at its core. All the tentacles spread continuously from this heart throughout the body. These tentacles extended from the body, replacing limbs as they lunged toward Lu Ken. Midair, all the tentacles stretched open like an octopus trying to embrace Lu Ken. Rock spike. A stone pillar emerged from the ground, blocking the opponent's path. The opponent embraced the stone pillar. Still alive after this? Lu Cheng prepared to deliver the final blow. At this very moment, he noticed all the tentacles retracting back into the heart, which swelled up like a balloon. Qi Tian! The stone-weary monkey opened its mouth and spat, creating a fiery vortex that encircled the two, shielding them at its center. Boom! Its body swelled like a balloon before bursting apart, showering disgusting liquid like rain. Hiss hiss hiss. It fell to the ground, still possessing strong corrosive properties. Fortunately, these liquids were swiftly melted upon contact with the swirling flames. Disgusting. It can even self-destruct. The gateway to the 7th level appeared. Stepping through the light gate, he advanced to the 7th floor. TCH, he actually made it to the 7th floor. Zhang Qiliang expressed great disappointment, but soon sneered again. If he struggled so hard just to pass the 6th floor, he'll undoubtedly fail on the 7th. Gasps of astonishment rose from the crowd below. Whoa, the 9th floor now. A glowing dot leaped straight to the 9th tier. Zhang Qiliang said cheerfully, Zhuo Xiangyu has reached the 9th floor. He gazed smugly at Qin Yanran, whose face was tense with concentration as she fixed her eyes fiercely on the 7th floor. Deputy Chief Qin, don't bother looking, you won't catch up with Zhuo Xiangyu. Not to mention your so-called national top talent is still struggling on the 7th floor. Even if he lucked out and made it to the 9th floor, what difference would it make? The 9th floor has mental corruption. One must consolidate their spirituality to resist it. Given his condition, it seems he hasn't consolidated his spirituality. What does he have to compete with Zhuo Xiangyu? Qin Yanran's grim expression wasn't because of Zhang Qiliang's mockery, but because what he said was unfortunately true. If even the 6th floor was this difficult, they'd most likely be eliminated by the 7th. What's the use of even passing the 7th floor? A dangerous glint flashed in her eyes. The young lady had misjudged. This trash wasn't worthy of her selection. Several minutes later, another light dot entered the 9th floor. Not bad, not bad. This Luo Anfei seems promising too, Zhang Qiliang remarked with surprise. Who would have thought someone from such a remote province could also reach the 9th level? The burly man in military uniform had a strange expression, unsure whether he should speak his mind. It was Zhuo Xiangyu who entered the 9th level afterward. Luo Anfei entered ahead of the other person. One by one, the people from the Starry Sky Academy all emerged. Most of them had fallen on the 7th floor. A small portion made it to the 8th floor, only to be quickly defeated. The 8th floor housed demonic creatures of the intermediate elite tier. Time passed minute by minute. Luo Anfei and Zhuo Xiangyu were also stuck at the 9th level. Students were being teleported out one after another after failing. Jiang Yixing, ranked 100th among the top 100, was also teleported out. The 8th level was too difficult, almost within reach but not quite. Only a few scattered points of light remained above. During this time, someone did manage to charge up to the 9th level, but they failed within seconds. Unable to condense spirituality, they simply couldn't endure there for long. And so, there are only 3 light spots in the entire trial gate. 2 are on the 9th floor. 1 is on the 7th floor. Rock-type beast pets really live up to their name. They're moving at a snail's pace. At the same time, the 7th trial realm. Thud, thud, thud. Watching the agile corrupted rabbit of the lower elite rank dodging his attacks, he felt a tinge of regret. I've gained a clear understanding of my own strength. Without relying on beast companions in battle, my limit would be the 6th floor. Qi Tian, I'll leave the rest to you. Giggle. The stone-wearing monkey clenched its fist fiercely. Finally its turn had come. Having watched its beastmaster perform so spectacularly earlier, it had nearly panicked. I feel so useless like this. Boom! The flames on its tail blaze fiercely, brimming with fighting spirit. Disgusting bunny, bear the brunt of my wrath. Chapter 29, Full Clear. Hidden Stage? The Trial Gate, 7th floor. A lower-tier elite rotten corpse rabbit bared its teeth at Qi Tian. Though devoid of intelligence, the creature's primal instincts still sensed the formidable power of the disgusting rock monkey. The slender black tendrils near its heart slithered along its skeletal structure throughout the body. Eventually, they coiled around the bones of its legs, functioning as makeshift muscles. Its form continuously morphed and shifted. With terrifying speed and explosive power, only a faint blur could be seen flickering through the air, sometimes even leaving afterimages in its wake. It's nearly impossible to catch its figure with the naked eye. Whoosh! Suddenly, its figure flashed by and appeared not far away. 2 large buck teeth wobbled precariously, continuously vibrating and knocking against each other, producing a rattlesnake-like click-clack sound. 2 rabbit teeth shot out like sharp blades. Like a bomb, they struck the stone ape head-on, erupting in flames and billowing smoke. Seeing the ambush succeed, the instinct-driven corpse-eating rabbit grinned fiercely. Its prey was dead. The next second, a fierce gust of wind surged from behind as a hand viciously grabbed the back of its skull, slamming it hard onto the ground. The ground cracked, sending rubble flying in all directions. Even with its skull shattered, it still hadn't died and was struggling to stand up again. The eerie heart, with its tentacles slithering forth, entwined itself around Chi Tian's feet. Chi Tian showed no trace of fear, gazing down at his opponent with unshaken composure. His eyes burned with utter disdain. Do you have any idea how worthless you all are? You were so weak that our master actually made it to the 7th layer. If things had gone any further, I might have lost all value as a beast companion. Why can't you be stronger? Damn you all! Its clenched fist suddenly turned gray like stone, enveloped in a rocky substance. The arm muscles bulged as it instantly threw a punch. Bang 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 bang! Like a pile driver. Chi Tian delivered punch after punch to the rotting zombie rabbit that was trying to get up from the ground. The terrifying force of each strike hammered into the zombie rabbit, then transmitted into the earth below. The ground split into layers of fractures, countless chunks of flesh splattering through the air as punches flew at blinding speed, leaving countless fist afterimages suspended in the atmosphere. Half a minute later, the ground lay shattered, scattered rubble everywhere, a several-meter-wide crater punched brutally into existence. All around, the zombie hare's corrosive blood had eaten through the earth like acid, leaving honeycomb depressions pockmarking the terrain. In the pit, the rotten rabbit corpse was beaten into pulp. It was simply too horrible to look at. The rock-loathing monkey Chi Tian was also covered in countless chunks of flesh and bloody pulp. The flame rock monkey's entire body burst into flames, burning away all the filth clinging to its fur. It shook its head in disappointment. You're too weak, can't even take a single hit. Whirl! It urged Liu Ken to hurry to the next level. Lu's lips twitched. Oh, Amat Babuda, Chi Tian was a bit brutal. He must have been really pent up, because it had been him dawdling with the rotten rabbit corpse all along. Quite a bit of time had already been wasted. He chuckled lightly. Let's go. We must be far behind by now. I hope the monsters ahead will let us have some real fun. Eek! Chi Tian's face broke into a cordially menacing smile. 10th floor. Shouts of astonishment rose from the Colosseum. On the 9th level, there were originally 2 light spots representing Luo Anfei and Zhuo Xiangyu. Suddenly, one light spot leaped from the 9th level to the 10th. Luo Anfei was just a bit short. Zhuo Xiangyu was still amazing, making it to the 10th level. Could he actually clear the whole thing? Luo Anfei is impressive. Just think, she's not even from a Tier 1 city. If she'd received elite education in a Tier 1 city, one can't imagine how far she'd have progressed. She's practically monstrous. Zheng Qiliang's face split into a radiant grin. Zhuo Xiangyu's got this. Clearing all levels shouldn't be a problem at all. In previous years, you could count the students who cleared all levels on one hand. This year, the freshman competition schedule was moved up, from starting 2 weeks later to launching just 3 days after enrollment. He'd originally thought no one would be able to clear all levels this time. I never expected Zhuo Xiangyu to give him such a big surprise. Looking at Zhang Qiliang being flattered by everyone. As for everyone assuming the one who entered the 10th level was Zhuo Xiangyu, the burly man in military uniform silently chose not to expose them. In truth, Luo Anfei was once again the first to reach the 10th level. He stroked his chin. From a 3rd-tier city? Quite the promising talent. He'd have to see if he could recruit this one into his own Beastmaster Corps later. Some students sighed regretfully. Lu Chen's nowhere close. He's still stuck on the 7th floor. How dare he claim he'd smash Zhuo Xiangyu in the freshman tournament? Only 3 people remained inside the trial gate. A quick glance around revealed exactly who these 3 were. So everyone knows that Zhuo Xiangyu, Luo Anfei, Lu Chen, are still inside. 8th floor. Lu Chen has also reached the 8th floor. No chance, they're not even in the same league. Even Jiang Yixing, who ranks in the top 100, stopped at the 8th floor. Lu Chen probably won't. Someone began to speak, but the latter half of their words got stuck in their throat, unable to come out. Their eyes widened in shock. 9th floor? They saw that after Lu Chen entered the 8th layer, it took only a few blinks of an eye before he advanced to the 9th layer. On the podium, Zheng Qiliang abruptly stood up from his chair. How is this possible? Cheating, isn't it? He dawdled for over 10 minutes between the 7th and 8th layers. How could it take just a few seconds to go from the 8th to the 9th floor? There's no explanation other than cheating. Wait until they come out. We'll interrogate them properly. And what does reaching the 9th floor even mean? Not only are there high-tier elite monsters there, but also mental contamination. Without condensed spirituality, there's no way to resist the corruption. At this moment, the situation on the field was, a light spot was on the 10th floor, 2 light spots were on the 9th floor, and at that very moment, another light spot moved from the 9th floor to the 10th floor. That Luo Anfei has also reached the 10th floor. Amidst the exclamations from the audience, even a teacher from the academy cried out in astonishment. We underestimated that girl. I remember her college entrance exam ranking. Based on the AI's hypothetical scoring, she placed 188th nationally, but I never expected her to hold her own so well against Zhuo Xiangyu, ranked 2nd among the top 100. A teacher remarked with admiration. No one knew. Not far away, the burly man in military uniform was now filled with shock, his breathing growing intensely rapid. Only he knew which person each glowing dot represented in the entire venue. Luo Anfei had long since entered the 10th level. Now, it wasn't Zhuo Xiangyu who entered the 10th level either. It was Lu Qin. Zhuo Xiangyu was still struggling in fierce combat on the 9th floor. He was utterly shocked. After Lu Chen entered the 9th floor from the 8th, he didn't linger there at all. It was practically the blink of an eye before he reached the 10th floor. The elite class corpse rot rabbit had been instantly killed by him? So this is the 10th floor? Lu Chen surveyed his surroundings. An ominous aura lingered everywhere. Moreover, the mental corruption here was even more severe than the 9th layer. Ordinary people staying in this place would feel oppressed, even driven to madness, constantly pushing their sanity to the brink. This mental corruption could shatter a person completely. Only by gathering spiritual strength could one resist such mental corruption. But none of this mattered to Lu Chen. What's there to stress about when you're immune to mental contamination? Isn't that the golden ticket right there? He was still sizing up the surroundings of the 10th floor, offering running commentary on every detail. In the distance, Chi Tian was locked in furious combat against the 10th floor's demonic creatures. The 9th floor had been the domain of upper-tier elites. Lu Chen had thought the 10th level might be the transcendent stage, but it turned out he was wrong. Instead, it was the rotting hair king. Its body was several times larger than an ordinary rotting hair, its flesh decaying. Its heart, covered in countless tendrils, had even grown eyes that constantly coordinated with the rotting hair king, lashing out whip-like tentacles to attack the stone-hating monkeys. It has become more like its heart, which has already transformed into a different kind of fiend. Name, Rotting Corpse Rabbit King. Strength, Upper Elite Tier. Description, the fallen form of the exploding toothed rabbit, mutated by forbidden ecology effects. Bloodthirsty, devoid of intelligence, devours all flesh, including its own, to nourish its heart, which ultimately transforms into a conscious creature called the parasitic heartbeast. Once a parasitic heartbeast is born, the rotten corpse rabbit becomes its puppet, enslaved to its will. When the heart transforms into a parasitic heartbeast, it can evolve into the rare rotten corpse rabbit king. The rotten corpse rabbit king represents the pinnacle of its species. It is formidable. Lu Chen gazed into the distance at the corrupted rabbit king now being swung wildly like a sandbag by Chi Tian, who had seized its legs to smash it against everything in sight. It's quite strong, at least strong enough to withstand several minutes of Chi Tian's attacks without dying. Half a minute later, a terrifying beam of flame surged forth, a fiery blaze erupted from the ground and expanded towards the sky. The rotten corpse rabbit king, dead. Lu Chen smacked his lips. He'd already cleared the dungeon. This boss wasn't much of a challenge after all. He breezed through it effortlessly. Let's check the system rewards first. Why does it show as incomplete? Just as he was puzzling over it, a mechanical electronic synthesized voice resounded. Detection confirms the trial challenger has defeated the 10th floor boss within the allotted time. Activating hidden layers. A glowing doorway materialized on the spot. Lu Chen froze in astonishment. There's even a hidden level? Chapter 30, Transcending Racial Limits, Symbiotic Evolution. The Trial Gate. The 10th floor. The entire ground had frozen into a thick layer of ice. Icy Fox, Freeze Ray. In an instant, the rotten corpse rabbit king tried to dodge, but the ground had already turned into an ice-type battlefield. The floor was too slippery for any effective evasion. Half its body ended up frozen solid. Keep firing the freezing rays. SZZZZZT. The opponent's limbs were completely frozen. Ice spikes. The air condensed, the ice crystal fox's two azure tails swayed, and countless icicles formed in the atmosphere. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air. Countless icicles raced fiercely toward the rotting corpse rabbit king. In an instant, it was riddled like a sieve. The skull, the heart, all had been pierced through. With a deafening crash, the colossal body collapsed to the ground. A faint smile curled at the corners of Luo Anfei's lips as she assimilated the rare artifact, Eternal Frost, gaining the Frost Dominion trait. The ice of the frost crystal fox was extraordinarily resistant to melting and supremely rigid. Turn the ground into ice terrain, where ice blocks of the same level can't be smashed, and movement speed is restricted on the icy surface. They could only helplessly fall prey to the ice crystal fox. Detected that the trial challenger has defeated the 10th floor boss within the allotted time. Unlocking hidden floors. During the hidden trial, participants may withdraw at any time. Luo Anfei wasn't surprised. She knew about the hidden stage. In her previous life, she had only reached the 8th layer before regrettably failing. Let's go, Crystal Fox. She stepped through the light gate with the Crystal Fox. Holy shit, Lu Chen has reached the 10th floor too. The crowd watched as that solitary point of light on the 9th floor leaped up to the 10th. All the academy teachers felt it was unbelievable. No way. That cheating scoundrel Lu Chen who topped the national rankings also developed spiritual essence? Otherwise, how could he possibly pass through the 9th layer and enter the 10th? Zhuo Xiangyu was taking his sweet time, finally making it to the 10th layer, The burly man in military uniform shook his head with the air of one who remains sober while the world is drunk. In the entire venue, only he was aware that Lu Chen and Luo Anfei had long since advanced to the 10th layer. The one who struggled painfully in the 9th layer for ages before barely entering the 10th was none other than their great hope, Zhou Xiangyu. He scoffed, feeling no obligation to tell them the truth. A bunch of arrogant city folks. Coming from a third-tier city himself, he naturally felt kinship with fellow third-tier city natives Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. Instead, he found himself eagerly anticipating the reactions on their faces when the truth came to light. At first, he was still a bit bewildered, but later he figured it out. Lucan was actually this year's nationally ranked number 1. And these arrogant city dwellers questioned each other's achievements. Who said a third-tier city can't produce a top scholar? If this isn't a top scholar, then what is? We must recommend these two little fellows to the captain and draw them into our war band. Zhang Qilian widened his eyes in shock, pointing at the trial gate as he shouted, cheating. He's cheating. Impossible, absolutely impossible. We'll thoroughly interrogate him when he comes out. With me here, no opportunistic schemer will get away with it. Everyone frowned. No one expected Lu Chen would dare to cheat in the freshman competition. Relying on his own strength to reach the 10th level, everyone thought it was absolutely impossible. If he truly had the ability to reach the 10th level, why would he have stayed on the 6th and 7th floors for so long? Luo Anfei is from the same place as him. If she managed to reach the 10th floor, there must be some trickery involved. We'll check on them both later. Lu Chen, of course, had no idea he was once again being suspected of cheating. At this moment, he had reached the hidden level above the 10th floor. Looks like we've finally got a big one coming. Lu Chen stared at the massive creature before him. Its bulging muscles rippled across its body, and the pair of rabbit ears on its head had transformed into long tentacles. Standing over 3 meters tall, its entire frame brimmed with explosive strength. What's disgusting is that there's only muscle tissue, without any skin. No, not muscles, but countless tendrils filling the spaces between the bones, giving the illusion of muscle. Its right hand clutched a massive lump of flesh. The fleshy sphere grew 2 tentacles, one extended along the other's arm, burrowing deep into the body, weaving through the bones to become the structural support for the entire musculature. Another one transformed into a tentacle whip, hanging down to the ground. Name, Heartbound Beast Rabbit. Strength, lower body refinement stage. Description, the ultimate limit for the carrion rabbit race is to become a carrion rabbit king, but there is an extremely rare probability of evolution occurring. When the heart of the rotten corpse rabbit king gains sentience and transforms into a parasitic heartbeast, yet the rabbit king's own instincts remain uncontrolled by the parasite, instead igniting a biological resistance, it begins to fight back against the parasitic heartbeast. At this point, a stalemate arises between the two, leading to a symbiotic relationship. Under such circumstances, the rotten corpse rabbit king shatters the limits of its species, and the two undergo symbiotic evolution. Symbiotic evolution. Has the racial limit been broken? Lower transcendence stage. A full 2 major realms ahead. Yin Yanhao remains stuck at the upper miraculous stage to this day. To be precise, he's at the pseudo-sub-elite tier. These past few days, Lu Chen had fed Qi Tian nearly 1,000,000 energy potions. The energy stored inside his body was already sufficient. It was dispersed through every cell in his body, requiring a fight against an evenly matched opponent to accelerate the absorption of the energy potions. Only then can one fully step into the elite ranks. Qi Tian, this opponent is a worthy one. At the exact moment Lu Chen and the stone-despising monkey entered, the heartbound beast rabbit's gaze instantly locked onto them. In the next second, it kicked off the ground, splitting the earth beneath, and charged forward at terrifying speed. Qi Tian, charge! The stone aversion monkey felt the oppressive force from the opposite side. It grinned, finally, something worth looking at had arrived. Time to test our strength against each other. Roar! Qi Tian directly employed shapeshifting, transforming into the great ape form. With a single kick of its foot, its body turned into a blur like an arrow released from a bowstring, streaking toward its opponent. In an instant, 2 figures collided into each other. Fist against fist. Boom! The sound of impact reverberated as a fierce gust swept through. The two grappled, their terrifying strength exerting relentless pressure on the ground. Click clack crack. The already unstable ground was collapsing layer by layer, and both their bodies were sinking. Even though Qi Tian's bloodline was formidable, possessing the totemic Zhu Yan lineage, but racial potential is merely potential, strength is strength. The disparity in strength was too great. A tremendous force surged through the fist, sending the rock-hating monkey flying backward. Its body flew helplessly through the air. Mid-flight, it struggled desperately to regain its balance. A voice came even faster as the heartbound rabbit kicked off with its feet to chase, its tentacle whip cracking the air with explosive force. With the might of 10,000 pounds, it came crashing down upon the rockiverse monkey's belly. Boom! The monkey's body slammed heavily onto the ground, the rocky layer on its stomach smashed to pieces. The enemy's assault was like a sudden storm of wind and rain. The whip struck relentlessly against the stone-bane ape's body. The rocky layers on its body were shattered by the impacts. Half a minute later, tentacle whips wrapped around the stone-bane ape's ankles, lifting it up as if preparing to slam it down like a punching bag. Chi Tian, cancel morph transformation. The disillusioned stone monkey reverted from its giant ape form back to its small monkey state and broke free. Lucen's expression grew slightly more solemn. No wonder it had reached the physical metamorphosis stage of power. Embryonic stage. Reborn anew. 99% of magical beasts undergo their first evolution while they are still at the elite tier. Once transformed, it is a rebirth. It means a complete rebirth. Chi Tian, do you need my help? Liu Ken asked. Chi Tian shook his head, his eyes brimming with intense fighting spirit. If I still need a Beastmaster's help, what use does that Beastmaster have for me? I should be the one protecting the Beastmaster. If I can't even defeat an opponent like this, I don't deserve all the cheats the Beastmaster keeps giving me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The heartbound rabbit opened its mouth and fired an energy blast. Chi Tian similarly condensed a fireball cannon to return fire. Boom! The two energy projectiles collided, erupting in a massive explosion as intense flames mixed with billowing dust erupted violently. Then, Chi Tian opened his mouth and spat something out. A whirlwind of flame surged toward the opposite side, scattering smoke and fiery sparks. Confronting the flame vortex, the heart-bonded beast rabbit raised its pet's tentacle whip, elemental energy licking along the tendril. With a sudden downward slash, it struck. The whip elongated, the air wailing under the unbearable strain. The entire vortex of flames was cleaved apart in a single stroke. Yet, this also presented Chi Tian with an opportunity. As his opponent split the flame vortex, it had already maneuvered to his flank. A terrifying blaze of fire coalesced around the fist as it smashed toward the opponent with brutal force. Yet, it missed. To be precise, it made contact, but passed clean through the body without any sense of impact. The heartbound hair struck by Chi Tian had vanished into thin air. Get out of the way, commanded Liu Chen. A whip shadow suddenly lashed from behind, striking fiercely at the disgusted rock monkey's body. But it had missed, passing right through Chi Tian's body, to be precise, before crashing violently into the ground, leaving a deep gouge in its wake. Chirp! Chi Tian greeted Liu Ken from several meters away. Liu Ken raised an eyebrow. Well done, you've mastered their shadow clone technique? Shadow clone technique. A non-elemental, universal type move. Utilizes elemental energy to create a remarkably convincing decoy to confuse enemies. Let's skip directly to the second stage of indestructible diamond body. The rocky armor covering the body was nearly all shattered. Chi Tian tilted his head back and roared. His power surged dramatically, his fur turned flame-colored, and the fire on his tail blazed fiercely as if doused in gasoline. Boom! Crash! The loathing rock monkey and the heart parasite rabbit resumed their battle. Their figures continuously clashed across the battlefield. The combat between the two was extraordinarily fierce. Yet overall, Chi Tian found himself at a disadvantage. But far from being alarmed, Liu Chen grew exhilarated instead. As time passed, Chi Tian could only be beaten into continuous retreat. Gradually, he managed to hold his ground. Finally, he could spare a moment to strike back. Boom! The air trembled as a shockwave rippled outward in all directions. Two voices collided in mid-air before separating apart. Chi Tian roared at the heavens. Flames continuously burst forth from its body. I'm about to level up. Liu Chen was exhilarated. The heart-beast rabbit proved to be an excellent whetstone, finally accumulating sufficient elemental energy for the Chi Tian body. Chapter 31, Fusion Progress Skyrockets, Who's Calling Me Grandpa? SSS-SSS-SSS. Chi Tian's aura was growing stronger inch by inch. Every pore on his body exhaled flames, his entire form engulfed in fire. Its true form became utterly indiscernible. The accumulated energy nutrient serum stored within its body. After an intense battle, everything was finally absorbed. The total elemental energy within his body had reached the breakthrough threshold. Roar! Chi Tian crossed his arms before his chest and roared at the sky, as raging flames erupted around him. Its hands suddenly flung outward, sending flames soaring into the sky before dissipating. The annoying rock monkey grew taller. Its fur grew brighter and more vivid orange. Evolution successful. Stepping into the elite tier, his current level of strength is lower elite tier. Finally promoted, sighed Liu Ken. Chi Tian clenched his fist, feeling the explosive power contained within his body, and grinned mockingly at the heart parasite bunny. This monkey right here? Strong enough to blow shit up now. It initiated the attack. The earth beneath its feet exploded violently, a burst of flame erupted from underfoot, propelling the stone ape through sheer recoil and fiery thrust until it vanished from its original position as a mere afterimage. Boom! Two figures collided at blinding speed. A muffled thunder-like rumble came. Gravel and sand surged upwards in a violent upheaval, soaring several meters high before cascading down in a gritty shower. This time, Chi Tian no longer found himself at a disadvantage. The heartbound beast rabbit staggered violently, sent flying back from the blow. Its feet skidded across the ground, carving 2-meter-long drag marks before it finally came to a stop. The figure had barely come to a stop. Qitian unleashed a jet of flames, shaping the fiery blast through his exceptionally high skill mastery. The flames morphed into a blazing big symbol. With a thunderous boom, it struck the parasite rabbit head-on, sending its body soaring high into the air. With a sudden stomp on the ground, Qitian crouched and sprang upward once more. The dense flames gathered upon his fist, shimmering with the golden radiance of the sun, as though clutching a star itself. Blazing flame fist. In her haste, the opponent lashed out with a whip-like tentacle. The whip met the fist in midair. The tentacle whip snapped under the impact while the fist's momentum remained undiminished, landing squarely on its shoulder. Instantly, the entire shoulder exploded from the blow, a searing force traveling through the wound and spreading inward. The aroma of meat filled the air. Sunflame Fist, channeling explosive solar fire into the punching technique, delivering not just scorching burns but also concussive detonations. What followed was simplicity itself. It became essentially a one-sided affair. More than 10 minutes later, a whirlwind of flames swept through. A charred, desiccated corpse crashed to the ground. Qitian shrank in size, transforming back into his normal form from the giant ape shape of his morphing ability. It snorted 2 thick breaths from its nostrils. Disgusting bunny, nothing more than this. Still got beaten to a pulp by this monkey me. Name stone-hating monkey. Level, lower elite tier. Attributes rock type, fire type. Characteristics solar flame. Bloodline mid-tier monarch species high-tier monarch species. Zhuyan bloodline fusion progress 70% 95%. Bloodline talents form shift. Indestructible diamond body. Elemental mastery level fire, proficiency 70%, earth, proficiency 5%. Skills, mythological evolution sequence. The template has changed significantly. The bloodline race has advanced from mid-ranked monarch tier to high-ranked monarch tier. The fusion progress of the Zhuyan bloodline has reached 95%, soon to be perfected. By that time, the bloodline will have ascended to totem seed. Qitian would also undergo some peculiar transformations. I'm sorry, you failed to clear the hidden level. After leaving, please don't disclose the existence of the hidden level. Watching as he was teleported back to the 10th floor again, Luo Anfei sighed. Even after upgrading the Ice Crystal Fox's bloodline to a lower-tier monarch species, the gap between the elite rank and the transcendent rank is simply too vast. The elite tier and the transcendent tier form a crucial watershed. Most beast companions of beast masters remain stuck at the elite tier. Once this barrier is crossed, evolution occurs. Evolution, also known as the leap of life, brings about a qualitative leap in a species' strength. The Frost Fox could challenge elite tier opponents despite being at transcendent tier. However, at elite tier, it couldn't defeat rebirth tier opponents. The gap between evolved and unevolved creatures couldn't be bridged by racial traits alone. Yet she bore no frustration over this. Losing is perfectly normal. For low-tier beast masters, there simply doesn't exist anyone in this world who can ignore the power divide, defeating opponents at the rebirth tier while still being at the elite tier themselves. Only the offspring of those legendary creatures might be capable of such feats. And the trial gate only permits challenges from beastmasters whose spiritual energy remains at white grade or below. Whose white-spirited beastmaster could possibly possess a royal-blooded beast pet of lineage surpassing the monarch rank? It's common knowledge that in their unevolved initial forms, humans can at most acquire beast pets with monarch rank bloodline potential. Only through personal nurturing and evolution can a beast pet's bloodline break through the monarch rank. It's absolutely impossible for anyone to possess a terrifying royal-blooded beast pet exceeding monarch rank from the very beginning. You've worked hard, Bing Bing. It's alright, losing is normal. She comforted the dejected-looking ice crystal fox. The purpose of entering this hidden level has been achieved. Yes, her goal this time is to enter the hidden level. The trial gate. The reason it's called a trial is precisely because it serves as a selection process for all the new generation. By entering the hidden level, one can catch the attention of that organization. Night Watchmen, a covert national organization whose history traces back 3,000 years. Let's go, time for us to leave. Someone's coming out, someone's coming out. The trial gate's luminous barrier suddenly rippled at its entrance. The crowd craned their necks eagerly, desperate to see who it was. Zhuo Xiangyu staggered out from within, utterly disheveled. It really is Zhuo Xiangyu, absolutely incredible. Is this what it means to be top 3 among the nation's top 100 talents? He made it out, which means he cleared the game. Of course not. If he didn't clear the level but triggered the life-saving bracelet instead, he'd be teleported out. Zhuo Xiangyu now looked utterly disheveled, covered in dust and grime, a truly pitiful sight. But he showed a happy smile, looking arrogant with his head held high. The 10th floor. Cleared it. The freshman competition was moved up from half a month to just 3 days. In this situation, who else but myself could possibly break through? He greedily savored the sensation of being the center of attention. As for that legend, he was likely cowering in the crowd right now, trembling with fear, just a pathetic clown consumed by envy and jealousy toward him. A mere cheater has no right to claim the top spot among the elite 100, let alone boast about defeating him. Though he has some skills, they're not much. How dare he challenge me like this, even proposing a call me daddy bet. It's time to make this eldest son call me daddy. He's going to humiliate Luchan in front of everyone. He'll make him shout daddy before the entire ancient capital's freshmen. Where's Lucan? Get your ass out here and call me daddy. When there was no response after a long while, he sneered, "What? Too scared to show your face? Can't take losing a bet?" Just as he was searching through the crowd to drag Lucan out by force, a voice came from behind him. "Who's calling me grandpa?" Chapter 32, shattering all doubts, Lucan takes action, shocking everyone. The trial gate rippled. A figure stepped forth. Who else could it be but Lu Chen? Zhuo Xiangyu froze briefly, coming out from the trial gate. Only those who cleared the trial could walk out through it. Instantly, the entire venue erupted in commotion. No way, holy guacamole, Lu Chen actually cleared the 10th floor too. Didn't he enter the 10th chamber last? How could he possibly be faster than Luo Anfei? Wait, look, the trial gate, something's happening. No, surely not? The light curtain rippled with waves. A graceful figure emerged from within, a cold and indifferent beauty, covered in dust, with a few mischievous strands of hair dangling down the sides of her cheeks and across her forehead. Clearly having endured a difficult battle, yet it didn't appear grimy, rather, there was an oddly captivating beauty in the disarray. Looking at these three people, the scene fell into an eerie silence once again. Zhuo Xiangyu, Lu Chen, and Luo Anfei, all of them cleared the 10th floor? Impossible. How could you have passed the 10th floor? Zhuo Xiangyu found it completely unbelievable. Luo Anfei was understandable, one look at her appearance told you she'd been through a battle. But this Lu Chen was completely spotless, utterly neat, looking as fresh as if he'd just stepped out. Not only did he stand out as the cleanest among the three of them, among all the students present, he was by far the most pristine one. Buzz. The light screen of the trial gate rippled like water, finally revealing densely packed script. Current trial rankings: 1. Lu Chen. 2. Luo Anfei. 3. Zhuo Xiangyu. 4. Ji Buchang. 5. Diao Henda. 6. Ni Taiwang. Splash. The entire venue erupted in uproar once more. Everyone began questioning. Something's wrong, right? There's definitely something wrong. Zhuo Xiangyu was clearly the first to clear it, how could he be ranked third? Exactly. Going by the clearance speed, there's no way Lucan should be ranked first. Absolutely impossible. He cleared the 10th floor without a speck of dust on him, clearly wasn't the first to finish, yet tops the rankings. Everyone was questioning it. Among the crowd at this top-tier university, Zhou Kai sighed with genuine admiration. He was the only one in the entire venue who wasn't doubting. Holy shit, Lucian is truly unmatched. Mere mortals could never comprehend a god's greatness. Cheating, 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 cheating. Human prejudice is a towering mountain. Since Lu Chen had a prior history of cheating, all the students eventually chanted cheating in perfect unison. Quiet. A tiger's roar reverberated through the air, sending visible sound waves pulsing outward that drowned out all other noise, leaving everyone's ears ringing. Representatives, principals, and teachers from various academies stepped forward. Leading them was Zhang Qiliang, vice principal of Xingyu Beast Taming Academy, the same man who had unleashed the tiger roar sound wave technique moments earlier. Lu Chen, not only did you cheat on the college entrance exams, but you're still cheating in the freshman tournament too. You're utterly incorrigible. Zhang Qiliang wasted no time slapping Lu Chen with a damning accusation. The other teachers were also chattering accusations. How exactly did you deceive the trial gate? What cheating method did you use? Confess honestly, and we might still go easy on you. I didn't cheat, Lu Chen said calmly. Ha, then explain why you dawdled so long on the 6th and 7th floors, only to suddenly rush to the 9th floor? And in the end, you even entered the 10th floor? Then, he targeted Luo Anfei as well. And why is it that you and Luo Anfei, who clearly exited after Zhuo Xiangyu, are ranked above him? You two have been childhood sweethearts. It's hard for me not to suspect you've mastered some sort of cheating trick. Zhang Qiliang said, I now suspect that the two of you are cult members with some unknown cheating method. Their achievements are genuine. A resonant voice rang out. It was that burly man in military uniform, approaching with prosthetic limbs replacing his missing hand and foot. Commander Zhao Kongcheng, what did you say? Zhang Qiliang looked as if he'd misheard. This burly man in military uniform was originally named Zhao Kongcheng. He raised his voice and repeated, they didn't cheat. The grades are accurate. Impossible. In front of everyone's eyes, everyone saw that Zhuo Xiangyu was the first to emerge. Putting aside the authenticity of Lu Chen reaching the 10th floor for now, just based on the speed of clearing the levels, Zhuo Xiangyu should undoubtedly rank first. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Zhao Kongcheng, making one's hair stand on end. This was killing intent. Only by enduring countless battles on the battlefield can one cultivate such killing intent. A spiritual aura mixed with killing intent emanated from within. Are you questioning me? Questioning the Beast Tamer Association? Or are you questioning our Beast Tamer Corps as well? Everyone fell silent as if holding their breath. With the Beast Tamer Association and Beast Tamer Corps, these two heavyweights, coming down on them, who dared to utter a word? Moreover, Zhao Kongqing's status and abilities were nothing ordinary either. Zhao Kongqing's eyes were filled with profound shock. He was aware of the existence of hidden levels. Though Zhuo Xiangyu had indeed cleared the 10th floor, his ranking fell behind both Lu Chen and Luo Anfei. This could only mean one thing: those two had entered the hidden level. The hidden level was specially prepared by the Night Watch to select new recruits. The Night Watch were all monsters. Even the commander of their Beastmaster battalion had to tread carefully around them. Two prodigies, yet they would never join his battalion. He had originally planned to recruit them into his battalion after they graduated. It wouldn't hurt to establish goodwill in advance, though. Zhao Kongqing revealed a warm smile and handed Lu Ken a business card. I can personally vouch for the authenticity of your results. He snorted coldly. If anyone gives you trouble questioning the validity of these results, come straight to the Beastmaster Association and find me. Very well, thank you, Commander Zhao. Lu Ken gratefully accepted the kindness extended to him. Beside, Qin Yanran's beautiful eyes also flickered with disbelief, for she too was aware of the hidden stage's existence. Truly worthy of the lady's choice. And, present besides Qin Yanran and Zhao Kongqing, there was another person who knew about the hidden level, Luo Anfei. She was dumbfounded? Lu Chen had also entered the hidden level? So he had already condensed his spiritual essence, and his ranking was above hers. It seems he lasted longer than she did in the hidden level, facing the transformed Tear Heart Parasite Rabbit. That makes sense. The Stoniverse Monkey has rock-type attributes, making its defense superior to the Crystal Fox, not to mention its royal lineage. It's only natural he endured longer than her. Zhuo Xiangyu, you good-for-nothing son, get ready to call me daddy. You're not going to Welsh on a bet, are you? Zhuo Xiangyu's face turned green then purple. Every insult he just hurled at Lu Chen was now being thrown right back at him. I refuse to accept this. I clearly finished first. Care to fight me? Only by beating me can you prove you've won our bet. He gritted his teeth and demanded a pet battle challenge. Fine, no problem, Lu Chen answered casually. The battle is about to begin. The crowd dispersed in all directions, clearing a space for their battle. Lu Chen summoned his stone-disliking monkey. Zhuo Xiangyu also called forth his beast companion. As the summoning array materialized, a wave of icy cold surged outward in all directions. A colossal crab appeared, its entire body encased in ice and snow-white in color, with massive claws that closed together like a shield. Like a boulder from a snow-capped mountain, its broad and sturdy frame stood unmovable as a mountain. Panting frosty breath, it exhaled, leaving a trail of ice on the ground. Hiss, it's appeared, the ice armor shield crab, a superior overlord bloodline species. It's so cold, so powerful, I can feel the chilling air from this far away. The cold here is intense. If you bought a watermelon in the middle of summer, it would freeze instantly. Lu Chen gazed at the frost-armored shield crab with regret and said, what a waste not opening a milk tea shop. Both beast pets were in pretty rough shape. The rock-loathing monkey was filthy, with blood seeping from several wounds. Worse still, it seemed listless due to the side effects of the indestructible diamond body's second stage. The other party wasn't much better off either. Their armor-like coating of frost shattered into fragments by the blows. Even a few crab legs had broken off in the process. Lu Ken was confident that even if Qitian's condition deteriorated further, he could still finish off his opponent. Your spirit beasts have fought through the trial gate battles, they must all be wounded and running low on stamina by now. For fairness, let me restore you all to full condition. Qin Yanran stepped forward. Come forth, Flower Fairy, a peculiar beast pet. With a blooming flower atop its head, its body resembled an anthropomorphic sprite, no larger than the palm of a hand. Use healing essence. The flower fairy uttered a melodious whisper as two emerald beams of light fell upon the rock-worried monkey and frost-armored shield crab. Instantly, the injuries of both magical beasts began visibly healing before their eyes. The cost was apparent too. The vibrant blossom atop the flower fairy's head folded inward, transforming back into a closed bud. A rare healing-type beast companion. Excellent, I can unleash the frost-armored shield crab at full strength to crush you. Zhuo Xiangyu sneered. Be careful, I'm quite strong. Just don't go back on your word later, Lu Chen kindly warned. And I'm reminding you now, if you lose later, don't make excuses like you didn't warn me or saying you lost because you underestimated me. Most of the spectators burst into mocking laughter. Zhuo Xiangyu losing? What a joke. They refused to accept it. In their eyes, Lu Chen had clearly cheated. How could someone who appeared later end up ranked ahead of the others? I'll serve as the referee, Zhang Qiliang declared from the edge of the field. Now then, let the battle begin. Zhuo Xiangyu was still rambling on. My frost-armored shield crab has been using ice attribute treasures ever since it hatched. The ice armor on its body can't be shattered by anything of the same cultivation level. I wonder if your monkey can break its ice. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, suddenly, an explosive sound erupted across the field, like the sonic boom of a fighter jet. This was the airburst created when speed reaches its ultimate extreme. His eyes widened in shock as he witnessed a sight he would never forget. A fiery red figure tore through the air, arriving instantly before the frost-armored shield crab, and delivered a brutal punch to its front. The massive frost-armored shield crab, weighing an astonishing amount, was sent flying off the ground by the impact. The terrifying force penetrated straight through the crab's body, the punch's power bursting out from its back in a visible white shockwave. The air compressed in close succession, then detonated with a violent outburst. Boom! The once proud ice armor shattered instantly, reduced to countless shards caught in the explosive shockwave that scattered them in all directions. Under the sunlight, the ice crystals glittered brilliantly. Then the fiery red figure suddenly leapt up and delivered another vicious downward punch. Boom! The earth split open, revealing a deep fissure. Countless particles of sand and dust were violently thrown into the air. The frost-claw shield crab was hammered into the ground. Its body crumpled limply, devoid of any will to fight. Silence. Complete silence filled the arena. The silence was so profound one could hear a pin drop. Every pair of eyes widened in shock, their blank stares as if witnessing some divine miracle. What were you trying to say earlier? Something about what my beast companion couldn't do? Sorry, the wind was a bit loud just now, I didn't quite catch that. Only Lu Chen's question to Zhuo Xiangyu echoed through the stillness. Chapter 33 Luo Anfei, are you cheating? The weather was clear and sunny. The sunlight was gentle, and countless ice fragments glittered golden under its refraction, sparkling brilliantly. The ice shards fell upon everyone. Bits of shattered ice landed on my face, chillingly cold. Everyone could feel the subtle tremors beneath their feet as they watched the frost shell shield crab, now unconscious, sunken into the earth from a single devastating blow, utterly devoid of fighting strength. His expression shifted from blank shock to stunned disbelief. Even the students were dumbfounded. The teachers and academy heads from various institutions were also experiencing inner turmoil akin to towering waves. Zhuo Xiangyu's frost-claw shield crab had already reached the lower elite tier, yet it was defeated in just 2 punches. Snowflake-like shards of ice scattered across the ground, revealing the figure of the rock-loathing ape amidst them. No one had previously taken it seriously. Only now did they begin to carefully examine the loathsome rock monkey. Its fur gradually transitioned from gray to reddish-orange, with a tuft of slightly grayish long hair on its head that draped over its forehead. The flames on its tail burned fiercely, adorned with golden specks. Its entire body boasted exquisite muscle contours, containing terrifying power, with both hands coalescing aflame like golden solar fire. Tendrils of fiery elements gracefully rose from head to toe, appearing from afar like ribbons of flame. Standing there, it embodied violent aesthetics. Even from a great distance, one could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from its sheer dominance and power. Luo Anfei? She had previously considered intervening if Lu Chen suffered a disgraceful defeat and that Zhuo Xiangyu became too arrogant. She planned to personally teach the arrogant opponent a lesson. What the hell just happened? How could his monkey instantly defeat the frost-armored shield crab? Who could tell her why Lu Chen's monkey had grown stronger again? Her mind was in complete turmoil now. What kind of beast companion is this? It's kind of cool, but I've never seen this type in the bestiary. Could it be a beast companion from another country? I heard it's a mutation of a little rock monkey? What kind of monster is this? It's at the elite tier 2, yet it instantly killed an elite tier ice-armored shield crab? Even with hacks, you couldn't be this overpowered. The students from other academies who saw Lu Chen's beast companion for the first time were all exclaiming in amazement. Not even them. Even those freshmen at Xingyu Academy who had previously witnessed Yen Yenho's arrogance when Lu Chen dared to challenge the entire cohort couldn't help but feel secretly shocked anew. Compared to before, the evolved flame rock monkey, now in the elite tier, had a slightly more dazzling appearance and a more robust physique. It was handsomely striking, especially with the flame-like ribbons of fire rising in wisps all over its body, absolutely stunning. Zhuo Xiangyu finally snapped out of his daze. Feeling the feedback from the soul link, he realized the frost-armored shield crab had indeed lost consciousness. How is this possible? Cheating! You must be cheating! Even if your beast companion is also elite tier, how could it instantly defeat my frost shield crab? He wasn't cheating. Qin Yanran spoke up first. Deputy Academy Head Zhang Qiliang, as the referee, you can confirm this, right? Zhang Qiliang sank into prolonged silence, looking as mournful as if bereaved. We veteran beastmasters here all outrank you in level and possess stronger spiritual awareness. Any cheating would have been spotted immediately. The unspoken implication was clear, their opponent hadn't cheated. He raised his eyes, his gaze bloodshot. What rank of ancestral bloodline does your beast possess? Between opponents of the same level, unless there's an overwhelming difference in strength, instant kills shouldn't happen even with elemental advantages. Besides, only ancestral bloodline remains a vastly superior ancestral bloodline. For example, one magical beast is of the dragon species, while another is merely a caterpillar. At the same level, the disparity in their species is immense. The former is practically invincible among its peers. Rock aversion monkey, a high-tier sovereign species. Luo Anfei, ? Supreme monarch species. Didn't you say I'd be the next royal descendant during the college entrance exams? How did it turn into a high-ranking monarch species again? You're hacking, aren't you? Feeling the gaze from the big ice block beside him, Lu Chen grinned inwardly. This big ice cube must be shocked by how awesome I am. He slightly lowered his head and whispered to Luo Anfei, last time, Shi Tian's latent bloodline wasn't fully awakened. It was only after I condensed the white spiritual energy that his hidden bloodline was completely activated. Luo Anfei? As for the others, hearing the words high monarch species feels like having one's throat seized. They were utterly dumbfounded. Holy shit, terrifying. They looked at the yen monkey with eyes as if gazing upon a monster. A high monarch species? For humans, attaining the highest potential of racial bloodline comes from high monarch species. Anything beyond that is simply impossible. Who among those terrifying beasts beyond the monarch rank would willingly give their offspring to humans? As for stealing their young, are you not afraid of triggering a great war? The frost-shield crab is merely an upper-tier overlord species. The rock-loathing ape is an upper-tier monarch species. The chasm between overlords and monarchs is as vast as heaven and earth. Moreover, the rock-loathing ape clearly possesses fire attributes, which naturally counter the ice-based frost-shield crab. With all these buffs stacked together, no wonder he could instantly kill the frost armor shield crab. I told you the results weren't fake. Zhao Kongchen grinned, though a trace of shock still flickered in his eyes. Lu Chen's strength had exceeded even his expectations. The teachers from various academies and all the students present fell silent. The facts were clear before their eyes. This kind of strength is far beyond just winning first place in the freshman competition. Lu Chen's National College Entrance Exam Champion ranking is also well-deserved. There was never any cheating involved. Yet he's been enduring baseless accusations left and right, and continues to be targeted even after entering the academy. All those who had just shouted cheater now flushed with shame. Indeed, unless he possessed genuine skills, how else could he have confronted injustice so openly, challenged all the freshmen, and without the slightest fear in the face of Zuo Xianyu's taunts, even declaring he would crush him? Everything suddenly made sense. It wasn't arrogance or conceit, but the confidence of someone truly formidable. They're not even on the same level of existence anymore. Mom, I've made it big. I actually got to see a living high-ranking monarch tier beast tamer. Take a photo. We must take a photo to commemorate this. I feel like this photo could sell for a fortune in the future. I told you, Divine Lu is invincible. Damn it, let me tell you something. Divine Lu and I are from the same village. Not long after the Gaokao ended, Divine Lu accidentally entered the Abyss Realm. Back then, he could already defeat elite-ranked monsters, Zhou Kai boasted animatedly. His words drew another round of astonished gasps. This time, no one dared to question it. Instead, they took it for granted. Each one pestered Zhou Kai for detailed explanations. In summary, today, Lu Chen's name has been completely cleared. You wouldn't be a sore loser now, would you? Lu Chen squinted sideways at Zuo Xianyu. To be honest, had Zuo Xianyu not immediately provoked him upon arrival by shouting across the venue, Lu Chen, come out here and call me daddy, Lu Chen wouldn't have minded making peace and turning hostility into friendship. There's really no need to make enemies everywhere. But the first thing the other party did upon exiting the trial gate was to publicly humiliate him. Lu Chen had no qualms about giving tit for tat and responding in kind. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, being humiliated like this, Zuo Xianyu's resentment was barely concealed. Damn that Lu Chen. Why did he have to shame him in front of so many people? He doesn't seem to reflect on his past actions at all. Seeing the venomous resentment in the other's eyes, Lu Chen felt he'd made the right choice. With this kind of person, even if he didn't hold a grudge, he'd probably still end up being hated. Hurry up now, a bet's a bet. He doubted the other would actually honor the wager. Sure enough, dizzy, I'm so dizzy. With that, his head lolled to one side and he toppled stiffly to the ground. The crude performance made everyone's lips twitch in disbelief, not to mention their contempt. How could the third ranked among the top 100 be such a sore loser? Lu Chen sneered, I've taken first aid, I'll handle this. Whack! He stepped forward and delivered a fierce slap across the other's face, instantly reddening half of it. Whack 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 whack. A barrage of slaps. Zuo Xianyu was instantly beaten into a swollen mess, his lips split and bleeding. Credit where it's due, even after being pummeled like this, he still stubbornly pretended to be unconscious. Little did they know, the rage boiling within Zuo Xianyu was volcanic, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles crackled. I swear, Lu Chen, you will die by my hand, he screamed hysterically in his heart. He still hasn't woken up yet. Lu Chen shouted at the stone-hate monkey, Shi Tian, you take over. The stone-hate monkey walked over. Zhou Xiangyu's heart pounded with terror. Even the frost-armored shield crab was knocked out with a single punch. If this slap landed, wouldn't his head be smashed like a watermelon? He dared not feign any longer. His eyes snapped open as he sprang up from the ground, hatred and venom blazing in his gaze. My father is a 5-star beast tamer of the overlord rank. How dare you, he spat. I don't know anything about any bet. He couldn't bear to stay here any longer either. He pushed through the crowd like a stray dog and left. The crowd instantly erupted into boisterous cheers. What a disgrace. Chapter 34, Phoenix Power, Dragon Power, Special Reward. After the interlude, the freshman competition has officially concluded. Zhao Consheng represented the ancient capital Beastmaster Association to distribute the rewards. First place, 3 million in cash. Second place, 2 million in cash. Third place, 1 million in cash. Moreover, various academies also offered rewards to their students within their own institutions. Numerous academy members gradually began to depart. Their gazes toward Lu Chen were no longer filled with disdain but rather with reverence as they greeted him respectfully, addressing him with titles like God Lu. In the world of Beastmasters, strength reigns supreme. This is just an accessory that comes with power. Lu Chen didn't really mind. It actually solved some minor troubles and proved him right. After all, being called a cheater everywhere was quite annoying. Time to head back. What an exhausting day today. Taking the bus, everyone from the Xingyu Beast Taming Academy returned to the campus. Dad Lu, goodbye. After getting off the bus, someone who had lost to him in the arena waved before striding away with their head held high, as if losing to Lu Chen had been an honor. Dad Lu, here's my room key. Come tutor me in beast taming tonight. There was also a bold and outgoing girl who tried to hand Lu Chen her room key, only to quickly pull back the next second like a startled rabbit, darting away in a flash, because Luo Anfei had arrived. Did I come at a bad time? Luo Anfei said expressionlessly. Don't misunderstand, it's just that I promised Yurong I'd stop you from fooling around. Yet even she didn't realize that her tone carried a hint of displeasure. Lu Chen? ? Bullshit, I never intended to take the room key. Getting suggestive will get us censored. Oh, Luo Anfei replied coolly and indifferently. Damn Lu Yurong, you even had someone spy on me. From now on, the academy will defer to you. Whatever you say goes. Zhang Qiliang said dejectedly to Qin Yanran, looking as if he'd just lost both parents. I thought you were going to renege too. Qin Yanran was surprised, as she well knew how much Zhang Qiliang coveted the position of academy master. A bet is a bet, and you were right. Lu Chen might actually have what it takes to lift our starry Sky Beast Taming Academy from its embarrassing last place position. Poof, Zhang Qiliang snorted. But don't get too excited yet. This doesn't mean I'm handing over the master's seat without a fight. Qin Yanran didn't really care. She was only here because her family arranged it, mainly to accompany Su Meyer. If Su Meyer were to leave the academy, she would follow. The position of academy head? She had no desire for it whatsoever. She walked away with a clatter of high heels. Soon after, she approached Su Meyer to report on the day's events at the freshman competition. Su Meyer smiled radiantly. It came as no surprise. Wasn't everything perfectly expected after all? You actually think he hasn't condensed spiritual essence and can't reach the 9th floor? Su Meyer smiled wordlessly. If Lu Chen could disregard even her charms, how could mere ordinary mental corruption possibly affect her? One must know that her allure originates from the very depths of her bloodline. From a terrifying entity, one that surpasses even the totem rank. Then why was he so sluggish on the 6th and 7th floors? Qin Yanran still couldn't figure it out to this day, crawling at a snail's pace through floors 6 and 7, then suddenly rocketing forward like a launched missile. What if he wasn't using his beast companion at all before the 7th floor? Su Meyer's words made her pupils instantly contract into tiny black dots. Impossible. Not even bloodline families could do that. But the divination didn't say there's no one in the world who can resist my charm? He himself is a miracle. Su Meyer's eyes sparkled with brightness. Suddenly, Su Meyer slightly narrowed her eyes, exuding a dangerous aura. When you saw he could only reach the 6th or 7th level, you had some ill thoughts in your heart, didn't you? Qin Yanran's hairs stood on end. Next time, even if it's for my own good, I'll kill you. Sigh, all this killing is exhausting. Inside the trial gate, relying solely on his spiritual power, he fought his way up to the 7th floor, depleting both his physical stamina and spiritual energy. Lu Chen returned to the dormitory villa, took a hot shower, and then collapsed into bed for a long sleep. The stone-hating monkey Qitian, however, was full of energy and vitality. It sat cross-legged in the training area and immediately began pushing itself to the limit. A single branch bears 2 blossoms. Let's speak of each in turn. Luo Anfei emerged from the bathroom, her hair dripping wet, her fair skin flushed pink with warmth, radiating beauty like a water lily freshly bloomed. She dried her hair with a towel. Meanwhile, her thoughts sank deep into contemplation. There are 20 days left until the second comparison. The strength Lu Can displayed today has put considerable pressure on her. The Frost Crystal Fox shares the same ice attribute and lower elite rank as the Frost Shield Crab. Its only advantage lies in its racial bloodline, a lower monarch species. Having the Frost Crystal Fox face the Rock Ape Monkey now would still be somewhat tricky to handle. But it's not a big problem. There are still 20 days left. With the prize money from the freshman tournament, we can purchase items that accelerate the formation of the Frost Crystal Fox's Phoenix bloodline. By then, the Fox will master Phoenix power. The power of the Phoenix dominates all conventional elemental forces, unrivaled in its sheer superiority. Only the might of the dragon can rival it. Moreover, she had already learned how to counter the stone aversion monkey. Their pride and speed could be easily countered. Simply turning the battlefield into an icy terrain first was enough to neutralize that advantage. Moreover, the disdainful rock monkey is a fire/rock type. Both fire and rock types are weak against water type moves, making it 4 times vulnerable. Next, let the Frost Fox attempt to learn a water type move. A smile curled at the corner of her lips, running calculations and simulations of the battle outcome in my mind. Judging by her sharp perception and ample combat experience. In the bag. Totally in the bag. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of her lips as she drifted into sleep. The freshman district. Nighttime. All was silent. Exhausted from the day's battles, every freshman had fallen into slumber. A sneaky figure departed from the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy. Zhuo Xiangyu turned back and gazed at the academy. Through clenched teeth, he spat out 2 words, Lu Chen. It's either you or me, this ends only with death. He could no longer bear to stay in this place with his dignity intact. The next day, news spread across the campus forum. Zhuo Xiangyu had dropped out, and before leaving, he even exchanged his rewarded credits for supplies. Then he transferred to Jinlin Beast Taming Academy. This made a bunch of students curse like sailors. Dropping out is one thing, but deliberately converting credits into resource vouchers and absconding with the funds before leaving? Disgusting. God damn it, seriously vile. Playing dirty yesterday was bad enough, but now this stunt? True, faking death in front of so many people yesterday probably gave him social death, which is why he dropped out. Wait, can people just drop out casually like that? Wouldn't that cause chaos? Well, who asked him to have a 5-star Beastmaster as his father? None of this concerned Lu Can in the slightest. He got up early and was now claiming rewards from the system. Quest, break through the trial gate. Completed. System, claim the quest. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward. Chapter 35, Evolver, Father of Evolution. Ding, congratulations to the host for receiving a special reward, the Breeder Inheritance. Suddenly, a flood of information poured into his mind. Countless fragments of knowledge filled his thoughts. Cultivator. Similar to a human nutritionist. It's just way more impressive than human nutritionists, providing effective cultivation tailored precisely to each beast pet's condition. The cultivator's role is to ensure that beast tamers' pets can reach the maximum potential of their species. This makes perfect sense. Bloodline heritage merely determines potential. A monarch-class beast abandoned in the wild to fend for itself, facing food shortages and malnutrition, starving 3 meals short every day. Even the greatest potential would be wasted. Even with the training and guidance of beast masters, most beast companions never reach the pinnacle of their species' potential. For example, a racial bloodline could be that of a supreme monarch species. For most beast masters, their tamed beasts can only reach the level of middle-rank monarch tier. To reach the racial limit, one would need the assistance of a beast trainer. Besides that, some pet products on the market, such as the Universal Energy Potion, can only be crafted by breeders. It's worth mentioning, a beast tamer is also a beast master. The cultivator is akin to a secondary profession in online games. Very profitable. In fantasy and xianxia novels, these would be alchemists. A godsend. Lu Chen was pleasantly surprised. This was exactly what he wanted. He had spent nearly $1 million just to help Qi Tian advance to the elite tier. Just thinking about starting to collect lightning element materials in preparation for evolution gives him a headache. Being able to brew energy potions himself would significantly reduce expenses. Ding, due to the host possessing eyes of the gods, the cultivator profession has undergone changes. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Evolution Master Inheritance. Evolution Master, with the divine eye capable of seeing a beast pet's evolutionary sequence, combined with the Evolution Master Inheritance, you can freely guide the beast pet's evolution towards any desired sequence based on the required conditions. While other trainers might only know a handful of complete evolutionary lines, you, for any beast pet capable of evolution, instantly know every single condition required for its transformation. Lu Chen stepped out onto the balcony. In the dormitory area, many people were exercising with their beast companions in the morning. Among them, there was a beast tamer training his animal companion. Do Bao, this won't do. Let's try again. Lu Chen's gaze focused intently on the other's beast companion. It bears the appearance of a ragdoll cat from a past life, its entire body wreathed in wind elemental energy. A gold coin is embedded in its forehead. Name, Coin Scattering Cat. Strength, High-Level Transcendent Tier. Attribute, Metal. Race Bloodline, High-Rank Sovereign Species. Skills, Omitted. Training Focus, this beast companion is in excellent health with normal development. However, its cells storing elemental energy are fewer than its peers, while its physical strength surpasses them. It's recommended to focus development on physical enhancement rather than elemental energy cultivation. Indeed, the information seen through the divine eye is different from before. There's an additional, cultivation focus. It even provides a guided training program on how to cultivate beast companions. This way, targeted training can be provided to the magical beasts, understanding the individual differences of each creature. Liu Kang continued reading further. Evolution Sequence. Standard Path, Coin Cat, upon reaching upper elite rank with total internal energy meeting standards, automatically evolves into Coin Cat. Rare Evolution Path, Flame Witch Cat, reached upper elite tier, total energy potential met. Evolution Requirements, 1. In an environment saturated with fire elemental energy. 2. At high noon under blazing sunlight, feed it a firestone. Hidden Path, this creature has no hidden evolution paths. Evolution Analysis, due to individual variations favoring physical attributes, this creature is unsuitable for the Flame Witch Cat evolution path. Hiss, Inheritance of Evolution Masters. So awesome. Previously, he could also discern some evolutionary sequences of magical beasts, but he only knew their names, not the conditions required for their evolution. Now, after inheriting the legacy of an evolution master, every detail revealed itself before him. He instantly became exhilarated. Generally speaking, mastering an evolutionary sequence that had never appeared before, especially for a popular magical beast, could bring unimaginable wealth. Yet he only needed a single glance to comprehend all evolutionary paths, even including hidden paths. Wouldn't people from now on call themselves Father of Evolution? Your beast pet isn't suited for elemental attack strategies, it's better suited for close combat physical approaches. You should focus on combining techniques with physical prowess, Liu Kang said to the Coin Cat's beast master. He had some recollection of this guy, someone who'd previously challenged him on the fighting platform. Since the fellow had forked over 10,000 yuan and even called him dad, giving him a warning seemed fair enough. Which idiot? Interrupted mid-training, the man was visibly annoyed. Who dared to boss him around about his beast companion? Lou, Dad Lou, good morning. The moment he recognized Liu Chen, he jolted in fright, quickly swallowing the unspoken insults. Liu Chen couldn't decide whether to laugh or cry. The original bet had only required losing participants to call him dad. No need for such over-the-top reverence now. I never expected this group of people to start calling me Dad Lou wherever they see me now. Good morning, carry on. I was just making a casual remark. Liu Chen turned and walked back inside. The opponent stared thoughtfully at my money-splurging cat, focusing on physical attributes, huh? Despite being born in a third-tier city, Dad Lou managed to raise his beast pets to such an incredible level. He must have his own unique training methods. He said to the coin-throwing cat, Dobao, starting tomorrow, we'll focus more on physical training and reduce our emphasis on developing elemental techniques. Coin toss. The coin-throwing cat cheerfully meowed at its owner. After the freshman competition ended, many students in the freshman zone returned to their daily routines. Those who hadn't yet condensed their spiritual essence continued to endure the oppressive aura of the overlord, striving to refine their spirituality. Tomorrow and the day after marked the weekend. Classes won't officially start until next Monday when we'll need to choose our advisors. Liu Chen's white spiritual energy had already condensed. With no classes scheduled, I found myself somewhat at loose ends. Might as well complete today's daily quest first. Liu Kang summoned the panel. He was just about to complete the system's daily tasks. But then he discovered the daily tasks were gone. Please certify as a 2-star beast tamer to continue unlocking daily tasks. Damn. To get certified as a 2-star beast master, he messaged Su Mayer to ask where he could take the certification test. Su Mayer, normally every academy has an examination center, but there's no staff on duty right now. You'll have to wait 10 days. Su Mayer, otherwise, the only option is to go to the Beastmaster Association. He was unfamiliar with ancient capital and its people. Liu Chen asked how to get there. The other party replied succinctly with just one sentence. Wait for me at the school gate. Today, Su Mayer was dressed casually. She wore a sleeveless light blue top, not quite a tank top. Her collarbones arched like two delicate crescent moons, gently etched against her skin and radiating a soft glow. It not only accentuated the graceful curve of her swan-like neck, but also added an indescribable charm and allure. She walked gracefully with a sun hat atop her head. There's no denying that Su Mayer was indeed a stunning beauty, with a figure and appearance beyond reproach. And oh, she was also a bona fide rich woman. Received the inheritance of an evolver. The divine eye had been strengthened. Throughout the journey, Lucan had been continuously observing the beast companions they encountered, examining their evolution paths. At this moment, his gaze instinctively focused on Sumair. His pupils abruptly contracted into black pinpoints. Why are data frames appearing on Sumair's body? Chapter 36, A Legendary Tear Existence. Impure World Reincarnation. Lucan's pupils suddenly contracted into black pinpoints, because a series of information frames unexpectedly popped up in the eyes of the gods. His heart was shaken. The divine eye only works on beast companions and supernatural items. It doesn't reveal specific information about humans or ordinary objects. Sumair is a human, why would information appear about her? Damn! Could it be that Sumair's true form was actually transformed from a spirit beast? Suppressing the shock in his heart, he began to examine it carefully. It doesn't belong to Sumair? Name, eight-tailed moon fox, deceased slumber. Rank, none, legendary tier. Attribute, mental. Bloodline of the race, totemic breed. Description: a member of the eight-tailed moon fox lineage among totemic beings. She sought to break through the totemic rank and ascend to the legendary rank. However, she failed at the critical moment, using her entire flesh and blood as fuel to protect her true spirit. Evolution sequence, hidden path, nine-tailed death fox evolution requirements. The soul must parasitize a suitable woman, using her soul and spiritual energy as nourishment across 4 generations. When her spiritual energy advances to the tyrant rank, equivalent to a 5-star beast master, her spiritual energy is devoured. After 4 generations, with bloodline as the guide and resentment as the path, death may transform into life, becoming the undead type 9-tailed death fox. Evolution analysis, unconscionably harmful, current parasite is 4th generation. Precautions: the spiritual nature of the parasitic entity, due to hosting the August tail fox, will manifest as lunar fox spirituality, possessing an overwhelmingly potent charm effect and even capable of utilizing some abilities of the 8-tailed lunar fox. The true essence of the 8-tailed moon fox gradually coalesces as the host's spiritual energy grows stronger. When the host's spiritual energy advances to the overlord tier, it will fully awaken, devouring both the host's spiritual essence and soul. Should a spiritual energy of higher grade than the moon fox essence invade the host at this moment, it would disrupt the 8-tailed moon fox's evolution. Lucheng's pupils contracted even more violently. Once a totem rank being, this thing that attempted to transcend tribulation to break through to the legendary rank but failed, had it parasitized Sumair's spiritual essence like a parasite? Was it using Sumair as nourishment to manifest itself in this world? Anger welled up in Lucheng's heart. Damn it all! Sumair had helped him quite a lot. Moreover, when every academy was rejecting him, it was she who had her sister Qin Yanran pull strings to get him admitted. Though, whether he entered the academy or not made no difference to Lucheng's cheat-like abilities. But in the end, he still owed them a favor. He took a deep breath and buried his complicated thoughts. There was no solution for him now, but time remained. Sumair's spiritual essence would only become a target when it reached the overlord tier. The so-called moonfox spirit created by a mere totemic tier 8-tailed moonfox. A cold sneer rose in Lucheng's heart. Just wait for death. When the time comes, he'd show them what a god-tier primordial sovereign spiritual essence truly looked like. Is there powder stuck on my face? Seeing Luchen staring at her, Sumair blinked her big, bright eyes. Just admiring a beauty, Luchen said with a light chuckle. A happy smile spread across Sumair's face. Due to her extraordinary spiritual nature, she effortlessly drew attention even without actively using her spiritual powers. She disliked the way others looked at her, but she found Lucan to be an exception. When Lucan looked at her, a faint thrill of secret joy would rise within her. Perhaps it was because his very existence was a miracle to her, a man she had chosen for herself in defiance of fate. Or perhaps it was simply that Lucheng's gaze was completely unrestrained, free from possessive desire or lechery. All in all, she was feeling pretty good. Let's go, I'll drive. Not long after, a sleek red sports car slid sideways with a screech, stopping right in front of him. Get in. Damn. Sugar mama, I'm starving. By the way, don't you juniors have classes to attend? Luchen asked from the passenger seat. School doesn't start for another 10+ days. I couldn't be bothered going home, so I came back to campus early. Normally, we don't return to school until after the freshman tournament is over. Who would have thought this year's tournament would be moved up because of you? From enrollment to the freshman competition, if this were a regular university, it would be something like military training. I never expected you, my junior, to be the top freshman in the championship. Sumair raised her hand, leaning half her body against the windowsill as she drove with one hand. Her gaze bore into Lucan with an almost predatory intensity, like some domineering CEO teasing a young girl. Don't forget about your big sister here when you make it big someday. Alright, come find me anytime you need help. In that case, I'll take you up on that offer. The two engaged in casual, intermittent conversation. A, B, B, SSS, C. Luchen stretched his hand out the window, fingers slightly curled, palm facing the wind while muttering under his breath. What are you mumbling about? Sumayor asked confusedly. Ahem, you can try it too. Puzzled, Sumayor rolled down the window and stretched out her hand, fingers slightly curved against the wind. I don't feel anything though? Well, not feeling anything is normal, Lu Chen replied, his eyes unintentionally glancing at her ample bosom. Try driving a bit faster. Sumayor stepped on the gas, the wind rushing past her palm. It felt as if she were clutching something soft. Her eyes blinked slightly. Wait, this texture, it felt somewhat familiar, something she often sensed while showering. In an instant, she understood. With a perfectly straight face, she started the car. Lu Chen found it amusing. Though Sumayor put on the front of being an old hand at risque matters, she was in fact more proper than anyone, just a keyboard warrior through and through. Faced with a true queen of filth like Lu Yurong, she'd probably surrender in no time. The ancient capital covered a vast area. The ancient capital Beastmaster Association was a landmark structure. It occupied an enormous space, towering, grand, and majestic. There were quite a few people coming and going. Sumayor wasn't here for the first time and knew the ropes. 2-star Beastmaster examination queue. The queue was rather long, and there weren't many young faces among those waiting. This made him and Sumayor stand out conspicuously. Kids, this isn't a dating spot for young couples. This is the registration line for 2-star Beastmaster certification. That's correct. Lu Chen nodded. At these words, everyone in line looked shocked. Holy shit, here to take the 2-star Beastmaster exam. So young? Fake, right? It's real. My dear brother told me he could pass the 2-star Beastmaster assessment. Sumayor chimed in mischievously. Little girl, don't be fooled. The people who come to the Beastmaster Association for verification are all working adults, mostly around our age, just barely passing the 2-star Beastmaster examination. If someone that young could already become a 2-star Beastmaster, they'd have long enrolled in an academy. Why would they need certification from the Beastmaster Association? Exactly. If they were that skilled, they'd already be at Stellaris Beastmaster Academy. Students there don't even need to take exams at our association. Right, last year's academy students all became 2-star Beastmasters ages ago. The new students just enrolled this year, right? That scumbag really deserves to die, deceiving an innocent girl like that. Come here beautiful, your brother here has genuinely reached the 2-star Beastmaster standard. Lu Chen. The 2-star Beastmaster certification point at the academy only has staff on duty after the semester begins. If he wants to get certified, he has no choice but to come to the Beastmaster Association. Can't help it, gone are the daily quests, every little bit counts when scraping by. Right as the crowd was condemning him with scathing words. Lu Chen? A voice called out. Commander Zhao? The newcomer was none other than Zhao Kongcheng. How come you're here? I'm here to take the 2-star Beastmaster assessment. What's there to assess? Just give me the ID. He handed it to the staff member and said, register this, a 2-star Beastmaster. Why? It's written in black and white, you must pass the assessment to become a professional Beastmaster. How can there be backdoor deals? I'm going to expose this online. Many people were outraged. Forget it, Commander Zhao, I'll just take the assessment. Fine too, Commander Zhao said. Did you bring your student ID? I brought it. Bring it out. Students from the top institution, Star Dominion Beastmaster Academy, can skip the line for their Beastmaster rank assessment, Zhao Kongqing said indifferently. Everyone fell silent. Holy shit, a student from the top-tier Beast Taming Academy, Stellar Dominion Beast Taming Academy, Experimental HTML. So what? Even if they're students from the Xingyu Beastmaster Academy, they can't jump the queue like this. Besides, sophomores and juniors have long surpassed the 2-star Beastmaster ranks. This year, it's only freshmen we're talking about, they've only attended classes for 3 days. I refuse to believe any freshman could cultivate white spiritual essence and elevate their beast companion to elite tier in just 3 days. These individuals typically have mediocre beast taming talents and ordinary beast companion racial aptitudes. It usually takes until one's late 20s, even 30s, to condense white psychic energy. Only then can a beast companion accumulate enough total energy to step into the elite tier. From their perspective, not even students from the Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy could condense white psychic energy within just 3 days of enrollment, let alone have their beast companions advance to the elite tier. This situation was just like a joke Lu Chen had seen in his past life, 2 peasants speculating about the emperor's breakfast. The emperor must eat white steamed buns until he's full every day, right? The group entered the examination room. White spiritual energy could solidify a beast companion skill. It would be considered fully condensed as long as the beast master executed the skill with spiritual power. A massive fireball gathered in Lu Chen's palm before exploding with a boom against the specially reinforced wall. Hiss. Seeing Lu Chen use his skill, many in the audience gasped sharply. This proved he had truly condensed spiritual affinity. Spiritual affinity isn't difficult for those with formidable talent like them. What's tough is the beast companion. You need enough inner energy to advance to the elite rank, someone stubbornly insisted. The summoning circle appeared.
The stone-disliking monkey Chitian emerged, his dashing appearance catching the eyes and holding the gazes of many.
Ding dong, total internal energy meets required standards elite tier.
Testing destructive capability. Please direct attacks toward the tester.
Chitian stepped forward, his fist wreathed in flames as he threw a punch.
Boom! The next second, a deafening explosion echoed.
The testing device was crushed, flying out like a cannonball before embedding itself into the specially hardened wall. Everyone stood dumbfounded. The tester can withstand the attack power of the upper elite tier. The walls are also specially made, those at the elite tier couldn't possibly breach them.
Which means,
their offensive capability rivals that of the rebirth tier. The entire room was silent as a grave.
My brother is really amazing. Didn't I tell you he'd pass? Su Meier's high-pitched, affected voice rang with smug satisfaction. Lu Chen, could you act normal? P passed. The assessment is passed.
The staff member finally snapped out of their stun daze.
Let's go have some tea in my office, Zhao Concheng invited Lu Ken and Su Meier. After the trio departed,
the scene erupted with an uproar of astonished voices. A freshman who'd only been here 3 days was already this incredible.
This is absolutely terrifying. They were shocked. Was this the gap between mediocrity and genius?
It was like comparing heaven to earth. They had spent several years, even a decade, to condense white spirituality and elevate their beast companions to the elite rank.
And yet, it only took them 3 days. After a long while, many were eager to continue the assessment.
But they were left dumbfounded. They were informed, the testing device has been damaged, and there are no backup machines available.
The assessment is suspended for today.
Arriving at Zhao Concheng's office.
Simple and elegant. Not a single redundant element in the entire office.
Lu Ken took a sip of the tea his host had brewed. I instantly felt a subtle boost in my mental energy, with even my spiritual sensitivity slightly enhanced.
I took a quick glance using the divine eye.
Description: these tender shoots are plucked from the tea tree spirit, a creature of commander rank, then pan-fried. They possess the ability to enhance mental energy and promote spiritual sensitivity.
Great stuff!
Lu Ken downed it all in one gulp like a cow chewing peonies.
Another one! Ha ha ha!
Zhao Concheng laughed as he poured another cup for his companion, thoroughly appreciating Lu Chen's personality. Carefree and unaffected, never mincing words or beating around the bush. As a frontline soldier, what he detested most was effeminate behavior. His eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up Su Meier. The effects of this tea would astonish anyone tasting it for the first time.
Su Meier showed no reaction at all.
This indicated it wasn't her first time drinking it, or perhaps she'd tasted something even better.
Is this your little girlfriend? Zhao Concheng teased. This kid really had a way with women.
Yesterday during the freshman assessment, there was another young girl by his side too. My senior, Su Meier. Senior, this is examiner Zhao Concheng, the chief commander from yesterday's freshman competition. Only then did Lu Chen remember to introduce the two of them to each other.
Zhao Concheng's pupils involuntarily contracted. The surname Su? If it's from that family, then no wonder. 5 surnames in 10 clans.
Even the weakest among them had monarch-tier warriors standing guard.
Lu Chen and Zhao Concheng chatted idly.
They also learned why the other had returned from the front lines. It turned out his beast companion was injured and needed to return to the ancient capital for treatment.
What's the front line like? Lu Ken asked curiously. You really don't want to know, it's a realm completely different from human ecology.
Ecology? This wasn't the first time Lu Ken had heard this term. He'd previously encountered it in the trial gate's description of the rotting corpse rabbit. Corpse rabbit, the corrupted form of bucktooth rabbit, having been influenced by forbidden ecology. Powerful beast companions, such as ice-type beast companions, can alter terrain, even the environmental ecology.
This is indeed true.
Kudu belongs to a subtropical zone, where snow and winter shouldn't occur according to climate norms. Yet, in the outskirts of Kudu, there stands a snow-capped mountain perpetually covered in ice year-round. It's said that this place was once the lair of a monarch-tier ice elemental creature, even though it was later subdued by humans. The snow-capped mountain there remains frozen year-round. A powerful creature's aura, strength, and radiation can transform the surrounding ecological environment, reshaping it to suit its own living conditions.
Zhao Concheng said meaningfully, have you ever wondered why our human territories are so suitable for human survival?
A chill ran through Lu Chen's eyes. What did these words mean?
Chapter 37, The Wrong Evolutionary Path.
The Doctor of Research Circles.
Zhao Concheng didn't elaborate further.
He took a sip of tea lightly. Don't overthink it. This isn't something you should be concerned about right now. This thing is indescribable, you can't put it into words, you have to experience it yourself.
You're still too far removed now. After you graduate and go to the front lines of battle, you'll understand.
He paused, suddenly remembering that Lu Ken had entered the hidden trial gate and already met the selection criteria for Night Watch, though perhaps, you won't even need to wait until the front lines to experience it firsthand.
Lu Ken, get out of here with your riddles, will you? If it were truly as Lu Chen imagined, then this so-called ecosystem would be terrifying indeed.
Under the radiation of a powerful creature's energy, different ecosystems may form.
A formidable ice-based creature might create glacial ecosystems and the like. From another perspective, is the realm of humanity not also an ecosystem?
If the domain where humans dwell is also an ecosystem, then the existence capable of creating such a human ecosystem.
What terrifying creature must it be? Its power radiates across the entire human domain. Suddenly, the office door was violently flung open.
Commander Zhao, it's bad, the lava monster's injuries are worsening. Zhao Kongqing's expression changed instantly, the teacup in his hand crushed to powder.
The Beast Tamer Association.
It is a service-oriented institution built around the profession of beast tamers. Among these lies the Beast Pet Healing Center. Many injured beast companions await treatment. All the doctors here are also beast masters, using healing specialized beast companions. Entering the intensive care unit, lying on the bed was a massive creature whose form strikingly resembled the Hellfire from past life video games. To describe it precisely, it was a flaming stone golem. It lay upon a specially designed hospital bed. Liu Ken actually sensed a lingering breath of life from a flaming stone creature. The flames on its body seemed suppressed by something. Its form, which should have been fully engulfed in fire, now revealed bare rocky surfaces with only sporadic flames. It curled up in pain, trembling violently.
Magma Beast.
Zhao Kongqing grew somewhat flustered. The lava beast struggled to open its eyes, its throat emitting deep, muffled groans.
It could feel its life force ebbing away as it reluctantly bid farewell to its beast master. What's going on? Weren't his vitals stabilized earlier?
Zhao Kongqing struggled to accept the situation. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and activated the divine gaze.
Name, Lava Monster. Level, None. Awakening Stage, Transcendent Stage, Commander Stage, Rebirth Stage. Race, High Commander Species.
Description, evolved from its initial form rock monster, the lava monster represents a rare evolutionary path for rock monsters. While attempting to merge with the rare treasure sunstone to break racial limits and evolve into a molten colossus, it was unexpectedly corrupted by an unknown force, resulting in failed evolution. The sunstone and the unknown force now remain entangled within its body, leaving its life hanging by a thread. Training focus, this beast pet failed its evolution into a molten colossus due to external interference during the process. However, by a twist of fate, it meets the conditions for the mistaken evolution path, Infernal Rock Beast, which requires.
Its level has been fluctuating incessantly.
From a rankless state to the commander stage, continuous changes were occurring as vitality kept draining away, weakening. Commander Zhao, my apologies. A young man around 30 years old spoke with deep regret. The lava monster was affected by some forbidden power during its evolution, causing the process to go awry.
We have no means to fix this. Is there really no way, Professor Su? Professor Su's teacher is the nationally treasured beast mastery research expert, Dr. Lu Mu.
Dr. Lu Mu stands as the Mount Tian Big Dipper of the beast evolution theory. Professor Su shook his head, unless my teacher comes here, but he's currently participating in a classified research project in the capital. Otherwise, the only option is to find a top-tier beast breeder. But, the ancient capital Beast Taming Association doesn't have any top-tier breeders.
The lava monster has about an hour left.
Professor Su patted Zhao Kongqing's shoulder.
Spend this time with it well. Zhao Kongqing felt utterly hopeless.
Su Meier also felt regretful, as physical injuries were the easiest to resolve.
The next most challenging issue was elemental imbalances within the beast companions.
The most difficult to handle were problems occurring during the evolution process or genetic abnormalities in the beast companions. This was precisely why trainers held such importance.
Evolution is the leap of life.
There is no room for carelessness. If the conditions for evolution are not met or fail to meet the required standards, there is a high likelihood that the beast pet may experience evolutionary failure.
At best, its strength may regress. Severe cases could be life-threatening.
Su Meier sized up Professor Su. Who would have thought the young man before her was a student of Dr. Lu Mu? At the mention of Dr. Lu Mu's name, her face showed reverence. That was someone her own father had to handle with utmost care and treat as an honored guest. When Dr. Willowwood flew into a rage, the entire Great Xia would tremble. Nearly all beast masters owed him favors. He had publicly revealed the evolutionary conditions and requirements for hundreds of spirit beasts.
Only someone of this caliber would be capable of providing the cure. The lava monster seems truly beyond saving.
Perhaps let me give it a try, came an ill-timed voice. Everyone turned in astonishment towards Lujin. Where did this brash youngster come from?
Many medical professionals frowned.
If this person hadn't been brought by Commander Zhao, they would have started cursing.
Actually, I'm quite interested in cultivators too. Did a tiny bit of research. Before anyone could react, Lu Chen said, the lava monster is trying to evolve into the rare path of Molten Colossus by integrating with Sunstone, right?
Hearing this, Zhao Kongqing froze. He had never mentioned this to Lu Chen. In fact, among everyone present, only he and Professor Su knew about it.
Do it! Zhao Concheng decided instantly, desperate measures for desperate times. Lu Chen stepped forward. The summoning circle materialized, and he summoned the stone-loathing monkey, Shi Tian. You can see fiery red groove patterns running along the lava creature's body. Originally, flames should have been erupting from these grooves. Yet now they've extinguished, resembling cooled magma. The crimson grooves turned black. An ominous aura continuously seeps out. Once the crimson patterns covering its entire body completely fade, that will mark the end of its life. Shi Tian, Yang Yan. The disgusted rock monkey condensed Yang Yan, clutching in its hand a cluster of flames flecked with golden radiance. Infuse it into the lava monster's body. The ape of loathing grabbed the lava monster's hand, channeling solar flare into its body. As a fire elemental beast companion with higher strength than the ape of loathing and innate flame resistance, the lava monster couldn't be harmed by solar flare. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The lava monster's body became a battleground, where two forces seemed locked in mutual annihilation. The lava monster clenched its teeth, emitting low growls from its throat. At last, the two forces reached a deadlock within its body. Liu Ken nodded. The first requirement for evolution was complete. The two energies needed to be evenly matched. Previously, the foreign elemental forces within the lava creature had overwhelmed its intrinsic power. Yan Yan's intervention created a delicate balance between both forces. Evolution Requirement 2, using the essence of the primordial ether lord as a catalyst to fuse the dual energies. Lu Chen's spiritual energy surged forth from his body as his fingertip touched the lava creature's forehead. In an instant, two forces locked in evenly matched combat encountered Lu Chen's spiritual essence, like mice facing a cat. To be precise, like ants standing before the supreme deity who governs all. Under the reconciling influence of Lu Chen's spiritual essence, the two forces merged seamlessly, each containing elements of the other. Bring the water attribute potion. But the lava monster is fire elemental. A medic opened their mouth to speak but was quickly interrupted. Professor Su fixed his gaze firmly on Liu Ken and the lava monster, saying sternly, "Do as he says." Yes, yes. Soon, a large quantity of water attribute potions was brought over. Lu Chen pulled off the lid, pried open the magma creature's mouth, and poured the contents straight down its throat. Fire and water are natural enemies, not to mention fire types being vulnerable to water types. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Massive clouds of steam erupted violently from the lava monster's body. At last, it had accumulated to a certain degree. Bzzzt. Along with the water vapor, crimson flames also erupted. In the end, the thick white light enveloped the lava monster, incandescent and radiant, like a gift from the creator. Evolutionary light, someone screamed in astonishment. Within the evolutionary light, the lava monster's body began to transform under the white glow. It was as if the creator had extended invisible hands to perform the act of creation. In this process, the temperature in the entire ward rose to extreme levels, and the hospital bed began melting, turning into molten lava. Zhao Concheng and Professor Su unleashed surges of spiritual power. It transformed into a transparent protective shield, covering everyone to prevent accidental injuries. Half a minute later, the white light gradually dissipated, revealing an entirely new lava creature. Its size had increased, becoming more massive and imposing, exuding an intimidating presence. A humanoid stone figure composed entirely of assembled rocks, with human facial features on its head, its eye sockets hollow, flames flickering out from within. The most striking detail is, previously, its flames had been orange-red. Now, the fire covering its entire body has turned an eerie blue, resembling the color of water. Indigo blue magma flowed through the grooves on its body. Name, Inferno Rock Beast. Tier, Quasi-Dominant. Race, High Commander Species Low Dominant Species. Description, once, when attempting to evolve from lava monster into molten behemoth by merging with sunstone, an accident occurred. Contaminated by forbidden energies, it should have died in agony. Yet with his intervention, it underwent an aberrant evolution. Breeding tendency, due to previous contamination by forbidden energies that nearly proved fatal, its foundational essence was damaged, preventing advancement to the lower tiers of Overlord class. Current strength remains stagnant at Quasi-Overlord stage. Requires consumption of vital materials to replenish foundational essence before progressing to true Overlord class. Lava Monster. Rare Evolution, Molten Behemoth, X. Aberrant Evolution, Infernal Rock Beast, Square Root. Roar. The Infernal Rock Beast growled low at Liu Ken, bowing its head slightly, knowing this person before it was its savior. Lu Chen reached out and patted its head, the flames parting where his hand touched. The sensation was rough and gritty, scalding to the touch, nowhere near as pleasant as Qi Tian's hand. The Hellfire Rock Beast squinted its eyes, its face radiating contentment. Watching this lively molten creature that had even begun to evolve, everyone's mouths hung open wide enough to fit a fist, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. The lava monster that had received its death sentence not only survived but actually evolved? What's more, though its evolved form closely resembled a molten behemoth, its flames were entirely different. Could this be a subspecies of the molten behemoth? Among them, Zhao Kongcheng was the most excited and incredulous. He had originally thought that just keeping his beast companion alive would be enough, no longer daring to hope for evolution. Never did he expect that in the darkest moment, light would shine again, a turn from despair to hope. Rock, you're healed. The intense emotional roller coaster brought tears to the eyes of this hardened warrior. But, what excited him even more was yet to come. The volcanic prison beast rose to its feet. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. The oppressive pressure filled the ward, making lower-level doctors and nurses struggle to breathe. The aura of a dominator. The hallmark ability of the dominator tier. Zhao Kongcheng widened his eyes, his mind going blank. Sure too, you've reached the dominator tier? Simultaneously, he received feedback through the soul contract. Sure too didn't evolve into a molten colossus. But the infernal rock beast's bloodline has evolved from high-tier commander species low-tier overlord species. He was so shocked he couldn't even speak. It hasn't reached the overlord rank yet. This aura is at the quasi-overlord stage. Its foundation is unstable and needs to consume materials rich in life energy to replenish its deficiencies. Professor Su had a seasoned eye, staring at Liu Kan in astonishment. How did you manage this? Liu Kan smiled modestly. Like I said, I've always been interested in beast cultivation, did just a tiny bit of research. Zhao Kongcheng, Professor Su, everyone. Is this freaking just a tiny bit of research? The ability to guide the evolution of beast pets at the dominant ruling level, this must mean they're at least a master breeder. He belongs to our Qingqiu Su clan. Su Meier spoke with an air of calm serenity, as if everything was under her control, though the shock in her heart was no less than that of the others present. This junior is becoming more and more unfathomable. She felt proud truly, he was worthy of being someone she had chosen. Professor Su suddenly understood, so he was from the Qingqiu bloodline clan, no wonder he was such a young hero. Only Zhao Kongcheng cast a meaningful glance at Lu Chen on the scene. He knew Su Meier stepped forward at this moment to protect Lu Chen, making others mistakenly believe that Lu Chen was trained by their Qingqiu clan. At the same time, it was also a deterrent to everyone. He is under the protection of our Qingqiu clan. Think twice before you entertain any ill intentions. He didn't expose the truth. But he knew that Liu Kan merely came from a third-tier small town and was definitely not someone groomed by the Su family of Qingqiu. In that instant, Liu Kan became somewhat enigmatic in his eyes. Thank you for saving Sure too, Zhao Kongcheng said with genuine gratitude. If there's ever something you need from me in the future, just call on me anytime. Ahem, Liu Kan coughed. Actually, there is something. You see, I do have some expertise as a cultivator. Feel free to introduce me to any business opportunities in the future. The reason he revealed his abilities as a cultivator, evolver, was not only to make Zhao Kongcheng owe him a favor. The rest was to have the other person vouch for him. If he went around claiming to be a cultivator at his age, no one would believe him anyway. With Zhao Kongcheng helping to promote it, that made all the difference. Both Professor Su and Zhao Kongcheng confidently assured everyone it would work out. Lu Chen didn't bother them anymore after that. They still needed to conduct thorough examinations of the prison fire rock beast. The two left the Beastmaster Association. As they stepped out the gate, Lu Chen's body momentarily stiffened. What's wrong? Su Meier asked. Liu Kan narrowed his eyes slightly. Within his Beastmaster space, the mysterious egg from the superancient era trembled slightly, showing signs of reaction, as if something was attracting it. Chapter 38, The Little Broken Egg Hatches? A single slap splits the snowy mountain. Liu Kan was stunned. Has this little broken egg awakened? Since last devouring that drop of forbidden blood, it had fallen into a deep slumber. Who would have thought it would wake up now? Liu Kan was astonished. The little broken egg had changed. He peered inward at his beast-taming space. He could clearly see that the shell of the mysterious egg was adorned with flowing stardust, as if draped in a gossamer veil woven from starlight. The emotions grew even more intense. Liu Kan could distinctly sense the faint yet unmistakable yearning emanating from it. What's that place over there? He asked, pointing toward the entrance of a nearby street. The crowd was bustling, with many beastmasters accompanied by their creatures entering the street. It resembled a pedestrian street. The broad road was lined with various stalls, stretching all the way from the entrance to the far end. Goods of all kinds were being sold. Apart from the stalls, there were also expensively decorated shop fronts lining both sides of the road. The trading market is where some beastmasters sell items they've collected during expeditions or things they no longer need. It's a mixed bag, without official verification, you have to rely on your own judgment. There was even a sensational case where someone bought an egg here that hatched into a creature with royal lineage. Then there are those who spend a fortune only to end up with counterfeits they misjudged badly, Su Meier explained, though in truth she'd never visited such places herself. All about the sharp eye? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Was there really someone in this world more formidable than his eyes of God? Isn't this just his comfort zone? He felt as though he had stumbled upon a golden money-making path, and scenes from past life novels began flashing through his mind. The protagonist possesses abilities such as the golden pupil and X-ray vision. slaughtering all sides. What raw stone cuts jade? Picking up a national treasure in an antique alley. The mysterious egg began to vibrate as we headed toward the trading market. Its vibration frequency changed depending on the direction we moved. The intensity of the vibrations fluctuated, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. Alright, aren't you supposed to be a mysterious egg? Why the hell are you acting like a damn vibrator? Soon, we arrived at the stall where the mysterious egg vibrated most intensely. To be precise, it was a vendor who had just set up. Earlier, it was when their motorized tricycle brushed past Liu Chen on the road that the mysterious egg was startled awake. Wait until Liu Chen walked past. The stall owner had just set up his booth. The vendor appeared to be in his early 30s with dark skin, accompanied by a beast pet resembling a weasel. Its whole body was earthy brown, with claws as sharp as sickles on both forelimbs. An earth-type beast pet, the earth sickle weasel. Skilled at digging and burrowing. When it comes to plowing fields, an earth weasel can till 50 acres in a single day. The vendor enthusiastically promoted his wares. What'll it be, young master? These are homegrown frost fruits, care for some? Beast masters eat them to cool down and calm their minds. Fire-type beast companions often suffer from heat agitation, and frost fruits can help relieve that. Frost fruit, a common spiritual plant, grows in snowy regions. Alright, give me a few of those then. He casually flipped through the small clay figurines and peculiar bronze vessels at the corner of the stall. What are these? Useless stuff. Picked them up at the foot of the mountain when I went to the snow peak today. These things, probably relics left by humans who lived on that mountain a century ago. Later, a monarch tier ice-type beast occupied it, drove the humans out, and gradually turned it into the snow mountain. I don't know what's going on, but the snow on the mountain has actually started melting. The snow at the foot is almost completely gone. This has never happened before. The street vendor looked worried. He was a small farmer who grew arboreal fruits in the snowy regions. Liu Chen activated his divine eyes. No information surfaced about these things, meaning they contained no extraordinary power. They were just ordinary clay figurines and bronze vessels. He felt somewhat puzzled, glancing at the mysterious egg in his beast space that was vibrating intensely enough to numb someone. Indeed, these were the items attracting the mysterious egg. Seeing Liu Chen's apparent interest, the stall owner offered, "I'll throw these in as freebies for you." "Thank you. Stop shaking. Let's investigate later when we're back. I'm about to start bargain hunting." Suppressing his curiosity, he decided to thoroughly examine things once he returned. Gazing at the bustling marketplace filled with endless rows of traffic and a cacophony of vendors' shouts, Liu Chen smirked at the corner of his mouth. "Your bargain king has arrived." More than an hour later. What a joke to think you can find hidden treasures like this. Liu Chen was speechless. Novels were truly full of lies. Finding hidden treasures couldn't be this easy. This was a supernatural world after all. All supernatural items possess elemental power. Any beast master who has condensed spiritual essence can nearly always concentrate that essence in their eyes to detect whether an object carries elemental power. Everything is pretty much priced normally, at most just 10 to 20% cheaper, but the quality of the goods is a bit inferior compared to those in physical stores. He still decided to buy lightning-attributed materials from the campus store. At least the quality was guaranteed. Plus, he could use his academic credits and get a 20% discount. As for picking up a stray beast pet? Bro, this is a steal. Don't miss out. My golden arowana can evolve into a raging dragonfish. A vendor selling beast pets fished out a golden-hued fish-type beast pet from the pool with a net, its size slightly larger than a wash basin. Golden arowana, a common bloodline species, has an evolutionary path that can advance into tyrant arowana. A variant of the weak water carp, where 1 in 10,000 will become a golden arowana. But among 100,000 golden arowana, only one might evolve into a Tyrannosaurus arowana. Liu Chen activated his divine eyes. Name, weak water carp, the weakest of aquatic creatures, with inferior bloodline. It resembles the golden arowana in appearance, only differing in color. The weak water carp is red. The golden dragonfish is gold. Uncle, the color's fading. Liu Chen pointed helplessly at a scale glowing faintly red amidst the gold. City life's full of tricks. He missed the simplicity of the countryside. Finally, to express his gratitude to Su Meier, Liu Chen treated her to lunch before they returned to the academy together. Back at the dormitory, the summoning circle materialized. The hateful rock monkey appeared clutching the mysterious egg. "What you want? It's nothing special." Liu Chen placed the bronze vessel and clay figurine on the table, then carefully set the tiny cracked egg atop them. The little broken egg wobbled from side to side like a roly-poly toy. "Isn't this what you wanted?" Liu Chen was momentarily stunned. That's right, he'd even asked about this shabby little egg when buying it. Thump, thump. A misty veil of starlight emerged across the eggshell. It bounced twice, then wriggled restlessly. "Liu Chen, my talent isn't telepathy. I don't speak egg language. I can't understand this. Even if it were telepathy, you can't have a conversation with an egg." Whir. Beside them, Qi Tian murmured something quietly to the little broken egg. A monkey and an egg actually started communicating, leaving Liu Ken utterly dumbfounded. Finally, with the translation provided by Anoyan Rock Monkey, Liu Ken understood. You're saying it's not these things that attract you, but rather the source of these things? This thing, according to the stall owner, was discovered at the foot of the snow-capped mountains. Doesn't that mean we'd have to go to the snowy mountains? It was still early in the day, just past noon. It's about whether that little cracked egg can hatch or not, plus there's nothing else to do anyway. Liu Ken decided to go take a look. He didn't trouble Su Mayer further. Liu Chen exited through the academy's main gate. The snow-capped mountains lay on the outskirts of the ancient capital, adjacent to several subordinate satellite cities. One needed to take the intercity rail train. Not long after, Liu Ken arrived at the foot of the snow-capped mountain, Mount Moon Snow. This is the full name of the snowy mountain, perpetually covered in ice and snow. Its slopes are neither steep nor jagged, but distinctly angular like a flawless white mirror. At night, it could reflect the moonlight, like a moon carved into the mountain itself, hence its name, Mount Moonwatch. This still counts as one of the ancient capital's scenic park attractions. After all, the formation of Wangyue Snow Mountain dates back 100 years, and all dangers have long been filtered out by the Beastmaster Association. The creatures living above are all harmless. Jishanggu is located in the subtropics, where it never snows, making snow-capped mountains extremely popular. The snow-capped mountains are vast. A portion has been fenced off as a park. The rest remains largely untouched natural landscape. Little Broken Egg adjusts its vibration frequency based on the direction of Luchen's movement, guiding the way for him. Soon, Luchen arrived at an icy snow-covered fruit grove. This must be the place the stall owner mentioned. Sure enough, the entire snowy mountain had already begun melting at the foothills, revealing layers of rock. An avalanche occurred not far away. The fallen snow piled up. Liu Chen walked over. Few people came to this place, which featured a sheer 90-degree cliff. The mountain wall stood perfectly vertical. Below lay a massive accumulation of avalanche snow. Scattered around were shattered ceramics, bronzeware, and clay figurines. Seems the vendor picked them up from this very spot. The little cracked egg grew excited, exuding waves of yearning and hunger as its shell lightly tapped against the mountain wall. Something buried underneath? Chi Tian, fire vortex. The avalanche pile resembled small hills, several meters high, concealing part of the cliff face. A fire vortex melted the snow mound, revealing the buried objects. Holy shit! Liu Ken was startled. There was a massive statue, upside down with its head pointing downward and feet toward the sky. Its body was embedded within the mountain wall. Only an outline was visible on the outside. If you didn't look closely, you'd hardly realize this was a sculpture, mistaking it simply for the veins of rock. The statue's face was directly facing Liu Chen, with a crescent moon mark on its forehead. Buzz buzz buzz. The little cracked egg vibrated wildly like it had been electrocuted, giving Liu Chen the feeling it was about to enjoy a feast. Could it be there are forbidden creatures inside? The little cracked egg feeds on things related to forbidden creatures to achieve rebirth and reincarnation. Liu Ken curiously patted the statue's face. The texture was hard, just like rock, truly as if the contours of a stone statue had been outlined directly from the rocky cliff face. Boom! Suddenly, the moment his palm touched the stone wall, within the supreme primordial space, a tremor ran through, and a surge of stellar energy burst forth. Crack, crack, crack. The entire rock face split apart, beginning from the sculpture's forehead and cracking upward until the entire Moonview Snow Mountain was cleaved in two. Liu Ken? Oh! He stared dumbfounded at his own hands. Did I just slap a mountain apart? It's not over yet. His mouth gaped wide as he witnessed the next scene that defied all logic. The fissure, having already split from the mountain foot to its summit, continued tearing upwards through the sky, accompanied by a deafening atmospheric tremor that reverberated throughout the ancient capital. The sky was like a sheet of paper, slowly torn vertically by invisible hands, revealing a pitch-black rift. Chapter 39, Time Attributed Beast Pet. Liu Ken, how are we supposed to fight this? Liu Ken? The sky split open. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he must be seeing things. _ZZZZT. The sound continued as the cracks spread further across the sky. Liu Ken. His mouth hung wide open. The damn sky is splitting apart. Boom 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 boom. The heavens trembled violently, the skyquakes roar shattering every cloud, leaving a boundless expanse of azure clarity. The mountains were shaking and the earth was quaking. The azure sky was marred by an irregular, pitch-black fissure that continued to spread, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Chirp, chirp chirp. Omega. Chi Tian was full of admiration, as expected of my beast master. This is absolutely savage. Liu Chen threw a stone toward the crevice in the cliff wall, but it bounced right back. The little cracked egg kept leaping toward the cliff wall, desperately trying to get inside. But it didn't go in like hitting a wall. It bounced back and rolled to Liu Chen's feet. The crack seemed to exist only in vision, not in reality. Liu Ken reached out to wipe the crack, but the sensation remained the rough texture of the cliff wall. Damn it! What kind of nonsense is this? Can't even get in. Let's get out of here. Stop looking.
Burn the mountains and you'll rot in jail. This slap split both the mountain and the sky in half.
Shouldn't they be executed on the spot? Lu Chen's scalp tingled with dread.
He snatched up the broken egg at his feet and bolted, yelling for Yin Yin the monkey to follow. The snow-capped mountain trembled with a rustling sound. Remarkably, only the ice and snow near the base collapsed, while the slopes above remained free from avalanches.
Screams erupted intermittently. All those playing on the snowy mountain were frantically fleeing. Sizzle sizzle. The dark fissures continued to spread across the sky, accompanied by incessant tremors in their wake. Immersive translate. At the same time, the sky approximately dozens of kilometers away from the ancient capital's main city, a mystical beast was soaring through the air. With graceful poise, its appearance resembled a large yellow bird, adorned with a long, multicolored feathery tendril atop its head. Though clearly avian, beneath its skin lay layer upon layer of fine, overlapping scales that shimmered radiantly under the sunlight.
It had no feathers all over its body, with wings covered by cotton candy like clouds.
When its wings flutter, they scatter tiny glowing specks like pollen. Looking up from the ground, it resembled a floating cloud.
There was a person sitting on its back. A beautiful woman around 26 or 27 years old, her cascading hair casually pinned up at the back of her head. Both her appearance and aura were flawless. As if she didn't belong to this mortal world, she carried an ethereal, almost otherworldly air about her. Had this been ancient times, riding atop this cloud-like beast companion, ignorant commoners might have mistaken her for a celestial maiden descending to earth. Yet, this very celestial being was currently nibbling on sweet treats. Her cheeks puffed up like a hamster's, and her eyes curved into crescents like the moon. Delicious. Next time I'll bring some for you. No wonder this is the hottest new item from Imperial Kitchen.
She was chatting on the phone.
Recently, she'd been involved in a confidential research project. She wasn't allowed to go out at all, and hadn't had sweets for months. She was practically climbing the walls. Must be nice. You beast masters get to ride your pets wherever you want. A woman's voice came through the phone. Jiang, now that your research is wrapping up, where are you off to?
The ancient capital.
Ha, the ancient capital?
Perfect.
Do me a favor and teach my nephew a lesson? Last time he was chirping about you, said he'd make you his mountain bride and claim you 100 times a day, came the gleefully malicious laughter from the other end of the line. If Lu Chen were here, he would have realized that the person she was talking to was none other than his aunt, Lu Yorong.
Sure, no problem. Suddenly, boom!
A thunderclap reverberated through the sky, accompanied by a deafening shockwave. She raised her eyes and said, Yorong, let's talk later.
Something just came up. She hung up the phone.
Jiang Jinia's beautiful eyes gazed at the sky, where a pitch-black fissure tore through the heavens, splitting the firmament like spilled ink. Long Yun bird, fly faster, toward the direction where the rift is spreading. Tisk.
Boom, boom, boom. Cracks continued to spread, until at last,
they reached the heart of the ancient capital. The violent roar of aerial tremors reverberated endlessly throughout the ancient capital. Both ordinary citizens and beastmasters instinctively raised their heads in bewildered gazes toward the sky.
What is that?
Holy shit! Countless people gasped in alarm, their eyes wide with fear. The sky shattered like a mirror, torn apart by a jagged black fissure. Fortunately, the crack stopped expanding after reaching a certain point.
Beastmaster Association. Powerful auras soared into the sky. They all mounted their flying beasts, swiftly approaching the sky. An astonishing scene unfolded.
They glimpsed a different world through the crack. Within the fissure, there existed a realm blanketed in ice and snow, where even ice-covered structures could be glimpsed. At the top floor of the Beast Taming Association headquarters, many members of the Beast Tamer Association had gathered on the rooftop. What is this? Some younger staff members cried out in alarm. Is that the thing? Asked Gu Xin, the president of the Beastmaster Association.
Exactly. If the guess is correct, this is a relic. Professor Su responded, though we still don't know which era it belongs to. He also expressed confusion. But why would a relic appear in this form? Previous anomalies were all spatial portals. Go, find the origin point of this relic's rift. Gu Xin commanded. The ruins contain great opportunities. This is good news for the ancient capital.
Professor Su raised an eyebrow. No need now, King Jiang is gone.
King Jiang?
Gu Xin's pupils contracted sharply. Celestial King. Gu Xin was himself a monarch-tier beast tamer. He understood the true weight behind the title Celestial King. It was a reputation forged through battle. Only those invincible existences at the monarch tier are qualified to be called Celestial Kings. Those who can be called Celestial Kings have almost certainly stepped into the totem tier. Celestial King Jiang. There is only one Celestial King with the surname Jiang in the entire beast-taming realm. At just 28 years old, he ranks among the Celestial Kings while simultaneously serving as a professor specializing in the archaeological research direction of beast companions. Adorned with countless halos of glory, If one were to say that royal-tier beastmasters are all geniuses, then Jiangxini is the existence that makes countless geniuses themselves proclaim her a genius.
Guaxian once dueled with her, winning only 4 times out of 10 encounters.
Jiangxini single-handedly took down 4 of his beast companions with just one of hers.
Why would she come?
Lady Jiang recently got promoted to being one of the Night Watch's pillars. 2 youngsters from your ancient capital passed the Trials Gate's hidden stage. She just became a pillar and doesn't have any subordinates under her command yet.
Guaxian was left speechless, finally managing to choke out one sentence. That's so like her.
Then these 2 kids from our ancient capital are really lucky. Professor Su said, we still don't know if it can pass the official trial yet. Jiangxini stood before the mountain wall. A fissure spread upward from the base, cleaving through the entire snow-capped mountain before continuing its path toward the sky. She gazed at the scattered clay figurines and bronze vessels around her. Recently, spatial overlaps have occurred, causing some artifacts from the edges of the ruins to fall into reality. Normally, when this happens, it takes at least several months before the ruins fully emerge. She lifted her head to look at the fissure in the sky. This is the dissipating spatial energy. When these cracks shrink back and finally condense onto the rock wall, they'll form the spatial portal leading into the ruins. Typically, when ruins appear, spatial portals are already fully formed from the beginning. When spatial energy disperses like this, it essentially means the ruins were prematurely activated. For others, perhaps it's quite rare, but she had seen it often, because every time she opened a ruin, this was the situation. Has someone with a history-type beast-taming talent like mine triggered traces of history? Let me see who it is. She was curious after living so many years. She had finally encountered another similar beast-taming talent. She snapped her fingers, and a small yellow flower appeared on her shoulder. Utterly extraordinary. Its roots took hold in a misty cloud. The entire little yellow flower pulsed with mysterious energy, one moment withered, the next bursting with vibrant life. The Flower of History. Time Series Beast Companion. The opportunity she obtained within the ruins took root in her time-based talent Echo of History, and manifested as a beast companion. No offensive capability. There exists a temporal skill called Yesterday's Faded Flower. It allows one to revisit events that occurred within a certain period of time. Flower of History, activate Yesterday's Faded Flower. Mystical temporal energies enveloped the surroundings as the Flower of History drifted through the air. The rooted misty clouds transformed into a luminous screen. Images appeared above. She saw a young man with a monkey-like beast companion arrive before this cliff face. Accidentally discovering the cliff's statues, he reached out and touched them, then the mountain split open. A smile curved at the corners of her lips. I've just been promoted to pillar status, and I heard the ancient capital opened its trial gates early. 2 people entered the hidden stage. I originally wanted to gauge their skills. What an unexpected delight. Another kindred spirit capable of stirring historical traces has been discovered. Cloudchaser Falcon, track his scent, find him. Long Yun Niao sniffed. Tisk. Let's go, time for a water meter inspection. She flipped onto the mount and rode off. If Lu Chen were here, you'll notice something amiss. Throughout the entire time reversal sequence of the Flower of History, not once did Little Broken Egg's figure appear. Chapter 40, Flesh is Temporary, Spirit Eternal. Monarch Tier. Moonview Snow Mountain. The sudden appearance of ruins took everyone by surprise. After all, before Mount Moonwatch became snow-capped, it had always been just an ordinary mountain. Its existence stretches far back in history. Even after transforming into a snowy peak, countless years have passed since then. In other words, every shaded mountain path of Mount Mochizuki had been trodden by beastmasters. It had long been thoroughly explored, with nothing of value left to discover. No one expected that hidden within lay the ruins of an ancient civilization. But there was a group of people who were exceptions. They had long known that an ancient relic was hidden within the Moonview Snow Mountains. The Moonview Snow Mountains, covering an enormous area, bordered 2 satellite cities under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One of them is called Goldspike City, a satellite city dedicated to grain cultivation. In Goldspike City, there's a town called Cartridge Town that is closest to the Moonview Snow Mountain, offering a complete view of its entire expanse. The golden ears of wheat in the paddies are heavy with grain. On the ridges between the fields, countless people raise their heads to gaze at the rift that stretches upward from the snow mountain, ultimately cleaving the firmament. Their hollow eye sockets flickered with confusion and excitement. The body finally collapsed like a shriveled human skin, falling limp to the ground. Then, it rapidly filled out again, like an inflating balloon. Ha ha ha, we thought only by melting all the ice and snow could we break the seal of the ruins. Who would have guessed that the power of resentment forged from human souls would be so effective, making the ruins emerge ahead of schedule. After all, the seal has lasted for too many years and has lost its former strength. The flesh is but a vessel, only the spirit can live forever. The world is about to enter a boundless realm, where everyone can obtain what they desire most. Where dreams are no longer dreams, but reality. In the midst of the field ridges, several figures clad entirely in black robes had appeared at some unknown time. Like 1,000 voices speaking as one, their frenzied cries reverberated through the air. Behind them, all the villagers had gathered, their bodies swaying like Daruma dolls, tugged by an invisible string, their torsos drifting with the wind beneath their heads.
Eerie and chilling. Continue to help the worldly transcend, the flesh is of no use. We assist them in achieving spiritual eternity, enabling them to welcome the return of him. It is an honor for these people. It's still not enough. The souls gathered presently are insufficient. More, we need more. Otherwise, we cannot guide the great him into reality. One of the black-robed figures sneered. Expelling us from the order was their loss. Little did they know we would be the first to find the great him. We shall return with him, for we are his most faithful servants. The black-robed devotee piously spread his arms, embracing the dark rift in the sky, his pitch-black robes adorned with spiderweb-like white embroidery. Except for them, there was one other person who also knew ancient ruins would descend upon the capital city. Stellar Dominion Beast Taming Academy. The student villa came with a dedicated meditation chamber, located in the basement. Inside the meditation chamber, frost covered every surface, and water molecules in the air had crystallized into fine icy particles that drifted downward. Luo Anfei's eyes were tightly shut, with peculiar visions rising and swirling behind her. A mystical phoenix, its entire form blurred and indistinct, only its pair of sharp eyes clear, one eye red, the other blue. The left eye brings destruction, the right eye bestows life. This is her beast master talent, the Nirvana Divine Phoenix. With Ice Phoenix Spirit, connecting to the beast taming talent, the mystical phoenix finally merged into the Frost Crystal Fox's body. Chi Jio. Two overlapping calls echoed from the Frost Crystal Fox's mouth. A fox's low whimper, a phoenix's high-pitched cry, an icy force erupted from within it, and finally, all the freezing energy converged toward its surface, transforming into an ice egg that enveloped the crystal fox. Half a minute later, the ice egg cracked open. Moo! The Frost Crystal Fox's power directly ascended from the lower elite tier to the middle elite tier. A brand new force emerged within its body, the power of the phoenix. From then on, the Ice Crystal Fox possessed phoenix bloodline, albeit extremely faint, just enough to qualify as a phoenix-blooded creature. But it's not a big deal. In its previous life, the Ice Crystal Fox only obtained the phoenix bloodline after graduation. This lifetime has already taken too great a lead. With her help, the day will come when even pure-blooded phoenixes pale in comparison to the Ice Crystal Fox. This is just the beginning. Next, we just have to wait for the ruins in Moonview Snow Mountain to open. In my previous life, because I didn't choose to attend the Xingyu Beast Mastery Academy, I missed out on a great opportunity hidden within these ruins. This was the fundamental reason she chose the Xingyu Beast Mastery Academy. It should be just over a month from now when Jiangzhini unlocks the ruins. When speaking of Jiangzhini, her expression darkened with gravity. As the reincarnation of the goddess Luo, she looked down upon most people, even scoffing at her own bloodline family. Only Jiangzhini, even after her rebirth, made her feel immense pressure. A terrifying woman. Possessing a time-based beast-taming talent, capable of touching the remnants of history, her combat prowess was peerless. Let me put it this way. In my past life, the front lines of the battlefield collapsed. Monsters invade, forbidden kin awaken, while other hostile beast clans eye the human ecosystem with predatory intent. Jiangzhini emerged from the ruins, standing alone as an army, holding the collapsing front line single-handedly. Not only did it not cost humanity a single inch of ecological territory, on the contrary, it pushed back human battle lines by hundreds of kilometers. Outrageously excessive. The ancient ruins of Wanhua Snow Mountain in the old capital were actually open ahead of time simply because Jiangzhini casually touched historical markings on a mountain wall while sightseeing. My second spirit beast is inside the ruins. What a pity Jiangzhini won't arrive for another month. If only we could open the ruins earlier. Luo Anfei stepped onto the balcony, breathing in the fresh outdoor air. Tilting her head in curiosity, she suddenly noticed why were so many students gathered outside, and what were they all staring at in the sky. She looked up toward the sky. The mirror-like sky was torn asunder. Luo Wanfei's brain froze? The ruins, how did they open ahead of time? Suddenly, her phone rang, the caller ID showing Ancient City Beastmaster Association. She answered the call. It was Commander Zhao Kongcheng, also summoning her to the Beastmaster Association. Someone from the Night Watch had arrived. Has the Night's Watch arrived? She stared at the celestial anomaly, her eyes widening slightly. With the ruins awakening ahead of schedule, she now knew exactly who had come. Her fluttering wings as a reborn butterfly caused Jiangzhini, who wasn't supposed to arrive until a month later, to come prematurely. And she's even in charge of assessing Night Watch candidate evaluations in the ancient capital. In the dormitory. Stop jumping, stop jumping. Lujin had already returned to his residence. Glaring at the little broken egg hopping incessantly on the floor, he grumbled irritably, "It's all your fault." Looking out the window, I saw the crack. Surely it won't release any terrifying creatures, right? The Beastmaster Association should be able to handle it, right? Yeah, shouldn't be a big issue. Otherwise, the city would have already been blaring with piercing alarms. He resolved to keep a low profile these coming days. There aren't any surveillance cameras at Mount Tsukimi snow peaks either, and the tourist crowds are thick. They probably won't trace this back to me. Suddenly, a pleasant voice rang out. I've found you. Without any warning, a strong wind swept through the room. Countless sheets of paper flew chaotically through the air. Chapter 41, Deserting right from the start, surviving until all subordinates become divine beasts. Lu Chen's eyes suddenly widened. In the living room, without any warning, a beautiful mature woman appeared out of nowhere, accompanied by a beast pet. Chirp, chirp. The disgusted rock monkey snapped to attention and shielded Lu Chen behind him. So it was you who did this? It's over. I've been caught. Just got back and already busted? That fast? Don't understand. Wasn't me, you got the wrong guy. Lu Chen immediately played the triple denial card. When in trouble, one must deny till death. Resisting leads to a bright future, confessing leads to a lifetime behind bars. Instinctively, he activated his divine eyes to scan the opponent's beast pet. If the crime was severe enough, he would knock the other person unconscious if necessary and start a life on the run, lying low and growing stronger with the system's help. Once he became invincible, he would emerge again. Beast taming, starting with betrayal, lying low until all under my command are divine beasts. Name, Long Yunyo. Level, Upper Monarch Tier. Attributes, Dragon Type, Psi Type. Bloodline, Upper Monarch Species. Characteristics, Hyperregeneration, Dragon King Bloodline. Skills, Liu Ken. His heart grew icy with dread. Holy shit, did I really commit such a big offense? How could I possibly deserve this? A royal tier beast tamer coming to arrest me? My life is over. Did I release something terrifying? All I did was touch the mountain wall. It really is you. Jiang Zhini smiled. As I thought, you can also touch the traces of history. You've activated a relic. Lu Chen froze. What? The thing that was activated is a relic? Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem like a big deal. What does historical trace mean? Jiang Zhini explained. Like secret realms, remnants come from another world that descended upon and merged with our own. Secret realms contain only fierce beasts and diverse ecosystems. As for remnants, you could say they were once lived in by humans from another world where people worshipped powerful creatures, formed tribes, and left behind traces that blend human and beastly existence. You should know that since the great upheaval thousands of years ago, when the age of the transcendent dawned, clouds, lightning, and all things in existence could transform into transcendent species because they've given birth to thoughts. Ruins, too, have birthed unique thoughts. They are protected by transcendent power, making them extremely difficult to unlock. You can think of the statue you touched as the gate to the ruins. The true form of the ruins hasn't descended upon Blue Star yet. To enter the ruins, you must wait for the gate to decay, allowing the ruins to reveal themselves naturally. There are exceptions, though. Those who can touch the traces of history can unlock the gates of ruins under certain conditions. Right, so those who can touch the traces of history are essentially the keys to opening ruins, though not all ruins can be accessed this way. You must also have an ability related to time, right? Jiang Zhini said. My beast taming talent is echo of history, the ability to hear voices from the past. Lu Chen. He's a hammerhead. That ruin was forcibly opened by the primal lord's spiritual energy. So it's like breaking into someone's house without a key? How many people can touch historical traces? Jiang Zhini stroked her chin, including you. Only 5 individuals are known to us in Daxia. Other nations probably have their share too. Would you like to join us? Jiang Zhini said. The Beastmaster Association? No, Jiang Zhini replied, the Ancient Research Bureau. Due to the unique nature of our talents, we possess innate advantages when exploring ruins. Our purpose is to study the history of that world, to decode why it shattered, and why it merged with our own world. Lu Chen wanted to refuse. It wasn't particularly appealing to him. With his cheat ability, he would inevitably become invincible sooner or later. Archaeology wasn't fun at all. His aunt, Lu Yuron, hadn't spared him her complaints about it. Apparently, archaeology was a career dead end. Ding! Special mission issued. Join the Ultra-Ancient Research Bureau and decipher the complete history of another world. Note, this is a long-term mission. Rewards will vary based on the host's deciphering progress. I'm in. Good. You'll join the Night Watch as well. I've just become one of the 10 pillars, and I'm short on manpower. Come on, let's head to the Beastmaster Association. Besides you, I should have 2 other subordinates. They're probably already waiting for me there. Before Liu Ken could refuse, the dragon cloud bird flapped its wings, its cloud-like feathers scooping Liu Ken up and placing him on its back. The disgusted rock monkey quickly leaped onto it. As for the little broken egg, Liu Ken glanced at it. This thing was quite miraculous, capable of freely entering and exiting his beast taming space. At the moment, it had somehow slipped into the beast taming space without anyone noticing. Whoosh!
In a blur, Lujin found himself transported high in the air. It was instantaneous movement, a signature skill of psychic-type abilities. The Beastmaster Association. Damn it, why is Luchen's phone turned off? Zhao Kongqing was frantic. As the savior of the prison fire rock beast, he was immensely grateful to Liu Ken. He knew exactly what being a night watch meant. Missing this chance would leave him with lifelong regret. Even those from bloodline families considered it an honor to join the night watch. He turned to Luo Anfei beside him. Any luck? Luo Anfei, no reply to my messages either. Her brows furrowed slightly. Where had he gone? Whoosh. Suddenly, an extraordinary creature appeared in the room. Two figures dropped down from behind. Zhao Kongqing and Luo Anfei stared blankly at Lu Chen, who was standing shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Zhini, their minds in a daze. No way, how did this guy come with the heavenly King Jiang? You sit over there. Jiang Zhini pointed to a nearby chair. Lu Chen was taken aback. Jiang Zhini's two subordinates were Zhao Kongqing and the big ice block? The world really is small after all. Zhao Kongqing gasped in shock. Dumbstruck once more, just what extraordinary background did Lu Chen have to make even the mighty Jiang Tianwang speak to him with such warmth and friendliness? Even Luo Anfei was somewhat astonished. Lu Chen knew Jiang Zhini? For the first time, she couldn't understand this childhood friend of hers. How does it feel like ever since his rebirth, after awakening his SSS grade beast taming talent, the other's path and growth have completely exceeded her expectations. At the same time, she was excited. If the one coming for the assessment is really Jiang Zhini, then wouldn't that mean she could join her 10th pillar? The Night Watch organization is structured into divisions known as pillars. There are a total of 10 pillars, similar to the sect leaders in fantasy novels. The person in charge of each pillar is also called a pillar master. Being able to join her ranks would undoubtedly be an unexpected delight. In her previous life, all the Night Watch under her command flourished and thrived. This was simply because she possessed abundant resources. Moreover, rumors said that behind Jiang Zhini stood a formidable organization. Even Dr. Lu Mu was one of its members. Sadly, only those with the rare gift of touching the traces of history could join this organization. Otherwise, no matter what she said, she would find a way to join. No need to be polite, sit down as well. Jiang Zhini didn't put on airs as she sized up Luo Anfei. Such a beautiful yet icy girl. She had seen many beautiful people before, but this was the first time she encountered someone with such a unique aura. If their skills aren't bad, then directly recruit them into my 10th pillar ranks. She's also quite the looks connoisseur. No ugly people, and no ugly beast pets either. Did the other one not come? Weren't there supposed to be two people? She asked curiously. Got stuck in traffic? Luo Anfei, ? Zhao Kongqing, ? Both were bewildered. Didn't Lu Chen come with her? Zhao Kongqing muttered timidly. We're all here. Ah, Jiang Zhini couldn't believe it. You too? You're only 19? She was shocked. The trial gate was only open to freshmen, yet this person looked at least close to 40 years old? This is just too ugly, dragging down the overall aesthetics. With a serious expression, she said, you failed the assessment. Thank you for your participation. Zhao Kongqing. He's the one. Zhao Kongqing pointed at Lu Chen with a wounded expression. Jiang Zhini slowly turned her head. ? Lu Chen was baffled. What did I do now? Didn't you say you wanted to interview two people to see if they're suitable to be your subordinates? Have you entered the hidden level of the trial gate? Yeah, I have. Silence. This was somewhat unexpected. The person who entered the hidden level of the trial gate and unlocked the ruins turned out to be the same one. Release your beast companions. Lu Chen summoned the rock aversion monkey. Luo Anfei summoned the ice crystal fox. Jiang Zhini watched calmly as Lu Chen noticed the shift in her demeanor. Within her somewhat slender frame lay the power to devastate heaven and earth. Threads of spiritual energy wafted from her body. She lifted her foot and took a step forward, landing softly on the ground. Boom! In an instant, the very fabric of this space transformed. Chapter 42, Attribute Treasure, Perfecting the Zhu Yan Bloodline. Jiang Zhini's hair stirred though no wind blew. The dragon cloud bird let out a low growl. In an instant, Zhao Kongqing felt himself shrink into insignificance. In his mind, Jiang Zhini's image loomed infinitely vast, like a monarch whose wrath could leave millions dead across the mortal realm. She is the sovereign of this realm. The signature ability of the monarch tier. Domain. Monarch's domain. Within their domain, they existed as invincible beings, extinguishing even the slightest thought of resistance in those who faced them. Zhao Kongqing felt his mind grind to a halt, utterly shaken. Was this the might of a celestial king, the undisputed sovereign of the monarch tier? The aura emanating from this figure dwarfed even their regiment leaders by an incalculable margin. Jiang Zhini shot Zhao Kongqing a disdainful glance, unimpressed by his terror-stricken demeanor. Looking at the calm Luo Anfei and Lu Chen again, a commander-rank beastmaster couldn't even compare properly against two elite-rank freshmen. Little did they know, Luo Anfei remained composed because in her past life, even when she was at monarch rank, she had been an ace trainer. Such displays couldn't shake her anymore. As for Lu Ken, He discovered that, just like the Overlord's aura, even the monarch's domain was rendered ineffective by the primeval sovereign spirit. Jiang Jini turned to look at the two of them, a golden ring appearing in her eyes, encircling her pupils. This was an ability that could only be activated by spiritual energy at the monarch tier. It can detect whether the other party's spirituality has been tainted, whether they are a skinned, parasitized, or manipulated puppet, and whether any cultists of evil gods have infiltrated. There were once followers of the heretic god cult who managed to infiltrate. In the end, it led to irreversible consequences. There was absolutely no issue between the two of them. I welcome you to join the Night Watch as the 10th pillar Lord of the Night Watch. Originally, joining the Night Watch required passing an ability verification process. Jiang Jini couldn't be bothered with formalities. Both newcomers suited her taste, especially since one of them was her kind, whom she had invited to join the Ancient Research Bureau. From now on, you'll be Night Watchers under my command. This is a gift for you upon our first meeting. Jiang Jini flipped her hands, and a small jade treasure box appeared in each palm. It was like performing magic. Spatial equipment. A phrase instantly popped into Lu Chen's mind. Never seen a pig run but eaten pork, right? It was that classic trope from all those past life novels he'd read. Or perhaps, a spatial-type beast companion? Opening it revealed a piece of charcoal inside the jade box. Remarkably, the charcoal's surface pattern still glimmered with a reddish light, like embers that hadn't yet gone out. Thick fire elemental attachments. No, it should be said that this entire piece of charcoal is condensed from dense fire elements. Name, attribute treasure charcoal. Description, formed from fire elements of exceptionally high purity and grade, it can enhance a beast companion's control level over fire elements and raise their growth potential. Damn, it's actually an attribute treasure. Only high-level secret realms can produce them, and the quantity formed each time is limited. They're simply unavailable in the outside world. Only the Beastmaster associations in various regions have quotas, and purchasing requires eligibility. You can't just buy them casually. On the black market, it could easily fetch a price of several million. He glanced at Luo Anfei. Her jade box also contained an ice-attributed treasure, the Ice Soul. Damn! The casual welcome gifts were worth millions. Su Meier's charm pales in comparison. This is what a truly wealthy woman looks like. Zhao Kongcheng watched from the side, his eyes turning into lemon-shaped emojis from sheer envy, practically dripping with sour jealousy. I should focus on improving my strength first. The ruins haven't stabilized yet. We don't know what type they are or what rules govern them. Based on my experience, the ruins in Moonview Snow Mountain probably can't accommodate beastmasters with too much power. The implication was clear. Lu Kan and Luo Anfei might enter the ruins to become one of the first explorers of the ruins. Even Luo Anfei's usually solemn and beautiful face flashed with excitement. Being among the first explorers meant she would undoubtedly obtain that egg inside the secret realm. Her second beast companion. What are your names? I'm Jiang Jini. Only then did she realize she had forgotten to ask the two of them for their names. By the way, Jiang Jini suddenly remembered what her best friend Lu Yorong had told her. You're also freshman at the ancient capital Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy, right? Do you know someone named Lu Chen? Luo Anfei, ? Zhao Kongcheng? They were utterly confused. How could these two people before me be so familiar that they'd share the same beast mount, yet so unfamiliar that they didn't even know each other's names? Zhao Kongcheng, he's here too. Ha, Jiang Jini, don't tell me you're Lu Chen. Zhao Kongcheng, Lu Chen. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Jini slowly turned her head to look at Lu Chen, a question mark popping up above her head. You again? Lu Chen nodded. Your aunt is Lu Yorong? You're her nephew? Right, how do you know my aunt? Suddenly remembering something, a flash of inspiration struck Lu Chen, and he blurted out, you're Lu Yorong's best friend. Luo Anfei suddenly looked up. Could Jiang Jini be Yorong's best friend? She remembered something from her past life. In that previous life, the most insane thing Jiang Jini had done was slaughter an entire savage beast species to extinction, ensuring not a single descendant remained. As if there were some irreconcilable blood feud between them. She spent years erasing this ferocious beast race from the world. That explains it perfectly. That very beast race was the culprit behind the beast tide that destroyed Days City. She was avenging Lu Yorong. Speaking of which, apart from that savage beast race, it seems Jiang Jini also had an immortal feud with some cult of the evil god. She couldn't recall the details clearly. Back then she was merely at the embryonic awakening stage, far below the level where such matters were accessible. You two, step outside first, Jiang Jini said to Luo Anfei and Zhao Kongcheng. Inside the room, Jiang Jini never expected that the person who could touch the traces of history just like her, the one who passed the hidden trial gate, and her best friend's nephew, would all turn out to be the same person. So you want to keep me down as your mountain stronghold wife, 100 times a day, is that it? Lu Chen. Holy shit, damn you Lu Yorong, you actually said it? And why is your best friend a supreme heavenly king at the monarch tier? Aren't you just an archaeology major at some ordinary university? We'll settle this score later.
For now, here's your assessment mission.
Conquer the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins and uncover the history buried within.
This is your assessment task to enter the organization.
Complete it successfully, and you'll become an official member.
And no problem. Liu Ken hastily made his exit. I'll be going now then. He bolted away in a flash.
The discovery of ruins in the Moonview Snow Mountain. Over time, this incident has stirred massive waves throughout the ancient capital. The surrounding areas of Moonview Snow Mountain were cordoned off, taken over by the Beastmaster Association. As time slowly passed, the crack in the sky continued to shrink. By the first day, it had already mostly disappeared from the sky. By the second day, the crack had completely vanished from the sky. The third day, the spatial energy that had spilled outward now condensed entirely upon the cliffs of Moonview Snow Mountain. Compressed spatial forces gathered and transformed continuously. It was estimated that in less than a week, the spatial portal would fully take shape.
How about King Jiang? Before the cliff face at the ruins entrance,
led by the Beastmaster Association's president, Gu Xin, 8 Beastmasters of varying ages had gathered. They were all high-ranking members of the ancient capital's Beastmaster Association. It should take shape in about a week. The type should be an inheritance-class relic, with its era fluctuating based on temporal waves, originating from an ancient period secret realm. The entry limit is probably around the lower awakening realm. The crowd felt both thrilled and disappointed. To my surprise, it turned out to be an inheritance-type relic site, just the sort of place where one might acquire the foundations to ascend to Monarch tier, or even Totem tier. Unfortunately, entry was restricted solely to those below the lower awakening tier.
That very evening,
the ancient capital's Beastmaster Association announced the rules. Moonview Snow Mountain Ruins, the first batch of explorers.
A total of 98 spots are available. The allocation of spots is as follows. 20 spots are allocated to Beastmasters below the lower rebirth stage in society.
78 spots will be allocated among students from various academic institutions in the ancient capital.
Suddenly, the entire ancient capital was ablaze with excitement.
Xingyu Beast Taming Academy summoned all its sophomore students back to campus ahead of schedule. Only second-year students at Xingyu Beast Taming Academy met the requirements, most ranging from the elite tier to the lower metamorphosis tier. Juniors and seniors had long surpassed the lower foundation establishment stage.
As for the freshmen, no chance at all. Most are at the mid to high transcendent tier. No hope with the ruins.
All students from universities across the ancient capital who meet the qualifications will compete for slots in the tournament. Whether it's academia, whether it's Beastmasters in society, the battle for quotas is already in full swing.
Lu Chen and Luo Anfei sat calmly by the fishing platform, pondering why were there only 98 spots instead of 100. It's because they already took 2.
Taking the back door once is exhilarating. Taking it constantly keeps the thrill alive.
Dormitory area. Training room. TSK 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 TSK. Scorching flames continuously erupted from the yin-yang monkey's body. Its strength has stepped into the mid-rank elite tier.
Apart from changes in strength, it is the transformation of racial lineage. Race qualification, lower totem tier, Zhu Yen bloodline fusion progress 95% 100%.
Shi Tian let out a low growl.
Endless flames surged forth, dazzling golden lights intertwining to form a fiery cocoon that enveloped the rock-rejecting ape.
Like a grand cocoon of flames. With eager anticipation on his face, Lu Chen watched aided by the attribute treasure, charcoal. Shi Tian's crimson ape bloodline assimilation had finally reached full completion. If nothing unexpected occurs,
with the vermilion bird bloodline perfected, Shi Tian is also destined to undergo extraordinary transformations.
Chapter 43, A Radical Transformation, the 72 Transformations.
The fiery cocoon's surface shimmered with flames so dense they appeared solidified, writhing in ceaseless motion.
Half a minute later, bang!
The fiery cocoon shattered, transforming into a roaring torrent of flames that soared into the sky.
The figure of Yin Yanho reappeared.
His appearance and fur remained largely unchanged, except for the long, gradient gray tuft of hair on his forehead, which had grown longer. The most significant change was in disposition.
After all, it was now a totem-tier juvenile, no longer a monarch-tier juvenile. Name, Disgusted Rock Monkey. Rank Mid-Elite Tier. Attributes Rock Type, Fire Type. Trait Solar Flame. Species Potential Lower Totem Species, 100% Zuyen Bloodline. Bloodline Talent, Shape Transformation Form and Will Transformation, Indestructible Diamond Body. Elemental Mastery Levels, Fire, Mastery 90% Perfection 1%, Earth, Mastery 20%. Evolution Sequence.
Through the use of Attribute Treasure Charcoal, the mastery level of Fire Elemental Control has progressed from proficient to perfect. Beyond that, the most significant change lies in the Bloodline Talent. Form Shifting, Form and Meaning Shifting.
After evolving into a lower-ranking totemic species, is the change in bloodline talent just a single word? Qi Tian, give us a demo. The next second, The Rockaverse monkey vanished, and in its place appeared a fox whose entire body shimmered in sapphire blue. Holy crap, an ice crystal fox. Has Chi-Tian transformed into a frost fox? Can he freely morph into other creatures? A phrase deeply imprinted on his soul suddenly surfaced in his mind, 72 transformations. Lu Qing checked the specific details. Form and will transformation effect 1, can alter body size, entering a giant ape form where both strength and power surge dramatically. The effect is indeed the same as the original morph change, with the only difference being the addition of a second effect at the end. Morph change, effect 2, can simulate auras to transform into other beast companions, but it's merely an illusion enough to deceive, though the essence remains that of the annoying rock monkey. I see. Lu Can activated divine eyes. Clearly visible Chi-Tian was still Chi-Tian, merely using a disguise technique to mimic the aura of an ice crystal fox. It's not the 72 transformations, just imitating the other's aura to pass off the fake as genuine. To be precise, it uses bloodline talent to mimic the other's appearance, wearing a layer of skin and simulating their aura, fooling others convincingly. The disguise falls apart in battle. Still commendable. Even when Lu Chen got close, he couldn't spot the flaw. Only by activating divine vision did he uncover the truth. No big deal. Chi-Tian is just in its initial form. It will continue to grow stronger and evolve. Sooner or later, it will transform into the legendary 72 transformations. After all, the intelligent stone monkey is also just one stage in its mythical path of ascent. Almost there. The attribute treasure hasn't been fully absorbed yet. Once complete, I should reach the upper elite tier. I've also gathered a decent amount of lightning attribute materials. When the time comes, the evolution can begin. Gurgle gurgle. The little cracked egg rolled over, circling curiously around the yen-yen monkey that had transformed into an ice crystal fox. Chi-Tian sensed the presence of the little cracked egg, attempting to mimic its form. But the next second, its image kept morphing, transforming into all sorts of bizarrely shaped eggs, just never managing to become the little broken egg. Lu Ken was astonished. Could even the bloodline talents carried by a totem species fail to mimic the aura of the little broken egg? Was the little broken egg's race even stronger than the totem rank Zhuyan? He grew increasingly eager for the little broken egg to hatch. Chi-Tian, special training begins today. Lu Kenshin opened his divine eyes, examining the stone aversion monkey in his capacity as an evolution master. It was simply full of flaws, head to toe, nothing but weaknesses. Too crude. Previously, being able to crush opponents was purely due to higher tier races, superior elemental mastery, and overpowering them with sheer strength. To put it more vividly, it was like playing a pay-to-win account. When facing opponents of the same level, or another similarly pay-to-win account. For example, Jiang Zhenyi's beast companion has the same level, bloodline, and elemental mastery as Chi-Tian's. The two sides exchanged blows. Chi-Tian would likely be beaten without any ability to fight back. After inheriting the evolutionary master's legacy, he had formed a perfect vision for Chi-Tian's cultivation path. Although Chi-Tian could easily annihilate the low-rank Transcendence tier parasite rabbits within the trial gate, those were after all just the lowest-grade magical creatures in terms of bloodline. If facing a beast master, things wouldn't be so easy to handle. Chirp, chirrup. Chi-Tian's face was filled with determination. Thump thump thump. The little cracked egg got infected by the excitement too, hopping twice on the ground. Shoo shoo shoo. Lu Ken flicked it with his finger. We'll see after you hatch. I've saved my second beast companion contract slot just for you. Don't let me down. It's no coincidence. Luo Anfei's villa residence. Frost Crystal Fox, your manipulation of the Phoenix Force is too crude. Stop treating it as something foreign, it's inherently your own power. With the experience from a past life, she knew the optimal way to raise the Ice Crystal Fox. 18 more days until the second comparison. If all goes well, the Ice Crystal Fox should have evolved to the rebirth stage by then, and I would have obtained the second piece of the puzzle for my beast companion team in the ruins. By then, Lu Chen will still just be a pet beast. She was already looking forward to the second comparison coming soon. Days City. Lu Yurong wore a silk robe. Fresh from her bath, every pore of her body emitted faint warmth, and under the light, her skin resembled warm jade. She lay sprawled on the bed, propping her face up with her right hand while holding her phone for a video call in her left. Her slender calves, smooth as lotus roots, swayed gently, particularly delicate under the soft glow, like fine porcelain with a subtle sheen. As she swayed a little too freely, each movement caused the hem of her robe to ripple faintly, offering glimpses of springtime allure. She was on a video call with Jiang Zhenyi. Hearing something hilarious, she couldn't stop laughing, her chest heaving violently like turbulent waves, flesh rolling in rhythmic undulations. So that means my nephew is now working with you? She felt surprised, yet proud. That's my nephew for you. Absolutely badass. Although she had never asked Jiang Zhenyi what exactly she was doing. But she wasn't a fool, she naturally knew her best friend's identity was extraordinary.
Once when Jiang Zhini came to see her, thinking the magic mirror puppet was an enemy, she instantly subdued the overlord-tier magic mirror puppet. Lu Chen tagging along with such a friend gave her great peace of mind. Speaking of the magic mirror puppet, she also muttered, "Where did it run off to? Why hasn't it arrived at the ancient capital yet? I've compiled the information about the ruins I discovered here and sent it to the ancient capital."
Alright, Jiang Zhini didn't pay it much mind, just ruins, not relics. The two best friends chatted for a while. The video ended just like that. Lu Yuron let out a big yawn. It was only 9 o'clock. For some reason, she had been feeling excessively sleepy lately and simply didn't feel like getting up. The only upside was, she could have wonderful dreams every day, where she became an invincible ice-type beast master. With just a wave of her hand, her beasts could alter the ecological environment of an entire world and suppress countless demonic creatures. At the same time, the night sky was pitch black, with dark clouds shrouding the heavens, obscuring both stars and moon. Dace City, the most remote city in Jiangbei province. Dace City got its name precisely because it borders the Yunmeng Marsh, a vast lake located hundreds of kilometers away. This Yunmeng Marsh is not native to Blue Star. Rather, it's a great marsh lake from another world that merged with Blue Star. Though the humidity is intense, the city by the marsh never experiences fog. No one knows why this has been happening recently. Starting from 3 or 4 in the afternoon, fog would often roll in. Hundreds of kilometers away, in the Yunmeng Marsh, a group of people stealthily infiltrated the vast expanse of the marshlands. Time flew by. After half a month of intense battling over the spoils of war, the entire 98 relic slots in the ancient city have been allocated. Meanwhile, at the Moonview Snow Mountain relic site, the spatial portal on the cliff face has fully materialized. Which means, the ruins have opened. Chapter 44, a witch, one of the lower 3 races? She won't die. 20 slots for ruins allocated to society. And 78 slots distributed among various academic institutions. Everything has already found its place. To ensure fair distribution across all institutions and prevent Starry Sky Beast Taming Academy from monopolizing all the spots, the spot competition is organized by school, with the top-ranked institution securing 38 spots. This outcome was inevitable. How could other academies possibly rival the heritage and student caliber of elite institutions? Xingyu Beast Taming Academy secured 38 spots. These 38 spots will then be allocated through internal duels within the academy. An inheritance ruin emerged in Gudu. This has made beast tamers from other cities green with envy. You must understand that ruins are all connected to the ancient myths of another world. According to the known history of this otherworldly realm, in the ancient times of that alien land, humans were frail. To survive, the human tribes chose to seek protection from mighty beings, forging symbiotic relationships with them. They worshipped these beings as guardian deities of their tribes, performing rituals such as sacrifices and offerings. Guardian deity, there's another term for it. Totem. To become a guardian deity, the minimum rank required is totem tier. Guardian deities transform ecosystems through their aura, radiating power to catalyze or alter certain magical beasts, imbuing them with their own characteristics or a trace of their abilities. The tribal ancients contracted these beast companions to become beast masters, expanding outward under the protection of their patron deities. In conclusion, the ruins are essentially an unexplored treasure trove. Under the gradual transformative influence of these terrifying, extraordinary life energies, it's highly likely to yield countless rare attribute materials or ferocious beasts with formidable racial talents inside, perhaps even relics left behind by totemic creatures. Such items, weathered by time and emerging with the uncovering of ruins, may evolve into top-tier materials. They might even allow beast masters at the monarch rank to glimpse the secrets of the totemic realm. This has also sparked envy from other major cities towards the ancient capital. What a stroke of luck to discover an ancient relic within one's own territory. Where there's a policy from above, there's a countermeasure from below. People from other cities aren't entirely without means to enter the relic either. For example, transfer student immigration. Stellar Dominion Beast Taming Academy. Beside the Beastmaster Association's coach bus, you're making a squeeze onto one bus with this many people? Disgruntled voices echoed through the air. 4 individuals stood out conspicuously among the surrounding students. None of them had belonged to Stellar Dominion Beast Taming Academy 10 days prior, having transferred through unconventional means to join the institution. Their sole purpose was to claim a share of the spoils from the upcoming relic exploration. Do you have any idea who I am? Can we arrange for a nanny van? Xiaomubai's voice was loud, drawing everyone's attention. Is he an idiot? Not far away, 2 young men and a woman were frowning deeply. Like Xiaomubai, they were transfer students whose families had repeatedly warned them to keep a low profile. If he weren't such an idiot, and if he weren't the direct descendant of the Xiao family, with his older brother having become a eunuch, making him the sole heir, he'd have died countless times already, one of the young men remarked. Whoa, brother Mubai, didn't you promise that if I came with you to the ancient capital, you'd secure a spot for me to explore the ruins?
Beside Xiao Mubai walked an exceptionally pretty young woman, delicate and pitiable in appearance, with long, slender legs. One foot clad in white stockings, the other in black, with a collar-like accessory around the neck.
Every damn piece of equipment boosts attack speed.
Somehow, though, the knees were oddly swollen and darkened. Listening to the coquettish beauty beside him, Xiao Mubai felt vexed. The ancient capital beast taming association had truly shown no respect. As a prominent clan of the Xiao family, one of the 5 surnames in 10 clans, he actually couldn't even secure an exploration spot. My arms sank into something impossibly soft. His petty mind instantly seized the high ground of intelligence, and he blurted out, don't worry, I'll definitely get it done for you.
TCH. Young Master Xiao sure puts on a grand show of authority.
I wonder how you plan to allocate the slots. Are you going to give your own spot to someone else?
You Wentian, can't you just shut your stinking mouth? Suddenly, whispers rippled through the crowd. Here he comes, is that Lu Chen? They all knew. There are actually 100 slots for entering the ruins.
The reason only 98 were released is because 2 slots were reserved as prizes for the first and second place winners of the freshman tournament. Xiao Mubai raised an eyebrow and scoffed, then just watch how I'll secure that second slot.
Lu Chen carried his backpack. He was in a rather good mood. He was about to set off for the ruins, and the moment for the little cracked egg to hatch should be within those ruins. After his specialized training and leveraging the formidable effects of the evolutionist ability, he had come to understand the key aspects of cultivating the rock-loathing monkey. Today's Qi Tian, although his level and realm haven't improved yet, his strength has undergone a qualitative transformation.
If he were to fight his former self from half a month ago, he could end the battle in mere minutes.
You're Lu Chen? Suddenly, an untimely voice interrupted his thoughts. With dark circles under his eyes and center-parted hair, he looked feeble, just like the empty void prince from that movie. What is it? Do me a favor and give up your spot to me. With your level of skill, even if you enter the ruins, you won't get anything worthwhile. Listening to the other party's arrogant tone and entitled attitude, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Are you also one of the 4 emperors? The holder of the respect fruit? 4 emperors? Respect fruit? What nonsense is this? 5 million, hand over the spot to me. Sorry, not selling. Lu Chen walked past them. TCH, ha. Yu Wentian's mocking laughter rang out. Brother Mubai, can't we buy it? The disappointed voice of his female companion echoed in his ears. This made Xiao Mubai flush red with humiliation. Since childhood, he had always gotten whatever he wanted. When had he ever suffered such an insult? Fury surged through his mind, obliterating all reason. With a sinister grin, he sneered, if I cripple you and you can't go, wouldn't that free up a spot? Come forth, rampaging shadow bear. Come forth, silverback wolf king. Roar. A massive bear-like creature and a wolf-like beast appeared. One at the lower tier transcendent rank. One at the upper tier elite rank. I'll beat you until you're on your knees begging. No sooner had the words left his mouth. Click. Xiao Mubai's knees slammed heavily onto the ground, his 2 beast companions following suit, as if bearing the weight of mountains, their bodies pressed down by an overwhelming force. Who did you say should kneel? A cold voice rang out as Su Meyer arrived, a small winged serpent perched on her shoulder. Windblade serpent. Everyone turned their heads toward the sound. Suddenly, Xiao Mubai and the other 3 individuals from the 5 surnames and 10 clans instantly turned ashen pale, as if they had glimpsed some primordial beast. The terror and panic on his face were unmistakable. Xiao Mubai trembled violently, his entire body shaking like a sieve. Su, why is Su Meyer, that witch, here? The 5 great clans and 10 noble families. 5 surnames, 10 clans, 15 families in total. The 10 clans are further divided into the upper 3, middle 4, and lower 3. They were all among the lower 3 tribes. And at home, I wasn't exactly in the top tier of potential or capability either. Being able to transfer schools came at no small cost for my parents. The Su family was the closest to the 5 great clans in status. Indeed, they might have joined their ranks if not for the tragically short lifespans of Su women. The Su family was already the 6th surname. Precisely because the lifespans of the Su family's direct line women were all short, they were all mad women. Growing up under the constant threat of death, they acted without regard for laws or rules. Su Meyer was the maddest of them all. Xiao Mubai's elder brother earned his nickname the Eunuch by once speaking disrespectfully and provoking Su Meyer. He was forcibly castrated. I've also taken a fancy to your spot, why don't you give it to me? Su Meyer said with a playful smile. Xiao Mubai, this ruin only permits beastmasters at the lower embryo transformation stage to enter. Are you refusing me? Xiao Mubai angrily retorted, Su Meyer, don't go too far. Our Xiao family isn't what it used to be. Don't forget who's backing us now. Your illness can only be treated by them. Otherwise, you won't last another 2 years. What kind of demoness are you? In the end, you'll still have to submit under the might of the 5 great clans. Before he could finish spewing his filth,
A piercing scream echoed through the air. He was viciously kicked flying, like a kite with its string severed, spewing a mouthful of blood midair before being sent crashing over 10 meters away. Several ribs were broken, his face scraped and disfigured against the ground. Now he lay motionless, whether alive or dead no one could tell. Sue Meyer's pretty face flashed with surprise. It wasn't her strike, because someone had moved faster than her. She won't die. Lu Chen calmly withdrew the foot he had kicked out. A warm surge welled up in Sue Meyer's heart. The pupils in his eyes seemed on the verge of distorting in shape. Oh no, it's about to overflow. She raised her little pink fist. Go for it. Then she ran away. Chapter 45, The Diviner Lineage. Entering the ruins. On the bus heading to the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins, a sophomore from Starry Sky Academy stealthily sized up Lu Chen. The deeds of Luyan, even if they weren't at the academy, were naturally heard of by all. This year's top scorer in the college entrance exams started being widely mocked as a cheater. He decisively claimed first place in the freshman competition, proving himself beyond doubt. With formidable strength, silence everyone who dares to speak. And with a single move, he instantly defeated Zhuo Xiangyu, ranked third in this year's national college entrance examination. I never expected him to be so bold. He directly beat one of the transfer students so badly they couldn't even enter the ruins. They're not stupid. To transfer at such a critical moment, all for a share of the ruin spoils. Anyone with half a brain could tell their background was extraordinary. Most likely the 5 surnames and 10 clans are a prominent family that looks down upon them. Such an existence was actually beaten in front of everyone. If not a reckless fool, then someone with considerable backing. Most likely the latter. After all, even Sue Meyer held him in high regard. They had long known that Sue Meyer had a mysterious background. Once, a wealthy second-generation heir from the ancient capital coveted her beauty and wanted to make her his forbidden prize in bed. The next day, the man vanished into thin air, along with his entire family, as if they had evaporated from the world. From then on, no one dared to provoke Sue Meyer. The other 3 from the 5 clans and 10 families were also whispering among themselves. Demona Sue seems rather close with that man, doesn't she? You noticed it too? When have you ever seen Sue Meyer act so ladylike? Hiss, but wasn't there a rumor about the Sue family having a marriage alliance with the diviner's lineage? I heard that fortune tellers might have the ability to solve the Sue family's bloodline issue. They were chatting and gossiping. It felt so juicy. As for Xiao Mubai, none of the 3 had any sympathy for him. What an idiot, blindly spouting nonsense with his sarcastic remarks. They all disliked Xiao Mubai. He was injured and missed his chance to enter the ruins. Instead of sympathizing, they took pleasure in his misfortune. Serves him right. The last seat on the bus. Luo Anfei gazed at the scenery outside the window, her face expressionless. She happened to arrive just as Lu Ken and Moronbai were having a conflict. She had even intended to step forward and help. Don't overthink it, it was just because Lu Ken was among the few friends she had. Once again, she became the standard for comparison. She's the only one who can bully her Luoshan counterpart. Later, Sue Meyer made her move. She also witnessed Lu Chen take action, punching Xiao Mubai and sending him flying. She subtly glanced at Lu Ken, a thought arising in her heart. If I were bullied, would Lu Ken stand up for me too? She shook her head, dismissing this absurd notion. Tossing her head proudly, she thought, what a joke. I'm the goddess Luo, would I need Lu Ken to defend me? Another thing she couldn't figure out was, Xiao Mubai and the other 3 were all scions of the 5 surnames and 10 clans, yet they were actually so fearful of Sue Meyer. That means Sue Meyer is also from one of the 5 surnames and 10 clans. The Sue family. The Sue family from Qingqiu? Logically speaking, Sue Meyer shouldn't have remained obscure, yet in her past life, she'd never heard of anyone by that name. It can only mean that her achievements weren't significant enough, or perhaps, she met an untimely demise. In her previous life, Luo Anfei was merely a lone wolf. The 5 surnames and 10 clans were too entangled in petty scheming and dirty dealings. She never paid much attention to their affairs. Come to think of it, her eyes widened as she remembered the Sue family of Qingqiu had, for some unknown reason, been removed from the 10 clans. After a bumpy journey, the Moonview Snow Mountains slowly drew nearer, the road somewhat rough along the way. Traffic control was enforced at the mountain's outskirts, with barricades set up along the perimeter. There are beast-taming soldiers stationed at every post. Eagle-like aerial beast pets still patrol the skies. Let them pass. The bus was from the Beastmaster Association and passed through swiftly. The last time Lu Chen came, the surrounding area was still a zone of mountain rocks and ice. Now, a wide road has been cleared straight through to the ruins mountain wall. After more than 10 minutes, we finally arrived at the boundary where the mountain wall once stood. The group stepped out of the vehicle. Many official vehicles from the ancient capital were already parked inside. A considerable crowd had gathered. Suddenly, a person approached them. It's Professor Su, Dr. Lu Mu's student, Yuan Tian said with slight excitement. Last time, my father took me to meet him once, looks like he recognized me. Damn, that's awesome. Help introduce me later.
Nice to meet you, nice to meet you.
Yuan Tian reached out to greet them, only to freeze awkwardly, because the other person brushed past him, heading straight for Lu Ken instead.
Yuan Tian awkwardly withdrew his hand. The three of them stared at Lu Chen in shock. Just who exactly was this guy? Apart from the official personnel, a crowd had gathered here. They were social beast tamers who had obtained spots in the ruins. They were all around 30 years of age. It exudes a strong urban, working-class vibe, yet its presence doesn't feel diluted. Even, it gives off a somewhat dangerous vibe. No wonder these 20 individuals managed to emerge victorious from the brutal competition for places in the ancient capital. Most beastmasters in society have mediocre taming talents and possess beast companions of ordinary racial aptitude. The number of elites transitioning to the transcendent stage is the greatest.
Progressing slowly means they've spent a long time honing their skills at this level.
With their cunning experience in the game, they are definitely not to be underestimated. While sizing them up,
the beastmasters of society likewise turned their gaze. Their eyes gleamed with envy, each one of them a proud child of destiny.
Entering the ruins, if they seize the opportunity, they might just manage to overtake on the bend. Lu Chen scanned the surroundings. Zhang Zhini wasn't there.
Children of the academy, come here.
A robust and resonant voice rang out. It was Deputy Prefect Zhang Qiliang.
Ever since losing that bet, he had been stripped of his authority.
He had been sidelined.
To ease his gloomy mood, he volunteered to serve as the team leader teacher for the academy's disciples.
Seeing Lu Chen on the list, his face fell. He only found out later that there were 100 slots for entering the ruins, 2 of which had been awarded as prizes to the top 2 students in the freshman competition. Zhang Qiliang explained some precautions in the ruins.
He said weakly, "All right, proceed in order."
Lu Ken walked to the entrance of the ruins.
The cliff walls have undergone dramatic transformations. The entire cliff split apart from the center, with the midpoint of the statue giant's brow as the dividing line. The 2 bodies lay more than 10 meters apart on either side.
The spatial gate to the ruins condensed between its bifurcated body.
The crescent moon mark on the forehead transformed into 2 waning moons, etched at the bottom sides of the spatial gate.
The crowd began queuing in orderly fashion to register for entry into the ruins.
Professor Su and the Beastmaster Association members watched intently as they entered.
Whoosh! Did everyone go in? Zhang Zhini's figure materialized out of thin air.
Professor Su had grown accustomed to her appearing and disappearing unpredictably. I wonder who'll reap greater rewards inside.
Lu Ken, Zhang Zhini said succinctly. He is indeed good, but are you really that optimistic about him?
Professor Su continued, if they hadn't become your subordinates, they wouldn't even have gotten the entry slots. Their abilities are the weakest among the group.
Call me when they come out. I'm heading back to the Beastmaster Association first. Zhang Zhini smiled faintly without offering any explanation.
As the one who activated the ruins, not only did Lu Chen reap the greatest rewards, but he might even gain control of the entire ruins.
Chapter 46, Ruins? Unexpected changes. The abyssal realm descends, the evil god.
The familiar sensation of spatial displacement washed over him.
Lu Qing felt his vision blur momentarily. Are we being separated from everyone else?
A biting cold wind struck his face, the sudden temperature change coating his hair and eyelashes with a thin layer of frost. The chilling cold that pierced to the bone kept creeping beneath his robes. It made him shiver involuntarily. Even as a professional beast tamer with a physique far surpassing ordinary people, he still felt his blood and body freezing solid. As a relic site, the entire ecosystem here had been altered under the radiating influence of a powerful lifeform.
Filled with high-dimensional ice-based elements, it was no ordinary mortal frost.
Fortunately, a warmth spread throughout his body, originating from his dorsal spine.
Chirp, chirrup. A golden, flame-tailed little monkey emerged from the backpack on his back.
About 30 centimeters in size, resembling a delicate figurine. It was none other than Qitian.
After half a month of exclusive special training,
Lu Qing used his abilities as an evolver to nurture it, specifically developing and training its bloodline talents of form and will transformation and indestructible Vajra body.
Now, Qitian's form and intent have transformed.
Not only can he grow larger, but also stronger. His size can be freely adjusted, currently shrinking down to 30 centimeters, about the size of a newborn baby.
With continued training like this,
Lu Chen sensed that sooner or later, Qitian could shrink infinitely, until finally, like the monkey in the memories of all Huaxia people, the one who smashed the heavenly palace to pieces.
Shrinking to the size of a mosquito and slipping into Princess Iron Fan's belly. Is this the relic?
Truly, attribute materials are everywhere. Not far off the dusty road, trees stood frozen like ice sculptures, leafless, their delicate and translucent branches stretching wildly in every direction.
Each branch bore clusters of crystal-clear fruits, shaped like apples.
In the distance, a relic creature darted past, a frost-attuned beast companion of considerable racial potential.
Suddenly,
the primordial space. The spirit of the primordial lord trembles. The world before Lu Chen's eyes changed, decayed, eerie, filled with a putrid stench in the air. The orchard ahead, with its artful ice trees melting like candles and branches bearing mouth-watering frost apples, had long since rotted away. Far away, the so-called relic creatures had turned into withered bones and corpses. All the plants had withered away. It was like stepping into a dying land, where the entire relic's power seemed to have been drained. Only an empty shell remained. The entire ruins were shrouded in a thin layer of mist, hazy and indistinct, like viewing flowers through fog, neither clear nor tangible. The dust on the road sent an inexplicable shudder down his spine, making his scalp prickle with dread. Is this the true nature of the ruins? Was all that just now fake? My primordial lord spirituality seems to have rendered it ineffective. You call this thing a relic site? With great opportunities. This damn place is practically a mass grave. Jiang Jinni gave me an entrance test for joining the organization to decipher the history of this relic site. I've been duped. What a complete ripoff. Buzz buzz. The little cracked egg emerged from the beast taming space, so excited that it transformed into jump mode, its shell lightly tapping against Lu Chen's path in constant rhythm. Indeed, nothing good ever comes from getting involved with you. I should have known. You feed on things related to taboos, so your reaction here must be connected to forbidden secrets. Now he's torn, should he explore or not? Ding! Mission issued, explore the ruins and uncover their truth. Lu Chen. A mission's here, what else can he do but comply? It's about hatching that little broken egg, maybe this time, it might actually hatch. Weighing the pros and cons. Let's do it. To be honest, the forbidden things that contaminate the mind, he doesn't seem to be afraid of them at all. After all, the spiritual nature of the primordial lord is even more forbidden than the taboo itself. The last crimson eyeball that dared to invade and corrupt his soul was crushed with a crisp splat. Lead the way. The little cracked egg leaped into Lu Chen's arms, sensing the direction of its strongest attraction, and guided Lu Chen by varying the intensity of its vibrations. The ice-attributed spiritual plants swayed before us in the wind. As far as the eye could see, they stretched endlessly like roadside weeds, though all merely first-grade cultivation resources. Their sheer quantity made them valuable in the outside world. This harvest could easily fetch millions. Lady Luo in feigned ignorance. Lies. It's all lies. This ruin would later be known as the false ruins, the ruins of desire. It will stir the desires lurking in your heart, then gradually escalates, presenting them before you in deceitful ways. This ancient site later became a sanctuary exclusively used by beast tamers to train their mental strength. Unlike other ruins, it doesn't yield any conventional ruin resources. Flowers in dreams, moon in water. All are but reflections of the heart's desires. The four elements are void, all things are nothingness. Throughout the ruins, only the heritage altar holds true significance. Within the altar, sealed inside are the sacred beasts and legacy of the ancient tribe that once inhabited these ruins. Previous life. An ordinary beastmaster stumbled into the altar space by chance, formed a contract with the sacred beast, and embarked on a heaven-defying path. Luo Anfei knew the location of the altar. In her previous life, she had visited this ruins of desire and had been to the empty altar. There were actually two altars, the Eastern Altar and Western Altar. The Eastern Altar has been abandoned since the relic manifestation, with only a few colossal statues standing there. Nothing was ever sealed within it. Moreover, even the entrance gate to the altar had been utterly shattered. It's estimated that the altar was originally located to the east, but was relocated after the ravages of war. The ancient people of this tribe then moved the altar to this western sacrificial site. Whoa, this is a royal tier beast companion with racial qualifications. We're rich. Ugh, an ice-type treasure. So many treasures. Struck it rich. I feel like there's definitely a spot for me among the future top beastmasters. Holy shit, is this the shed skin left by a totem rank creature? This is top tier loot. From now on, I will be the future head of the Yuan family. The ruins space. Apart from Luo Anfei and Lu Chen, everyone else was swept up in the revelry, even the 3 individuals who came from the 5 surnames and 10 clans. Even their desires and appetites are greater than those of ordinary people. Their desires were aroused, and before them appeared only the finest attribute resources. In the ruins, the originally faint mist grew increasingly dense as their madness intensified. It seemed, the greater their desires became, the thicker the mist grew. They embarked on the path of harvesting, began their journey of contracting legendary beasts. Military restricted area. No entry permitted. What are you doing here? At the border between Mount Mochizuki and Kinsui City, in the wilderness, a group of villagers had gathered. The patrolling soldier frowned and asked, but no one responded to him. One by one, they stared with hollow eyes, devoid of any emotion, sending chills down everyone's spines. Which town are you from? Suddenly, the patrol soldier's pupils shrank into black dots as the wilderness began to sprout countless figures. No, the patrol soldiers were horrified to discover that the wilderness was inexplicably strewn with endless, paper bag-like shriveled objects. Upon closer inspection, it was far from being a mere crumpled paper bag. It's all human skin.
These human skins swelled up like balloons. In less than a few seconds, as far as the eye could see, the area was densely packed with people. The patrol soldier wanted to fire a signal flare when suddenly, his body withered and collapsed. Several figures clad in black robes appeared. The time is ripe. It's time to break the seal of the great eternal phantasmagoria Dream Lord. Almighty Lord, we have prepared your first meal for you. Let these 100 elite members of the future Beast Taming Alliance serve as the appetizer. Their gazes fixed on Moonview Snow Mountain with madness. Did they really think this could stop us from entering? Flesh is but a shell, only the spirit attains eternal life. The bodies of all the villagers began to swell uncontrollably, like balloons expanding, 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 expanding. At last, bang 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 bang. Their bodies exploded, devoid of flesh and blood, only human skins remained. Countless bursting skins fluttered through the sky. They intertwined with one another. Then they merged into a mighty torrent, transforming into a human skin shroud that swept toward the Moonview Snow Mountain, engulfing it. Chapter 47, The Lord of Eternal Phantasmagoria. The sect attacks. At the entrance to the ruins of Moonview Snow Mountain. Why is there fog? Someone wondered aloud, puzzled since on snow mountains, the mist should have frozen solid. What is that thing? The beast-taming soldiers were terrified as countless tattered cloth-like objects fluttered densely across the sky. They coalesced together, transforming into a sinister serpent dragon. Its entire body emitted an ominous aura, radiating a blood-red glow. Save me. It hurts. Help me. Skin, my skin. It hurts too much. Everyone felt chaotic noises ringing in their ears. Tens of thousands of resentful voices wailed desperately, the sounds overlapping like millions of people screaming and speaking simultaneously. These voices transformed into a spiritual assault, eroding the mind. Among the weaker beastmasters, some had their spirituality immediately corroded. The voices overlapped and trembled ceaselessly above the snow-capped mountains. Amid the massive disturbances caused by the emergence of the ruins, Tsukiyuki Mountain, where no avalanche had occurred until now. Under the relentless assault of countless vengeful souls, the avalanche finally collapsed. Quick! Stop it! This is, the heretic cultists. On the dragon's back, several black-robed figures clung like spiders, adopting bizarre poses. This false world is about to meet its end. Praise the great Lord of the eternal dreamland. The flesh is but a shell, only the spirit endures. We shall attain eternal life. All attacks missed their mark. The other party seemed to exist in an entirely different dimension. It was as if they were mere illusions. Pointless, utterly pointless. The Lord's power has already spilled forth. We stand within his divine kingdom, deathless, eternal, untouchable by mortal hands. Damn it, we can't stop this. It's fine, the ruins only allow those at the lower transformation realm to enter. Call for reinforcements. Call for reinforcements. You can't stop it. Those who entered the ruins are living in their wildest dreams. Thanks to their desires, the Lord's power is gradually awakening. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, suddenly, endless mist began to spread from the entrance of the ruins. This mist carries the same essence as that human skin dragon. Ultimately, only survived by lower-level transformation cultivators, the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins. The dragon crashed headlong into the ruins entrance and vanished without a trace. Ancient Capital Beastmaster Association. Temporary Office. Jiang Zhini enjoyed her dessert, her eyes curved into crescent moons. The renowned King Jiang has an exceptional fondness for sweet treats and ice cream. Stretching lazily, she revealed the perfect curves of her figure. Archaeology really is fascinating. She chuckled softly. Since childhood, she had been deeply interested in archaeology, more precisely, in the history of another world. To comprehend the legends and myths of that world, the written languages and cultures of civilizations from various eras. The beast-taming world. This is how archaeologists refer to that realm. All extraordinary powers on Blue Star originate from this beast-taming world. The reason Beastmasters emerged on Blue Star is that archaeological findings revealed humans in the Beastmaster world also obtained supernatural powers through contracting fierce beasts. Thousands of years ago, under the radiation and fusion of higher-tier powers from the Beastmaster world, humanity's supernatural abilities on Blue Star manifested in the form of Beastmasters, rather than the martial artists, cultivators, or superhumans depicted in fiction. Her greatest pursuit was to uncover the mythical history of the Beast Mastery world and understand why such a powerful civilization was destroyed. Unfortunately, current archaeological understanding, including that of their ultra-ancient research bureau, knows very little about the Beast Mastery world. As time passed, much has been buried and lost. And strangely, no written records or documents explaining the destruction of the Beast Mastery world remain. Nor can we know how many years ago the earliest historical civilizations of the beast-taming world existed. It's as if some supreme power has erased all traces of them.
The beast-taming world is simply too vast. Across its endless river of time, countless eras have emerged, each giving rise to innumerable civilizations. Every civilization differed vastly in script, beliefs, customs, totems, and cultural practices. This has led to their understanding of the history of the beast-taming world being rather superficial, or at best, fragmented. Moreover, most of the ruins in the present world do not belong to the same era or even the same civilization. But this situation will soon change. Jiang Jinyi's heart stirred with excitement. Recently, there has been a classified research project in the beast-taming community. Ancient Fossil Revival Machine. It can resurrect prehistoric beasts that have turned into fossils. Then, we can explore more secrets of the beast-taming world from them. Now we're just waiting for good news from Dr. Willow. Her face lit up with anticipation. For a moment, she found herself at loose ends. She idly flipped through the documents on the desk, all containing information about ancient relics and ruins under the jurisdiction of the ancient capital. One name suddenly caught her attention. Lu Yorong? All right, some time ago, she went to an ordinary ruin site. Curious, she flipped through Lu Yorong's work report. The report read, according to records based on what Lu Yorong and his team found at the ruins, this site was once an extraordinarily glorious tribe. However, due to the arrival of a forbidden kin, the entire tribe was annihilated. The guardian deity of this tribe ultimately sacrificed themselves to seal away the evil deity's kin. Ha, the records are this detailed? And there was even a guardian deity? Jiang Jinyi was astonished. The reason ruins are useless is precisely because they lack supernatural power. Many things become buried under the torrent of time or vanish during the merging of two realms. Only ancient relics, protected by supernatural forces, can preserve their original ecosystems and numerous secrets. Are there still any statues remaining in these ruins? The pattern is a crescent moon mark on the forehead. Jiang Jinyi abruptly stood up, feeling an inexplicable chill. Wasn't the ruins Liu Kan had opened triggered by touching the giant embedded in the rock wall? She remembered that the giant on the rock wall also had a crescent moon mark between its brows. Coincidence? Or does the ruins Lu Yorong went to happen to be the original site of the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins? Or perhaps it's something like a tribal offshoot? As she was reviewing the work report, suddenly, a piercing alarm began echoing incessantly. Something's wrong. Moonview Snow Mountain has been invaded by cultists at the ruins. Jiang Jinyi's figure instantly vanished from the room, reappearing dozens of meters in the air. The silhouette began descending. TCH. The crisp chirping of birds resounded through the air as the dragonclaw bird caught Jiang Jinyi, transforming into a streak of light that soared away on outstretched wings. Within the ruins of Moonview Snow Mountain, another cliff wall? Half an hour of searching had passed. Finally, under the guidance of the little broken egg, Lujin arrived at the base of a snowy mountain's rock face. Here too, there was a giant sculpture embedded within the cliff. This time it was upright, no longer head down with legs pointed skyward. Its eyes gazed downward, as if scrutinizing anyone who dared approach the stone wall. There is a crescent moon pattern on the forehead. Radiating divine light, an intimidating force surges forth, warning others to stay away. Useless, Lu Chen's primordial lord spirit is immune to it. I don't have a key. I'll force it in, just bear with me for a moment. Lu Chen muttered to the sculpture while pressing his hand against the rocky wall. Buzz, boom. Just as expected, the primal space trembled as an uncanny power surged in. Boom, crash, thunderous rumble. A spatial rift appeared in the cliff wall. This familiar sense of déjà vu made him unable to resist complaining. Playing dolls within dolls here? He stepped inside. The view suddenly opened up before him, revealing a space filled with solemnity. An aura from ancient times swept over him. Lu Qing arrived at a square plaza, dignified and hallowed. To be precise, it was a small floating island at the heart of the lake. Located in the center of a lake, the lake churned with a sea of blood, its waters an eerie crimson red. Lu Qing gazed ahead. A small floating island had a straight pontoon bridge leading to another square in the middle of the lake. There stood an oddly shaped towering structure. Encircling the platform was a ring of stone giants, as if guarding the elevated edifice. Is this an altar? The little broken egg kept trembling uncontrollably. With the divine eyes of the path dust activated, he carefully confirmed there was no danger before cautiously advancing toward the territory where the altar stood. Climbing the steps to the altar. Above the altar lay an offering of an incomparably domineering creature, its entire body icy blue, with 3 wings sprouting from its back and intricate golden runic patterns adorning its form. The most astonishing feature was still its forehead. There was a nearly full moon in the sky. The altar was surrounded by numerous patterns, resembling colorful paintings and hieroglyphs. Lu Chen activated the eyes of the divine. The primordial space trembled once again. Lu Chen was in a daze. Suddenly, the scenes and information recorded on the murals all came to life, transforming into fleeting real-life images that flashed before his eyes like a kaleidoscope. Chapter 48, The Little Broken Egg's Origin. Homecoming? Moon Gaze. This was the name of the totemic creature. In the primeval wilderness of antiquity, all species were massive in size.
Humans simply couldn't form contracts with them. The land was plagued by incessant strife. A human tribe sought it out, pleading for its protection. It agreed.
From that day forth, it became the guardian deity of the Moonwatch tribe.
Its aura emanated outward, radiating life energy that nurtured smaller beast companions for humans to contract. Thus, humans offered their faith to it.
It also found its path to evolution by absorbing human faith, until the crescent moon upon its forehead transformed into a full moon. Then it would be able to take that step and become an existence above the totem rank.
Centuries passed. The crescent moon on its forehead was nearing fullness. The moon-watching tribe flourished, glorious for a time.
The humans in the tribe suddenly underwent mutations, as a minion of an evil god took notice of their power. The Dream Lord of the Eternal Fantasy Land. Using its full moon as a medium, it sought to connect with the true moon in the sky. Weaving beautiful dreams and casting them upon the mortal world, it aimed to make all abandon their physical shells and enter the realm of dreams. The people of the Moonview tribe were massacred in large numbers and underwent grotesque mutations. On the verge of a full moon, all its efforts came to nothing. It engaged in a fierce battle with this heretical deity's minion. In the end, it fell. The tribe suffered heavy casualties, but successfully suppressed this vile servant of the false god.
Lucen's consciousness returned to reality. What the hell is this infinite Tsukuyomi plot? The eternal Dream Lord of Fantasyland? Might as well call him Uchiha Madara. However, damn it, connected to the evil god's followers, turns out they were sealed within this altar's dimensional prison all along? Moreover, the power of the seal won't last much longer. The servants of the evil god are about to break free.
The ruins are indeed filled with various precious materials, but they're being interfered with by the power of the evil god's servants. The power of moon gaze and the power of evil god's servants intertwine. The ruins have turned into this sorry state for a reason. This means the seal can no longer fully contain the evil god's minion. Its aura is beginning to leak out. It shows the evil god's minion has gained the upper hand within the ruins, which is why the entire place looks so dilapidated and drained of energy. No wonder that little broken egg got so excited it started vibrating like a damn toy.
For an egg that feeds on forbidden power, stumbling upon an evil god's minion is like hitting the jackpot. Isn't that just a delicious feast? The sealing space is beneath the ground. Before dying, Mochizuki condensed part of her flesh and soul to form a beast pet egg. Named Moon Sprite.
One could say it is its reincarnation. When the beast tamer of the moon-gazing tribe hatches the egg and helps the moon sprite grow, then comes to the sealed space.
They can seek an opportunity to completely eliminate the evil god's minions. The outcome was undoubtedly a failure. Countless years have passed, and the tribe has turned into ruins. That's tricky. To reach the sealed dimension, I need to bring Moonlight's reincarnation, the moon sprite, to this altar and have her touch Moonlight's statue? Suddenly remembering something, he looked at the little cracked egg in his arms. You couldn't possibly be Moonlight's egg, could you? Because you turned into a fossil? So that's why you never dealt with these minions of the evil god? Buzz. The little broken egg trembled twice. Lu Chen scooped up the little broken egg and touched the moon-gazing deity statue. Boom! The statue seemed to come alive, an overwhelming pressure surging forth like rolling mountains and roaring tides, while faint growls echoed faintly through the air. Damn it! The statue truly came to life, trembling incessantly. At first, dust fell, then cracks appeared, revealing the bloody flesh within. In the end, it transformed into a majestic moon-gazing beast. The mysterious symbols covering its body were utterly enigmatic, and its pair of eyes stared coldly at Liu Ken. A murderous aura radiated from it, as if it were facing an intruder. Name, Mochizuki. Rank, lower overlord tier, lower monarch tier. Description, Mochizuki was forged through the secret technique class ability life return, containing a trace of divine law. Should conditions fail to meet its requirements, it will tear apart everything before it. At its peak, it possessed lower monarch tier strength, though its power has waned with the passage of time. Liu Ken, aren't you? He glared at the broken little egg. The broken little egg. I fucking shook twice, wasn't that supposed to mean no? You're gonna get me killed. Just as Liu Chen was about to turn and flee, Wanyue suddenly grew still, the murderous glint in her eyes vanishing completely. A second Wanyue appeared atop the altar. To be precise, it is Chi Tian, transformed using the form and will shift. What's even more outrageous is that Chi Tian didn't just imitate Wanyue's aura, he even blended in Jiang Zhenyi's cloud-soaring dragon monarch tier momentum. Though this display of force was full of holes. But, it seems the lifeless Moonview was truly subdued. Moongazing's flesh was burning away into nothingness. Finally, it condensed into a fist-sized full moon, which then melted into Chi Tian's forehead through his glabella. Bang! In an instant, a tremendous power surged through Chi Tian's body. The flames on its tail blazed violently, as if doused in gasoline. Its aura surged relentlessly higher. Within moments, it had reached the upper elite tier. Yet, more than half of this energy remained unused.
After reaching the upper elite tier, the next step, the metamorphosis tier, requires evolution to attain. Without evolution, progression gets stuck at this stage. This energy continuously transformed Chi Tian's body, becoming his foundational potential. And so it went, until there was still some left unconsumed in the end. This energy was ultimately absorbed by Liu Kang through his connection with the beast taming space and his soul. The white spirituality instantly erupted in vast swaths of crimson. When all the white spirituality had turned red, it would be the moment of his advancement as a beast tamer. This directly saved him 1 or 2 months of arduous cultivation.
Nice job, Chi Tian. Chi Tian directly ascended to the elite tier and could begin preparing for evolution upon returning.
There was still a small ball of flesh lying on the ground. It must be Mochizuki's flesh and blood. What had fused into the body earlier was its elemental energy.
Boom!
Around the altar stood several stone giants. The crescent moons on their foreheads emanated a ray of soft light like moonbeams, ultimately converging upon the tiny flesh ball.
The little meatball expanded, transforming into a pitch-black circular hole upon the ground. It sucked in the human, the beast, and the egg.
A few seconds later,
Liu Chen snapped back to reality, gazing at the sealed space before him.
Her pupils dilated slightly. Holy shit, what the hell is this?
Chapter 49, The Chains of Curse, Divine Authority.
The sealed space lies deep beneath the altar.
Liu Kang stared in awe at the scene unfolding before him.
Overhead loomed a blood lake as massive as a mountain range, its rippling waves churning with the metallic scent of blood, radiating a crimson glow. The sealed space was bathed in a crimson glow, the only source of illumination where sunlight could not penetrate. In the blood lake, crimson streams stretched downward like ropes toward the sealed space below, spiraling and intertwining as they tightened like steel cables. It transformed into a total of 180 enormous blood-red chains.
Name, Cursed Chain.
Description: the entire blood lake was formed from the flesh and blood of Mochizuki after her death, infused with sealing power and cursed chains. It was created from her resentment, soul, and essence of flesh and blood, used to suppress and seal the Dream Lord of eternal Fantasia.
These 108 cursed chains stretched into the sealed space, vanishing into a bizarre misty mass. Other than that, the sealed space, standing opposite the swirling mist, there stood a spear of unimaginable size, colossal enough to rival a sheer mountain peak, wreathed in an eerily familiar aura. His aura was identical to the moon gaze clone formed by Life Recall on the altar, but infinitely more powerful. This is Wang Yu's spine.
Liu Chen gazed at the mountain peak. It wasn't a spear at all, but segmented with vertebrae-like ridges. The long spear, like the golden cudgel, plunged fiercely into the earth. Even after perishing in the distant mists of time, its vertebrae still radiated an abyssal, ocean-like aura of terror.
The next second,
Liu Chen's gaze was clearly directed at the bone-white spear, yet his line of sight twisted unnaturally, focusing instead on the distant shrouded mist. This scene was downright eerie, as if you were staring straight ahead yet seeing the view from behind. A sinister force compelled his gaze to fixate on the swirling mist.
Then, this massive fog must be the evil god's minion responsible for the destruction of the Moondew tribe? In an instant,
like a mortal gazing upon the unspeakable taboo, endless murmurs, like demonic whispers drilling into the mind, mingled with faint yet airy sounds of gnawing and chewing. The sovereign of primordial beginning trembled slightly in spirit, becoming immune to all forbidden effects. Consciousness returned to the real world.
Mortals behold taboos, neither may they gaze directly, nor can they be defined.
They are utterly incapable of perceiving the true form of such entities. As for these high-tier existences, merely glancing at them is unthinkable. Even the faintest brush with their aura, under the irradiation of their power, would corrupt and twist one into a monstrosity of flesh and blood.
Liu Chen gazed at the misty mass, activating the divine eye.
No longer beyond perception, he could clearly make out the sight: a gigantic, mountain-sized spider, its face covered with countless compound eyes.
It had a whopping 108 spider legs.
Cursed shackles coiled around each of its legs, layer upon layer, winding from the tips of the spider limbs toward its body. Turn it into a mummy, leaving only a head exposed. On its body, countless radiant mists collided with the moonlight, extinguishing and regenerating endlessly. Whenever moonlight wanes, the cursed chains unleash more of its luminescence. Liu Kang noticed that the cursed chains shimmered with mottled light and shadow. It clearly couldn't hold out much longer.
Buzz buzz.
The bone-white spear suddenly trembled violently, sending shockwaves through the surrounding earth.
In an instant, the soil exploded outward, revealing the hidden space beneath.
The tip of the long spear unleashed a terrifying energy, transforming into a cage that imprisoned a mass of substance. This amorphous mass defied definition, continuously morphing into countless bizarre forms. It was as if all things in existence had twisted and intertwined within this single grotesque substance.
The forbidden origin. Through some unfathomable intuition, Liu Kang and Chi Tian understood what must be done.
To completely eradicate the spider, one must obliterate the forbidden origin, the very source of its power. Should the forbidden origin merge with the spider once more, it would awaken fully, beyond redemption.
The Moon Elf is the reincarnation of the Watcher of the Moon, sharing the same essence and lineage.
It can wield the bone spear forged from the Watcher's spine, uniting past and present power. With the added faith energy of the Watcher tribe, it would take a century to grind it into oblivion in the years to come.
Erase it. Liu Ken. The hate rock monkey. Oh well. We're the fake ones. And worse yet, gone. The great moon tribe is already gone.
There's no power of faith left for you. To us, you're just ancient relics from another world, already extinct for who knows how many years. Moreover, even if it doesn't perish, where would I find the time to spend a century eradicating this thing? Maybe I should just run away. Lu Chen felt the urge to retreat, abandoning the mission altogether. His life was more precious. The bone-white spear was already covered in decayed modeling. It wouldn't hold out much longer before this forbidden origin fully merged with the giant spider.
By then, the taboo would awaken completely. This high-stakes game is way out of my league. Better leave it to Jiangzhini. Let the taller ones bear the sky when it falls. Boom!
Suddenly, as the forbidden origin was exposed to the air,
the colossal spider sensed its forbidden origin within and writhed in violent turmoil.
The misty radiance shimmered incessantly upon it. 108 cursed chains unleashed countless rays of moonlight, standing poised in confrontation. Two forces collided, countless black lightning bolts flashing in the blaze, creating a scorching terror where matter continuously annihilated and regenerated at the point of impact.
Soon, the giant spider was subdued once again. It let out a soul-rending roar. At the same time, the black-robed figure rode atop the hideous dragon crafted from human skin, venturing deep into the ruins. It is the Supreme Lord. It seeks to break free. Hurry, hurry. Offer the Lord delicious and delectable fare.
Countless souls were sacrificed by them.
The human-skin dragon burned, then dissolved into a dense mist.
All the mist retracted, finally passing through the blood lake to reach the sealed land, converging upon the great spider's body. Its aura surged wildly, condensing into dense misty spider silk that coiled towards the taboo origin.
The remnant power of the moon gazer frantically surged forth, transforming into endless moonlight radiance that stood in opposition.
At full blast, the white bone spear visibly begins to model the entire sealed space. No, perhaps it was the entire ruins that presented a terrifying sight.
Two forces stood in opposition. Two terrifying forces clashed, splitting the entire world into two distinct halves.
One half was filled with the shimmering radiance of moonlight, while the other brimmed with the glowing brilliance of mist. They clashed against each other, and where they met, countless sparks and lightning surged, painting a scene akin to the apocalypse. This anomaly even penetrated the spatial barrier of the ruins, manifesting as a mirage in the real world.
What is this?
At the entrance to the Moonview Snow Mountain ruins, members of the Beastmaster Association were working to decipher how to enter the ruins and rescue the people trapped inside. They stood dumbstruck, staring at the two contending wonders in the sky.
Jiangzhini said with a grave expression, "This is the forbidden power that was sealed away, now clashing with the ruins' energy.
It seems this place is indeed connected to the ruins mentioned by Lu Yurong in her work report. Both share the same origin."
Her eyes gazed gloomily inside. "As the one who activated the ruins, you've been chosen by them. You should be able to do it, right?"
The power of the Moon Gazer and the Dream Lord of the Eternal Fantasy clashed within the ruins, locked in a stalemate. The two sides stood opposed to each other as equals. But as time passed, the half of the celestial realm that belonged to the power of Mochizuki was gradually assimilated and eroded by the radiant mist.
Ha 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 ha,
the Lord shall soon walk the earth once more. The black-robed cultists knelt in frenzy, kowtowing with zeal as they spread their arms devoutly, embracing that half-misty expanse of sky and earth. The white bone spear began to shed crumbling bone fragments, its surface increasingly marred by spreading, mottled scars.
Its power is waning. Buzz buzz. It's trembling.
As if to urge Lu Chen and Qi Tian to hurry, to quickly resolve the taboo origin of the giant spider.
Lu Ken. Qi Tian. Pant, pant, pant. There was a sound.
The little broken egg had somehow slipped down, piercing straight through the bone spear's sealing barrier. The eggshell developed jagged little cracks along its surface, like a mouth biting into the forbidden origin.
Just like that, it clamped the taboo origin in its jaws and scurried back in a flash.
Then, with both the egg and the taboo origin in tow, it delivered a headbutt straight into Lu Chen's stomach, vanishing into the beast-taming space. It threw the forbidden origin of the giant spider onto the ground of the beast-taming space.
Jesus fucking Christ, stop bringing home every damn thing you find. Chapter 50, Seizing Divine Authority, Gaining Control of the Ruins.
The forbidden origin was flung into the beast-taming space. The origin of taboo shifts between light and shadow, its form in constant flux, as if every conceivable shape in the world were superimposed upon it. A mist emanated from it, and within the drifting haze, the reflection of a mysterious cityscape shimmered. Half of the city stood sharply defined, while the other half abruptly vanished, its edges appearing as if cleanly severed. It was as if an invisible blade had cleaved the city cleanly in two. In the blink of an eye, Lu Can was dragged into a bizarre spiritual realm, standing on a city street where all the buildings were formed from coagulated mist. Above, a full moon hung in the sky. Across the heavens of this entire world stretched a colossal spiderweb so vast it defied description, enveloping the entire cosmos. The moon, the stars, the very sky all were caught in its sticky strands. A colossal spider perched upon its web, its countless compound eyes resembling a scattering of stars at first glance. Countless images flickered before Lu Chen's eyes. He witnessed countless lives from an immersive third-person perspective. There's a life where one becomes an ordinary person, marrying, having children, enjoying family happiness, and ultimately retiring in peace. There are lives of becoming wealthy, amassing great riches, and rising to national fame as a tycoon. There is a life of becoming a beast master, forging contracts with beast companions, overcoming challenges one after another, and reaching the pinnacle of beast mastery. There are also those who become renowned generals, guarding the borders of humanity, bestowed with noble titles, and ultimately rising to the highest ranks of power. Countless dreamlike lives unfolded continuously before him. A seductive voice echoed in his mind, urging him to abandon his earthly flesh so that his spirit could achieve eternal life. As long as he wished, he could freely choose the life he desired. All fantasies cease to be fantasies, they become reality. It's truly wonderful, but unfortunately, it's useless against me. I'm immune to taboo powers. Lu Can sensed a force attempting to distort his spirituality. Taboos? Excuse me, my primordial lord is the greatest taboo of all. I'm immune to all contamination. He stirred the primordial void. An immense starlit world emerged beyond the fog-veiled city, vast beyond measure. Compared to it, the mist world is but dust against the vast expanse of the starry sky. A massive hand entirely formed of starlight reached across realms and struck down, shattering the mist-covered world. Pop! The city veiled in swirling mist rising from the Forbidden Origin also shattered into pieces. The Forbidden Origin visibly shrank by a noticeable margin. Outside, the giant spider still locked in battle with the lingering aura of Mochizuki. The originally soaring momentum weakened slightly. Taboo Origin. It is the source of its power, or in the terms of a Xuanhuan novel, its inner core, demon nucleus, or life core. Again? Without the Forbidden Origin controlled by the Great Spider, it lacks sentience, merely emitting an aura of elevated hierarchy, radiating its surroundings and transforming them into an ecosystem suited to its existence. Noticing that the beast taming space had not been altered by his own aura, mist once again curled up from its body. Once again, Lujin was dragged back into the mist-shrouded city, where the forbidden power sought to twist and reshape his very soul. Boom! A colossal hand woven from starlight crossed realms and shattered everything with a single slap. The Forbidden Origin shrank yet another circle. The giant spider's aura weakened further. The Forbidden Origin seemed to have a vendetta against the beast taming space, determined to corrupt and radiate it into becoming its very own ecosphere. Once again, Lu Can was pulled into the misty space. With a resounding smack, it was shattered to pieces again. Lu Can. Next. And so began the cyclical process. The Forbidden Origin sought to corrode the beast taming space, unleashing forbidden aura. Lu Chen was pulled into the misty city, crushed with a single slap, detected that the beast taming space had yet to be eroded, continued to release mist, dispersing forbidden aura. Lu Chen was pulled in again. Splat. Plop. The large spider's breath grew increasingly feeble. In the ruins. Just moments ago they were shouting, "The Supreme One has awakened." Once the Supreme One completes the erosion of the ruins' power, he will descend upon the mortal realm again. At this moment, everyone stared blankly at the sky. The two forces that had previously been evenly matched were now seeing the misty radiance suppressed by the lunar brilliance, retreating steadily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After devouring so many souls, this seal's power should no longer be at its peak strength. Ah! These people screamed in terror as a corrupting force invaded through their faith. They instantly mutated, originally spider-like in form. They transformed into grotesque demonic spiders, their flesh proliferating and covered in toad-like warts. Each wart was densely packed with compound eyes. As if summoned by some unseen call, they rapidly scurried toward a single direction. That was the space where the altar stood. Boom! They invaded the cave where the altar stood, leaped into the sea of blood, and swam relentlessly downward. Buzz buzz buzz. The primordial space. The little cracked egg trembled with excitement, transforming into a vibrating egg. Beside the starlight giant, with every slap that landed, twisted threads of ominous aura would emerge from the starlight giant's side. Strange phenomena manifested within those auras, formless shapes that continuously morphed and shifted. Lu Can opened the eyes of the divine. Name, power of fantasy. Rank, artifact of order. Description, a power derived from the evil god's authority over rules, bestowed upon its chosen. With the power of fantasy, if your imagination is boundless, you can obtain everything. The authority of an evil god condensed into rules. This is the true face of Forbidden Origins. Ah! The little broken egg was overjoyed, continuously devouring fantasy power. Just like this.
The giant starlit hand slapped down repeatedly. The primal source of taboos was continuously shrinking, with every palm strike extracting a wisp of phantasmal energy. As they continued to devour the power of illusions, the tiny cracked eggshell not only split open into a jagged mouth, but also sprouted a pair of round, beady eyes. A hazy, dreamlike star mist began to emerge on Eggshell's body. Click, click, click. Fine cracks began to appear on the egg's surface. Plop. As the Starlight Giant delivered its final slap, the forbidden origin was completely obliterated, and the last trace of fantasy power was extracted. With the last trace of fantasy power infused into the little cracked egg, the little cracked egg's form returned to the real world. The dreamlike nebula of stars that adorned its shell dissipated, enveloping the egg in a haze that obscured its true form. Then, the celestial mist erupted in a dazzling white light. Light of evolution. Liu Kang was exhilarated, having devoured the forbidden essence of an evil god's minion. The little runt planet is finally about to hatch. How extraordinary! Countless years ago transformed into a fossilized egg, this little runt egg has weathered endless seasons and immeasurable eras, finally on the verge of emerging into the world. The dense white light continued to gather. It seemed it wouldn't dissipate so quickly. After all, being fossilized for so long, it was only natural it would need time to break through its shell. About to hatch, the little cracked egg's form appeared in the real world. The forbidden origin has completely vanished. The Dream Lord of Eternal Gensokyo appeared feeble, his body gradually dissipating into nothingness. Zzzzzzz. Several figures rushed from the bloody lake overhead into the sealed space. Fleshy, mutated spiders growing from bloody flesh. Name, Aberrant Cultist. Description, a cultist with twisted and corrupted spirituality. This is trouble. Liu Chen felt a headache coming on. These monsters radiated the aura of commander-tier beings. The tiny broken egg shrouded in starry mist exhaled wisps of breath that infused into the spear forged from one U.S. spine. The bone-white spear impaled them, their bodies crumbling into ashes before vanishing. Finally, with a sharp piercing sound, the bone-white spear directly penetrated the skull of the Lord of the Eternal Fantasy Dreamland. A shrill cry echoed as its body exploded, its massive form rotting rapidly into a repulsive, pulpy mountain of flesh. The mission is complete. The extraordinary power imbued within the spinal spear had completely drained away. It decayed thoroughly, clattering to the ground as it gradually lost its spiritual essence, transforming into weathered bone no longer mystical. The crimson lake suspended above the sealed space began gradually clearing into transparency. Liu Kang stood bewildered. Can a broken egg really activate the spear forged from Asgard's spine? Just as he was perplexed. Chuckle, chuckle, chuckle. The eternal dream lord of Fantasyland, the rotting mountain of dissipated flesh begins to decay, its blood and flesh vaporing away. It transformed into distorted black mist, penetrating the lake water and spreading throughout the entire ruins. It possesses an extremely powerful distorting nature. After the death of a high-ranking entity, even a single drop of blood or a fragment of flesh might contain enough power to distort one's psyche. In Mochizuki's original conception, its reincarnated form, the moon spirit, possesses the radiance of moonlight and has purifying effects. After slaying the eternal dream master of the Phantasialand, it can purify the bloodborne contamination caused by forbidden deaths. But, it probably never imagined this even after becoming a ghost. The one who entered the sealed space was an imposter, and the one who completely annihilated the giant spider was also an imposter. Damn it, we don't have the capability to purify this blood source contamination at all. Oh no, the people outside. He was immune to this pollution, but the others exploring the ruins couldn't be. The faint starlight and mist surrounding little broken egg began to creep toward him, enveloping him completely. In an instant, Liu Kang entered a god's eye view mode, surveying the entire ruins below. Every inch of the ruins, every place, was under his complete control. Chapter 51, The Small Broken Egg Hatches, A Flight of Fancy Race. Liu Kang had a sudden epiphany. So that's it. The origin of taboo has been suppressed by the spine spear for countless years. The opposing forces clashed against each other. For countless years, the forbidden origin has long harbored the power of the full moon. The two intertwine and fuse together. The little cracked egg devoured the forbidden origin source, which also meant it gained some of moon gazing's power characteristics. At this moment, the little cracked egg became the master of the entire ruins. Liu Chen looked down upon the ruins. He saw those who had entered the ruins to explore alongside him. One by one, already under the sway of the great spider's fantasy dominion, they were consumed by desire. In their eyes, they had already amassed countless rare and precious arcane treasures. Now, faced with mental contamination, their spirituality has directly mutated. If not dealt with promptly, they risk forever drowning in the world of desire, the lesser doomed to madness, the greater suffering spiritual distortion, their path as beastmasters shattered beyond recovery. With a single thought, Liu Chen controlled the ruined space, unleashing a force of expulsion that drove them out of the ancient site. The outside world. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The strange phenomenon of two forces clashing in the sky vanished,
It seems the ruin's own power has suppressed the evil god's minions once again. I never expected there to be an evil god's minion sealed within these ruins. They had all heard Jiang Zhini recount the events. ZZZZT. Suddenly, a bizarre and eerie aura rushed toward them. Their expressions changed abruptly, resisting the infiltrating aura with their own spirituality. What's happening? Such terrifying forbidden corruption. Oh no, the people inside. Their faces turned pale. Those exploring the ruins were all elites, especially the students from various academies. They were the future pillars of humanity's beastmasters. If all of them perished inside, the losses would be catastrophic. And at that very moment, the spatial portal spat out one figure after another. Whoosh 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 whoosh. They are all beastmasters entering the ruins for exploration. They all lay unconscious, their faces wearing eerie smiles, utterly content, as if dreaming of something wonderful. What's going on? Everyone was baffled, but since they were out, it was a relief. Quick, get them medical attention. The spiritual contamination is minimal, no distortion has occurred. Has the ruin been breached? Professor Su came to Jiang Zhini's side, raising his eyebrows in disbelief. Clearly, someone had taken control of the entire ruin. Lu Chen, perhaps? Jiang Zhini neither agreed nor disagreed, a faint smile playing on her lips. Soon, almost everyone was evacuated. One more person is missing. Where's the big ice block? Lu Chen was searching for Luo Anfei's figure. Soon, he found it. There's another altar here? He saw it on the western side of the ruins, mirroring symmetrically in the rock walls. There was also an altar. The big chunk of ice is right inside. On the altar, a pristine white egg was enshrined. Lu Ken. Wait, could this be the egg capable of hatching into a moon elf? A sudden conjecture struck him when Moonwatcher perished. Fragments of flesh and soul coalesced to form an egg. The people of the Moonview tribe knew it was the reincarnation of their guardian deity, Moonview. They regarded this egg as a sacred relic, as a divine beast. Thus, they enshrined and worshipped it. So, no one actually tried to form a contract or hatch this egg? Moonview had underestimated the devotion of the Moonview tribe to it. Nothing of the divine must be defiled. Especially not the reincarnation of a god. They waited for the egg to hatch on its own. But, through the memories he had seen earlier, Lu Ken knew that this egg could be contracted directly. Once contracted and nourished with faith, it could be hatched. What a sin! Of course, all of this was purely his speculation. To know what truly happened, he would probably have to go back using a time machine. That ice block really got lucky this time. She's got some pretty good fortune to actually find this altar space. To be honest, Lu Chen felt that Luo Anfei really resembled the chosen heroine from a novel. She seemed to be cheating her way through, encountering all kinds of challenges along the way. From battling moon reflection clones, to resisting forbidden corruption, confronting taboos head-on, and even clashing with the source of forbidden power. He barely managed to gain some benefits, allowing the small, fragile egg to absorb enough forbidden energy to finally hatch. This big lump of ice did absolutely nothing. Isn't this just like the chosen protagonists in novels? Entering ruins always grants great opportunities, falling off cliffs leads to incredible inheritances, and rings always contain ancient mentors. But of course the most classic trope of all, the powerful expert's reincarnation. Could that giant ice block be a powerhouse reborn? He laughed, knowing full well it was impossible, just a silly thought born from boredom. Luo Anfei carefully cradled the beast egg enshrined atop the altar. Her heart raced with excitement. At last I've obtained it, the moon sprite, hailed as the embodiment of darkness. Cradling the moon sprite's beast egg, she stepped out of the altar space. The moment she emerged, she was struck by overwhelming contamination. What's going on? Why is there forbidden corruption everywhere? The beast egg in her arms emitted a gentle moonlight glow, as if encountering a natural enemy, purifying the contamination. The next second, a sensation of spatial displacement enveloped her entire body. Her vision blurred for an instant. She had already arrived in the outside world. 99. We're missing one. Someone tallied the numbers. It's Lu Chen. Lu Chen hasn't come out yet. Zhao Kongcheng widened his eyes. No need to bother with him. Jiang Zhini replied. Evidently this boy really had the ruins under his control. Suddenly, she felt a momentary daze. It was the passive ability of her time-based beast-taming talent. The echoes of history activated. Images began flashing through her mind. Snapped back to reality in no time. She quickly turned to Professor Su beside her and asked, has Moonview Snow Mountain always been on the outskirts of the ancient capital? Professor Su pulled out his phone to check. Moonview Snow Mountain isn't originally from Earth. It came from another world during the first wave of territories merging with Earth thousands of years ago. Over these thousands of years, foreign territories have continuously been merging with Earth. The volume of Blue Star is rapidly expanding, and this snow-capped mountain has been continuously pushed aside by newly integrated territories. With the division of administrative regions, this became the current geographical layout. Where was its original point of integration into Blue Star?
Let me compare human territory maps from different periods. Professor Su quickly reached a conclusion. The initial integration point was beside Yunmeng Marsh. It was precisely because Yunmeng Marsh merged with Blue Star that Moonview Peak gradually got pushed away. Let me check. Next to Yunmeng Marsh, there it is. Professor Su raised his eyebrows, and it's related to Luken too. This area later developed into a city called Days City. The ominous premonition in her heart had finally come true. Her complexion changed dramatically as she mounted the dragon cloud bird and soared into the sky. Moonview had sealed away the eternal dream lord of Phantasmagoria, but instead, it was about slicing open and sealing the opponent's body. This evil god's minion possesses two divine authorities. Luo Chen was unaware of the events outside. He had been waiting inside the ruins for the little broken egg to hatch. At last, 3 hours later, the dense white light enveloping little broken egg, radiant as a miniature sun, finally began to fade gradually. Cheep chirp. Lu Chen and Chi Tian stared eagerly. As the white light gradually faded away, the shattered egg's new form gradually took shape. Oh, the sound came. Ha! Still just a freaking egg? Wait. He stared at the little broken egg. Lu Ken fell into deep thought. What's going on here? Good news, it's cracked open. Bad news, not completely. The little cracked egg shell had split horizontally across the top third of its pointed end. A shimmering galaxy of stars and mist rose upright from the egg, balancing the broken shell atop its form like a whimsical hat. Click to view image. This celestial mist being possessed a pair of round, darting eyes, their clarity rivaled only by the purest ocean waters. It blinked playfully at Lu Chen. As Lu Chen's gaze lingered upon it, the creature's form shifted continuously, as though unable to settle on a single shape. All in all, from Lu Chen's perspective, the entity incubating inside this cracked little eggshell could take on any chaotic, bizarre form imaginable. It appeared as a swirling nebula of shadow with ever-shifting eyes and amorphous mass without discernible features. Name, race potential, attribute, fantasy type. Description: countless years ago, an egg turned into a fossilized creature egg due to a cataclysmic event between heaven and earth. Having absorbed the celestial power of a higher plane, it relied on its own abilities to achieve a transformation from death to life. After devouring the power of fantasy, it finally completed its rebirth from death. However, due to the influence of the power of fantasy, its form lacks any fixed shape. Only by consuming another type of forbidden origin as a counterbalance can it manifest its true racial appearance. Ha! Do I have to devour another forbidden origin? This is such a scam. Suddenly, a fragment of memory came from the little broken egg. Lu Chen saw it. The eternal dream lord of Phantasmagoria looks completely different from what he's seeing now. In memory, the eternal dream lord of Phantasmagoria had an extremely bizarre appearance. Its form resembled two spiders glued together back to back. Each half of their bodies possessed different rule powers. One side of the body wielded the power of fantasy. The other side commanded the power of dreams. Chapter 52, Fantasy Prison. Dream Prison, the forbidden power of the little broken egg. Lu Ken was bewildered. The power of fantasy, the power of dreams. Putting them together makes the eternal lord of the dreaming land? Images of the Moonview tribe's past flashed through his mind. These are the traces of time left behind by these ruins, reflecting the echoes of the past and the present. As if watching a 6D immersive film, he witnessed scenes from the time when the Moonlit tribe was still thriving. It was a flatland plain. In the center of the plain stood a solitary mountain. Lu Chen recognized it. It was Moonview Mountain, before it had become snow-capped. Mochizuki lives on the mountain. It has been stuck at the peak of the totem rank for an incredibly long time. Lost in contemplation, it couldn't find the path to advance beyond the totem rank. This day, to its surprise, it discovered that a group of humans had wandered into the ecosystem formed by its aura, ragged, starving, and barely surviving. They were being hunted by fierce beasts. It casually rescued these humans and bestowed food upon them. Watching the humans kneeling on the ground, thanking it profusely, it felt somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it just sharing some leftover scraps of its own food? Why are humans so grateful to themselves? Humans prayed for it to become their guardian deity, pleading for permission to live within its domain. Moonwatch consented. To Moonwatch's astonishment, while observing these humans worshipping it, the deity glimpsed a path to transcend beyond its current totemic rank. Gathering the power of faith, when the crescent moon on its forehead turns full, that will mark the moment of its ascension. Thus, Wanyue coexisted and thrived alongside this group of humans. As their guardian deity, it used its own radiating power to nurture ice and dark attribute creatures for humans to form contracts with. These humans began to multiply and flourish, spreading outward from the mountain as their center. The scenes in time in my memory flashed by rapidly, compressing decades of seasonal changes into a single second. When I came to myself again, the vast expanse of the plain stretched before me. Looking around, dense clusters of stone buildings rose straight from the ground. The tribe had grown into a massive tribal community. The Moonview tribe. The mountain came to be revered as their sacred peak, Mount Moonview. They built altars, making offerings, and worshipping Moonview. The crescent moon on Wan Yu's forehead was just a sliver away from becoming full. Just as it was preparing to hold its celebration to gather the power of worship and finally complete the moon on its forehead. At that very moment, the sky darkened, and a colossal spider web stretched across the Wan Yu tribe. Twin-bodied great spiders with tails intertwined descended upon the web, spreading their forbidden aura. The tribe was devastated, with countless souls undergoing spiritual mutations, their limbs twisted grotesquely as they fell into slumber. Their minds entered a realm of fantasy, dominated by illusions, while their physical bodies in reality deformed into giant spiders. Mochizuki engaged in a terrifying battle with the giant spider. The sheer force of their clash nearly split the heavens apart as moonlight collided with the twisted power of taboo, shattering both sky and earth, rupturing space itself. When the catastrophe finally ended, it was Mochizuki's desperate, final strike that obliterated half the giant spider's body, exposing the forbidden origin of its power to the open air. The giant spider was a single consciousness in two bodies. The one infused with the fantasy taboo origin served as its primary vessel. To reclaim the forbidden origin of the other half of its body, if it could take it back, it could instantly restore its form. Yet Mochizuki gave it no chance. Consumed by fury before death, the nearly full moon on Mochizuki's forehead shattered the forbidden origin of Dream Force, scattering it into a rain of light that fell upon the plains. The moon on its forehead dispersed, weaving together into a vast net that enveloped and merged with the plains, sealing the forbidden origin Dream Force beneath the earth. What followed is the story we already know. Mochizuki's flesh and blood transformed into a crimson lake, suppressing the eternal Dream Lord of Fantasia beneath the altar built by the Mochizuki tribe. Its body was forged into a spear, sealing the forbidden origin fantasy force. What came next is even more lamentable. As Liu Ken had suspected, the egg purified by Mochizuki's fragment of soul and flesh was indeed revered by the surviving members of the Mochizuki tribe as the sacred beast egg. They dare not defile it. A new altar was rebuilt to enshrine the sacred beast egg, awaiting the birth of the sacred beast. Could mere mortals withstand the pollution of taboo? Half of the giant spider's body and its forbidden essence had fused into the plains where the lunar tribe lived. The aura of a high-tier creature is nothing but poison to humans. The people of the Moonview tribe died one by one. They never left, not until the last member of the tribe, who prayed devoutly to the sacred beast egg until his dying breath. They firmly believed that the gods would return. As servants of the gods, they could not abandon their deities and leave. Alas, the weight on Liu Chen's heart was heavy. A guardian deity who willingly sacrificed their life to seal away the evil god's minions for the sake of the human tribe. A human tribe that never left the guardian deity's side for even a step. At first, they merely saw humans as tools for their own advancement, treating tribes like characters in a nurturing game. In the beginning, they too sought only survival, offering their faith and searching for divine protection. As the years passed, their destinies became intertwined, and each became indispensable to the other. Then he sighed. A perfect spider with both the power of fantasy and dreams is truly terrifying. The two sources of rule-based authority complemented each other. Individually, neither was particularly remarkable. For instance, the power of fantasy can only influence creatures within its range, compelling them to succumb to desires and fantasize about what they crave most deeply in their hearts. The power of dreams, projecting its force upon the world, can lull people into slumber. But, when these two forces combine, the result is terrifying. Everyone who falls asleep will have their desires drawn out in dreams, losing themselves and becoming its servants. It sought to enslave Mochizuki, specifically targeting the full moon on Mochizuki's forehead that could connect with the moon in the sky. By doing so, it could project the power of dreams onto the moon, infecting everyone touched by moonlight with its influence. Its goal was to drag all of humanity into a world of illusions. A true infinite Tsukuyomi plan. So that means the taboo origin dream power is located in the outer regions of the snowy mountains? The little cracked egg shook its head. Liu Chen once again witnessed the passage of time. The moonwatching tribe had vanished from the earth with the flow of years, leaving only moonwatching mountains still standing tall. As the first wave of the otherworldly invasion descended, the territory where the moonwatching tribe resided became fused with Blue Star. As the foreign realms continued to merge into Blue Star, the Moonwatch tribe was separated by other descending territories, particularly by the arrival of a vast as the Sea Lake, which descended directly between Moonwatch Mountain and Moonwatch Plain. This separation between mountain and plain persisted for millennia, until through continuous merging of foreign realms, Moonwatch Mountain became what we now know as Moonwatch Snow Mountain on the outskirts of the ancient capital, and the Wanyue Plain. Liu Chen's eyes suddenly widened. The lake separating Wanyue Mountain from Wanyue Plain was none other than Yunmeng Marsh, which means, the Wanyue Plain is now near Days City? Or perhaps Days City itself was built upon the Wanyue Plain? Holy shit, it can't be this coincidental, right? There are several third-tier small cities around Days City too. Suddenly, Liu Ken found himself stepping into a mental realm, a city shrouded in mist. After absorbing fantasy power, did I even inherit abilities from such giant spiders? Eep! The little cracked egg let out a soft cry, and inexplicably, Lu Chen understood its meaning. It told Lu Chen that this place was called Fantasy Prison. And rightly so, Fantasy Prison, a jail that forever traps you in a world of illusions. The only difference was that the giant spider's mist carried an eerie, unsettling aura. The tiny cracked egg's illusion prison was filled with dreamlike starlit mist. Eek! With a teleport, the tiny cracked egg brought Legend to the edge of the Misty City. Just like that giant spider. The Misty City manifested by Little Broken Egg's phantom prison appeared only half complete, with all structures before them ending abruptly, their severed edges unnaturally clean. It was as if the phantom prison hadn't always been this size, that some terrifying force had sliced the complete phantom prison in two, utterly obliterating the other half of the city. Lu Qing reached out to touch the space ahead, where chaotic vapors swirled densely. Lu Qing surmised this missing section must belong to the realm where dream power permeated the air. Should it be called Dream Prison? Unfortunately, the half of the body that controlled the dream power was torn apart by Mochizuki, and the dream power was shattered, merging into the Mochizuki plane, sealed away by the full moon on his forehead. Once Little Broken Egg absorbs the dream power, it can fill in what's missing. At that time, should it be called Illusionary Dream Prison? Suddenly, ahead of the city's boundary rift, the godlike eyes of Ludus saw a city slowly rising from the ground amid endless chaotic energy. The entire city appeared misty gray, its contours neither distinct nor clear, as it drifted upward in wisps of vapor. His pupils instantly contracted into black pinpoints. The city's appearance was very familiar to him. This was the city where he had lived for 18 years. Dajo City. What the hell is going on? Lu Chen paled for the first time. His grandmother and aunt, the only two relatives he had left in this world, were still inside. Ing. You mean, after the death of that vile god spider minion, the dream power became ownerless, and someone is trying to steal control of the dream power? He wants to turn the entire Days City into a new dream prison, sacrifice the whole city away from reality. Chi. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot, crimson to the extreme as surges of spiritual energy radiated from his body. Primal spirit enveloped him entirely, his hair lifting without a whisper of wind. Meow woof. The little cracked egg jumped onto his head. It informed Lu Chen that there was a way to resolve this. Before Das City was fully sacrificed, it could devour the dream power. That will solve it. But the ancient capital is so far from Days City, it takes ages even by plane. Wah! Half an hour? You're telling me you need half an hour? The little broken egg nodded fiercely. Whoosh! The little broken egg glowed brilliantly. Across the entire phantom prison, dazzling stardust gathered, then transformed into a bridge of condensed starlight, slowly stretching toward the illusory silhouette of Great Marsh City. Chapter 53, The Starlight Titan Strikes, an entity beyond the Dark God. On the outskirts of Days City, densely packed beast tamer soldiers formed a tight blockade, completely surrounding the area. They gazed toward Days City, where the metropolis shimmered like a desert mirage. They tried every possible method but still couldn't gain entry. It was as if they'd entered another dimension. Commander Jiang, this is the power of taboos, the law of dream realms, slowly pulling the entire Days City into another dimension. The leader of the Eastern region's third Beastmaster Corps wore a grave expression. He had been summoned here by Jiangzhini. As the Night Watch's pillar master, she had the authority to mobilize an entire military corps. Dragon Cloudbird, teleport now. She and the Dragon Cloudbird used teleportation simultaneously. With their skills combined, her body instantly shifted toward Days City. Her figure vanished from the spot. But the next second, his figure reappeared in the same spot. The teleportation had failed. Jiang Zhenyi's face turned ashen, chillingly grim. Lu Yorong was still inside. Damn it! She had previously triggered her time-type talent, Voice of History, hearing the voices of the past, and in her eyes, she witnessed everything, including how the dream power was shattered and merged into the earth beneath the Great Marsh. The ruins in the neighboring city that Lu Yorong explored were located at the outskirts of the Moonwatch tribe's territory. At the foot of Days City lies the heartland of the Moonview tribe. It did not turn into ruins. At that moment, she remembered what Lu Yorong had said before, that the ruins were occupied by a group of madmen. As someone who had eradicated numerous cults, she instantly understood there were cultists coveting the power of dreams. They were not occupying that ruin. Instead, they were investigating the precise location of the forbidden origin. In Days City, the city was shrouded in thick fog, its eerily silent scenery devoid of any flicker of light. The entire city's population had fallen into a deep slumber. When viewed from the sky, one would notice wooden crosses erected every 100 meters along the city's outskirts. Bodies of both humans and demonic beasts were nailed to these crosses. Blood trickled down the wooden stakes. Under the influence of a sinister force, it didn't scatter but instead interconnected, ultimately forming a sacrificial array encompassing the entire city. The blood array encircled the whole city, then spilled beyond the stakes, flowing towards the urban expanse.
Viewed from above, countless crimson threads appeared to creep eerily toward the city's heart. It all converged in a slum near the garbage dump. All buildings had been leveled, with countless bloodstains and severed limbs scattered across the ground, some human, some from savage beasts, along with numerous ominous-looking materials and items. Here stood 5 wooden stakes, 4 of which held 4 unrecognizable, tortured figures now reduced to formless masses of flesh, their eyes alone betraying profound terror and regret.
Ah, spare me, Cheninshin, I beg you, I was wrong, please let me go.
On the 5th wooden stake, another young man was tied up. He was weeping bitterly, overwhelmed with terror.
The young man called Cheninshin chuckled lightly. Spare you?
But you're beast masters with such noble beast-taming talents.
I'm just an orphan without any talent for taming beasts,
doomed to scavenge through garbage dumps for survival.
Oh dear, you're the only one left now.
Cheninshin tilted her head as she watched the other person's expression twist into sheer terror.
What's wrong? Back when you used to beat me, your faces certainly didn't look like this.
This character appears in Chapter 9, with foreshadowing also in Chapter 9 *.
I went out of my way to keep you conscious, didn't I?
He grabbed the other's hair with blood-stained hands, forcing them to meet his gaze.
See that alleyway? 510 times.
That's how many times you've bullied me in this alley since I was a child.
Now it's my turn to have some fun with you.
Piercing screams rang out incessantly, trapped between the agony of survival and the mercy of death. Blood pooled on the ground, slowly forming a 5-pointed star. Buzz. The sacrifice formation covering the entire city erupted with a bloody aura, forcing something to separate from the ground across the metropolis. Then it began gathering bit by bit at the formation's core. This was a mass of undulating light, flickering unpredictably, its churning movement punctuated by countless tiny bubbles.
Each bubble contains countless scenes within. A dream. One bubble represents one dream.
These are all the dreams of the sleeping people in the vast city of days. Countless tiny bubbles coalesce towards the surging light, growing steadily stronger.
Not bad, not bad.
A middle-aged man in black robes standing nearby raised an eyebrow, his shadow cast upon the ground, ferocious and grotesquely twisted, as though countless terrifying creatures lurked within its darkness. His black robes bore the mark of a spider's web. He tore off the black robe covering him, revealing an exquisite suit beneath, stomping fiercely on the spider web emblem beneath his feet.
Also appears in Chapter 9.
Beneath his feet lay numerous corpses, all clad in spiderweb-patterned black robes.
The Grey Web Weavers?
Just a bunch of brain-dead cultists, so easily divided into 2 factions by us. Damn, I was just infiltrating for fun and ended up becoming their leader. Such an organization deserves nothing but annihilation. It defies all reason to let them exist. It's fortunate that one faction among them opened the ancient capital's ruins, causing disturbances in the dream power, allowing us to pinpoint its exact location.
The middle-aged man in a suit took out a cigar.
A shadow emerged from darkness to light a flame.
He exhaled a puff of smoke. Beastmasters? What's so great about Beastmasters? Your vision is too narrow-minded, kid. Serve the Lord of the Zodiac, use its power to plunder forbidden forces, dominate the forbidden, become the forbidden yourself, and eternally serve by the Lord of the Zodiac's side.
That is the true path of kings. Once you become the new eternal Dreamlord of Phantasmagoria, you can formally join our zodiacal 12-strings palace as the 12th ruler.
Praise the great Lord of the Zodiac. Cheninshin wore the fervent devotion of a fanatic.
It was the Lord of the Zodiac, it was he who had granted him everything. The human body cannot withstand forbidden power, so I prepared a grand gift for you.
The suited man produced an egg, already cracked. He emptied its contents across every corner of the city. Inside was hollow.
The juvenile descendant of the Emerald Wave Pigdragon from the Yunmeng Marsh, a creature of monarch rank, was stolen by me right after its birth.
It must be going berserk by now. Indeed, it will likely rally all the savage beasts of Yunmeng Marsh to attack Dae's city.
When the time comes, we'll melt their flesh and blood to forge your new physical form. I've learned that Jiangzheni, that demonic witch, is also in the ancient capital. That spider probably won't stand a chance, unable to stir up any waves. We'll seize her fantasy power when the time comes.
Boom, boom, boom.
The earth trembled faintly.
The man in the suit raised an eyebrow. Here we go, the flesh offerings have arrived.
The dreamscape taboo origin has fully manifested now. Hurry, swallow it. Cheninshin was ready to devour the forbidden origin in one gulp. In Dae's city, the sleeping Lu Yurong had a crescent moon glow appear on her back, which then suddenly transformed into terrifying lunar radiance.
Foreshadowing Chapter 23.
Manifesting in the sky, terrifying suppression forces bombarded the forbidden origin.
Humph. The man in the suit let out a cold snort. Bang!
Behind him transformed into a world of shadows, shadow energy sweeping toward the sky, countless twisted silhouettes screaming as they took grotesque forms. The waning moon in the sky was directly blasted apart. Just the lingering power of a peak totem tier, nothing more than this.
At precisely this moment, he was stunned.
He saw that a bizarre egg had appeared at the scene at some point, though already cracked horizontally, it oddly had a mouth growing from its shell. With a snap, it grabbed the forbidden origin and ran off. Glancing back at the sky, they noticed a starlit corridor bridge had formed, connecting to another world. Both the man in the suit and Chen Yinxing froze like malfunctioning machines. What's wrong with this egg? He looked at the Emerald Wave Hog Dragon egg in his hand, still there. He hurled the broken Emerald Wave Hog Dragon egg to the ground, crushing it with a furious stump, and roared, "How dare you! Emerald Wave Hog Dragon egg, are you insane? It was the thief who stole it. Why stomp on me?" Whoosh 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 whoosh. The little cracked egg quickly returned to the starlit mist bridge, back to the phantom prison, and burrowed into the beast taming space. Eek eek. It transformed into a frantic chirping monster, urgently urging Lu Chen to begin the meditation on the primordial Lord's spirit. The pursuers were catching up. Lu Chen didn't hesitate for a moment. His consciousness entered the primordial space. The little broken egg, clutching the forbidden origin in its beak, hurriedly followed and arrived at the summit of the starlight stairway within the primordial space. Bathed in the radiance of the starlight colossus, it finally exhaled in relief, feeling a sense of safety at last. The tiny broken egg cast a shadow on the ground, which suddenly condensed into a dense darkness, transforming from a two-dimensional silhouette into 3 dimensions. Unexpectedly, a face emerged from it. "Here I come." A man in a suit squeezed out from the shadows, grinning maliciously. "Little mouse, I've caught you." "Extraordinary being, by what means did you enter this sacrificial ground?" He was surveying his surroundings, trying to figure out where he was. Suddenly, he beheld this vast starry sky, saw the divine staircase shaped by gathered starlight. Likewise, also, saw, seated at the pinnacle of the long staircase, the starlight colossus. His pupils had contracted to needlepoints, marking him as a forbidden existence. He had believed himself beyond fear. He was wrong. Terror came flooding into his mind like a breached dam. Even as he became the forbidden one, every cell in his body trembled violently, like a primal instinct of biological fear. He saw vast, unfathomable shadows of starlight that were impossible to look upon directly. His existence was of a rank that could not be gazed upon by mortals. Just as, when he was still human, facing the forbidden, even 100 million times more terrifying than that time. Fear and agony assaulted his soul, making even his thoughts begin to stagnate. He who was the taboo. He began doubting the existence of taboos, his soul started denying itself, flesh and blood churned ceaselessly as if a new consciousness was about to be born within his mind. His irreversible distortion had begun. The reason was simply, they locked eyes for a moment. Piercing screams continuously tore from his throat. Hell, this was hell. Run! Run for your life. He slipped into the shadows, his spirit returning to the body in Daze City. Bang! His sleeve burst apart as flesh proliferated, a massive tumor erupting from his right shoulder. Thud! 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 The distortion refused to cease. Soon his frame swelled, masses of pulsing flesh accumulating relentlessly. His soul grew more horrifying still. Outside, only a second had passed, but for him, that single moment stretched into tens of thousands of years. His soul endured the most extreme torment. Neither able to live nor permitted to die. His gaze constantly wavered between chaos and clarity. Finally, while still conscious, "Great Lord of the Zodiac, save me!" He frantically ran to the center of the sacrificial ritual circle, offering himself as the sacrifice. The magic circle activated. He vanished, transformed into a sacrificial offering, melting into an unnamed pool of pus and blood. Yet his final gaze held liberation, offering his forbidden body as sacrifice, summoning the supreme evil god. Outside Daze City, densely packed water system magical beasts surged endlessly across the horizon. They emerged from Yunmeng's marsh. The third beast-taming corps of the eastern region confronted them in stalemate. In the sky loomed a mountain-sized giant pig dragon, commonly known as an alligator. Jiangzhini stood in the sky, confronting it. Their auras clashed, but unsurprisingly, the green wave alligator's presence was utterly crushed. Heavenly King, the ruler's steps are invincible. The azure wave boar dragon roared, its spiritual will pouring forth. The offspring I bore after 100 years is dead, stolen. The egg fluids were spilled across that city. I will have vengeance. Jiangzhini said calmly, take one more step forward, and you'll join them in death. Even if you have ties to the Dragon Tamer clan, I will surely kill you. Just as both sides reached a deadlock. Bzzzzz. Everyone saw. Above Das City, the wind rose and clouds scud as endless murmurs reverberated through the air. The skies gathered clouds, then condensed into a face gazing down upon all living beings. Its features were indistinct, impossible to look upon directly. Then, it transformed into a supreme figure draped in yellow robes, encircled by 12 palaces of flesh. A deity. His towering form loomed over Daze City, which had been pulled into another dimension, piercing straight through the sky like a colossal pillar. The clouds only reached up to its shoulders. Evil, evil god. Chapter 54 Lord of the Zodiac? A giant hand reaching from beyond the world. Evil god,
why would an evil god appear? The commander of the 3rd Beast Tamer Legion roared in terror. The current world's hierarchy shouldn't permit such an existence to enter yet. Not even the frontline battlefields or those forbidden ecological zones have ever witnessed an evil god. A majestic figure, profound as the abyss, stood towering between heaven and earth. Light, time, and space all warped around its divine form. Invisible to the naked eye, unperceivable even to spiritual scrutiny. At the very moment of his manifestation, a presence diffused. Endless murmurs layered upon murmurs. Cover your ears, close your eyes. The commander of the Eastern Region's 3rd Beast Taming Corps and Jiangjini simultaneously shouted. Instantly, their spiritual energy surged forth, transforming into a barrier that enveloped the surroundings. Everyone sealed their 5 senses and 6 consciousnesses with spiritual energy. Yet even with eyes shut and ears covered, in their line of sight, the unseeable figure still remained. Its rank was too high to discern its form clearly. Shapes kept shifting, unchanging only was the yellow robe draped over it. Endless whispering ravings poured madly into their minds, these murmurings containing countless knowledge and truths. Bang bang bang. The human beastmasters fared better, while the dire beasts had it far worse. Countless ferocious beasts rolled on the ground, writhing in agony as their skin split open inch by inch, revealing the raw flesh beneath. But it's just the pot calling the kettle black. The beastmasters wanted to flee, but there was nowhere to run. Even beings at the monarch's level felt their spirituality undergoing unnatural mutations, as an alien truth knowledge foreign to this world drilled relentlessly into their minds. Run, Jiang Tianwan, run. You're the only one who can escape. The commander of the Beast Taming Corps laughed bitterly. But, at that very moment, boom! The world before them transformed, as if thunder had erupted from calm ground. Countless people felt the suffocating terror. In that billionth of a second, an indescribable force descended. It was as if forcing a dinosaur into a fish tank. The very fabric of existence trembled. Bzzz. All matter in the entire world became imprisoned, as if someone had pressed a pause button on the operation of the world. In everyone's eyes, the colorful world began to fade, stripped of its hues, transforming into the most primitive shades of black and white. Every person gazed in terror at the heavens above. A terrifying gaze that transcended the very fabric of the world had descended. He gazes down upon the entire world. It exists in a dimension beyond normal observation, an ultimate being entirely distinct from any known life. That was an ancient and eternal, mysterious demon god. Countless bubbles coiled around his arm, each a condensed cluster of starlight, the radiance of countless suns agglomerated. He seemed to have emerged from both past and future, existing simultaneously at every point in time. His gaze descended from beyond the boundaries of the world, fixing unblinking upon that sinister entity clad in yellow vestments. As if its authority had been challenged, or as if provoked by an insignificant ant, it raised its hand, surrounded by countless swirling bubbles. Turning its wrist, it drew streaks of bubble light, reaching from beyond the world to deliver a crushing slap. The 12 flesh palaces surrounding the yellow-clad evil god shattered instantly. The yellow-clad evil god let out a murmur-like roar, treating this as a formidable enemy. Everyone could even sense fear emanating from it. Pop! Like swatting a mosquito, the yellow-robed evil god was instantly annihilated. The crowd watched as upon its shattering, its exploding form coalesced into a portal. Through the portal, they beheld another towering figure clad in yellow robes, standing within a hazy realm. It howled. One could sense its bluster masking fear, only to have a corner of its garment torn away. The next instant, without any warning, everything vanished. The yellow-clad evil god, the bubble-wreathed star deity, all disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Even the memory of what had just transpired grew hazy in their minds, impossible to grasp. Just a moment ago, yet it feels like it happened ages past. Only the faction of savage beasts, those monstrous mutations, serve as proof that everything happened just moments ago. Jiangjini took a deep breath, steadying herself. Still going, she said quietly to the emerald-scaled dragon. The aquatic boar dragon, already frightened out of its wits, uttered a panicked shriek as its gaze toward Days City resembled one peering into an abyss. Without hesitation, it turned and plunged into the Yunmeng Great Marsh. Move out! Rescue Days City! Everyone temporarily suppressed the overwhelming shock in their hearts. Entering Days City with heavy hearts, they feared no survivors could have endured the erosion from two high-tier entities existing there. You must understand that the forbidden existence of eldritch gods can spawn terrifying anomalous ecosystems just by passing through. Not to mention, he had deliberately lingered. They entered Days City, only to be utterly baffled. Every single human was unharmed. Could it be that they were pulled into the power of dreams, lost in slumber, and thus untouched by corruption? This explanation doesn't hold water. The forbidden origins of the eternal Dreamland's Lord of Dreams, the authorities over fantasy and dreams, were all bestowed by the evil god to which he belongs. The giant spider is merely a subordinate of that evil god after all. How could such power possibly resist the descent of an evil god's projection, let alone deal with the appearance of an even more terrifying entity that followed?
Jiang Jini speculated that perhaps the battle between these two entities rendered them immune to the contamination, or perhaps, that eternal foam disdained to spread truth and knowledge to such a world? Eternal foam. This was the name she gave to the even more terrifying entity that appeared afterward. Like an eternal existence, its form wreathed in swirling bubbles, present in past, present, and future every point in time. As an archaeologist of ultra-ancient mythology, as the voice of history, one who can listen to the whispers of antiquity. Far from feeling fear, she was exhilarated. For people like them, it was like a drug, knowing full well it could be fatal, yet utterly addicted and unable to break free. They were desperate to uncover the existence of those beings, the truth of the world. But the memories were fading. Even though she was powerful enough to be invincible at the monarch level and hailed as the heavenly king, not even her spiritual prowess could bear the weight of those memories. Arriving at Lu Yorong's home, she first glanced at the still sleeping girl to confirm she was unharmed. Then she immediately took out paper and pen, hastily recording the events that had just transpired, even sketching accompanying illustrations. Zhang Jiang, what brings you here? Lu Yorong stretched lazily as she looked at Jiang Jini before her. Am I still dreaming a dream within a dream? Wasn't I just battling demonic beasts with my spirit animals? Then I'll go back to sleep. She settled back into sleep. Jiang Jini gave her perky bottom a smack. She sprang up, crying ouch, ouch, ouch. Clutching her perky buttocks, she realized it wasn't a dream after all. Jiang Jini was speechless. Well, perhaps ignorance was bliss for her, knowing the truth might have left psychological scars. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Yorong's entire body erupted with radiant light as a miraculous phenomenon manifested behind her. The celestial phenomenon depicted nightfall, with a full moon hanging brightly in the sky. A surge of power erupted from Lu Yorong, causing her hair and clothes to flutter wildly. I feel like there's a space inside my body? A summoning magic circle appeared. A star spirit entirely condensed from moonlight materialized before Lu Yorong. Moonlight star spirit? Lu Yorong blinked rapidly, sensing the information flashing through her mind. Jiang Jini's eyes widened. An SSS tier beast taming talent? A chosen beast companion? She was completely stunned. Lu Yorong, who possessed no beast taming talent whatsoever. At the age of 28, she awakened a beast taming talent? Wait a minute. That moon in the strange phenomenon. She seemed to have realized something, likely related to gazing at the moon. Waha, I'm a Beastmaster too, and with an SSS tier Beastmaster talent just like my nephew. Lu Yorong was overjoyed, as if she'd won the lottery. No wonder my nephew awakened an SSS tier talent, he must have inherited it from me. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, Little Broken Egg, and Chi Tian stared dumbfounded at a fragment of yellow fabric in the primordial space. It radiated an overwhelming aura of taboo. The kind that would instantly kill an ordinary person just by looking at it. Name, a fringe of the Ecliptic Lord's robe. Lu Chen was still recalling the scene from earlier. Somehow, that bastard had managed to follow the little broken egg into the primordial space using unknown means. Then he looked directly at the Starlight Giant. A distortion occurred, summoning the very evil god he worshipped, that yellow-robed figure. The Starlight Giant seemed provoked, and thus the scene they witnessed unfolded. Hiss, truly worthy of god-tier spirituality. That's pretty damn impressive, even more taboo than the forbidden. An evil god would get slapped silly showing up here. He saw that opposite the Phantom Prison, Days City had returned to reality. And Lu Yorong's group was unharmed too. His anxious heart finally settled back into place. Absorb it. There are now 3 items present in the primordial space. One is the dream power extracted from the taboo origin. One of them is a fragment of the Lord of the Zodiac's garment. Another item obtained from the suit-wearing man was the forbidden blood of the Shadow God. It was blood originating from a deity known as the Shadow God. Lu Kan instructed the little broken egg to absorb dream power. It was finally time for it to fully hatch. Consciousness returned to reality, still within the sealed space. Lu Kan took out the dream power, and the small cracked egg devoured it voraciously, while the starry mist enveloped it once more. Thick white light continued to gather. Waiting for one was the same as waiting for two. The thunder attribute evolution materials for Qitian are all prepared. After being infused with a wave of energy by Manhua, the rock-hating monkey Qitian has reached the upper elite tier. Moreover, judging by the perspective of divine eyes and an evolution master's expertise, there are no signs of instability in its foundation. Evolution conditions fulfilled. He always carries this rare evolutionary material in his backpack. Qitian, begin the evolution. With the level requirement met, the specifics of the mythical evolution sequence were now revealed. Name, Yen Yen Monkey. Mythical evolution sequence, Spiritual Enlightenment Stone Monkey, Legendary Species. Evolution requirements, 1. Reach upper elite rank, 2. Devour vast amounts of thunder attribute resources, 0%, 3. Hosts primordial master spirituality, most crucial, 4. Complete bloodline fusion progress from previous species? Will it evolve into the Spiritual Enlightenment Stone Monkey?
Lucen's face lit up with anticipation. This was the hero cherished in the hearts of countless Chinese people, breaking through the celestial vault, wreaking havoc in the heavenly palace, triumphing in every battle and conquering all foes. The same race as the great sage equal to heaven. But shouldn't the monkey of the mind belong to fire element? Then why does it need thunder element too? I neither understand nor dare ask, just doing what the system says. Lucen produced a large quantity of thunder attribute materials, most of which he had crafted using his identity as an evolver. Shi Tian swallowed them. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Sparks of lightning began to crackle and coil around his body and through his fur. The progress of lightning-based resources continues to rise. 5%, 10%, 20%, 50%, 74%, 90%, 95%, 97%, 99%. At last, 100%. Lightning element perfected, all evolution conditions met. Without hesitation, Lucen commanded, Shitian, evolve. Buzz. Like the creative light of evolution itself, a divine radiance enveloped Shitian, with countless arcs of lightning flickering and gleaming across its surface. The rock-disgusted monkey and the little broken egg, two evolutionary lights reflected and shimmered together within the sealed space. Ding! Special evolution material suitable for the host's beast companion detected. Proceed with integration? Shadow God's forbidden blood can be merged with the Stoneverse ape, unlocking a unique aberrant form which, according to calculations, will become significantly stronger. Liu Ken was stunned. It'll become stronger? Then what the hell are we waiting for? Merge it! Instantly, the forbidden blood of the god of shadows merged into the light of evolution. The blindingly radiant light gradually darkened, coated with living layers of black shadows that slowly crawled across its surface. In the end, it transformed into an evolutionary light radiating black brilliance. Liu Chen gazed with eager anticipation at the two evolutionary lights before him, one white and one black. He couldn't wait to see what would emerge from each.